If you want to answer and join the conversation, that'd be great, though. We'd like to hear from you.
We would like to hear from you, but it's okay if you don't want to.
Who are you talking to?
D to
D
the
to
We
the
miss
B.
you, D.
B.
We miss you, D to the B.
Aw, yeah. See, we want you to join the conversation. But that's okay. We'll ask Truth. Truth prevails. Right there, Truth.
There's 2 truths.
Hey,
There's 2. Yes, there's 2 truths today. So, hey, how are
wait,
you?
where's the other one?
Truth
Oh,
Flat Earth. Or
Truth Flat Earth.
Fat Earth, apparently, because I stuttered
There
over my
can
words.
only be
But anyways,
one.
so our question today is, would it be better to be an individual who knows everything or knows nothing? What would you pick? Hypothetical, of course. For fun.
Well, if to be an individual who knows everything, so that's a little bit different than being omnipotent, where you are everywhere and know everything and have like control of everything. So if you don't have control of everything yet you know everything, I don't know. That's really an interesting question, because there's there's that furthest end of each of the spectrum, right, on each ends, not knowing anything, knowing absolutely nothing. It's like there's no accountability. It's there's you can't be responsible for that which you do not know. It's kind of like where the ignorance is bliss comes from. And then on the other end of the spectrum, there are a lot of secrets to the universe that if you had the knowledge of and you could tap in, then you could, make certain things come about just from the knowledge that you have. So I don't know. I would be more inclined to, because not knowing anything, even though ignorance is bliss, kind of puts you into a slave, and even deeper into the slave position. So I would want to know everything.
Okay, so then because I think you missed the beginning too, because we got more what CI said with the question. So knowing everything would mean you'd know everybody's thoughts and everybody's feelings, right? You would
As
know
well as
all of that as everything, like literally everything. And then if you know nothing, you actually said that you can have the capability to learn, right? So
yeah.
Well,
okay, so if you knew everything, I guess that would mean that you didn't have the capability to learn. I guess that's when you would want to have that God mentality, right? Because then once you know everything, you would kind of get bored, which then I guess you would have knowledge of how not to get bored. I'm sure if you had all the knowledge, you would probably never get bored. But yeah, because if you knew everything, then that would include knowing the ramifications of doing the wrong thing, right? So you would have that knowledge. You wouldn't need to experience that. You would have that knowledge. Therefore, you would have that desire to do the right thing. So theoretically, knowing everything would be okay. I mean, I would want to know everything. Give it all to me, because I mean, I want all the secrets to the universe. I want to know how to, you would know how to do everything at that point. You could manipulate everything. Because I believe that we have the ability to do that if we just had the right knowledge. But then there's intent. You got to be careful of the intent that goes behind it. As long as you knew everything, then you would know how to avoid the ramifications and the consequences of letting the ego, the bad ego, because there's healthy ego and unhealthy ego, but letting the unhealthy ego take over. So I would want to know. I wouldn't want to be deeper and further into that slave mentality with no control, and that's what not knowing would put you at.
JIUB, welcome.
Thanks.
Hello.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your input, by the way.
Thank you, Truth. Love you.
Love you too, Claire.
So, oh man, you told me. Yeah, Jib. What is it?
Jib.
Jib.
Whoa, careful there.
He
I
said
know.
he said to say it like this. He said to say G and then like jib.
Jib.
Or just jib.
It's not rocket
Jib.
science. It's just jib.
Yeah, I
I
said
gotta
it
be
right
honest,
the
that
first
name's a nightmare.
Yeah,
I said
it
it,
is. Like,
I
my
said it right
gosh.
the first
Rocket
time.
science isn't even rocket science.
I was
Red,
just gonna say the same thing.
Redbird. I said it right the first time. And then when I started overthinking it and questioning it, then I started saying it wrong. So
I
the
know
easiest
that's
thing to
my
say it right the first
problem.
I'm just gonna call you
saying
Jeff.
butchered.
Your
There
name's
you go.
Jeff.
Yeah.
My name
Can
is
we get
Jeff.
Can we get his nickname changed, please? No, I'm just joking. So how are you today?
So Jip, right? Like the peanut butter.
Yeah, you could
Jeff.
just call me Peanut Butter. I'm doing good, thank you.
Great. Would you like to
Okay.
answer our question for? Oh, sorry. Is that C? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna make a bad joke.
Go make the joke.
I wonder if anyone gets this reference. Did you say peanut butter? That was an impression.
Mhm.
Does anyone play
Okay.
Overwatch? That
Nope.
was Winston.
didn't get it.
Aw.
Nah.
He's a monkey sign.
I believe he was mocking you, Redford.
Aww. I was.
Oh well. Whatever.
Anyway, Jim, what's your thoughts? Sorry.
I think our purpose is to discover truth. So that's learning, aligning ourselves to reality,
Yeah.
right? Movement towards reality. So it would be better to know everything, which is essentially just living in truth, in complete truth. So you've essentially banished all falsehoods from your mind. You're just living in complete truth, and that's sort of, it kind of ties into the whole flat Earth thing, because the reason we're here is because we're trying to align ourselves to objective truth, objective reality. So yeah, I would say that it's more beneficial to know everything, or at least to strive to that point, rather than being in complete sort of solipsism ignorance.
And to counter that, I'm going to say that many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So at the point you know everything, you are no longer a man, you become a god.
Yes, essentially.
Yeah,
And so
I'm with Hank on that.
I would say that if you consider yourself religious, or which I consider myself, our goal is theosis. It's to be like God. It's not saying that we are God, but we're striving to align ourselves to that authority. That
Striving.
striving is
Striving.
the key word. Yes.
Exactly. So if you already know, then you're not striving for anything.
Right, and it ultimately goes back to our human condition, where we
That's
are
what I
not.
was saying. The
You know,
only place someone can go when they're top of the mountain is down.
Yeah, that you're roboting slightly.
I was just saying the only place someone can go from the top of a mountain is down. So like, yeah, knowing everything, you wouldn't be doing that is like the definition of being God. And knowing everything, it seems like you'd have control regardless because you would know everything, you know?
Be
Yeah.
boring as fuck too.
It almost kind of creates a secondary question as, is the journey more important or the destination, in a way? Like, I know that's not completely related, but it's usually what I think about with absolute all-knowing, omniscient knowledge versus absolute nothing ignorance, I guess. Also, we do have SV Black Swan, who hasn't spoken yet, if you would like to contribute.
What's up, bro?
Hi.
What's up,
What it
homie?
was, cuz.
How
Would you
it
like
be?
to
Hello.
Would you like to answer a question? We're doing a hypothetical question. Would it be better to be an individual who knows everything or knows nothing? SV Black Swan.
Dun dun dun.
What if I already know everything?
Oh, you know
Pretty good answer.
everything? Yeah.
That's great.
There you go.
Just kidding. No, I would rather know everything.
Why would you
Clearly.
rather know everything? What's your reason?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, next.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I know it's tough, right? When you're put on the spot and you haven't had a chance to think.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. I totally understand. But thank you for contributing and answering the question. We appreciate it. Feel free to jump in at any time.
You know,
Yes.
people say INTP is like the dream personality type, like Abraham Lincoln. Oh my gosh, I want to be like Abraham Lincoln and get shot. But I mean, it's a curse because every question I think of is hypothetical. And labels are kind of dumb anyway. As much as I like MBTI, it's not scientific, blah, blah, blah. Well, scientific is kind of like a corrupted word. So I will admit that.
It's kind of difficult being INTP, right? Because you always want to respond, right, with your loved ones with logic, and your loved ones are all emotional, and it's like we're emotional, but we don't process it the same way. So
Yep.
there is merit to the INTP thing because it shows, or sorry, the Briggs-Meyer thing, because it shows us our weakness, right? And it gives us our weakness so that we can work on it and become more balanced. And when you become balanced and you work on your weaknesses, then you reach maturity, which is difficult to reach within a lifetime of only 100, 120 years tops, especially if you are eating an American diet and you only got 60 to 80 years. You know, so I would say that the INTP, it's very difficult. It's very difficult because it's hard to rationalize the way that people respond so quickly to emotion. And it's like you want to have a logical reaction, right? A cognitive reaction rather than emotional reaction. And everyone around you is so damn emotional, and it's like, guys, please just think for a second. Just take a deep breath. And nobody wants to think. Everybody wants to huff and puff and blow houses down. And it's like, whoa, it was a mistake. It was out of ignorance. Relax.
I mean, I have feelings. I'm very passionate about the things, the ideas I come up with. And sometimes I get very upset when other people don't share the same passion or ideas that I do. And I have to learn how to manage that. Because just because I have an idea doesn't mean it's a good one, or that other people want to be a part of it. That's probably my biggest weakness. I don't know if you know anagram, but I'm a type 4, which usually isn't paired with INTP. Most INTPs are type 5.
I don't know what type I am. No idea. Is there a test for that?
Yeah, I can, for the anagram, or for the anagram, are 16 types.
The anagram.
Yeah,
like
you're roboting, I'm sorry. I'll DM you the link.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was just saying I don't know what type I am.
Oh.
But yeah, moving on.
I sent you both tests if you're interested.
You're still roboting, Hank.
See, I mentioned this earlier. Hank, like robots at the worst times because he really has some great stuff to say. So I want to call him Hank Hill 3000. But anyway, back to what Cy was talking about. C.
You're okay.
You mentioned that when people don't tend to be as passionate about the things that you're passionate about, that it bothers you, right? And I was talking to my mother about this yesterday. And the nature of man is that our relationships tend to be as strong most of the time on what it is that we agree upon, right? And I mean, this is a big topic, because then you start getting into the realm of, well, if we agree, is what we agree upon true? And so, like, the current situation in the world right now, everything that I'll call them the puppet masters do is made to get people to disagree. Like, it's made to get people to disagree about certain things that they perceive as true, right? But there's one end of the spectrum who never takes anything at face value. That's why the pursuit of knowledge is so important, because someone can tell you something, but you have to actually, on your own, validate that in reality. And if somebody else doesn't do that, but takes what they hear for face value and goes along with the narrative or the collective, then now there's a rift in the relationship, because we no longer agree. And so it's the Hegelian dialectic. It's the division of the society, and it just begins to strain all the relationships, and that's what breaks society down. And that's what makes us weak, when they throw at us all these different bits of information or perceived truths, and we don't do our due diligence to pursue the truth.
Right.
Thanks.
Well said.
Huh? Is someone hot micing?
I think it's
Oh, sorry.
Glatt. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I was. Fuck. Sorry.
It's
You're
okay.
fine. I was just confused. I was like, oh.
Dude, I cleared my throat, and it's like the nastiest thing I do, and now it's live.
my-
Super
No,
duper.
I'll tell you what it sounded like. The first time you did it, because you did it twice. The first time you did it, it sounded like you were saying something as you were doing it under your
Yeah.
breath.
Yeah,
Like,
like
you
a
know, when
joke.
someone goes, "Ah, shit, you know?
Yeah. That's what it
I
did
got
sound
mild
like. I agree.
Tourette's. I
Like,
got
is he
mild
that's
trolling
Tourette's.
this guy? Because he's not saying anything. I'm like, is he really trolling him?
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I was
What a
I was
weirdo.
just scared. I was like,
No, not at all.
I just heard, "Oh," and I'm like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Shit. It's like that when I sing too. That's why I don't do it.
No, you're good, man.
Oh,
You're one of us
good.
now.
I'm
You're
sorry.
one of us
one
now.
I guess so.
I thought he was like
I
dogging
hot
on what I
mic.
was saying. I thought he was going like,
Dude.
bullshit.
I know. That's what I thought.
No, man.
So,
Nope.
that was kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, it was funny. Don't worry about it, man. We love you.
See, we took something bad and made it entertaining, so now we
That's
can
right.
move on. It's
It's
good.
my Al Pacino, you know, when I clear my throat. Hoo-wah!
Oh, bro, they got me earlier. I didn't know my mic was on, and I yelled at my wife. I'm like, "Are you on the internet?" And Gen Z and C and I think Hank were all like, they were responding to me, and I was like, "Oh man, they got me bad earlier."
Yeah, we're on. I can just imagine Hank like, yeah, we're on the internet.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and then you started roboting, and I said that she's downloading the whole internet.
The whole thing.
Oh, that makes sense for your comment then earlier, Hank. Yeah, because I missed that part when he was yelling that at his wife. That's fine.
I did want to add something about this, the question,
Mhm.
and that is that it is actually very relevant to what we have, the situation we have now, because people, let's say, won't have knowledge about something, and they'll type it in Google thinking that Google has all the answers, and then they'll find, the first hit, and then they'll be like, oh, okay, this is what's true, and then they take it in as knowledge thinking that that's true. So it's a combination of the things that we've been talking about, what's going on with I guess Google and the way that information is being, disseminated nowadays.
Yep. Essentially, you're talking to Google when you argue with some people, especially over text.
We're talking to Google right now. In fact, they are actually subtitling every single thing we say, which is why we should refrain from using certain words. Now, that's not directed at any of you guys specifically. You guys are fine. It's just a healthy reminder because I forget sometimes too. I'm like, oh shit, like half the
Listen, it is only algorithm, okay, mostly, but the people who listen to us, very pathetic losers. Losers of the highest degree. I will tell you, please do something else with your life.
Forget about it. You gotta go.
Da,
You gotta
they're a
park
bunch
your
of
car.
retards.
The boss
Yes,
and
Da, I agree.
Please don't do what you are doing. Your family is better than that. You are better than this, okay? You can serve your country different way.
Are we doing international voices now? All right, let me give my go. This is going to be so bad. Las palabras que usamos son muy importantes.
It sounded like English, but it was Spanish words.
I know, I'm bad.
You just got to learn this.
Not at all. That was
That's all you
actually
gotta
pretty
learn
good.
is that.
Yeah, you gotta be like, Armando.
Nice.
That's 100 rounds.
Oh, we have Master Chief. Enoch, are you there?
Oh yeah, now I feel bad.
And then Jay Doherty? I'm so bad with names if everybody hasn't figured that out by now, so I apologize.
Well, you'll get better.
Did you? Yeah, I know. Did you want to answer the question today? Did you want to mute your mic, Jay Doherty? I don't know if I've ever heard you speak. Yeah. And then
Hello, what's the question?
Oh, hi. Great to hear you. So our question today is, would it be better to be an individual who knows everything or who knows nothing? It's a hypothetical. I know. It's a tricky one.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll take a minute if you want to think about it, and then you can let us know what your answer is if you want. And then
I'll take the second question, please.
You fast on that one. In this hypothetical, does everyone else in the world hypothetically know everything, or like whatever you choose? Are they in the same boat with you? Or if you choose to know nothing, does everyone else still know something?
Ooh, see.
Because if no one knows anything, I'd be cool with not knowing anything. We'd all be innocent, right? But if other people have knowledge, yeah, I'd want to know everything.
That's a good
Truth,
point.
are you answering twice?
Just trying to provide more context to the question.
Okay, no, I'm just being a certain way.
CI's gone quiet. So, I mean, that's actually a good point, right? Because I know there's so many factors. This is why the hypotheticals are very interesting, because we're all, thinking people. So you want to make sure that you know all the parameters within it, right? Who was trying to say something?
I would know what the sun was. So.
And all of us.
Hell yeah.
All of this, all of what we have going on here in Discord, the elites, they do this thing called like masterminding, where they get together in a group at like the Bilderberg or whatever. I hope I'm not saying too much for YouTube, but yeah, they get together and they post an idea, they post a question, and they all get the different backgrounds of information and experience, and it allows you to really broaden your perspective on whatever it is you're talking about.
Oh, so you're saying the Bilderbergs at the Bilderberg meetings, they do kind of like the same thing. So we're kind of probably going on a good track here by doing this. So because the Bilderbergs do it.
He wrote his books about
After the rituals.
Yeah. After
I don't know about all that. I just know that the gathering together to commune as a one mind in a sense, you know? That's what's so
Ritualistic
good.
Satanism? I feel like that's way different than what we do, but
Have you talked to some people? No, I'm just playing. Joking.
We do it the way it's supposed to be done, in my opinion.
yes, we are a proper think tank.
Exactly.
Hey, why is it quiet?
There's
know.
just a break in the conversation.
Aw.
Were you having problems? Was that you hopping in and out?
No.
Oh, okay. That was somebody else.
I can break the silence if you want.
You can. I'm just looking to see if there's anybody else. I know, like, there's Will Be Flat. I don't know if I've ever heard that person speak. Are you there, Will Be Flat? Okay, go for it. See.
I'm working on a rap.
Oh.
Oh
shit!
Okay.
Oh, Will Be
gosh,
Flat. Hey, Will Be Flat.
Do you realize how loud you
He
are when
can
you do that?
serenade us after with his rap. Are you there, Will Be Flat?
I will be flat. What's up? Oh, sorry, I talked over you. Shit.
I've never heard Will Be Flat talk.
No, you're so quiet. Could you get
Me
closer to your
neither.
mic?
Please, we want to hear you.
Something different here. That mic check.
Oh, that's much better. Much better.
Welcome. We wanted to talk to you.
It's so nice to hear you. Would you like to answer our question for today?
I have to join the crowd that knows everything.
No. And why would you want to know everything?
It's just, I think that's kind of guy I am. I like to know things. I like to change beliefs to knowledge. It might take the fun out of life once you know everything, but I'm willing to take that risk.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much for participating and answering. It's great to hear from you.
Thank
Feel
you
free
so
to
much.
join in whenever you would like.
We would love to hear more from you next week because we do this every 1 to 3 Eastern, 12 to 2 Central, and we notice you attend a lot.
At least on YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah, I was on YouTube, but yeah, my home PC was letting you know I was there. So I had to switch my phone to Discord so I could participate.
Well, I'm happy you did.
Me too.
All right, well, I'll crawl back in my hole, guys.
Aw, well, thank you so much for unmuting and for talking to us. It's good to hear from you.
It's really nice. Thank you so much for even. I know you're busy, but thank you so much for unmuting. That makes me happy. Honestly, like, I'm. We got a lot of different voices. This Precious Metals. I kind of feel bad that Sunny left, but.
Yeah, I don't know where Sunny went to. I was hoping he would play some guitar for us because it's
Me
been.
too.
But
It's
I
been a while.
guess. Yeah, and I said that, but maybe he didn't hear. So that's okay. Maybe next week. Maybe next week we'll set it up
Hopefully
so he can
next
play
week.
for us. Yeah. Oh, we got Cuddles here. I'm sure he would love to
Cuddles
answer the
is
question.
here.
Cuddles, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hold on. I'm gonna swap headsets.
All right.
Sure thing.
Well, the wired one, it keeps having problems. I don't know what. Maybe it's just old.
And we have Flat Earth Dude. Did we talk? We didn't talk to Flat Earth Dude, did we?
No, we didn't. I think we
Flat-
tried, but he didn't respond.
Yo,
Right.
what's up?
Hi. How are you?
I'm driving.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, yeah.
There's a fire in the mountains here.
Oh my
shit.
gosh.
Oh.
Drive safely.
Yeah, I'm good. I want to know everything. Fuck it. Why not?
Right. I knew I knew your answer before you even gave it.
That's hilarious. I'd ask you for your reason, but I don't know. That was pretty good. That was all encompassing right there.
Better to know than not know, and you don't know what you don't know until you know what you don't know.
Ooh.
Right?
At which point it becomes something that it no longer is considered something that you don't know. So
right. All right,
Well,
I'm gonna check out
okay, well,
this fire here.
Thank you.
Yeah, be careful, and thank you for unmuting and answering the question.
Drive safely, please.
So can I add something to the question, because this is what everyone now everyone that's answered is going to have to answer again, because they're going to have
We
to.
only got 7 minutes, Truth.
Yeah.
They're going to have
Maybe
to
next
add
week.
their.
Okay, what do you want to add though? Go for it.
Well, okay, so either we can know nothing or know everything. So if you were to know everything, what would be like? Okay, so what would your anticipation be, or the thing you would be most excited about knowing surrounding the earth and how it functions, and all of creation, like the synergistic nature of it, how it works, and within itself, like what would be the thing, like, because each person wants, like, my passion is the sun, of course. It's like Eli, his would be the moon. I know what his would be the moon. So, and other people have different answers, like what they would want to understand, what they have the deepest desire to understand about the earth and how everything functions within it.
I would like to understand female woman.
We're not that complicated. I'd like to understand, like, the men. My gosh, just when you think
Men are
it just
simple.
gets. Oh, not jeez, no, not the ones I've
You don't get to
encountered.
cherry
They're quite
pick.
complicated.
You don't get to cherry pick the exceptions to the rule just to say that men aren't simple. Men are simple. Most men are simple.
I was
They're
gonna say I'd like to understand myself.
You guys, no, you're talking about people. I'm talking about the earth and how.
I know.
Come on.
What was the question,
But
though?
women are on the earth.
Oh,
It's true.
jeez.
Mother Nature.
Okay.
Mother Nature, that's right.
Here.
Oh my
Hey,
God.
listen, I didn't go yet. Hey, I didn't answer, so I'm gonna do it quickly. If I may barge in, I'm gonna say,
yeah, that's fine.
It's different. Mine's different. I don't want to know anything, guys. Do you know why? Because I'm way too passionate. Way too passionate to have all that knowledge.
Me
No, I'm telling you, man.
too.
I would piss people off, and the message would get lost. Yeah,
My
yeah.
heart.
I'm serious. Yeah. That's how it is, man. I know I couldn't handle that.
But no, you don't
my
understand.
heart would burst open, dude. If I knew everybody's thoughts and feelings, fuck all that, man. No
But
way.
then you would also have the knowledge of how to fix it.
But I'm just one person, you know?
Yeah, but that doesn't.
What am I gonna do,
mean
you
that
know?
You don't have the ability.
Not saying that, but wasn't one of the caveats, or the only caveat I think I heard was that you start off not knowing a damn thing, but you can learn? Or
That's not true. Because most of the
No,
stuff.
I mean, part of the hypothetical.
Yeah, the hypothetical is that you can learn. Yeah, you have the ability to
Okay,
learn.
exactly.
And if you know everything, you know everybody's thoughts, feelings, everything. Yeah.
Sorry, that's not for me, dude. No way. And that's a cop out, trust me, but I know it, and that's fine. I'm gonna own that.
Me and Redford said the same thing, though. Believe it or not.
I'd
Yeah,
rather
yeah.
see without saying than be blind to everything.
There would be a lot of grief if
Nice.
you knew everyone
If you
felt
knew
what everyone thought.
everything, yeah, because if you're still having all the feelings and the emotions, right? Like
You
you're
wouldn't
gonna
know when
feel
people
that.
died.
Exactly, dude. I love everybody
Yeah.
as is, man. As is, I feel enough pain, empathy for people. So
I know.
you give me all the knowledge, I will. It'll hurt me till I die. So no thanks. That's all I'll say.
Yours in the backyard.
Oh,
What's that?
I said he didn't bury his in the backyard. They told most of us young men to do that. Take your pain and bury it in the backyard.
The backyard? I don't want it anywhere near me, partner.
Third question for Puddles. I am here.
Fully value your response. And we had a lot of different people speak today, which is great.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
that's
we
the
got
whole point of this.
Dave.
Oh.
Dave is here.
Oh,
It's like
Dave
hearing
is
Dave. Are you there, Dave? We got 3 minutes. You can answer the question. Well, we can go over a bit.
We don't
I
have to
guess. No big
end it
deal.
at
Yeah,
3. It's
exactly.
I got a short answer anyway. I wouldn't want to know everything because I'd be bored to tears if I knew everything.
I don't know. I was just thinking about that, Dave. Think about that for a second. If you knew everything, could you possibly get bored with it? I mean, you could. There would be so much you could do if you knew everything. And I would have to say that if I knew everything, I would want that to exclude like everything within my person and the world, not anything about anyone else. Their thoughts would be their own. Like that would have to be out of the realm. Because that would be too
So
much.
this is the question, eh?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be bored is the wrong term. I mean, I wouldn't want to be overwhelmed with all that knowledge, I guess, maybe. And what would be the point of my existence if I already know everything? I'm not going to be able to discover anything, right?
Facilitate. Good. Think about it, Dave. What all we could do.
Well, hang on. I'm studying to be a addiction counselor right now. So in my field, that would make me the best one in the world. In that sense, I'd like to do that. If I could just compartmentalize the rest of it. I'm just saying I don't know if I'm capable of that. So my answer is a non-answer. Thank you very much.
Oh.
So nobody was just talking? What?
Yeah, I guess so.
Get it? Non-answer?
Oh.
So the question is would you want to know everything?
Yeah, would it be better to
Yeah.
be an individual who knows everything or knows nothing? And then if you know everything, you know everybody's thoughts, feelings. If you know nothing, you do have the
That's fine.
ability
I'm
to
good with
learn.
it. I'll take it.
You'll take everything? You want to know it all?
Oh, hell yeah. Without even a...
And why? Why would you want to know it all?
Why not? That'd be circular. I mean, why not? I got hobbies. Hell, I got 10,000 hobbies as it is. Why not?
I thought you said
add
hotties.
He'd want to know petals, you know?
Why not add 100 million more?
Okay.
I thought you said hotties with a T. Instead of
That's what I
hobbies.
thought too. 10,000 hotties,
King
man.
Solomon over here. Hey, King Solomon was said to be a wise king, and he had all those hotties. So maybe he's on to something.
I'm not telling anybody what my bank account is because I ain't having nobody coming over my house for that shit. I'm good there. I'll dress like a poor man, like a bum every day the rest of my life. Just keep them all away.
There are definitely people who want money. I've seen it on with both sexes.
Is that right?
Yeah, but dude. How much of both? What's the percentage?
I'm not gonna answer that.
It's equal,
Exactly.
right? It's equal because men want money because you have to have money in order to have women, and women want money, so men want money because you got to have money to have women.
Oh my god!
It's circular, I know, but it makes sense nonetheless.
It is genius. We figure out women already. Super.
Yes, it's so simple.
Maybe you're like you're looking for the wrong. I'm not gonna say that's not the case with all men. I could give a shit. I could care less about money, dude. And I know other women who could also care less about money. So just
I know a lot of greedy dudes.
Yeah, it's
Lots
not.
of greedy
I mean,
dudes.
I was talking about young people by and large, so I was generalizing.
You were talking about the general market.
Are you saying
right?
she's not young? Wow.
The general market.
See, the thing is my stance is not having knowledge gets you into trouble. It gets you into big trouble in bad ways, and you don't know what to do. You don't even know how the hell you got into the mess, and now you're about to get your ass lynched.
Okay.
Being a numpty is no fun.
Lynched?
Why not? Going for hypotheticals. You're
okay,
a complete numpty. You do something complete numptiness, infinite numptiness. You do the most dumbest shit you can do, and oh look, it was an accident or a mistake, but now you're locked up. Now there's this. Now there's all this shit. Now you're about to get lynched.
Well, I must have
That
pissed the
seems-
mafia off or something.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Being stupid has its drawbacks. Knowing everything, sure, I could carry all the sadness in the world on my shoulders, but I still ain't going to be nothing compared to the ass whooping I'm about to get for how stupid I am. And
Fair
everyone after that.
Sounds like my life.
Oh.
Philosophizing over here.
Let us wax
you waxing intellectual over here.
I think precious metals is officially over at this point.
No.
My
question about silver. Question about silver. I got a question about silver.
No.
Yes,
Helios gave us permission for an extension if it flows naturally. He said we don't have to cut it directly at 3.
That's wonderful. Carry on.
But I still have a question about silver, so we're taking over.
Yeah. Silver's gold, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, realistically, you want to know what precious metals actually means? I mean, everyone knows it at this point. It just means mods aren't allowed to speak, truthfully. That's really what it means, unfortunately. But someone's got to say it.
It's a mutiny on the bounty.
Robot.
Roboting.
I caught a robot. I caught a big one.
Bleep, blart, bloop.
So silver.
Uh-huh.
I'm curious.
Mm-hmm.
How many countries actually had their paper backed by silver?
Well, if we're changing the topic, then we may as well cut off precious metals. If that's
But it's
fine.
about silver.
Yeah, but that's a different type of precious metal. I had to make that joke. I'm sorry. Okay. Here's the question: do we do the rap or no? Because I don't want to torture people.
I mean, I don't think it's torture. I think we're all enjoying ourselves immensely.
Yeah, I do the rap.
Torture me so good.
Do the rap. Wrap it up. Wrap and then wrap up.
Wrap it up. Okay.
Uh-oh. What are we doing?
If anyone doesn't want to hear cringe, I suggest deafening.
Most of us are being quiet while he does his thing.
He's wrapping it up.
All right. It's just a few bars I came up with a really simplistic beat. And now I'm getting nervous. Let me just play the beat. Tell me if you guys can hear this. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta turn off noise suppression. There we go. Okay, now you should be able to hear it. Can you hear that?
Yes. Yeah, now we can, yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna wait another bar, or another 4 bars. Mandatory vaccination threaten me with forced probation. I do a lab rat prohibition. I got research and cognition. You don't know my health conditions. You don't know my situation. This isn't political. It's a governmental grip. Show me your papers, please, if you want to take a trip. I don't know drugs, but I got a nice rip. Listen to my tune. Flip to baby and voice if you want to have a lip. Think for yourself and leave behind your script. I chipped off your dreams. They call me the steamer. Do this on my own. You're acting like a teamer. Still getting off like a creamer. You'll fail so badly you'll need a cleaner. Hey. That's all I have. Sorry to be Canadian at the
Dude, I love it.
Nice.
Hey, rhymes with A.
Yeah, dude, that was cool. Good job.
I kind of lost my pacing at the middle because I had to get but I kind of corrected it near the end. Anyway, I really have to pee. Thank you all for attending. Precious Metals.
Yeah. Hey, dude, about that music real quick. If you take the BPM down like 10 or 15, 10 or 12, and then try a little slower. You can get all those words in, and it might sit back in the back in the cut just a little better.
But
Well,
still, it was really good.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's good.
It's 140 beats per minute. I just wrote that yesterday. So that's why it's kind of hard. I can do it if I do it like on a computer, but since it was live, I kind of lost my breath. But I can like split it down the middle if it's on a computer and still make it sound natural. So yeah.
Totally.
I'm embarrassed. Any last comments,
Why?
Redford Bear?
Oh
great.
no! Just thanks everybody for
You made me want to see
participating
one of
and
my
for
new ones.
joining. And yeah, it was really great to hear voices that we haven't heard before. So thanks to everybody, and thank you, C.
Don't thank me.
Yeah, of course. Why not?
All right.
Well,
now
if
to-
C
now
was
to
embarrassed, then it was a successful one.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. My leg's shaking. All right.
Okay.
If any mods are
Do
here,
I
they may
hear
now
Elvis?
and we have no mods, so there's no point in me announcing that.
Okay. Yeah, we'll talk to you later, Steve.
Do you think, C, that's how Elvis started with the shaking leg?
Maybe.
It's too late, guys. He already peed.
No, I didn't, but
I'm
I'm
trying,
about to.
trying to make him piss his face. No, I'm just playing. Not really.
I think it was one of them blue and yellow
Really
purple
was
pills.
seeing if
I'm gonna go to the bathroom before that happens.
But
Please?
see,
You don't have to lie to
but
us.
see, I gotta ask you something.
When he comes back.
He went.
Yeah, guy's gotta pee. He ain't trying to pee himself on a live stream.
Gotta have
I mean,
Neither
it'd be
confirm
funny,
nor deny.
but still be embarrassing.
It was like the guy who was debating. He was a pro. He was a Glober, and he was trying to put forth his points, but he kept saying to whoever was talking on the live stream, "Hey, I really got to go to the bathroom." So this happened like 3 or 4 times. You could tell he was really suffering, but a flat earther, was on a roll, and they were not picking up that this guy's dying, and he would not just leave. So I DM him. I'm like, just leave, go to the bathroom. and so he leaves. I mean, come on, man. So you got to take care of yourself.
Yeah, you don't want that
Look.
teacher's bladder.
With all, someone mentioned something about peeing on live stream, and Glatt said, he goes, I neither confirm nor deny. Look, with the years of being on here and all the people who drink, I guarantee freaking someone's pissed while they're on the live stream.
I am.
You know it's happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
There's no way it's not happened yet.
I
I'm not gonna name any names.
Why would you say? I would never.
I held it for the entirety of Precious Metals and before that.
Why didn't you?
Are you already
lie?
back?
Like, why?
Yeah, I'm back. Of course, I wouldn't be talking to you on the toilet. That's disgusting.
I was like, dude, why are you still here?
I used.
Of course, I
That would
never
be
go
weird.
pee while I'm on Discord. What are you guys talking about? Gosh, I never
Next-
would. What do you got? Oh my god.
I'm just worried about one of these days the dudes and gals who use their phones for the most part go into the bathroom and we hear the whole thing.
Ew.
So weird.
I know someone
Sorry.
who did that before.
Now
And
listen,
I
a lot of times,
know we've all done that before.
I
You guys
haven't.
are
Look.
lying to yourselves.
look,
Speak for
a lot of
yourself.
times I'm actually filling up my water bottle from my spring water spigot.
Sure you are. Sure, yeah.
Filling up the water bottle and letting the other one go.
Right? The cover up.
Gosh.
Front.
The cover up, I'm telling you. It's a scam.
Are you taking a piss, man?
Oh, me? No.
Oh, you taking the piss, mate?
Right, proper, you know I am.
Yeah. Are there any Globers out there lurking around? Can we talk to you?
They're becoming
I could
extinct. It's the smallest minority.
I could probably message my friend off eights, but she doesn't like being put on the spot.
Well, she's perfect. Give her a ring.
You have Sebster in here. I don't know
Yeah,
if
bring
Sebster's
her
ever.
in. I'd like to speak to her. Well, actually, she was in here last week, wasn't she, or the week before?
Yeah.
For
but-
precious metals or something.
Was
I
it the
believe we
week
spoke to
where
her.
my tailbone was killing me?
I can't remember. I know I've spoken to her. Yeah, I think you were in here because you said that Dandelion checked her in, right?
Oh, that's right. That was 2 weeks ago then. Yeah,
Yeah.
Dandelion was great, honestly. Like, I listen, I love this community more than any other community I've ever been in, and I truly mean that. But there's some people that are just not good with kids, to be completely honest.
What'd you talk about, Willis?
Yeah, what's what?
My friend Off Eights, she joined 24/7, which surprised me because I didn't invite her. Well, I kind of did. She's in another server that I'm in, and okay, so I made a server, right? And it was originally a gaming server, but I kind of converted it to be like about the Earth, right? And all my friends that aren't in 24/7 are here, and I recently got partnered. So they saw that we got partnered, and Off Eights joined, and I was like, "Wait, what?" And she was like, "Hi," and I'm like, "Why are you here?" I mean, I'm happy to see you, but it just surprised me, right? But overall, yeah, I have a friend who's not in 24/7, but he listens to Precious Metals and gives me feedback, which is cool. It's the friend I moved to On the Fence just by talking to him about Marconi. I said this like 4 hours ago, but we should really do a better job as to talking about Marconi, to be honest. Like, Marconi is really good for beginners, in my opinion.
He only used 17 of Tesla's patents to create the radio. It's not bad. I probably could have done it with probably like 25.
Amateur.
Amateur. Aw, Redford's gone.
She may have dropped. I'm thinking that she may have dropped out or something because she generally says bye before she goes. Maybe anyway. So it's all on you now. See the entire thing, the entire weight of it. Everyone's looking at you. Everyone's listening to what you're saying intentfully.
They shouldn't. I'm just a 20-year-old who knows nothing. Truthfully, they're much better people to talk about these things than me. Like,
Yeah,
if someone
most of
asked
them-
me, sorry.
I was
Oh,
going to say, yeah, and most of them are over 40.
What's wrong
well,
with being over 40?
nothing.
Because this is
You
the
can't
second.
be old.
This is the second jab at being older today.
The
It's like
second
that's all
jab
I
of
ever hear anymore. That's all I freaking ever hear anymore. Seriously, you guys are.
It's only because you're paying attention to it more.
Got him.
Truth be told, if someone asked me to talk about second law, I could not do it very well. I only know it on a beginner level. That's an area like
Bro, just talk about it in plain English. You got two batteries, one's charged and one's empty or dead. You hook them together, what's going to happen?
But second law is more complicated than people think, and
just say the gas will fuck off.
There are members in this server who are very passionate about second law, and if you mess it up, they get really upset. So I don't want to take the fun.
Who cares?
But I don't
Just,
like hurting people's feelings.
Okay, listen.
well.
If somebody's feelings are hurt because you didn't precisely in the way that they want you to do to describe something,
then the issue's with them, not you.
Yeah. Thank you, Truth.
And you're communicating to people who don't understand it. So if we say that heat expands into cold, that's just exactly what they need to hear. That's more or less the level I understand entropy or the second law, and that communicates the idea sufficiently, because then it's upon them to prove this unfounded claim. This example we've all been searching for a long time of an exception to entropy. So it's I don't know. I can't talk about it in deep technical terms either, but I kind of understand the idea.
There's always a simple way to put these truths, I think,
Yeah, people just overcomplicate them. Truth is easy. Truth is simple. It's the lies that are complicated. I mean, all you got to remember is entropy increases, high pressure goes to low pressure.
Yeah, just have them define entropy and then be like, okay, so that can't happen given the story, but entropy is a law here. So does that make sense? It's contradiction.
I just know that gas pressure can't exist without a container. That's really all I know when it comes to
Yeah,
this.
so far as we know, that's the truth.
Well, maybe this would be a good time to put a little something out there and then give a little advice to the people who want to be so critical to where they're kind of in a demeaning or attacking type mode when they do that maybe they realize that some people become apprehensive about even speaking about it, so maybe they could be like give good constructive criticism in a friendly way, in a teaching manner, and then after some time of doing this, then it would encourage other individuals to speak up, and then it would really become known who knows what and who doesn't, who needs help where, and so forth and so on.
Well put.
You could take it or leave it, but it would be beneficial and it'd be very productive.
Yeah, man. I agree, Truth. Thank you.
I just want to make a famous quote. So someone very wise once said that truth is easy. I'm going to go ahead and quote Truth on that. I'm only joking, man. I'm only joking.
Easy like Sunday morning.
Did someone really say that? Is that really a quote, though?
Yeah, you said it. You said truth
Yeah,
is
you
easy.
did say it.
Yeah, it's my quote. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna pull that. That's copyrighted now.
Really, like, I just know a little bit of everything, but I don't know a whole lot about specific subjects when it comes to this because my skill isn't really debate. I like organization the most.
See, organization takes away from the organic, easy flow, though. And that's what I tend to like. And I used to like the organization, but now, I don't know, after coming to the knowledge of truth, there's so much has changed within me, about me. And that's one of the things that I'm not the OCD type anymore. I don't have to be so, it's more of an organic, kind of easy flow life now, so.
Yeah, I try to only eat organic too. So.
Yeah,
Sorry, that joke might not have landed. Truth, I also agree with that.
I tried to ignore it. I tried to ignore it, but then I laughed, so I guess it worked on me anyway.
Barely. I'm sorry, guy. I'm sorry, Truth.
It's all good.
I snickered. It's all good.
I was thinking too. I agree with that. I like honest discourse. I mean, this whole need to be correct on every point and to win. I mean, and I think that goes for our discussions with those who have not realized where they are. If you can have an honest discussion with somebody and concede the things you don't understand, it does go a long way, I think, to convince the person to be on the journey toward reality themselves.
Alice and Bob is also another really good introductory to my friends around my age.
Yeah.
You guys have seen Alice and Bob, right?
Yeah.
It's
well, I mean, I don't know if everybody has, but I have.
Who's this?
Alice and Bob.
Someone should share it in the
I don't
voice
really
text.
think that's a good argument. I really don't.
It's a weird one, I'll say
either.
that. But if you understand it, yeah, I don't know.
It's good for beginners. Like, if you're trying to explain something to someone my age versus like a 30 or 40-year-old, in my opinion. Like, when I introduce people to this, I use Marconi and I talk about Alice and Bob. I know it's weird.
I feel like it's a misrepresentation of the globe because on the globe, right, one person.
It's 2D.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's a straw man, to be honest.
It is
It's
2D.
like
That's
you
the only
straw man
problem
in
I
the
have with
globe.
it is that it's 2D.
I agree because you're. This is why. Do you want to go into it, Hank? Do you want to talk about this
Yeah,
for a second?
you go
Because
first.
yeah, okay, because so looking at it, it's represented, like the representation is established from a perspective outside of Alice and Bob. However, the demonstration of Alice is from Alice's perspective. The demonstration from Bob is from Bob's perspective. So it's like there's no. It's very misleading, and I think it's inaccurate because if it's from Bob's like from each one of their perspective, they're at the top. Each one is going to be at the top of the ball. So both of them can't be at the top of the ball at the same time from a different perspective. It's like
Right.
a representation of the
You'd have
globe
to
on a
have two
flat Earth,
balls.
and you can't.
You'd have to have two
Like,
balls.
three, because where's the ball that someone's standing on? There's a third one because the perspective that you're looking at it from.
Oh yeah,
That's fair.
It's the third body problem. Again.
Yeah, this is a hard one because it is, again, I'll say it, it's 2D, and these are just straight lines and I mean, the vectors, there's infinite vectors on a sphere. This doesn't really represent that, so that's my opinion.
Okay, so now you, Hank.
So it would be a good way to illustrate how perspective works on a ball. It's not a debunk for the ball.
Yeah, it's not a debunk. It's kind of like a introductory, I guess, to explain.
It's like a thought exercise.
Am I the only one that sees the issue that I see, though? See, I was expecting Hank to,
Yeah,
say
I
the
agreed
same.
with you, but I didn't want to copy.
Oh, well, okay. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't the only one that saw that.
You're a good man,
Because you
Hank.
have to have consistency with the perspective that you begin with, and you have to like follow that same consistency of that same perspective throughout the entire thing. Otherwise, once you change the perspective, then you change the entire demonstration. It's just like you have to change you have to maintain the same perspective throughout, and it's 3 different perspectives.
It might be it might be a good introduction to the necessity of measurement, because our perspective does determine what we see in an experiential sense. But you have to measure. That's why the measurements themselves are so important, so that you can demonstrate what you see.
When I was talking to my friend after Alice and Bob, I went directly into water always finds its level and it doesn't curve. And then I talked about measurements. So I find it interesting you talked about that. Because after Alice and Bob, I immediately talked about water and observations and measurements.
Right.
I
Yeah.
kind of used it as like a transition or intro point to talking about that. I know it's not the best argument, but it's really good for at least introducing. Because if we talk about second law with someone immediately, like who's only in high school, I don't really think that's effective in my opinion. At least from my experience.
All right, so remind me again with Alice and Bob. Is there a preset distance they're supposed to be from each other, or is the idea that the geometry just doesn't allow it, like the perspective, they can't see each other because
Second
they'd
one.
have to be looking downhill? Is that it?
Second one.
Yeah, but the issue with that is, though, downhill for Alice is a different rate than downhill for Bob, and you're looking at it from a perspective outside of both Alice and Bob, and therefore the downhill direction would only apply for Alice, would only apply to Alice. It wouldn't apply to your perspective because you're looking at it from a different perspective than both of them. So the downward direction would only apply for Alice to Alice, and the downward direction would only apply for Bob to Bob. But from the perspective that it's represented, which is outside of both of those, then it's irrelevant.
Correct. It's 2D.
It didn't it didn't sit with me the first time I saw it. So it's
The better way to do that is just to do it in reality. But We have plenty of those types of things. That's why I never use Alice and Bob. I just go ahead and use the Black Swan. It's pretty simple, in my opinion.
Well, the problem is I don't like talking about that because, like, I know it's good, but first of all, I don't really have a lot of confidence when it comes to it, and usually someone can explain it better. The second thing is usually like people get distracted on the image saturation. When I send the video, they've already made up in their mind, nope, I don't want to look at that one because of the image saturation, and they'll just talk about that red herring instead of actually addressing the big picture. So that's why I usually don't talk about it. It's not a problem with the argument itself. It's because the listener usually doesn't want to pay attention to it. Sure.
Yeah, I get you. That is typically true. I mean, they typically don't want to pay attention to much. I generally start with, something like, do you agree that the horizon is 1.2 miles away from a 1 foot observer height? I mean, that's just globe math, and then they'll may hem and haw, but if they're into it, if they're into a discussion, why they'll agree, or agree in principle, and then you can show them the black swan, or there's many other observations you can discuss, and you can start talking about.
I understand. It's just I don't really think a 9th or a 10th grader is going to know 8 inches per mile squared. I didn't know 8 inches per mile squared until I was I don't even know. I didn't know it until 2020 when I joined the server, to be honest.
Yeah, I hear you.
Like
a large percentage of Go ahead.
I usually talk to people my age. I think it's completely different when you're talking to people who are adults or maybe have degrees in like science and believe their gospel. Like I think the black swan is a lot more effective in that case because they understand the measurements. They understand things, and then they'll just chicken over to refraction, like refraction type of thing, right? Sorry, that impression was cringe, but someone my age, they don't even understand refraction. They don't even understand 8 inches per mile squared. With Alice and Bob, even if it is a little bit of a misrepresentation, it at least gets them to ask questions, which is what we want. I think is an open discussion. We want them to think.
The lion's share of the people that we come in contact with, friends, family, etc., are normies, and so they have a very just basic understanding of heliocentrism. They just know, they believe that they live on a ball, and so when you start using things like 8 inches per mile squared, they don't even know what to do with that. And I've had people argue with me, it's not inches per mile squared, and then they want to go into the much more complex, trigonometrical formula. And I'm like, well, fine, you can use what you want. I mean, but at the end of the day, this is your rate of curvature, so it has to be correct. And then from there, the cog dis shows up, right? Because it just can't be. I mean, I run into cog dis. I don't run into globers necessarily. I just get people that don't want to, or can't believe it. So, and then it just goes downhill from there.
Yeah, they start spiraling into sky stories and wanting to discuss unproven bending light and all kinds of things. Yeah, it's very, very difficult to communicate. Very difficult to get on the same page with somebody about reality when their whole idea of what truth is not even a good foundation. They don't understand science or measurements or any of that.
No way.
Yeah, I always default back to the question of the horizon of the curvature, because that's what I use to convince myself. That's how I came to the subject, and that's the most concrete way that I can think of to communicate. But people come to this different ways. I mean, I think I was just talking to John P. Ryan yesterday, and he unraveled the thing by looking at space travel. So different for other people, for everyone.
Well, my way of figuring it out is different because I was already open minded on everything else. A certain event in September, for example, but some of these people aren't even there yet, so they're not gonna sit down and watch a 45-minute documentary of ODD TV. I've tried before just sending people the documentary. They're not going to watch it. They're just going to ask questions or tell you you're wrong without even looking at your side of things, because we're apparently inferior. They're superior because they're, quote, educated, unquote. So I feel like going at it from like the goldfish attention perspective, even if it's not the best way to communicate something, is just the most effective.
Well, it can
Yep.
be very simple, because for the most part, the majority of the people out there, they haven't even considered where the Earth, like how much of the curve they should be able to see. They haven't even considered where it should begin curving from where they're standing. They haven't thought about this. They just automatically, when the thought enters their mind, they automatically justify it or hand wave it, from this ideation that it's just going to be too big. I'm just not supposed to be able to see it. However, it could be very simple. Just bringing it to their awareness of where that curve should start and how small it actually is, that they should experience it, they should see it. And when they don't, then, it's just that simple. Just bring that to their awareness, because they don't know. They've never considered it. They haven't even thought about it.
That's why I like the trifecta of Vlad's point where you show them the radius. Vlad, Canadian, Russian Vlad, and mix it with the 3 points from Miggy, and then of course the Black Swan, and you mix all those together in one argument, and it's like everybody can see that, oh, maybe we should be able to see it, right?
What does Vlad say?
Vlad asked them to Google the radius, and once they Google it, and then he gets them to work it out mathematically where the horizon would be with a flat Earth calculator. Oh, sorry, globe Earth curve calculator. And then once he does that, he shows them the Black Swan, but I lead with Miggy's 3 points and do the same. So you guys might think that I'm some sort of genius the way that I do my arguments, but I'm just copying everybody else.
Yeah, I remember I asked you about that before, because I thought it was genius when you did it one day. I like that. I forgot about it, but it's a really good way to do it, to ask them to look into it, because it puts the control, I think, as you said before, right in their hands.
Yeah, you want to take them out of the parent-child state, and you want to get them like on equal footing and let them feel like they're participating. And you might pretend like you forgot, what's that called? And then they answer the radius. Oh yeah, you do that on purpose, right? And kind of make them feel like they're involved in the learning process together, rather than talking down to them like they're some sort of dumbass because they're ignorant, right?
Exactly.
But I do really fumble over names, so when I'm fumbling over a name, I'm not faking it.
I hear that.
There's four easy points that I go into, and I know that the sun and the moon are not points, but the fact that they're not where they say they are, they're not 93 million miles away, they're not 238,000 miles away, and if they were, would you be able to zoom in on the moon, like that stuff? But there's four. I'm going to include the sun and the moon being local as a point, because it is an easy observation that everyone experiences. I wouldn't say on a daily basis, but nearly on a daily basis. They just don't think about it, right? They don't even consider what they're seeing. But there's four that I like to go into. One, the behavior of water. The earth is covered with water, and water is always flat and level. And where they should see the curvature, because like I said, they don't even consider it. And so what you said, Hank, is a great first place. But while they're looking it up, you could just toss in there the other three things, like water and the sun and moon observably being local, and the fact that they've never measured either curvature or movement, and you'll never find it. They've never verified either of those claims anywhere ever. Because to me, that's a big thing too. The fact that they just say it and they have no evidence for it. And then if someone were to get interested in that and they start looking into that and looking those things up, then they'll realize, that it's pseudoscience. But those are the four main things I like to point on. Where the curve should begin, the fact that they've never verified it or measured any curvature or movement ever, and it's the sun and the moon being local and water.
Yeah,
'Cause
those are good.
you can get through those pretty quick when you're talking to someone if they show any interest, just in a very, very short, brief conversation, and they're easy points for them to retain and think about that they'll carry with them when they leave you.
Yeah, I also like to talk about, how do you come to an understanding of what's true, and try to, put a little distance between stories or theories and measurements and evidence.
So,
Doesn't.
to sum it up, what is truth? Is that what you mean?
I guess what I'm trying to do what I'm trying to communicate is, how do we? It's an epistemological question. How do we understand what is real versus what is a fantasy? I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I use my senses to validate things, two or more. Because you can look at something, but your eyes can be deceiving. That's why you use your hands too, right? Like
Yeah.
when I'm rubbing someone's back, like I'm sort of x-raying their body with my fingers, because the human has the highest sensitivity in his hands more than any other creature, right? That's why paper cuts are so devastating to us, right? To other animals, they're like meh, like cats, meh, right? Except for maybe the bear's nose, maybe, okay. But the point is that like you can like feel things and see it with your mind's eye. Like you can feel like I kind of went off on a tangent, didn't I? But yeah,
No,
you
that's
verify
good.
things with your senses. I just remember when I learned that, I was like really drunk, and I was just so drunk that I was just sitting there with my eyes closed, and I was rubbing it back, and I was like, I can see everything.
Yeah. No, I hear you, because I hear people. That's something that some of us on the server say. Some people say, I haven't said it much, but like, well, what do your senses tell you? What do you experience? You never experience the Earth to be round or spinning or uncontained. You experience a flat, motionless. It's a great point to get people to use their senses, because when they do that, they get out of their head and their stories and into the real world, where they can measure a flat plane.
I'm just wondering, Hank, if you noticed what you said, like when you said two or more of your senses, because where two or more witnesses, I think, can be established.
Yes, that's good. I didn't think about it like that. But yeah, think about it. If you're experiencing hallucinations, if you're seeing someone and hearing someone, that's probably not a hallucination, right? Because like think about it, you go like 3 days without no sleep, like we've all done on the internet. After about 3 days, we start getting these little visuals, right? These little shimmers in the corner of our eye, right? But you don't hear anything, right? It's just visual. So to tell if something is real, you want to have two or more witnesses, right? And the two witnesses would be our eyes don't see curvature, right? Our inner ear doesn't feel spin, right? And our third eye, it can't imagine gas pressure without a container. So that's the three witnesses against the globe. And it's all you're the witness against the globe.
Third eye blind.
Yeah. Got any newcomers here in the old live stream?
923, I think, is
Yeah,
new.
923. 923, are you available? Hello, how's it going?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
That's
What brings
great.
you into the server today?
Yeah, I just came in to listen.
Right on. Do you have an opinion on the shape of the Earth, the topic?
Definitely flat.
Oh, cool. What's your favorite piece
How
of
do you know?
evidence that it's flat?
My eyes, no,
What do your eyes observe?
that's flat, and that's stationary. and that the sun is local and the moon is local as well.
I like it so far. How do you know your eyes aren't being deceived? That's a question we get a lot.
How do I know my eyes aren't being deceived? Because other people also observe that the moon is local and the sun is local as well. 7 billion people can't be like deceived. It's not like one mass hallucination. That's impossible.
No, well, anyway, that's neither here nor there. What you said, in my opinion, was that you trust that it's valid because a lot of people believe it also?
Yeah, because a lot of people also see it, like that
Also see
lowers
it.
the possibility of it being like a deception.
Oh, you mean flat Earth or the sun being
Yeah,
local?
like the sun, like all of it, like the sun being local, the moon being local, the earth being flat,
Sure.
What would be your
How did
response
you?
to
Uh,
that question about your eyes
well,
deceiving
I
you or
can see
something?
too far. My favorite one is I can see too far, and the horizon always rises to my eye level, right in the middle of my vision. I've been up to tops of mountains with. I've gone to the same mountain for a long time, and I've been at the top of this mountain and can verify the distance from the top of this mountain to cities 80, 100 miles away, roughly. And at least given the current globe rhetoric, I should not be able to see nearly that far out there. And that's just one of the infinite pieces of evidence that, at the very least, there's no curvature to be found. And if you don't have curvature, you don't have anything resembling a globe or a pear or whatever you want to call it.
That's a good answer. I like it.
Yeah. How long you been looking into the subject?
Quite a while now. I became a flat earther like towards the start of the whole pandemic quarantine thing. Been looking at the videos, examining the proofs, and it just made sense to me. Every time I go outside, I don't see like a round ball. I observe it
Right
to be
on.
flat plane.
I think we need to start referring to this time period not as a pandemic, because that's the narrative, right? We need to refer to it as the beginning of the egregious government overreach. Thank you.
Oh, well, yeah, but I mean, I don't believe it. I don't believe this whole pandemic thing, but I was told by mods that like we can't talk about that stuff, only about like the flat earth. So
Yeah, we try to keep it on that. Yeah.
Yes,
That's right,
the
though.
great,
I get why I get why, man. It's hard not to talk about. I understand. No problem.
the great illusion.
Yeah.
The tyrannical
But the good thing,
trenches.
tyrannical trenches. The good thing about flat Earth is that once the mind is, I guess, prepared to receive new information, new paradigm shifting experiences, then a lot of other doors open to truths, wisdom, and facts about reality. Yeah, it's been a big lie for the most part. A lot of things that they wanted us to, they hammered it in our heads from day one. Didn't really give us a chance to think critically. So it's tough to undo patterns of thinking that have caused cognitive deficiencies over time. But like I said, once I found out about flat Earth, I was like, well, now I got to find out the rest. God bless it. But so that was my thing. I got addicted right away. It was, and I think a lot of people do. But yeah, anyway, 923. Do you have any questions for us?
not really.
What's with the number 923?
Area code, right?
Somebody asked me about that just not 5 minutes ago. basically I typed into Google random number 1 to 1000 and I got 923. So
Okay. Sorry if I missed it. Maybe it was when I hopped out and hopped back in.
Does anybody remember, like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, that the 23rd of November or September was supposed to be this big deal, and like
That was what, in 2017, right after the sign in the heavens and the solar eclipse of August.
Yeah. That's why I thought of that, like 923. I'm like, what's this guy know or not know?
Well, and 2-3's repeated a lot in movies and such. Then you got that movie with what's his name, Jim Carrey, where he just went nuts. That's 23. But I mean, I doubt it, and you know, I don't think it would matter either way. Although your picture 923 is kind of sus, but whatever. We'll stop picking on you. Anybody else want to address? I can take a break.
We have G in here, I guess I'm saying that name right. If you want to hop up into the VC check-in, someone's up there that'll hook you up with a. Or I can just unmute you now. Hello, G. Am I saying your name right? How do you say it? How do you want to pronounce it? G, you're unmuted.
yeah, but that whole 23 thing that you brought up, it reminds me of something called gematria, if you know what that is.
Yeah, gematria. Yep. It's numerology. Hebrew. There's English versions and stuff. Yeah. Yep.
So why do you have a picture of Jeffrey Epstein? Is that who it is?
Yeah.
Why'd you pick that?
Sorry, what was that?
Why do you have a picture of Jeffrey Epstein as your avatar?
Jeffrey who?
Oh man, come on. Your profile picture, bro.
What? I like found. Okay, so I found this picture in my what do you call it again? In my downloaded pictures, in my recent pictures, and I don't know. I just selected it as my profile picture. I don't
didn't know who it was.
You know who it was?
what
You just
you're saying?
randomly picked that. Go ahead, Church.
No, I didn't say that. I said, so you didn't know who it was. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, what?
So you're saying that you didn't know who it was when you picked it?
No, I don't know who this is.
Yeah, it's no big deal that you're using it. I'm just, questioning
Why
whether or not.
is it like?
No. I was gonna ask Lebriff F if they wanted to introduce themselves. Welcome them to the room, and move off the subject of your PFP. Actually,
it's a great idea.
Lebriff. So, how long have you been looking into the topic of flat Earth, Lebriff? Have you got any questions for us?
Is that Lebriff person talking? Because I can't hear them.
No, they're not talking, and that's okay. I mean, they may just be shy, but just feel free to speak up, Lebriff, if you so choose to. And
Hello.
Frail. Oh, there you are. Hey, what's up?
Nothing.
So, what got you? How long have you been looking into flat Earth?
Just recently.
Just recently. So, if you just started looking into it just recently, how much do you know about it?
Not much, but I just know a few mathematical equations. Yeah.
Such as?
Actually, no. I don't know that much, but I've seen a few scientific models, but I don't like trying to explain like certain stuff. I remember there was like this one that was about like it was like I don't remember it, but like I remember like yeah, I just remember looking at a few scientific models.
Yeah, well, scientific model. Okay, so I won't really get into that right now. That can be for further down the road. But in this model that you're referring to, what did it represent?
Well, like it's like this like like one of those like those spin fiends like you can spin on a table, but like it was like a little bit more flat.
A top?
Yeah, like a spinning top, but like it looked like a spinning top, and there was like a bunch of more circles around it.
Yeah.
I actually have no clue what you're talking about, so I would be interested in seeing what you're talking about. Actually, has anyone else seen the spinning top thing here?
Are you
I
saying
haven't
that
seen
that's
anything like that.
Are you saying
I
that's
don't
a
know
model
what's
for
going on.
flat Earth or something?
Yeah.
How does that relate to the Earth? What you're talking about?
Okay, well, first of all, flat Earth doesn't have a model. In order to have a model, you would use it to depict everything that you know about it and explain how it functions, and that would indicate that people would be claiming that they understand and they have all these answers, and no one does. And so there is no flat Earth model. If anyone's trying to present one to you, I'd be very careful. And I would take the information that you get in.
Not Earth itself, but a model to like prove something about like some sort
Demonstrate something, yeah.
like equation to prove like some like physics like worked or something like that, which like proves that flat Earth works or something.
Like some sort of conceptual representation or whatever. Yeah. So the best thing to do when you see things like that is to take the information that they're representing and test that information and see how much of it is true. So I'm just curious, in the little bit that you've been looking into it, have you done any observations yourself? Just to test these things.
Well, not really, not yet. I dropped like I don't know. I'm ahead of my grade in math. Is that good?
Well, I mean, yeah, sure, that's good. It's not gonna like.
I'm smart now.
Yeah, maths don't prove anything. Maths are only as good as the data that you input into the equations and the accuracy, However, so
Or does it?
Or does it? What?
Or does it measure something in reality? You can do all kinds of mathematics that don't have any bearing in what we can observe or test.
Wait, oh yeah, I remember one.
And then it wouldn't be accurate data, right? So it's only as good as the accuracy of the data and the data that you insert.
I kind of had to search this up there, like help me remember this. But does the fighting flat Earth theory count?
We don't ascribe to a theory. The flat Earth is essentially this. It's a falsification of the question of the radius. So all we know is that essentially is that there is no globe radius unless you had a measurement of the curvature of the Earth. It's pretty simple, actually. It's not. There's no model involved. It's just an observation that the Earth is indeed flat.
So on a scale from 1 to 10, LaBrief, where would you be? 1 being flat and 10 being spherical. Where do you think you would be right now?
Either 6 or 7.
Okay, so could you share with us those things that make you skeptical enough to bring you down to 6 or 7?
Because there is like pictures of like you can just faintly make out the curvature of somewhat of a curvature of like the Earth. If you were to look out in the ocean, like I seen it on pictures. And yes, and Starlink and all those satellites up in like space and stuff, they are bringing back pictures of Earth that look pretty like round to me.
Are
Please
they
post a
pictures?
picture of the curvature that you just said that you had, please.
What? Okay.
Well, for one, what they're giving you are not pictures. They're artistic renditions. They're composites, and they even admit that. They don't even claim that they are pictures. So no one else should be claiming that they're pictures either.
All right, so clarification of the terms, right?
Like if you were to take a
Pictures and images are fake. Photos are not.
Yeah, if you look at the blue marble photos that NASA supposedly took, you can notice that the cloud patterns are like exactly the same. They're like using the same cloud patterns over and over in the Photoshop.
They're playing God. They're copying and pasting clouds, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So do you want me to like post like a picture of like?
Please, no. Is this your first time in the server, my friend?
Yeah.
Okay. How long you been
it's
looking
this-
into flat Earth?
Hang on, if it's this picture that he was talking about, where did you say that you had a picture of the curvature of the Earth or something like that? Well, one you would need to measure it because you can have optical things, but I still want to see it. So if you want to DM it to me, I'll post it for you.
All right.
It's like Mr. Sensible, Professor Dave. I mean, was it a photoshopped, compressed image? I mean, there's
No.
there's
It's just literally just look like a picture. It's like super faint. Like you have to really squint to see it, but like I think there is some pretty obvious curvature that like would like make a big.
Well, so if it's very vague and you have to squint to see it,
Okay,
it's
not squinting.
not very obvious.
Like if you were just to look at it, like you could just make it out.
You know what? I take that back. I can't wait to see it.
This is why we're so interested in measurements, because you get lost in a subjective rabbit hole arguing over what you see or you don't see. But if you have a measurement and a with lasers, horizon measurement, why it gets real specific and easy.
I agree with Golden Lemire when they direct measurement curvature shit. Just my opinion.
Yes, sir.
There's also I remember there's this video where this guy went on an airplane and he went high enough that it was pretty obvious. You can obviously make out the curvature of the Earth.
Are you aware that Neil deGrasse Tyson said that that's impossible? You can't see the curvature, according to the spokesman, at 128,000 feet.
It's pretty high.
No, but that's just at 128,000 feet.
I'm sorry?
Like higher than it, I don't know.
You just said an airplane. So airplanes don't go 128,000 feet typically.
It was a high altitude jet.
So it went way higher.
Were you?
Okay.
Were you in that jet?
No, but like I just watched. They had like hundreds of video. And it's obviously there's a difference between Photoshop and no Photoshop.
Are you aware that the question of curvature has already been measured?
Yes.
Yeah, who measured it?
I mean, wait, no. Which
okay, so
I'm sorry.
Yes, no. So how do you want to approach this? Maybe you want to tell me, since you're certain of the curvature of the Earth, who the person was in history or in modern times who measured the actual curvature of a sphere with a radius that they talk about? Who did that?
Back in the old days, they all believed that the Earth was flat.
Did you hear what you just said?
No.
In the olden days, they believed that the Earth was flat.
Right.
So I was talking about a measurement.
louder.
I mean, I know it's kind of it's kind of I know that it's a little bit. I'm asking for something very specific, a specific historical measurement of the curvature of Earth. Who did that?
Well, there's like many people who did that over history.
Right? Yeah. All the people, like Michelle Thaler says, all hundreds, thousands, all the evidence, so much evidence. Which one? Like one example of the person who measured it. Just one. See how easy it would be if there was so many examples of measurements. But this is kind of the experience we have every day. We ask the same question: who measured it? And it gets
the great Aristotle measured it.
Aristotle did?
Yeah, he did.
How did he do that? What was his method? What method did he use?
He tried to calculate the size of the Earth by determining its circumference and the length around the equator. He estimated this distance to be 400,000 stades, or about equivalent of 600 feet.
You said
Wow, you just got
calculated.
really knowledgeable on that real quick. That was crazy.
Yeah, he's reading his first Google result, aren't you? Are you serious about this subject? You just here to play around.
That's a claim you just made. Of course, I was talking about a method and a measurement. That's something quite different than just saying he did it.
Wait,
I mean, you're being put on the spot, but this is what it takes to, to provide data or evidence of something to say that it's true.
Okay.
We have to get to terms and definitions. So you said calculation. Do you understand the difference between a calculation and a measurement?
I'm pretty sure, I don't know, somewhere like.
Answer the question. Do you know the difference between a calculation and a measurement? And could you please explain the difference?
Like you calculate, like it's something like you write through mathematical equations and you don't actually
Yeah, I've been to school before. What's the difference between calculation and measurement?
You got calculation, now just define measurement.
Measurement is like something you obviously see you see how big it is. Yes, sir.
You physically measure it. Is a calculation physical?
No.
Okay. Now we have a starting point.
Hold on, Sonny.
So, I don't fully believe the Earth is flat just because still more people over history have calculated both you can't possibly measure the Earth, but people have developed calculation methods that are about as good as some measurement methods.
You can't possibly measure the Earth, you just said. That's interesting. So how could you claim that it's a sphere?
Calculation methods that almost make up for it.
Almost make up for it.
No, actually, they basically make up for it.
Basically make up for it.
Yeah, they make up for it.
I have a question about a measurement.
Even from almost to basically, and
they make up for it.
So then you insert this makeup thing, and that makes up for not having to measure it. Can you describe?
These calculations are it's because they see how they can get these same measurements using these calculations, and then they just apply this to a bigger thing like Earth.
You're mixing metaphor. You're mixing calculation with measurement, and you're transferring them back and forth between each other. Not allowed.
I have a question about measurement.
Go.
Shoot.
So let's say you start in one place and you walk in a perfectly straight line about, I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000 miles, and you turn left 90 degrees, and you go another 4,000 or 5,000 miles, and you turn left 90 degrees again, and go another 4,000 or 5,000 miles.
Are you the pilot from last night?
Oh yeah, you would end up in the
Oh
same
my
spot
God,
you
dude.
began in. Because it's on a 3D plane. If it was on a 2D plane, you would not be in the spot you began in.
Who did that?
Any pilot ever. Any boat.
Every pilot ever has done
Holy
that. Same thing.
shit.
How do
That's
you do that?
awesome. So you know
I don't
every
think it's
pilot.
cool how a bunch of adults whose families think they're crazy are ganging up on that high school kid either.
He come in
My
here.
family
You
doesn't
shut
think
up,
I'm crazy.
non-pilot.
Here's what's crazy. We don't care what you think.
Well, obviously you do, because you're worked up about it. So
Not worked up at all,
That's
partner.
called concern trolling.
Oh, the non-pilot troll is here again. He showed me some pictures. from the
What's funny
cockpit.
is that
We
he's
ain't-
going to tell us that
What makes
we're
him a
worked
pilot?
up.
He said walk 5,000 miles and
Our
make a left.
emotions
Did
are
you hear how he
irrelevant.
made it personal right away? The guy made it personal right away. So
He
who's
did.
worked up, child?
And he's
Yeah,
bounced already. I was going to say, we don't really care what he believes. What can you prove to us, buddy?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
for
Mr.
sure.
Pilot.
For sure. Absolutely.
Anyway, we're not ganging up on the fella. He's doing okay.
Oh, wait a minute.
At least
You're
he's being
concern
honest.
trolling. Why don't you contribute to the subject instead of trying to pretend? We've been very respectful to this young man. Very respectful.
Yeah, I don't see anybody abusing anybody. We're just asking him for when did they measure the Earth? How's that abuse?
The pilot left.
We
left the building.
we have a pilot
Pilot
in
left
here.
the building.
Is he
We have
gone?
a pilot in here.
He's
Yeah,
gone.
he's gone because he had nothing. Anyway, so let's get
Guys,
back.
he was here
Let's get
last
back to
night.
the topic.
He was here last night claiming gyroscope adjust to curvature. That's the guy from last night.
Yeah.
As a hit and run. So anyway, you were talking about the difference between measurements and calculations, and you were trying to provide evidence of measurement. 923.
Sorry, what was that?
Seems like, was it 923 was going to be providing some evidence of measured Earth curvature?
Oh, it was the other guy.
Oh no, that wasn't me.
Oh, sorry, man. Who was that?
LeBriff?
LeBriff left.
Oh, he just left as we were addressing him.
Ah. Oh, that's right.
Pilot
923, you're a flat earther.
He didn't want us to rip him a new one.
That's okay, I get it. I don't want a new one ripped. No, no thank you.
None of us do.
The fake pilot.
I
opened
want
the
you
back
guys
door
to
for him
quit
and
being
the
so
bullshit.
abusive and asking people direct questions about the reality, man.
I highly doubt that guy's a pilot, because actually a lot of pilots are flat earthers. Like, if you ever go on a flight somewhere,
I just have a few
walk
questions,
up to the
though.
pilot and ask him if he's a flat earther.
What's the main
He'll
reason why
probably say
you guys believe the Earth is flat?
It's not a
We
belief.
don't believe the Earth is flat. We observe and know that the Earth is flat.
Okay, what's the main reason why you observe the Earth is flat? I mean,
because that's how it observes.
Yeah, do you not observe the Earth when you go outside?
So the Earth looks flat.
No, when you go outside, what do you see? When
So you
look
just
at
assume that the Earth looks flat, and you discount you just like throw away like centuries worth of like science built up just to prove like this
What
is
science
this is
are you talking about?
this is like
What science? Define science.
this science that has been proven, not science that is just assumed because you just look
Which
outside and you
science
look like
are
the Earth
you
is
talking
flat.
about?
Yeah,
Science-
got to be specific.
It's not,
LeBrief, you won't get anywhere with them.
Look,
They
man,
just
there's
are
four
really good at
different
arguing.
sciences. There's four. Okay. Sorry. I'm
Enoch,
done.
just Enoch, just
Hold
have
on,
him to
so,
define.
give me a second.
define
So
science.
can you tell me what science that we're going against?
Somebody trying to speak?
Well, whatever the main science is.
What is it? But you're saying that we're going against science.
Welcome back, LeBriff.
Okay, the science where basically you build up theories based off of like stuff you already know about. And then
So we're asking you which branch of science you're talking about.
I just don't know.
Okay, because that's good. That's good that you clarified that you don't know. So what we're gonna tell you is that there's 4 branches of science. There's 4 branches of science. Okay. So there's natural science, there's formal science, there's social science, and applied science. All right.
Applied science.
So, well, applied science. Here, look. Applied science is engineering, computer science, civil engineering, electrical engineering, chemical engineering, genetic software, operations research. So you're not talking about the Earth. See, we're talking about the Earth. So this would be applying to chemistry, physical science, earth science, space science, life science, biology, zoology, botany. So this is all natural. What I just told you was all natural science.
Okay, natural science. No, wait, but no. That's like you're talking. That's the Oh, yeah.
LaBrief, do you realize that the Earth, whether or not it's spherical and the shape of the Earth, you do. Well, hang,
Harmony and like.
Hold on.
Hang on,
Trooper Bell was trying to something.
History and stuff.
I think he's breaking up, so you might not have heard me. But
no.
listen. I want to explain to you. I want to ask you if you realize that it doesn't even really matter, really, when it comes to the shape of the Earth, because it's not a science question; it's a measurement question. So you want to talk about measurement?
But I think it's a science question.
It's not.
You roboted the whole time.
Who, me?
No, we're good.
Oh, okay.
So science proves causation, right? And that's the question of what causes the spherical shape of the Earth. I'm not prepared to answer that question definitively of causation. It appears to be caused by something or someone, but the question is the question of shape. And a shape involves measurement in the real world. And so that's why we ask the question that is frequently misunderstood by people. What is the shape and how was it measured? Who did that? Who was the very first person to notice through direct measurement that the Earth is a sphere?
Aristotle.
Okay, he calculated. He didn't measure. You told us that yourself. Who measured it?
Well, anybody. The first people to send. Well, nobody actually, but
Exactly.
Exactly.
Nobody has ever measured the shape of the Earth. And that's the problem. We've been told this, and they've done this, like supposedly Aristotle done this, but it was due to assumption. He presumed that the Earth was spherical and the sun was super far away, yada yada yada. But they never actually measurement. So it's an assumption that the Earth is has a radius of 3959.
But has anybody ever measured? My only problem I have with this. Has anybody ever measured if like the Earth is like flat or anything?
You have all sorts of problems. Actually, that's the point.
Yeah.
And we falsified the radius has been falsified. That's what we can say. We can say that it can't be a sphere with radius 3959.
That's what my problem is. We don't know if any of the theories are correct.
No, it's not a theory. We falsified the sphere.
We're talking about reality. Yeah, they're trying to show you what reality is, not cartoons and models.
One theory is correct. Water is not curving in nature. That theory is correct.
You do realize that there are a lot of things that are presented as theories that are not theories by definition. If it hasn't been verified, tested, and repeated at least a couple times, then it's not a theory. Well, not in the sense of scientific theory.
I thought a theory was just okay. Never mind.
And that's the distinction between a scientific theory and a theory. Like a theory is just a hypothesis that has not been tested. A scientific theory is something that has empirical backing that's been tested over and over so that you have, a working system that can be observed. But the question is about the curvature of the Earth. I don't know. I've been looking for this for a long time, and others have been looking for it for a lot longer than me. We've been looking. Who is the person who did it? When did they do it? How was it measured? And nobody can produce that answer.
Right. You know why nobody's done it, Labyrinth?
Why? Because nobody has the answer.
No, because it can't be done. There is no such thing. That's the point.
I believe. Okay. I believe we. What proof do you have that it can't be done?
Because there's no such thing. I just said that.
How about repeated failed attempts? People have went out and they've tried to measure for curvature. No one has found it, and that's how everyone becomes flat earthers. So, do you understand from where you're standing?
So far.
Do you,
No matter how
do you
hard anybody's
understand?
tried.
Do you understand that from where you're standing in all directions?
You're roboting.
No, I think you need to disconnect and come back in because I can hear it perfectly.
She's not roboting on my side.
Yeah, I can hear her perfectly fine.
Yeah, just reset.
Oh, sorry. Then it's on mine. I will shut up.
So how's that? Am I better?
Reconnect.
You're good. You're good, Truth.
You're fine.
All right, cool. Labrief, do you understand from where you're standing in all directions? If the Earth is a sphere the size that they claim it is with a radius of 3,959 miles, if that were to be true, right, from where you're standing in all directions, based upon your height, there is a specific point from where you're standing in all directions that the Earth should begin to curve away from you. It should drop. That's why the horizon, the geometric horizon, the predicted geometric horizon has a specific location from where you're standing in all directions. If that horizon extends beyond that point, then that means that the Earth is not curving, obviously.
She's
so
precisely
you do
right.
realize this.
She's very right. And you can measure it by going out to the ocean. And if you go 30 miles out, you cannot see where you started from unless you got up on a ladder. Then you could see the coastline again. You guys are ganging up on him about measurements. You don't need Aristotle. You can go out and measure it. If you take 3 left turns, 90 degrees each, 5,000 miles long, you will end up at the point you started.
Who's this?
That's already been measured.
Or is this the pilot again?
Yeah,
Who is talking? Oh,
Can we mute the
somebody said
pilot?
I wasn't a pilot, and I DM'd them
Bro.
footage of me flying a plane, and he said for me to come back.
I can take
Be
pictures
nice.
out the window of a plane too. I mean, that's stupid.
Okay.
That's evidence.
I'll
You're
send
a
you a video of me
pilot.
flying it.
You're
Well, let's
troll.
address these measurements then. Okay, provide something like
Have you done this?
The question is,
Have you done this?
yes.
You've done
Yes.
390 degrees?
Yes,
No, but
dude, anybody
listen,
can.
Shut up, man.
all
Anybody
of that, is-
can.
all of
If
that
the
is
Earth was flat and you took 3 left turns, you would not be in the point you started.
no claim.
Listen,
I'll listen.
here, bucko. Okay, so all this goofy stuff about right turns and right turns and right turns, you can't get a right triangle off the ground. Now, the ground, funny enough, would be where you would be taking your sextant measurement, right? If you want to travel somewhere 1,000 miles into the distance. So
Yeah.
between you and the GP of that star, that ground is level because you wouldn't be able to use trigonometry otherwise. And if you were triangulating using 3 stars, then that's an area I can't even fathom.
So what do you mean stars?
What do you mean? What do I mean, stars?
What you said made absolutely no sense.
Okay, well, why don't you open up a manual and learn how people use sextants or navigation?
I don't need a sextant. We use gyroscopes and magnetism.
It doesn't matter because
It literally does.
You're not a sailor who has to use sextant measurements. And what I'm
We
telling
don't need
you
that.
is that would be impossible on a curving surface. Now, what you use is something like a compass. And I think someone told you this earlier, but that doesn't matter. But that doesn't matter because what you think you're doing, what I'm telling you, is that the people before there were planes, if you could believe that, the way that they traveled was taking a long distance measurement across the plane that they were going to travel. Why? Because they need the radius between them and the GP of that star. That radius is a straight line. It is never curved.
You can't explain how when you go out into the ocean 30 miles, you can't see the shore anymore. But if you climbed up on a tall ladder on your boat, you
I don't
could
think
see
you
the
heard
shore.
what I said because you sound like you're
You're
religiously
literally
preaching.
telling a pilot
You're
who has
not saying, huh?
circumnavigated the globe that
I
I
don't
don't know
care
how to
what you
navigate.
I don't care what you think you've done because I mean, I'm not trying to poo-poo your job or your accomplishments. You've done everything that you've done. The only thing that you haven't done is do it over a globe. And I'm telling you what I told you. Now, if you have any issues with what I said, you're going to have to engage my point by saying I don't believe you or you're wrong. You don't just
Here's the
continue
thing.
chanting what you're saying
I said 2
because
plus 2 equals
then because
4, and you said macaroni and cheese. We don't use sextants to navigate anymore. You
eh, that's very annoying.
Oof.
But we used in the past.
If he comes back, y'all can have that. I don't see how anyone can utilize that kind of person to learn anything. That's just a straight up liar. I don't
Yeah.
like liars.
How
Listen,
we navigated?
I
How we navigated
know.
before GPS?
Hold
How
on.
we
Yeah,
navigated
people
before GPS?
navigated before that. Yeah, not only that, I know a lot of pilots, and no pilot worth their salt would come on to a channel like this and talk with the real voice about flat Earth. Okay, I'm just letting you know that's not something pilots do. And if you are in aviation school, I suggest not getting on a flat Earth chat channel.
Well, there
Just
there are
'cause.
some pilots that have been in here, so I mean, both flat and globe lock, I think.
Really? Well, I'm just telling you, all the pilots I know wouldn't be caught dead doing something like that, just because it's a silly thing for them to talk
None of
about.
them said. None of them said a lot of the stuff that he said. You know, no, I haven't
Right.
heard any of them say any of that. However, there have been, and which I mean, okay, so we can move on to someone
That's
who's
just
want
my
to be
opinion.
honest if
Will
you
they
want
get
to.
fired? Will they
Rob
get
90,
fired?
Rob 96 is in here, and they're new to the server, so maybe we can find an honest discussion with Rob 96. Hello.
Hello,
So, what brought you
I'm Rob.
to the topic, and how long have you been looking into it?
So I was just explaining to CI that this is something I've been pretty solitary in. I don't really trust shit that I see on the internet, so I don't really do much research on flat Earth on the internet. This is just kind of something that I've experienced myself. I've flown on many flights. I'm not a pilot. I'm not going to claim I'm a pilot. But sitting on the window seat, I've always just stared out at to the horizon, and I'm 35,000 feet up. I mean, it just keeps going. I don't see any curve. Shoot, this is just something that I've been kind of like y'all are the first people I've ever talked to about this, so I kind of feel a little embarrassed and silly. But like, yeah, I don't know. I
Wait, can I
explained to
say one
CI
thing?
earlier
Earth
that
is
like,
very big, so like it may
Dude,
not be very obvious.
hold on, brief. Let him finish.
um, I can't even remember what I was saying. I'm sorry.
Well, you're
35,000 feet
talking.
and no visible curvature.
You were talking about, yeah. You were talking about how you hadn't really talked to anyone about it, and it was kind of embarrassing. Don't be embarrassed. It's like just be relaxed and continue.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of something that's always like, because growing up in the public educational system, I have the indoctrined thought that we live in a solar system and we live on a planet that goes around a sun. But for some reason, ever since I first heard of the idea of a flat Earth, it's just kind of always rang true to my ear. But it's just kind of something I've never really taken the time to really get into because I've had other things in my life that I've needed to focus on, and this is kind of like my first opportunity to really settle these thoughts and questions that I've developed on my own.
what you observe is what I observe. I see the same thing that you do.
Are you agreeing with me? I'm sorry, I can't really tell.
Yeah. I'm agreeing with you. I observe the same thing that you observe. I observe a flat Earth. I've never felt it to be in motion. It has to be contained. There's no way that it's not contained, motionless, and flat. And there's no data to suggest that it is moving or curved. Or I see the same thing you see, brother.
Yeah, because so from where let me give let me give reference to I'm sitting on my porch in my apartment right now, and I didn't get any sleep last night. I sat out here all afternoon and I watched the sun set, and I stayed up all night. 6 a.m. this morning, I watched the sun come back around, and I thought about it for a couple minutes, and in 12 hours, I can't imagine a globe spinning that fast, as big as it is, without feeling any sort of effect from that. It kind of just makes more sense if the sun is like in the model going around above a flat Earth. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure does.
That and the bottom of clouds are flat, and they're huge. Wouldn't we see maybe a minuscule curve to the bottom? I just saw a wasp poop on my fucking porch. Great. Wouldn't you see a curve in the bottom of a cloud? Yeah, I just watched a wasp. I just watched a wasp take a fat shit on my porch.
Wow.
A wasp?
Yes, a wasp. It looked like a worm came out of its butt.
Bro. I was about to take a nap.
There's a
those
massive.
dreams now.
Let's let him continue.
There's a massive cumulonimbus cloud hanging over my apartment right now. I'm looking right at it, and I'm looking at how fucking tall this thing is, and it is gargantuan. It's huge, but there's no fucking curve at the bottom of the cloud. But this thing's huge. Wouldn't you see a minuscule bend in it?
But it's your eyes, man. Your eyes are playing tricks on you.
And buildings in the distance, you never see them leaning to the left and to the right.
Yeah, that's a good point. I've never thought about that either. That's a really good point.
Yeah, that was one of the first things that I thought of, and I'm surprised more people don't think about that.
Rob,
I mean, if you're in a container that's spinning, wouldn't you be on the wall the entire time?
Rob,
kind of like the carnival ride, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's not happening.
Yep.
You'd be chilling with the Van Allen radiation belts.
So
I mean, them claiming that the Earth's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, like the planes should have been experiencing turbulences, right?
Here's another interesting thing. Rob, have you ever heard of specular reflection?
No.
So next time you see a body of water, it may not be completely clear, but honestly, that's fine.
Are you talking about when the sun reflects off of it and it kind of looks flat in the reflection of the water?
Exactly. So you don't see a curve in those. It's a
holy
perfectly flat reflection.
Whoa! You just blew my fucking mind, dude.
Specular reflection requires certain, it works on a flat Earth, but it's a phenomena that we observe, but it's not all the time because most of the time water is has some sort of it's being disturbed by wind or temperature and stuff like that, and you can't see the phenomena that is called specular reflection, but it is observable in certain conditions, but it only works on a flat Earth. It wouldn't work on a globe because you need that left flat angle to be able to see that perfect mirror.
Libriff, I'm gonna unmute you. Try to mute yourself and until you're ready to speak, and try not to speak over everyone.
Okay, so anyway, thank y'all for introducing me, by the way. I appreciate the welcome.
No problem, Rob. It was really nice
Welcome.
talking to you and VC check-in. Like, you were really enthusiastic. Like, guys, I really think he's legit. He was really nice in VC check-in and really passionate and enthusiastic. I can vouch for him.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be an asshole, you know. There's no point to that.
You would be surprised how many people are in VC check-in.
I'm a pretty relaxed individual. I just smoke weed all day, so.
You fit right in, dude.
You fit right in, trust me.
Yes. Do you have any? Do you have any questions or anything you'd like to discuss or look further into?
Well, I'm kind of just thinking of like the implications of a flat Earth coming into light as the truth, like how that would actually change modern day life, like to what extent would people's daily lives actually change, knowing that our entire existence is actually has been completely wrong, and it just kind of changes a theory of everything. It changes, you know, laws of physics. I mean, fucking A, it goes so deep. It's just kind of hard to wrap my head around right off the bat, you know?
I think NASA would have to close down.
I'm kind of going through some existential dread here, guys.
Well, you'd have to lose all of these empty claims, all the theoretical models and the evolution, the origins of the Earth. All of that would go.
I mean, like, I'll say this. I'll be a devil's advocate. For what it's worth, the original theory that we're on a planet, blah, blah, I mean, it makes sense. It's, you know, I don't blame people for believing that that's true. It you know, but it doesn't line up as well as a flat Earth would, I guess. You know?
Yeah, it's my opinion that it took about 2,000 years for them to get it passed off as an acceptable idea, because everybody experiences the Earth as flat, motionless, and contained.
Yeah, like CI just sent me pictures of the salt flats. I mean, the perfect example. I mean, it's literally fucking flat. You know, flat as a pancake.
That mirroring effect requires a flat surface, and it has to be smooth flat.
Perfect flat. What's on the flat side? What's on the bottom side?
No, flat is a description of the surface everybody's standing on. We all stand on a flat surface of the Earth, but what the Earth is as a whole, probably nobody knows, because we live in a contained environment. I haven't been outside of the container. Have you? So
it would make sense if it was more like. It would make sense if it was more like hemispherical, like there's a round bottom to the flat top.
That will make sense. Are you using your senses to come to that conclusion?
Yeah,
how will that make sense?
I'm just thinking.
You will have to discard your senses to
God's ways are beyond man's ways.
Because like it's more consistent. It would be more consistent if the Earth was round, and like if it was flat, because like nobody knows.
Consistent with what?
We'll have to
what?
Imagination.
Consistent with the cartoons that NASA gives you? Sure.
Exactly.
Hang on, how is it more consistent with a globe? Let us know.
Because like if the Earth is like round, like Like, just imagine it. If the Earth was flat, then what would be on the bottom side?
That's the point. We don't have to imagine. We're just telling you what reality is, bro. You're just going outside of
bottom?
reality.
Globe
We're
is more,
trying to
bottom
give you.
side.
I know this is such a difficult concept, bro.
Hang on.
We're trying to just let you know what reality is, not another magical cartoon. That's what we're telling you. You're just waiting for another cartoon, bro.
So where do you
Hang
get
on.
a bottom from? Where do you get the
Hang on.
bottom
He
from?
said it
Where
can't
does
be
that
true
come
because what's
from?
on the bottom. He said it can't be true
What?
because what's on the bottom.
And
Right?
that's why I'm asking him, Godric. Where do you get the bottom from? Where does that come from?
Because in outer space, a pancake Earth has to have cheese on the bottom.
Yes.
Let him talk. Let him explain it.
I'm tired. You can try, right?
Wait, so your question is, if the Earth is flat, then what's on the bottom?
Yeah.
That's your question?
I'm not God,
Like,
sorry.
I mean, I'm sorry, but that sounds kind of retarded, bro. That question is, like, retarded.
The thing is, we can't get there, so we can't claim to know what's underneath the surface of the Earth.
No,
Object
dude,
Earth
nobody is claiming to know what's under the surface
It's an
of the Earth.
object Earth fantasy. It's putting the Earth in a box and saying it must be an object. It's a fantasy.
Unless we can go there and verify, we can't even claim that there even is a bottom to it. Period. So the only thing that we
bottom to like the whole.
Listen, can anybody freaking hear me? Because it's like I've been getting talked over for the past
I stopped talking. That's why
five
you
or
started
six
to
different
stop.
times I've tried to speak, and I'm just wanting to make sure that I'm not breaking up or cutting out.
We hear
Go
it.
ahead, Truth.
Fine, Truth. Like, you're coming in clear. Go ahead.
Because the only point I'm trying to make is they've only been 7 3/4 of a mile allegedly down into the Earth. Unless we can go there and see it and test it, we can't even claim that there is even any end to it. What the bottom, if there's a bottom, what it is, no one's claiming that. But my question is, where did you come up with that question?
And then why can't people explore what's the bottom or whatever?
Go for it.
Yeah, but so if flat Earth is flat,
You're not listening. You're not listening, though. Why is it that only flat earthers know what this deepest hole ever dug is? Why is it that you globers have no idea? That's the point.
And there's no what if. You said, what if it's flat? There is no what if. Look, the what if came before, right? And then after the questions came, the measurements began. And since the measurements began, no one has measured any curvature. And it is verifiably, demonstrably, and repeatably flat. Level. There's no measure. There's no movement. So if you're claiming that it's an if, and then that means that you're also indicating that you're claiming that it's something other than that. And if it is something other than that, you need to provide something to back that up with.
Because there's no obvious curvature to the Earth, doesn't mean that it's flat. Earth, for all we know, can be extremely.
That's a lie, actually.
Nothing. Your conclusion literally just came.
No, you're confused. No. You're still developing this need to bear that you have to grim and bear this witness to a shaped Earth. There's no shaped Earth, bro. That's the point. If you change the size, the maps are still already being used, bro. We already have maps, and they work flat for a reason. So we already have maps, bro. Sorry.
Oh, actually, I just thought of something. You know when sunlight comes through the clouds, it's called like the stairway to heaven or whatever, and you can see the sunlight beaming. Wouldn't you see a curve in that as well?
What?
No, apparently now you never see curvature because everything refracts and you can't trust your eyes anymore.
Oh.
Crepuscular rays are interesting. I don't think they're a conclusive proof of a local sun, but you know it does make you think. But I don't. They're tough. They're tricky. Perspective really jacks with what we're seeing there.
Well, the point is that they debunk the notion that it's a parallel light rays, right? It debunks the
Most
notion that
definitely.
it's a collimated light source.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You know, that's what they lean on when they try to say that they've measured the surface of the Earth by assuming things about the sun and the surface of the Earth. Somehow that's a measurement.
And that's, of course, my passion for speculation. So if you ever want to talk about it or whatever, we can always just ping me in another room. Be glad to go.
I'll be right back. I gotta join the boys' group chat. My homies that live here in town with me. We have a Discord as well. I'll be right back.
Anybody ever heard of the sundog?
Isn't that who atheists worship?
No, the sundog. You ever heard of it?
Yes, you're talking to a lot of flat earthers, man. Yeah, trust us. Nothing the sun does, though, can tell you about this plane of existence. It's a heavenly body. It cannot be held to the scrutiny of the laws of this world.
Well, that's what the sundog is about, dude. The sundog proves the flat Earth because the light from the sun reflects off of the dome, and that's what creates the sundog effect.
Dude, what are
ceiling
you
could
even
also be
talking
flat,
about?
actually. The ceiling could also be flat. That is speculation only, actually. You cannot compare the two. Yes, it's very beautiful, but you cannot speculate any sort of shape of anything because of what the sunlight does.
CI. If you want to know what I'm talking about, I'll send you a video.
Like, I know what you're talking about, but how does it relate to what we're standing on?
It proves the dome, dude.
That's a false word. That shouldn't even be used, honestly. I don't know why you guys are still using it.
It'd be better to use the word firmament because that's in scripture.
Yeah, the firmament dome. It's the same thing.
No, you're applying a shape. You see, the firmament hangs like curtains. So no, do not apply a shape to it. I'm telling you, that just would be a folly. We're not supposed to be able to understand those things anyway. That's beyond our human comprehension. It's a heavenly thing for a reason.
The
Dude,
video you sent
what
me
are you
was
talking about? A firmament is a dome.
You don't get it. Never mind.
It did actually say in the Bible that no man can measure the earth.
Correct. There you go. That's another fact. Yeah.
In Job, it says that.
Well, it depends what you mean by that. What it means by that. What do you
At the
mean
end of the
measure the earth?
at the end of the day, like, it doesn't matter.
Firmament doesn't mean. Sorry.
It does.
If you have proof that firmament means dome, go ahead and crack open your translation tools and go ahead and get the screenshotting because I want to see this. I don't want you talking without backing up what you think you believe.
What translation?
No, the scriptures say it hangs like curtains. No, there's not going to be a dome shape applied to that. Nope.
Truth be told, like, it doesn't really matter why we ask you to use the word firmament instead of dome. Like, if we ask you to do it, just please be respectful. That's all we ask.
And there is no celestial sphere. I really get tired of hearing that claim. The sky moves as two-dimensional wheels. It doesn't move like a sphere.
Thank you. That's what I've been saying.
Yeah. Just get a time-lapse camera shot, guys. Just look it up on Google.
Exactly what it looks like.
The heavens have one thing in common, and they all seem to point to the observer no matter where the observer is. Makes it really hard to dictate anything because it defies our understanding of property. That's why they are not. And the only time you can get a parallax is during an eclipse, which means they can't even be 5,000 miles away. That would be to get an eclipse from me moving from California to Arizona to get a different shot of the eclipse. So it's not talked about, but it's a death blow. So you can destroy their magical space cartoon and then they'll hide from that. So yeah, it's just not going to wait for them to bring up their magical space cartoon, I guess, which is what they want to believe in anyway. Might as well start there.
Oh, the parallax? The parallax proves the flat Earth.
I just put the video of Job in Livestream. This one's worth a watch.
923 Jeffrey Epstein guy. Just slow your roll a skosh, okay? Because you can't bounce in here and just start saying this proves the Earth and this proves the Earth and this proves the Earth. It's got to be a lot more concise than that. You got to talk about the ground and not the sky. Okay.
Okay. Hi, I'm back. Wait, did that work? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Hi, I'm back.
Yeah, we hear you.
Welcome back.
Also, if that Corey pilot guy bounces back in here, because I imagine he's lurking.
He changed his name to Darth C.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
This is
That's
another
lurking.
fanatical atheist.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he DM'd cut the shit some stuff.
If he is a pilot, he hasn't logged many hours because he showed a picture from a cockpit of a plane that isn't much bigger than a Cessna. And last night he tried to give us the equivalence of a gyro compass for an airplane as his proof, which is just absurd on its face. That was his proof of curvature. So anyway, total clown.
I've only been in this server since March of 2020, but from what I've experienced, most people who claim they're a pilot are BSing.
Bingo.
Most of these people that came there probably flew just a Cessna.
So I want to ask a totally off topic about this Corey guy or whatever. What would the realization of a flat Earth mean to the definition of gravity?
There is no gravity.
Why would why would that matter? Why would that matter? A word.
Well, I'm just curious because if because it's all theory. I'm just thinking a lot. That, like I said earlier, y'all the first people I've ever talked to about this.
So what did Isaac Newton say about gravity?
I don't know. An apple fell on his head.
Right. So you don't even know what Isaac Newton says about gravity, but now flat earthers need to tell you what gravity is going to mean. That's just, I mean, bro.
No. I'm not saying y'all need to tell me. I'm just like speculating. Like,
I know.
Hey, I wonder what this means for like.
I know you're wondering. I know you don't even know.
I'm pretty sure Isaac Newton didn't believe in gravity.
Yeah, gravity is irrelevant. Nobody uses gravity for anything in reality. So life continues on, not adjusting for curvature or spin. No, that's the point. What are you talking about?
It's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity. We can and do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but now you don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
To put it simply, we agree that things fall. But if something is lighter than air, it floats. If something is heavier than air, it falls. It's pretty simple. You don't really we all agree things fall, but we don't necessarily need to assign that label to it. Make sense?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Not
it's
everything falls.
it's medium dependent, man.
I need to take some painkillers. This headache's gonna kill me.
So the whole thing is that it's medium dependent. So it's something called relative density or specific gravity. which determine the medium that it's in determines whether the things, if it's lighter, denser, or less dense than the medium, the item will either go up or go down.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me? I was petting my dog.
I was talking about that it is medium dependent. Whether things rises or fall, meaning let's say an anvil, right? Anvil
Right.
is pretty heavy, but you put it in mercury and it floats.
What fucking A? Really?
You have never
No,
seen
this is the first time I've ever heard this.
Yeah.
Please assume that I know nothing and I'm completely retarded.
Yep. Go look it up.
Hold on, I'm pouring myself a cup of water.
Pretty sure somebody will put a meme on here.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. The one with all the different levels and liquids. That's what I was gonna post, but I can't find it.
No, Creation Bear posted it.
Oh, thank you. Oh wait, no, I was looking for a different one, but that one's good too.
You looking for the density tower?
Yeah, I was looking for the density tower. I don't remember what it's called though. It's like the actual command.
So Rob, if you look at the Livestream voice
Found
text,
it.
Creation Bear posted the anvil floating in mercury.
Yeah, I just found the video of it. Holy fucking shit. What?
Yeah,
I've never seen that's fucking insane.
It's because the density of mercury is way greater than the anvil.
Even though it's a liquid, that's fucking crazy. What?
I mean, chill, okay? Not to come at you like this, but the Titanic is also sitting on water. You know what I mean? So,
Oh yeah.
Well, but remember the Titanic wasn't solid, but
I mean,
well, yeah. I see what you're
excited.
saying. But the anvil is solid, right? Anvil doesn't have anything. It doesn't have it because if you throw an anvil in water, it'll go all the way down because it's a solid piece of metal or steel or whatever.
I remember.
Fair point.
I remember when I first found out this stuff in 2016. I was really excited and wanted to tell everyone. I think it's fair that he's excited.
Okay, I wouldn't say like I'm excited. It's more like just a wary skepticism because of how I've known everything to be. And then in the last few years of my life, I've experienced things that have potentially contradicted what I've been taught in school growing up. And now I'm finally coming to like seek answers.
Yeah, man, they filled you with a bunch of false words and dichotomies and things, and it's called brainwashing. Yeah, just like the Pledge of Allegiance, things like that.
Yeah.
Well, let me say this: that you're not learning anything new. That's actually not true. You learned all of the correct stuff alongside the BS. And if you were to go to university, you would also realize. Because usually we're told what these scholars and philosophers say. So ultimately, they've been cherry picked in the actual sense, not the way they say we cherry pick people. So if you were to go to university and read quotes like, say, from Newton, one of them would say, well, don't ascribe gravity to me because obviously mass attracting mass makes no damn sense. But that's not just Newton, that's pretty much everyone. Like when you go to university, they'll tell you, well, actually, there's tons of physics models. What they mean is theoretical models, but there's tons of them, not just the one that we're told exists. And they tell you that openly, and you get to make a choice at that point. You can take the information in and think of it as a way of seeing things, or you can take it to religiously mean that that is your world. And they are definitely certain to tell you, hey, The difference between this cosmology and science is evidence. We don't have evidence for this model, but this is why we believe this. They'll tell you that to your face. You'll read those words. It'll be right there in front of you. You'll be like, whoa, why haven't I been shown this? I don't know why it takes going all the way to university to figure this out.
Hey, I got a question. Someone just sent me like a YouTube video. Someone that was in ladies' night. They said he was in here. I can't read the name because I'm on a cell phone, so I can't. He was saying some shit about gyroscopes.
Yeah, I disconnected him.
Was he just
I don't
in
know
here?
if he's back.
Oh,
He
please
was.
let him come back. Dude, he's just like blatantly lying. He said that he had to I just heard in the ladies' night. He said he has to adjust his gyro every 10 minutes. That is just a blatant lie. Like I can't even he's not even a pilot if he said that.
That he adjust? Oh, wow, I missed that.
He said it last night in ladies' night. Someone sent me the link. He said that he has to adjust every 10 minutes. He has to adjust. His argument was, okay, so because of the curvature of the Earth, right, the gyro stays, on the plane of its rotation, rigid in space, right, and that he has to adjust the gyro every 10 minutes to make up for the curvature of the Earth. This is just a blatant fucking lie, dude. This is a shameless, disgusting, blatant lie.
He said he has to press the button every 10 minutes.
Dude, that is a blatant fucking lie, dude. It's so... I don't even know what to say. I can't even believe he said it.
That means...
I'm disappointed that you guys didn't, call him out. Whoever was in here,
I wasn't
dude.
in there. Well, I wasn't a lady either.
Well,
but
yeah.
Anyway, hey...
Well, you can be.
Hey, so...
You don't even need surgery. You just need to declare it.
His right angle turns over the surface of the Earth. I did call him out. And when he started the lie, he just kept repeating the same lies. So I just disconnected him because it was annoying to.
All you had to do was ask him one question: what are pendulous vanes for? Why are they in the gyro? Because for the last what 5 years?
Probably more.
5 years. Globers have been saying, well, it doesn't have to do that because there's pendulous vanes on the gyroscope, which is true. They're in the attitude indicator. There's pendulous vanes. Because the gyroscope in an airplane, it doesn't do what people think it does. It only gives you the direction of down at that particular point in time.
This falls into that category of people using their imagination to try and imagination their way out of things.
I just can't even believe he said that.
Everything else would need to be using it too then. So submarines, torpedoes, where is that adjustment? No.
It doesn't, because the way the attitude indicator works, I mean, you can just look it up. So there's two ways these attitude indicator works. One has pendulous vanes, right? So if the airplane is tilted, right, the airplane stays tipped up 10 degrees. The attitude indicator, one of these, there's like a flap on this pendulous vane, and it'll blow out air outside one of those little flaps. It'll right the pendulous vane. It'll right it up, right? Because it's the force of the air blowing out, creates a torque, so it straightens out the gyro. The other way it's done is like helicopter gyros. They have mercury switches in them, so it's the same thing. Once the mercury tilts to one side, it creates a voltage, turns on a motor, and then it processes the gyro back to its original thing. This is built into the gyros. You do not have to hit it every 10 minutes to account for the curvature of the Earth. That is just the most ridiculous, blatant freaking lie I've ever heard in my life. Dude, seriously. And listening to his voice, as if that was some gotcha when he was just lying. So it disgusts me, in the pit of my stomach.
Yeah, why do these people think that aircraft and ships and other things like that are measuring instruments? I never understood.
Yeah, well, there's that problem, but I mean, it's the lying thing that bothers me. I really can't.
Absolutely.
M.
Why,
Scott
why
Veach
would he
does the
lie?
same. M. Scott Veach does exactly the same, where he'll claim he does things which are completely fallacious just because no one else listening to them will actually go and check. They'll all just say, hoo-ha, you see, he won because he's the expert and he told you that he resets that gyro every 5 minutes. Ha, you're dumb.
I
And
doubt he's even a pilot.
precisely. No, it's
Now,
retarded. You set
hold
the
on a second.
gyro on the runway before you take off, and that's the last you touch because you need to rely on that meter. Like you said, the pendulous vanes are for planes that are doing loop-de-loops where they could get the gyro upside down, or it could actually get caught in some of the motions. So the pendulous vane is there to release that tension. But effectively, you take it once, and then you have to trust that reading.
So I just wanted to clarify we're talking about the same thing. He was talking about his heading indicator. He was talking about not the artificial horizon, that gyroscope. He's talking about his heading indicator. It's the gyro compass. So
the attitude indicator.
Okay, that's not a gyro compass. Gyro compasses are in ships. They're not in airplanes.
Right. But what he's talking about, in a heading indicator, it has to be recalibrated for magnetic north. So it's essentially, it's similar. I'm not going to say it's the same as a gyro compass because they need to be recalibrated as they're traveling to magnetic north to keep them accurate. But he's talking about just north, south, east, and west. He's not even talking about,
I literally just listened to it. That's not what he was talking about. He was specifically talking about going around because can't remember who it was, but she was like, you have to dip the nose down to go around the curvature of the Earth. He said he has to reset his gyro to account for this. This is what he said. I'll post it. I'll just post it. You can listen to it yourself.
Well, I was there last night, so he did say heading indicator. Like it's posted. It's in there. He said that has a gyroscope in it, and he has to recalibrate it.
Well, he didn't say any. He didn't use the word heading indicator at all. He didn't say anything about a heading indicator. He was asked, "What's the demonstration that you have to tip the nose down to go around the curvature of the Earth?" And he said that he has to reset his gyro every 10 minutes. That's a lie, dude. That's just a lie. Show me in a flight manual, in any flight manual, where it says that. It said, "Oh, this is the procedure for doing this. Every 10 minutes, set this." It's a lie. There ain't no way around it, dude. It's just a lie.
Yeah, I think that's why I had such a short fuse with him. I wasn't gonna expend my energy.
Probably knew intuitively he was lying just from the way he was talking.
Yeah, and I don't kick people. I didn't ban him or anything. I just disconnected him because I'm like, when he comes back, I'm done. Because that, but like, yeah, I could tell right away that he wasn't listening to anything that I was saying.
Well, obviously not, because he is a true believer and he thinks the ends justify the means. And if you have to believe the globe based upon the lie, the greater good is served, right? Oh, I posted in live stream. If the dude comes back, ping me or something. I'm working, so just someone DM'd that shit to me, and I wasn't even going to listen to it. And then I was like, I'll listen to it for a second. I just wanted to find out what type of gyro was he talking about. Bob, was he talking about gyro compasses? Was he talking about something else? And then he said that, and like my jaw dropped. Like, wow, talk about just making shit up. If this was true, like, listen, if what he said was true, we would have been hearing this for 5 or 6, 7 years, right? It wouldn't be some random 7 years into this topic, just saying something, right? Wolfie 6020, RC Meisty, all these clowns that claim to be pirates. Zanuck, in one of his 5 million jobs that he has, including being a pilot, he would have said it. Like,
6 million, 666 million.
And 66 cents.
I saw what you did there. Nice. Yeah, but every single pilot that's ever spoken
to any person on this topic would have raised that. So no, it hasn't been raised. That's why they went into such detail with the pendulous veins, like you said.
For years they were going on about this, the pendulous veins. And then, like, what the attitude indicator gyro actually does, it only tells you down. So if you could actually tip the plane up, say 10 degrees, and fly that way, eventually, because of the pendulous veins or the mercury switches, even though you're tilted up, that would read 0 degrees. It would read that you're at level flight. Because it's based upon the so-called direction of gravity. The gravity vector orients the gyro. And the gyros, the spinning wheel inside there is only to damp the motion of the instrument. Because the plane, it's obviously this turbulence, you're bouncing around, you're doing like micro corrections. You would have your indicator would be bouncing all over the place. So it's just a damp to be a damper. And it even says this, you can look this stuff up. Like, how do you think I know about it? I just looked it up.
Well, have you heard
I have a
the
question.
new thing I've been okay, fine. Sure, go ahead.
Who benefits from telling people that we live on a globe anyway?
Well, ask the guy in
Whoever's
that
writing
YouTube
that book.
video. Ask the guy that was here yesterday telling those bullshit lies, how he benefited from telling that bullshit story.
Right, that was
Like, ask
basically
Globers that
that's
come
my
here. I mean,
answer.
seriously, ask them. Because we have people that come here and like every single day. Every
So
day.
I don't have a way to ask them. Could you tell me?
Go in the lobby. There's someone in there lying right now. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
There are people who lie without reason. They're called pathological liars. Like, they lie for no reason. Like, if I'm gonna tell you I'm wearing a red shirt right now, I would be lying. The fact that I'm lying is true. Like, I'm not wearing a red shirt. But do I have a reason to lie?
Can you see the voice text?
I mean, I can also get in detail why they are lying, but since this is not really a how do you say it,
It's
religious
emotional
conversation.
attachment to a it's
So-
emotional attachment because it's a religious belief and they have been bred up into it. Yeah.
So I posted in the live stream, why would they lie about the shape of the earth? Well, I don't know, maybe to hide free energy, hide the creator, hide your spirituality, hide more land, hide more resources, hide
Yes, that's
scientific knowledge, hide what's in Antarctica, hide that you're at the center of the universe, hide that you are special. Take your pick.
But for new people, I think that's too much to take in because you need to go layer by layer, in my opinion. Because like all these statements are true, but yeah, it's step by step.
Well, I mean, I want to establish only one thing. The fact that people do lie to convince people that the Earth's a globe. This is a 100% absolute fact. Witnessed it. So I'll give you an example of one I witnessed. They were trying to convince people that, so this is a lobby discussion. Okay, how do you know the light from the moon, the moon is lit up because reflected light from the sun? This person said, oh, well, because the spectrum, the lunar light spectrum in the solar spectrum is identical. Now, within 30 seconds, I just looked this up. They're nowhere even near the same. So why would he just tell this lie to convince people that the moon is rotating around the Earth and the sun is illuminating it? This is a lie. He didn't read this nowhere. Nobody told him this. He just lied. This happens 4, 5, 6 times a day. I catch people. I ban them from the server. I mean, search. Indio, my name, liar. How many times I've caught people lying? It's in the hundreds. Fact is, people do lie to convince people about the shape of the Earth. Why they lie, who cares? It's irrelevant. They're doing it. That's all that matters.
That's what I was trying to explain earlier as well. Like, people lie for a lot of reasons, but there doesn't need to be a reason. People lie. People are liars.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. People lie for no reason at all. And this is well known. You can look it up. And I mean, Psychology's a thing. Like, they've studied this. People lie for no reason.
I'm muted because I'm making food in my kitchen. I just don't want y'all to hear that, by the way.
Okay.
I'm glad we
I
can
was
all
just
live now.
I was mid conversation with him. I just wanted to let y'all know that. That's why I'm being quiet.
You're a liar.
Well, anyway, before that, and funny now that we are on the topic of the moon, Indio and Solar, have you heard the question I've been asking?
Yeah, about the linear, about that 1 degree, 69 miles question, or which one?
Oh no, about the moon.
Oh no, go for it.
Well, I guess I should start out with the observation so that you're going into what I'm saying, understanding where I'm coming from. So let me post these pictures again. So one night I go out, not go out. I was coming home and I happened to be like an hour early or whatever. So when I saw Jupiter, I said, "Oh, the moon must be accompanying it. Should be right there." And I was looking for it, and I realized, oh, it's just coming, or it's just going to break the horizon, meaning I'm just going to begin to see it. And I wanted to see it red because I knew whenever you get it that close at the horizon, it's going to be red, right? So that's the only purpose that I had for going out there and getting these photos. Now, what happened though was, um, let's say this one is even more clear. So what happened was I woke up early that morning and the following morning, and I was like, oh, the moon's still out. Great. And then I said, oh, wait a minute. What? It's upside down. Now, in my mind, I says, huh, I thought that was only possible with an observation of, like, I don't know, someone on the West Coast and someone in Australia, but I've literally taken the shot myself. How interesting. And then I said, well, wait a minute. If I'm on a ball rotating towards the moon, so if you look at the red moon, right? And you imagine yourself rolling towards it until it ends up in the position that, like, say right there where it's red, that's the, I don't know, uh let's say that's the 3 o'clock, not 3 o'clock, my bad, like the 9 o'clock position or 8 o'clock position on the clock. And then the one in the blue sky is the 2 o'clock position. My question is, at what point, if I'm rolling towards the moon, is the image going to appear to flip? And so I said it wouldn't. So it's not a perspective issue, it's a mechanical one. So in the vector that the moon turns like a cartwheel through the sky, where is this considered in the math for the heliocentric model? I would like to see it. No one has been able to point me to it yet.
I hate to interrupt, but India disconnected.
Yay. Do you get what I'm asking, Solar? Is anyone still there?
Yeah.
How the hell do I get engaged in a conversation with two people and then at the end of it, they're go like, what the hell?
Sorry, man. I was following you, and then in the last minute, I kind of dazed off.
Okay.
You want to just repeat it, or the summary of it?
Okay, I'm living on a ball. I'm looking at the moon at night. I'm rolling towards it until I'm, in a position where the sun is coming up or the sun is up, and now the moon is at a higher position in the sky. But now I'm looking at it at that orientation. Now, that's not a perspective issue on a ball if I'm rolling towards it. So it must be a mechanical one. I would like to see the math that talks about this vector of movement.
Is there a specific observation that you've seen that
I just posted in the chat. This is one that I had said that I would post before I started talking.
Got you.
So you kind of have to
I'm busy
actually be
looking at it now.
looking at it so that you can
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying. Because most people they don't even know that the moon does this in their own sky, not even 180 degrees apart. This is the point that I'm making. It's not a perspective issue if you live on a ball. If the thing in the sky is moving around you, then it is a perspective issue. If I'm rolling towards the moon, then it is not, which means that the orientation of the face change must be a mechanical issue. This is what I want to see accounted for in the heliocentric model, if there is such a thing. And so far, I have not been able to find any math or anything that talks about it in any great detail.
whereby that the part that's illuminated is the part towards the earth in the first picture, and then in the second picture the illuminated part is now at the top, and that's done a complete flip. Is that what you're mentioning?
Correct.
Yeah, this is something that, and like, what could possibly be illuminating that moon when it rises at that nighttime, when the sun set at the opposite location? So behind where you took this photo is where the sun set, but the moon rises illuminated from the underside.
That's the first point that I came in that night explaining that was the line of questioning that I got the normies on the I'll say it's a boardwalk because I don't know what to call it. It's next to the water, but there's no beach or nothing. It's just the water, the highway, then the walkway, and then the water. So I don't know what to call that, but whatever. The point is that yeah,
I think you're thinking of a
that's
pier.
initially. Is it? Oh, yeah, it might. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. Okay, fine. Up here. So, so the point is, yeah, I was pointing. I was like, hey, you see that moon? And they were like, what? Oh my God, that's amazing. I have to take a shot. I was like, didn't the sun just set over there? Do you think it's at the angle that it would be lighting that over there? And they were like, oh, so you're a flat earther? I was like, damn straight. And he's like, yeah, I'm beginning to believe it. I'm not gonna lie. But it wasn't until the next morning when I saw the moon. So I saw the moon at night at 10 o'clock, and then I saw that in the daytime at 7 o'clock ish. And I said, hold up. If I'm on a ball and I'm spinning towards that, it's that perspective would never do that. That's what I know. So that means that there has to be some sort of explanation in the heliocentric model that it physically turns, because that's not just due to my perspective. If I'm on a ball, because it definitely works if I'm on a plane. I can see how that works.
In which direction would the sun be setting in the night picture and the morning
behind
picture?
me. Behind me.
You. Got you.
But you're not. But see what I'm saying?
This
the smartest people are not really. I want the math that accounts for this movement, because it's not perspective. Is all I'm pointing out. No, it's almost like when I set out saying, wait a minute, we have these dimensions for the Earth. Who's measured it? and I've come up with bupkis, that's how I feel right now.
So if the sun is setting behind you, why is the top of the moon not illuminated?
Correct.
No,
why is that side in shadow and the side facing down towards the earth, which would obviously be the one that's most shadowed, is the one that's lit up brightly? And what's peculiar is that if you went and took multiple night shots,
I know that's a different question, right?
if you took multiple night shots,
so y'all
moon would be
before
turning.
we move, before,
No,
because
I'm
I want to
talking your
engage.
point now. I'm talking your point. In terms of how that face of the moon has flipped from that night to the morning, when you've just simply, quote unquote, spun on the ball towards it, it can't account for that 180-degree motion. And when you watch the moon, if you took multiple nighttime shots, it would be turning like a clock. So it doesn't just simply go.
Look at how drastic it happens. Hold on, I got that. Hold up.
But it doesn't go from simply being shaded on the top to instantly being shaded on the bottom like a 180 flip. That moves over the course of the night. So it would move like a clock face. So at the moment your shading is at the 6, then the shading will go to the 9 before it becomes the shading at the 12, which
Look
is
at the
what you
pictures
then
I just
captured in the
posted
day.
now. So I've witnessed this myself when trying to wait for, because the argument that I make about there's no way that in the waxing gibbous phase,
So
when the
there's
sun hits.
exactly. So that now it's illuminated like at the 8 o'clock. It was at the 6 o'clock, and now it's illuminated at the 8, and the shadows on the 2 o'clock.
Yeah. So that's how I realized this before, was trying to wait, see as I was trying to get shots of the moon before it disappeared. So it'd be like 2 o'clock in the morning before moon set, quote unquote. And I realized, how in the last 30 minutes did it just seem to change its orientation the way that it did? Because it does change during the day, but I was saying to someone, between the positions of 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock, you don't really notice it much. But the closer it is to the horizon, the more it's like it changes exponentially the closer it gets to the horizon. And that's exactly what I'm showing right there. You see how well, you see it.
Yeah, bro. I've also observed this, and watching the moon was one of my biggest things that told me that this heliocentric model is completely bogus. If you went and took subsequent photos of that moon in alignment with that bridge that you've got as your marker, you'll watch the moon rise at all different areas along that bridge. Sometimes it'll be fairly close to it rose the day before, and then sometimes it'll jump 2 or 3 moon diameters. And then that huge jump as to where the moon is rising and the brightness of how the moon dims as it exits full moon. So after full moon, it really is like dimming down, and then it does a re-brightening up towards full moon. So all of these things are unexplained for in the heliocentric model. The moon is a beautiful thing, and we can all see it every single night. Well, not every single night, but we have the ability to observe it ourselves monthly. But that was one of my, the first things I observed was how the moon seemed to flip on my own horizon. And the ballers were saying, oh, but the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere see a different face of the moon, therefore ball. And I was like, you morons, each one of us see a different face of our moon every night. Between night and morning, we're going to see a different face. Like, this shit's not accounted for.
Right.
But it
That's
was their
why I
ball
love
earth
that.
proof.
That's why I love
Yeah.
the using the moon also to reason with people who don't have time to listen to all the numbers and the geometry and the trigonometry. And like people's eyes glaze over, but like standing on that boardwalk, like without mentioning flat Earth at all, I was able to point the moon out to this family, and the mother was like, "Oh my God, my son!" Her son was also there, like jumping up and down. And basically, she was explaining to me that her son is always pointing out the moon and how odd it looks. But of course, I'm not. I don't have conversations with him, so I don't know exactly why he thought it was odd. But the whole point is, she was asking me questions about why it's red, why it looks like that, why this, why that. And I didn't want to say, yeah, because the Earth is not what you say, what you think it is, and the moon is not what you think it is. But the wheels are turning without me having to do anything. All I had to do was stop them and say, "Hey, do you see that over there? That's the moon." What the fuck? I've never seen that. Like everybody's going to and fro on this pier, I'll say, and no one even notices that the moon looks like that when it begins to crest the horizon.
What were they surprised about? What part of it?
Yeah, I've noticed that also, that childlike wonder at the moon.
They were surprised that it was red. And I said, well, this happens like every night if it's clear. If you got enough illumination from the moon, happens all the time. But the interesting thing is people don't know that.
I don't know what this stuff. No, I fell off the boat. Swaggy, hot mic and Swaggy.
Yeah,
Swaggy,
sorry.
mute
Yeah?
yourself until spoken to.
Yeah, see, sorry.
And am I right in seeing that the moon appears to have rotated clockwise, or let me see here.
Yeah, about clockwise 30 degrees.
Yes.
Between the first and second picture?
Well, which ones are you looking at? Day and night, night and day, or night and night?
Well, I was trying to discern if I could see any difference at 222. You have two night pictures. Is there any rotation of the moon between those?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And that's how drastic it is near the horizon. The higher it gets, the harder it is to, from your perspective, you're not going to really pick it up, you know. But it does happen gradually over the course of the day too. It's just not as major as when you first catch it when it crests the horizon.
And it's not being, and that cannot be accounted for by the moon's path over your head from a perspective standpoint.
Right. No, it can't.
It cannot. Okay.
So that's why I was asking, well, there has to be some sort of, like, for that vector, that has to be included in the math. For this to be heliocentrism and for that to be a physical body, then that physical turn has to be accounted for. And I'd like to know where that is. And so far, I have no, I'm sure it exists. I keep saying it exists. Like I said, I'm sure that the measurement for Earth exists, which it doesn't. So I'm still waiting. I haven't had anyone tell me, well, it's in this 1,000-page PDF about the moon. And I have a 700-page PDF of the moon, and it's not in there. So
this demolishes the tidally locked concept, where it only rotates on one axis just perfectly around the Earth so that we only see the one face. Now, that one face is also doing a clockwise rotation once per day. Now, how can it be tidally locked and rotate in a clockwise direction? So it's two rotations of the moon as well. And then it would throw out the tidally locked idea, because if this thing rotates like a clock face and also like a clock spinning on its axis, it's two rotations that can't make it tidally locked.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I was trying to envision both movements in my head, and I was like,
you see that they're like
son.
X and Y axis. It's X and Y axis rotation. One is on the X axis, one is on the Y rotation, or Y axis,
right?
And they say only the X axis is tidally locked,
right?
But they never mention the Y axis rotation.
So as far as the Y axis, yeah, like you said, every 24 hours. That's like that's and it'd be more like every, hold on, 10, 11, 12, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It'd actually be more like every 18, 19 hours. If you think about it. Well, I mean, we could say 24. It doesn't really matter. The point is, for that move, like, imagine that the Earth is not turning towards the moon. Well, from our frame of reference, the moon is not moving, right? That's what they say. It's our spinning that causes the apparent movement of the moon. That's what they say. So if we were to just
No. I'm sorry, Elijah. They actually said the moon is orbiting.
No, okay, but it's not gonna move in one day. Okay, not that much. Okay, so that being said, if I was frozen, if the Earth weren't spinning, and I was looking at that moon, yeah, it might shift a couple of degrees because it's also in an orbit. However, what I'm talking about is if I was frozen in time, well, not frozen in time, but if I was frozen and the Earth wasn't spinning, then I should be able to see that clockwise rotation. I'm just asking for the math for this. If it even exists. Surely it's got to. Because that's what Jim said. You think you're the only person who's realized what you're talking about?
Yeah.
And I'm like,
that's his go-to.
And my response to him was, yeah, but then I said, well, let me clarify. I said, no, I'm pretty sure people see this all the time. Where they are, I have no fucking idea. But I guess I'm the first one to ask you. You think they had answers? No. Nobody at Brandon had answers. No. Nobody in Nathan's has answers. No. No one here seems to have answers. So where can I go?
It's not documented. This motion that you and I are talking about, it's not documented anyway. I've tried to find it for many years. Like I say, it messes up the whole tidally locked x-axis rotation. So in all the visuals, you see this little sphere turning on its axis, kind of like the Earth turning on its axis. But now it also has to turn on the y-axis rotation. You can't make that object spinning on the x-axis rotation also spin on the y-axis rotation and still show the same face. So it's just discarded. It's not documented.
Good work, Solar. We seem to like to focus on the non-conventional things. I mean, while everybody's chasing things that are like, all right, you guys have unpacked that 1,000 ways from Sunday. What about this though? Like that's why you're one of my favorite people in here.
Yeah, people like to repeat their pre-programmed responses to try and sound smart. I like to actually challenge my mind to new ideas. And, you know, some of these type of topics are like, there isn't an answer for this. And when you raise it with a baller, they'll say, no, it doesn't occur. And then you'll show them photographic evidence of it occurring. And even like the people in this room now, you know, they're all probably trying to visualize, how is this possible that the moon can rotate like a clock face while also supposedly spinning?
Every time I bring it up, they go quiet. I don't get it.
I have a question. I'm trying to visualize this. I don't presume to think I can answer your question, but I'm sitting in my office chair with a very small bowl that I have facing me to represent the moon. I'm spinning. I'm walking with my feet as the tiny bowl always faces me. Can you visualize what I'm doing?
Yes, I've
Okay,
seen
then
videos of that on YouTube. Yes.
yes, and then with my left hand I hold it, and with my right hand I spin it in a clockwise motion as my body spins on the chair. Is that the motion we're talking about?
Yes, I believe so. And I'm simply asking, where is that accounted for in math anywhere? Where is it mathematically described?
The clockwise rotation of the moon in a
Right,
mathematical description. Yeah.
right. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I started out a couple of days ago simply asking, does it? Because again, these are arguments. I like to go with things that challenge me. And I'm like, well, it could be out there. Let me just put myself out there and ask people where it is. I mean, it might be such a simple, oh, it's the moon. Everyone's thought about the moon. Everyone's watched it. Like, you wouldn't discover anything new. But yeah, I have discovered a new question for within myself. And I was hoping that someone would stop me 5 minutes in, but no one has answered the question. Just like no one's answered the question of who measured the radius of the Earth.
I
There's
certainly
no
don't have
answer.
I don't have an answer to that. That's for sure.
I could have swore I saw a video not long ago about the clock rotating or the moon rotating like a clock, and then it resets after the new moon. Is that what you're talking about?
They speak about it, but again, where is it in the math?
Sure, I got you.
I want to know exactly what it's just like. They know exactly what's well, no, they don't. But supposedly they know when an eclipse is going to happen, the timing, when, what is going to be positioned where. So they should also have this vector accounted for. It makes no sense that it wouldn't be. They to the minute they should know. Okay, well this is at what rate it's spinning, and blah blah blah.
But the eclipses are based off of the Saros cycle, which was the Babylonian flat Earth model. And then they repeat cyclically every couple of, I think it's 8 years or so, in certain orders. So that's more a straightforward thing. But this thing is not documented. It is like I say, for the guys who are understanding this clockwise motion, Elijah's first picture was night and day. And that's of the same night and then the morning after that night. And in that one, the moon's phase has gone 180 degrees.
Almost 180. Almost.
Okay, so almost 180. And it's a matter of hours, from night to morning. So in terms of this rotation happens every single day. Now, most people will go outside, look at the moon, say, oh, beautiful moon. Then they go back inside and they don't look at it again. Yet, when you come to this topic, you start to observe these little things in nature. And I guess I go outside for a cigarette. So if while I'm outside, I look up at the moon and I look at the stars and I start to observe the things around me. And then you start to notice these. You were talking about the childlike wonder earlier, Elijah. When we had a lunar eclipse here in South Africa, I filmed it and I photographed it. And I had my tripod set up and I literally sat for about 6 hours outside filming this lunar eclipse. My daughter came outside, and when it started to come in at the bottom of the moon, the shadows came in from the bottom right, like the 4 o'clock, and then exited at like the 11 o'clock. So the 4 o'clock should have come out at about the 10 o'clock, or maybe between, say, the 3 and the 4 o'clock should have come out by about 8 or 9 o'clock. And it came out at the 11 o'clock. And my daughter was asking me all these questions. How can that shadow come in like this? Dad, why is that moon turned red now? when it was in the full, complete lunar eclipse, it went that beautiful red color, that like faint red color. And she was asking, why does it do that, you know? And very curious, like scratching her head, like, that doesn't make sense to me, Dad. How they say it's bouncing light, but how, you know, like you can see that children don't have all the baggage yet. They can still question the why.
Right. They don't have this fixed idea that someone figured it out and they don't know, but there is an answer. There's more like, no, 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 no. I got to figure this out because I have my own brain and I can figure this out. I am allowed to think about this. So I'm going to share in the live stream because this was one of the first videos that got sent to me that said maybe this helps. It didn't help, but it sure tore a whole lot more holes in heliocentrism, and I was very pleased with the person who sent me this video. Obviously, it's well, not obviously, but it was 10th Man, and I'm really appreciative because there's a couple of things in this video that this guy is asking about the moon that I hadn't thought of either. But one of the things I had thought of is the lunar eclipse and how they say, well, at night, when you're looking at the moon, the full moon, it's actually refracted. So you're not looking at it at its position, it's refracted, and that's why you see it lit, right? But in the same breath, the reason that you see an eclipse is because the moon is refracted. Um Now I don't know about the moon being refracted during the full moon, but I do know that when you see a lunar eclipse and you're watching, like you're seeing it go into the eclipse at dawn, not at dusk, then you're watching the moon the entire night. And my question is, at what point does it go from physically line of sight where you're looking to not where you're looking and below the horizon, but it's refracted above the horizon? When does that switch happen?
Yeah,
That's
they
just a
don't have an
rhetorical
answer for that.
question.
Yeah, they don't have an, because it's the same with the sun as well, where they say that the sun is set, but we're still seeing it above the horizon because it's being refracted up and around. And you say, but I watch it descend, and that speed or the angular rate of descent or the angle of descent remains constant. So if I saw the sun, saw the sun, saw the sun, saw the sun, and then suddenly it's obscured by the horizon, they tell me, no, the last 3 or 4 that I saw above the horizon were actually refracted up and around. And you say, but how? Like you say, at what point did that transition from being actual, the sun, versus now this loomed version, or the moon?
Ooh, look at that that moon. Somebody posted 48 different colors of the moon, all photographed at different places in Italy in a time span of 10 years. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
I
true at all.
posted that. No, I posted that, and if you actually start to watch the moon like this now, you'll see all the shades of brightness that it experiences throughout the month. Like we just think we look at the phase. So we've been taught to look how much is shadowed. But when you start to look at brightness and color, at the moment I'm seeing an extremely red moon when it rises. Like it looks like a blood moon. The last 2 or 3 nights it's been like that second layer just inside. And then when I see it get toward full moon, it can often be like the outer left-hand brightness, the very white-looking brightness. And then right after full moon, it goes towards those upper right-hand beige full moons. And watching how this thing progresses throughout the month and moves and changes color, and during lunar eclipses, there's so much more study needed here. because sunlight reflection can't account for all these differences. And even they blame that the atmosphere would cause these variations, but you'd get maybe a couple of variations, not this degree of different color variation through
Yeah.
the same atmosphere, you know?
So I do this for a reason, for simplicity and for, people's peace of mind. Not everybody lives by the beach, you know? Not everybody wants to get into complex math. So all you need to do is worry about shapes and shadows. And you can use the moon, like for people that are saying I'm on the fence because I just have to see proof. Here it is. Here it is. Very simple stuff.
Well, also that if you look at the moon's path, so I plotted out, I took all the data from time and date in terms of where the moon's going to rise in its angles, and I plotted it into Excel. And for the entire month, the moon bounces between these two extremities, these two outer points. And when you plot that data onto a graph, it makes a perfect sine wave. So this moon moves all the way to the right, reaches a limit, stops, and moves all the way back towards the left. And then hits its outer limit, stops, turns right, keeps moving back towards the right. And it does this left to right motion throughout the month, as well as this clock face rotation, as well as this flipping from morning to night, or from night to morning in terms of how we see the shadow on the moon. There's so much going on with this moon. And that sine wave pattern makes no sense if it's an orbit. Because if, like, imagine I take a ball, hold a ball up in front of you, and spin that ball on the 12 and the 6 o'clock. So it's this perfectly upright orbit. Okay, so now this ball is spinning around this other larger ball in front of you on the 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock line. Now, if I give that thing any rightward momentum, it's going to start going towards the 1 and the 7, and then the 2 and the 8, and then the 3 and the 9, and then it's going to keep going. But this moon stops at the 3 and the 9, and then starts to go back to the 2 and the 8, the 1 and the 7, then hits the 12 and the 6 again, and then starts the 1 and the 7, 2 and the 8. So it's rocking between the 12 and the 3 o'clock. Now, what the hell can cause an orbit to rock between the 12 and the 3 o'clock and to return back the opposite direction once it reaches that time in the month? It's like also a motion that's undescribed. They say, oh, there's a 5-degree angle tilt to its orbit. So it's 5 degree off the ecliptic plane. So there's times where it can be 5 degrees above and times where it can be 5 degrees below the ecliptic. But that's the only mathematical thing that they've got for this moon hitting both sides and bouncing back.
Except there was, I don't know if this happens after every new moon, but I mean these Enoch square Earth people on Facebook, they act like, to me, how we act to Glovers. Like, meaning that's how they treat me. I come in there asking them questions. They're like fucking silly 2015 flat earther, blah 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 blah. We're doing real observations here. Shut up and listen or get the fuck out, right? That's how they treat us. That's how they treat me. And one of the things they said is, yeah, look, 10 days from now, after this new moon, it's going to jump 8 degrees. And it did. So that right there just blows that out of the water. What 5 degrees? It was like what, 10 days after the new moon. They to the day when they said it was gonna flip, it did. Can I yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know why people. I don't know why they don't take up some of these arguments here, but
And when you
that's
try and describe this to like someone who has the inability to understand new information, like a gem side, they'll keep saying, "Oh, are you trying to say?" And then they'll straw man you and make some other point. It's like
right.
they can't understand this.
Like when I first brought up, I said, at 2 o'clock a.m. when the moon is pointed towards where the sun went, but the sun is literally to the east. What's up with that? And they're like, so you're saying the moon and the sun are in the same sky? No. Thank you. Yeah, like no, they always have to say, so you're saying, and everything that comes after that is exactly not what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
Hey, look in live stream voice text. Someone want to tell me? So when they come in here and they ask, why is this important to you guys? Why is it important to them? Like, what the hell does dry cleaning have to do with the shape of the earth?
Wow.
Because
don't
one of
even.
our favorite games
How do you
is
dry clean clothes
disproving
on
the
a flat
globe.
earth?
One of
Dude,
our
I'm waiting.
favorite games is disproving the globe.
Oh wait,
So all these.
India, are you just stepping back in, or did you hear like some of the commentary?
I just stepped back in. I've been in here like 60 seconds.
Damn, man. Yeah, Solar, would you like to ask him what I asked?
With which one? I don't
Refer
know.
him to the night and day. Well, let me find it for you, actually, Indio. So, Indio, can you look at 13 minutes past the hour as data goes through what I just outlined?
So
let me scroll up real quick.
So you know that like the ballers claim this whole tidally locked moon, right? That this moon is rotating, call it on the x-axis, like it's spinning on its x-axis, but just sufficient that it stays always pointing the same face towards the earth. You know that, right, India?
Yeah.
Okay, so now in terms of when you watch the moon rising versus later on in that same day, Elijah's going to post a picture of night versus day. With the night picture, the illuminated portion of the moon is facing down towards the earth. And the sun would have set behind the photographer. So 180 degrees away from the side that's now illuminated of the moon. Then later on, when he got up the next morning, he took another photo of the moon. And now the illuminated portion is on the top of the moon, which means that moon has virtually done a 180 degree clockwise rotation.
Yeah.
So he took a second photo of a nighttime where the moon has already turned by about, say, 20 degrees in a clockwise fashion. It started illuminated at the bottom, and then now it's illuminated at like the 8 o'clock, almost the 9 o'clock. So every night the moon does this clockwise rotation that we see the moon. If the phase started at the horizon, that it's darkened at the bottom, later on in that night or in the morning, that darkened side will now be 180 degree flipped. That you will see that there's been a second rotation. So Elijah was asking, is there anyone here who knows of any scientific evidence or anything that the globe model has that supports this clockwise rotation? Because we only ever get told about the x-axis rotation. So the x-axis on its spin, and then we're talking about now a y-axis rotation. So it's got two rotations in the moon.
Cartwheel, where it appears to like cartwheel across the sky.
Correct. Yeah, that cartwheel effect. Now, have you ever seen anything from the ballers in terms of actual, like in the heliocentric model, how that could make sense? Because To be tidally locked and only have one face facing the Earth, it can't have those two rotations.
Trying to think, because I used to post one of the mods that used to be on here, CTW, Change the World, that stands for. He's not around anymore, but he took a bunch of moon pictures from Australia, and he showed this cartwheel effect. I can't remember a baller ever explaining it, because we used to bring it up to them, but they never really had any answer.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
See,
He was going to say something like
how I
the
would
tilt of the
describe
Earth
it.
or something.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Because how
I know it
how I
doesn't work.
describe it is so if I live on a plane and that thing in the sky is moving around me, then it makes absolute sense. As a matter of fact, I don't even have to describe. I'm looking at it and I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. But if I'm thinking about me being on a ball that's spinning towards the moon, then what I'm seeing is not a perspective issue. It's a mechanical issue. And I'm just trying to figure out where that's accounted for in the heliocentric model. So far, everyone's coming up empty. Where's the math? I need to see this rate of rotation accounted for within the model. I just want to see the math at least. I'm not even asking for proof. Like, I just want to see the math.
I think someone might have said one time, it's your perspective, it's your point of view. Because of
that can't work.
Something like that.
It can't work.
That doesn't mean they won't say it. And this was one person, we're talking years ago, and I think they pretty much just said that and aborted.
Well, see, because like I said, if you just imagine yourself spinning towards the moon, that would never turn from your perspective. Like you're not looking at it from two different places or anything like that. You're just looking at it. And if you're to assume that that thing is moving because you're turning towards it, it will never cause it. It will never cause it to flip almost 180 degrees. That's not perspective. That's a mechanical issue. I don't see how anyone can. I can't even imagine. Look, if I'm looking at a ball and I'm walking towards it and it is now overhead, it's not going to be upside down. Right? So they can't say it's a perspective issue. I'm not talking about being here and then being at another geographic location. I'm talking about
not perspective, your point of view, that like, because you're on the surface of the Earth and it's rotating, you're relative to the moon, you're taking an arc, so your head is tilting. Like the moon is staying the same, but your head, you're flipping over. Right? So if,
no,
like,
because
say the moon
my
is
head is staying. My head is staying between. Like I only have but so many directions to look over the surface from where I'm standing. I got about 180 degrees. That's all I have.
Yeah, I don't think this is the clockwise, anti-clockwise, like seeing the northern poles rotating clockwise and the southern area rotating anti-clockwise.
This isn't my bullshit. This is their bullshit. And I just thought it just made me think of a reason why.
But this is a rotation that's unaccounted for. So it's something that they don't claim because it's only supposed to move on the x-axis. So therefore, it should remain static, that when I see the bottom of the moon shadowed, that it should stay bottom, bottom, bottom till it's at my zenith. And then if I turn around, it now becomes the top side shadowed. Then it's that effect where it's me that's caused the optical illusion to change. But the fact that this thing moves like a clock by 15 degrees or 20 degrees or 30 degrees in that clockwise rotation, and I can capture that throughout the night, That's unaccounted for.
Yeah, this made me think of something else I'm gonna have to work on. I'm not gonna stay in live stream.
And I'm sure, you know, it looks so crazy that people probably, I don't know if anyone thinks, you know, I've taken information from flat earthers that are wrong before. This seems too simple. He did something wrong. Those aren't his photos. Whatever it is. All right. Check this out. I'm going to post the details of the photos. Okay. There they are. If you'd like to follow me into a VC where you can actually see me do it while I'm sharing my screen, there you would have it. This is there's no mistake in what I'm saying. None. It was taken from 9:50, what is this? 9:53 at night, and then again at 7:14 a.m. the next day. So in between the 180 degrees that I would, if I were up all night watching it, it's within that 180-degree movement between one horizon and the other horizon to the west. In between this, in the same 24-hour time period, it's like less than 8 hours apart. Or it is 8 hours apart or something like that.
But you see, the 180 degree could be accounted for in that clockwise, anti-clockwise. Like, say, if you held a lighter up in front of you and you kept the lighter horizontal and you lift that lighter up to your zenith and then you take it round the back of you, you'll see that the lighter has turned 180. And that is what we should experience with the moon. That the moon rises with that bottom illuminated, and it stays the bottom illuminated till it reaches the zenith, where it suddenly becomes the top illuminated. So that static 180-degree motion is what we should see. But your two nighttime pictures that shows that it's actually a clockwise rotation, that's the true anomaly here. Because what can account for that clockwise rotation? The lighter or anything placed horizontally in front of you that you raise up over your head that you have to turn around, but you keep the object in exactly that same horizontal orientation. The bottom side will eventually become the top side as it flips over your zenith point. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly
I
what you're
think
saying.
so.
The clockwise thing is definitely a huge problem. It'd be this point of view thing. I'm not going to get into it because I gotta draw a diagram. There's no way to talk about it, to visualize it. So when I eventually get home in a few hours, I'll draw a diagram up, man. You're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. This is a real problem, man. This is gonna be a huge problem for them.
So Elijah, I've posted pictures now of where the moon rises in relation to these trees that are sort of in my neighbor's garden. And the first picture, you'll see that the moon's rising on the right of those three large palm trees. And then the bottom picture, the moon's all the way in the bottom left, rising next to that smallest palm tree.
Ah, yeah.
And some days it'll rise directly on a palm tree. And then I'll try and find the photo now, but when it rises between the two tallest palms, there's like a specific day in the month where it rises right between those palms, like splitting them in the middle. And then right after that day, it jumps all the way outside of the left palm. and then it moves radically all the way to that left, and then stops, and then starts coming back. And that to me just blew my mind. The more I recorded it, I was like, how, and like that bottom picture that I've posted, again,
Yeah,
the illuminated sides at the bottom, and the sun just set behind me.
it's one
So
thing to
how?
logically conclude, which is what most of us have done. We've logically concluded that it's not a sphere, but it's another thing to experience it for yourself. And this is what gives you that childlike wonderment. There's nothing like doing it for yourself and experiencing the real thing for yourself. It humbles you beyond anything you could have ever imagined.
Absolutely. And that's the wonder that, someone can't just come in here now and say, oh, it is, and you must just accept it. And when you've actually experienced it, you're like, nah, keep your lies. I've seen the things myself. Like long distance photography. Once you've done that yourself, no one can ever bullshit you about curvature again. And this is the whole point of this, is that can you prove it to yourself? Once you've proved it to yourself, then it matters not what someone says.
I can't wait till Matthew comes in here again. I'd love to. As a matter of fact, let me shoot him a message. I want to see what he thinks. Most likely he's going to say, I don't know, that's interesting. But,
He'll follow you 90% of the way, and then he'll fall in a ditch at the end.
yeah, he will. He will.
He'll say yes, 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 no.
Yep.
Because my ball. I can't believe his subscriber base is retarded. How the wrong people get attention. Like your Scam Man Dan and all of those.
Oh, I can't even find Matthew. Is he still in the server? Oh, that sucks. Oh, well.
They've probably changed his name. It's like every time he comes in here, he gets called something else.
And also, it's fucking freezing today. So we had this heat wave, and now boom. And it's interesting because it's the same for everybody. It's not really about temperature, it's about the degree change. And that degree change seems to be the same for everyone. So if it was like 90s for me and it's like 70s now, like someone else would be like 60s and then 40s or so. I might be like grossly, I might be exaggerating it, but you get what I'm saying.
Humid as hell still here, and I'm a few states east of you. Where are you at again?
New York. It is cold.
I'm west of you. Okay. Oh yeah, no, dude, we're still in the heat wave here.
Give it a day. Give it tomorrow.
No, because
it's been freezing here too. It's freezing here too. We had the first ever in Africa Arctic winds coming in from high altitude being pulled down, causing the super low pressure cold front.
Okay, but it's also winter in Africa, right? So At least.
Well, it's spring. It's spring. So we were at 20.
Oh.
We were at 28 degrees, almost 30 degrees. So that's like 90 Fahrenheit, like 90 something. We were that a week ago. Here it's very moderate. Even our winters are fairly, that we would get down to 0, but that's for a week or two, and then we go back up. But it's peculiar. I was discussing this with someone today, that everyone in the world's scared of the flu at the moment. And what we're seeing is these radical heat waves and then cold fronts, and then heat waves and then cold fronts. And if there is manipulation, it would kind of force people into the flu-like symptom.
Here, at least this summer, it's just been a really overly hot and humid summer. We get that a lot, but it's just been a little more than normal. And I'm ready for fall. I want it. I want to get back to wearing pants and hooded sweatshirts. I'm tired of this shit.
Yeah, Elijah, I posted that third picture with the moon rising between the trees. And you must just the amount of movement that the moon makes across the sky every day when it rises. Start to watch that and photograph that. And how many different phases you'll see just in your own moon. Like the way that the ballers made it was that there's only this 180-degree flip. From the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, we see a different face. And therefore, it was a sphere. And then you start watching the moon, and everything changes with the moon. It moves left to right. It changes clockwise. It changes brightness. It changes phases. It is like the most fascinating thing. What I love to watch is which stars are clustered next to it, because I'm seriously trying to find a star in a moon. I still want to capture a star in a moon.
You know what I think?
I think the best time to do that.
The best time to do that would have been, damn. You know what? I got to really dig in the crates for the time where it was like Jupiter and I don't know what other planets that was, but they were all next to the moon. And it seemed like the moon did like a retrograde kind of thing. Like where it was in front of and then went behind these wandering stars. And I think that might have been a good time to have done it if possible.
They called that the conjunction, right? The Great Conjunction. Where like all 6 of them were aligned.
It might have been around that time. Yeah, it might have been. Might have been.
Yeah, I just often wonder, like, when you listen to thunderstorms here on the Highveld, and you hear that echo that comes after the thunder struck, and subsequently knowing that echoes have to have something physical to bounce off of. Sound waves don't simply bounce off of air, especially not thinner atmosphere air. So there has to be something physical up there to bounce that sound. And some lightning strikes make you shit your pants. It makes me think about like when they say the trumpets are going to sound and everyone's going to know.
Yes, sometimes it's so insanely loud. And when it rolls, you know what else is weird?
How much louder will it be when the creator wants everyone to pay attention?
It'd be what's the word? It'd be deafening. Another thing about it, like I began to also pay attention to rain. A lot of people don't like rain. They're more focused about getting out of it, right? But sometimes I have to work directly in the rain. So that being the case, I sometimes know like to the minute when it's really going to come down because of the thunder rolling over me. Now, again, it's well, that's the word I use, but it appears like it's moving over me. And then when the rain starts to drop really heavily, you can see how the rain hits the floor in a wave-like pattern as well. Like it doesn't just hit the floor and that's it. There's a pattern to it. It seems like it's moving. You know what I mean? Well, you had to be there.
I know what you mean. Being an outdoor worker, yeah, you become a little bit more aware of like whether or not it's going to hit or miss you. You know, like you know a few moments beforehand, like if it's really going to come down. You can like, and then yeah, those waves like that you watch the splashes and the puddles and stuff like that. I think that has to do with the wind. But yeah, like if you spend a lot of time outside and you're out there in the rain, you get a better knowledge of like what the weather's about to do. You can kind of smell it and taste it and feel it too.
Yeah, it's so interesting. The things that we can know that we take for granted, and the things that we don't know, we believe we know. It's so backward. Hello, Truth. How are you, my sister and sun and moon?
What's up, Eli?
Is that your icon there?
The sun and oh no, yeah, that's mine. The PFP, I forgot I changed it.
Mic check.
Oh.
What's up, Hank?
Hey, Hank.
Was that you? Your profile picture?
Yeah, I was gonna say, as an outside worker, like I know what you mean. Like sometimes you just like don't want to get your feet wet, you know, because you got like 8 more hours left on the shift, and then sometimes you just embrace it, right? And then you know if you're at home, like and it starts raining really good, you just go outside and just like right in the middle of the yard, just like bring it, you know, what you got. Is that all you got? And then after a while, you just kind of go back in and
Yeah.
change clothes, and dry off.
But once you're wet, that's it. Like you get pissed off, and then once you're soaked, you're like, it happened, you know. And it actually feels euphoric after that.
Oh no, like Hank said though, man, you get your feet wet in the beginning of the day, or your fucking jock wet. Like it's a long, wet, fucking sticky day. That sucks.
In
You know what I
constant
mean?
sorrow through your day.
Like at the end of a hot day, yeah, bring it on. Let's get wet and then call it a day, right?
Yeah, you don't want your jocks or socks wet. Then it's a shitty day.
I'm not done. Never mind.
How did you phrase that? It's a long, soggy day.
I don't know. Something along that, yeah.
That's a terrible day. That's why I'll just, if it's gonna rain, I'll wear sandals and shorts. That's it.
Yeah, you get soaking wet before lunch, and well, you're probably calling it quits at about lunch. In the afternoon, you might be able to work through it.
My job is rain, sleet, or snow. We tend not to do ice. So during the the Texas storm that we had this past year, like I had some days off, but it wasn't because I didn't want to work. It was because the pipe busted on the inside of the store.
Speaking of, oh man, Solar, you still there? Well, All right. So I was wondering.
Yeah, I'm still
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So they say, okay, the clouds, right? That's once the water once it becomes water droplets, where once the water is dense enough, it drops, right? That's the explanation. Then you think about, the snow. It's like, all right, that's fluffy and light. Okay, all right, fine, fair enough. And then I thought of golf ball size ice chunks falling out of the sky. And then I thought to myself, now wait a minute, how's that being held up there? Does anybody know? Does anybody ever what's the detail on that?
They claim it's updraft. So as the water that has condensed is caught in an updraft of hot air being expelled away from the earth, it forces those water droplets higher and higher, and then they turn into ice or crystals, and then they would basically gain weight and start to then fall against this updraft and then collect more water as they, like more water layers on their surface. And then they might hit another updraft that sends that they weren't quite heavy enough to overcome that second updraft. And that would send it back up through the cloud, collecting more moisture, more layers, until eventually there wasn't sufficient updraft to maintain that in the air. In the same way that tornadoes can lift mass, it's the movement of air or the air pressure that's created by the movement of the air that forces these things upward. And they apparently just keep going in the circle, gaining layers of moisture around the outside, which then freeze, and then another layer of moisture which freezes. And that's why when you cut open one of those large ice balls, those hailstones, then you see that there's rings like a tree. You can actually count all the different ring layers. So when we get big hail here, then there's always a game to go and pack it in the deep freeze, and then later on go and cut them open and try and count the rings inside the hail to see sort of what you could see inside the hailstone.
Okay, I can buy that. Thank you. That makes sense.
One
But
time
to
I
me,
was in a. Go ahead.
I still don't know. I was just thinking about the clouds the other day, thinking, we say all the other planets are spheres, so why isn't this a sphere? Well, we
The
see
cloud,
clouds
right?
above we see a cloud above our head. So does that mean we're living on a cloud? Like, go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, just real quick. One time I was in a debate with Zanuck, and he was trying to say that the reason that clouds form is because of gravity, right? And I was like, no, bro, it's static, right? It's static electricity that's clumping the clouds together. It's not anything to do with gravity, because gravity's not going to make like gas attract gas, because gas wants to repel. And he's like, where's your evidence for the static? I'm like, really, bro? You ever heard of lightning? Pathetic Weasley little worm.
No. Yep. They don't have any answer for why you can see because I asked him too when he was allowed in here. I said, hey, how come 5 of us from 5 different countries can on multiple continents see the sun at the same time? This is just another one, like a very, very major blow to the heliocentric model that they don't have an answer for. They just say, no, look at timeanddate.com, look at this Mercator projection. No. Here's your ball, right? This ball right here. Show me how on this 5 points of this ball, those people would be able to see the sun? There's no answer, man. There's no answer. The fact that we give these people time as if they like, I mean, because I don't mean don't speak to people, but these anti-flat earthers, we really don't need them. We really don't. They're just in the way from us reaching actual people who have not had the opportunity to see this information firsthand. As a matter of fact, they've what they've actually done is got the jump on us and told people, "Oh, there's nothing to worry about. This is what the flat earthers are saying." Lo and behold, when we speak to these people, they don't know anything about what we're talking about. Why? Because they've never heard any of the arguments that we make. They only try to ask us questions based on the arguments that they've heard that we've made,
Hey,
which
Elijah.
is never true. Yeah.
I mean, I've heard you talk about this a few times recently, and I sort of disagree. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but I come at it with sort of a functionalist attitude. Like, everything that exists for a purpose, and everything that exists can be used as a tool to your advantage if you understand it. And so, like, yes, for a lot of us, just going in circles with those people isn't really for us. We've been in this for too long. We don't need to just keep on having the same debate over and over again. You know, but it does help. Those people are there. I'm sure their purpose is different, but we can use their existence for up and coming flat earth activists and stuff to brush up their skills and hone their debate and their arguments and stuff like that, because we can count on it to just keep coming back over and over and over again. So these people who are newer to the topic and they want to get more involved, like people like them are really useful.
I agree. Eli, did you see QE? Sorry, bro.
I don't think we're in disagreement there. Because I'll also say the only time that I speak to these people is if I want to have a laugh or if I want to demonstrate to someone my point. That's to say, what you're talking about is utilizing them as a tool correctly. I'm talking about utilizing them as a tool incorrectly. Like, trying to screw a nail in the wall and then just like straight just ripping through the grooves, and then it's no longer useful. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean. I know that's not the terminology. However you say it, I don't know. I'm not a tool guy, unfortunately. But
just
like,
trying to screw a nail, that was enough. You can't screw a nail, you have to hammer a nail.
So I'm just curious.
That was exactly your point of using the tool incorrectly.
Right. I was just curious, did everybody hear the Quantum Racer's recent Numpty clips with Scott Veach? We played it this morning on the bot. Did you hear it?
Yeah, I did. Please play it again for everyone else.
Yeah, we should play it again.
Yeah, that was I mean, I don't even know, man. I don't know what's up with these people. I don't know.
But Scott Veach,
I can give them a hug and tell them, and I'm so serious. Scott Veach used to be one of my favorite people, like one of my favorite globe earthers. And I just want to give him a hug and say, you know what? Love you, man. It's okay. It's very scary. I might not even be able to emphasize with you because my journey here obviously isn't your journey. The past 5 years or however long like this might be really painful for you. You have family history. You have, and if that's true, you have all of this stuff that I don't have, that doesn't tie me to this worldview. And I don't know how that feels, and I can't even emphasize. But I'd love to give you a hug and tell you I apologize. You know?
Yeah. But he just makes up such shit. And he claims it like accurately, like he's done it himself while making up bullshit. So I found him to be very disingenuous. Are you playing the clip?
He might be teeing it up.
Wait, who? What? Huh? Who's playing a clip of what?
Hank.
Oh, I don't know how to do it. Yeah, somebody else is going to have to do it.
What do you want me to play? I'll do it.
It's Quantum Eraser's latest clip, Scott Veach.
Post it in the live stream, and I'll copy the link.
All right, give me a second. It is so bad. So bad.
I almost want to take that clip and then bring it around to university. Like, forget, I would love to see Scott have that conversation, but I would love to take that to university and ask them, you agree with me? You stand by this?
They would never step foot in that shithole.
No, it's like Nathan makes that point that when at least you speak to an expert, they have to parrot their pseudoscience shit accurately. And when they parrot it accurately, that's when you can really nail them. And it's all these fly-by-night morons who can make up whatever they want and double speak without any impact on their credentials that don't need to parrot their pseudoscience correctly.
Right. I posted it. It's so bad, guys. If you haven't heard this, sit down.
All right, incoming.
M. Scott Veach, PhD, booger eating schmuck, 19 July 2020.
I think it's the other way around. I think religion claims to know for sure, but scientists will claim, and I think this is good, they'll claim that they don't know anything for absolute certainty. They have probabilistic beliefs and confident levels of confidence in what they think to be true. And some have very high confidence. You might as well call them 100%, but technically, I think they'll stop just short of that. But probabilistic beliefs in the way the world works is a healthy and probably good way to approach things.
Probabilistic beliefs?
What's this?
He's saying that the idea of the scientific method should be unused, not used at all. The phrase shouldn't be used. The idea of it should be. It's not really used in real science anyway. It's just this sort of myth that's built up around science.
So the scientific method is not real science, is what you're saying?
No, that's not
Yeah,
what he
exactly.
said. No, that's not
Yeah,
what he
exactly.
said. No, that's not
Yeah,
what he
exactly.
said.
Knowledge and science and research are done in ways that would be idiosyncratic for each individual person. Everyone approaches it differently, and they can approach it differently, and that's okay. That we need something different than a set of procedures to figure out what defines truth.
How knowledge is done. How in the world do you do knowledge, you booger-eating schmuck? So, science, natural science, is idiosyncratic in its method? Eh? Wouldn't that make the process standardless and subjective? Isn't natural science distinguished from all other forms of explanation by its empirical and objective character? You sure you're not just making contradictory, nonsensical horseshit up in a feebly clumsy attempt to grease the skids for your belly laugher probabilistic belief observation tests? Additionally, the scientific method doesn't define truth. It's a method employed to validate or invalidate natural cause and effect relationships. Also, your fearless leader, Gem Panda, Mr. Bird's Humping Natural Experiment, said recently, all knowledge is belief, knowledge is a subset of belief, and knowledge is special belief. You just identified 30 seconds ago probabilistic beliefs. Therefore, according to you, knuckle draggers, everyone should do probabilistic knowledge. That'll get us there.
First of all, the scientific method is not about finding the cause of an observed phenomena. You know that, right?
Oh, really? So the scientific method, the one that you claim is a myth, which doesn't exist, isn't about cause and effect, eh? If something doesn't exist, how on the flying Fukuyama can you then comment on its attributes or lack thereof without escaping the straitjacket rubber room frontal lobotomy scenario?
You dumbass.
Back to reality. From Sean Carroll, Caltech physicist, arguing in The Edge that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They are the whole point. So, what's a hypothesis? From Lowell C., becoming a successful scientist, Cambridge University, a scientific hypothesis is based on cause and effect reasoning. From Drexel University, the scientific method is hypothesis-driven. One makes an educated guess to explain what? Cause and effect. From Anne-Marie Helmstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, a hypothesis is an educated guess based on observation. It's a prediction of what? Cause and effect. From the Institute of Physics, when planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. From the University of North Carolina, in an experiment, the independent variable is a variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher, and the dependent variable is a response that is measured. An independent variable is the presumed cause, whereas the dependent variable is the presumed effect. From your alma mater wiki, an experiment is a procedure carried out to support, refute, or validate a hypothesis. Experiments provide insight into cause and effect. From the Office of Research Integrity, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. So,
All cars. We have
numpty dipshit.
all cars. Please assist. All cars. Please assist.
Well, as I said before, though, I don't really think there is such a thing as a scientific method. I think the words don't really mean anything. Nobody uses a scientific method. It's not a thing that exists.
Dude, what the hell happened to Beach? He used to come here and he was all right to talk to. This dude has gone insane since he became a moderator over there.
We'll just do 10 out of 185 million. We want to get out of here this century. From the Geosociety, Kristen McClellan, the title of the article, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, Professor Wolf's title of the article, Introduction to the Scientific Method. From Anne-Marie Helmstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, title of the article, 6 Steps of the Scientific Method. From the Khan Academy, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From Live Science, title of the article, Science and the Scientific Method. From Chem Libretext, title of the article, 1.4, The Scientific Method, How Chemists Think. From Northern Arizona University, title of the article, Defining the Scientific Method. From Purdue University, title of the article, The Scientific Method. From the National Institutes of Health.gov, title of the paper, The Scientific Method. From the most prestigious secular science journal in the entire friggin' world, Nature, title of the article, Defining the scientific method.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
M. Scott Veach, Ph.D., booger-eating schmuck. Just tattoo pretender clown dunce on your forehead and be done with it already. Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? By the way, thanks.
First of all, the scientific method is not about finding the cause of an observed phenomenon. You know that, right?
So you tell us about the virtues of the scientific method, then in the very next breath, tell us that the scientific method doesn't exist. Makes perfect sense. I bet you have scholars from around the world lining up to listen to you speak.
That's right. And sometimes the steps are similar. Sometimes the steps are the same, but not always. And it just depends on the situation.
What? Steps? Steps of what? That thing that doesn't exist?
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
Scott, I've got to clear this up, Jen, here. So, Mr. Scott, you observed something, okay, and then you said you made another observation, and that gave you the conclusion. So this is your version of science.
What I said was, they observed the phenomena.
Yeah.
They had a hypothesis.
Okay.
They observed the phenomenon. They had a hypothesis. To test the hypothesis, they used scientific observation.
Retard.
So observe, then hypothesis, then an observed test? And pray tell, booger-eating schmuck, what's the difference between just your run-of-the-mill, everyday observation and a scientific observation? Goggles? Then, Crayon Muncher, when does the probabilistic beliefs enter the picture? Before the first observation or right before you put on the goggles?
I like that last part.
I mean, that's thoroughly damaging. I mean, sheesh, play that for anyone who's been to school. Ask them if they're rolling with that.
Well, you don't believe in science?
You know, I think it really shows like how bad one's mental health can deteriorate into psychosis when groupthink is involved, right? Because you guys said that he was fine when he was over here, but now that he's over there,
Well, I don't know. That's my own opinion. I liked talking to him when he was over here. A lot of people did have a problem with him, even when I'm talking about, but he's gotten worse since leaving, I would say.
I mean, like, he's saying that there is no scientific method, right? And he's, you know, that would insinuate that, like, you know, flat earthers are just making it up. Like QE's the first guy to come up with a scientific method. Like, that's pure psychosis. Like, lost touch with reality.
Well, you gotta
know,
keep in mind, you know that his dad was supposedly an astronaut, right?
That makes it even worse.
Dad was an astronaut. Whether he went to space, that's another thing.
Well, okay, there you go. His dad was an astronaut. Supposedly
With
went
a
to
capital
space.
NOT. Not. Makes you want to hear some Anthrax.
You got to feel for the guy if he really believes that. Like, if observation is science, but you can't trust your eyes, then everything kind of leads you to solipsism. You're like a blind person leading the blind, right? Trying to tell people what the shape of the earth is, but you can't trust your eyes.
He knows.
Well, they say they can trust your, but the thing is, they think you can trust your conceptual ideas, that the ideas are infallible, and that the senses are what's fallible, right? Because what are you replacing? Where do they get the globe from? If you can't detect it with the senses, then why do you think it's a globe? Oh, because I have a concept and I have ideas in my head. But those are infallible? Of course they're not. Everything is fallible. Nothing is perfect in this world. So, you know, it's a specious argument in the first place. But what do you expect, man? Like, the Globers have a monopoly on dishonesty as far as this topic is concerned. How many flat earthers have been caught blatantly lying? That was the actual question I wanted an answer to.
You mean like
blatantly lying, making shit up, just
people with channels, or like just people
anybody
Quite a
about
few,
this
I'd
topic,
say.
about some so-called
Like,
fact.
I mean, I think I couldn't
About
give you,
ranking.
obviously I couldn't give you a number, but I think for the most part, flat earthers are coming from a standpoint of trying to be as honest as possible.
Like Ranty Flat Earth, like Infinite Plane Society. Like,
But was Ranty ever a flat earther? That's the question. He never made good arguments. He never really understood the concepts. He just went out and, you know, he did observations. I mean, yeah, granted, but I don't think he was a particularly good flat earther. I mean, he begged for money. He was an e-beggar. I mean, think about it. Think about the history of Ranty and his channel and all that he's done. Patreon, e-begging, taking the money that he's been given and like dubious where he actually spent it. You know, he's just one of these. He started like when a bunch of people started and they realized they could make money off of it, or thought they could make money off of it, and so this is what they did. It became fakes.
Saying that he will donate all super chat money that day, and that day he got £200, and then he changed the ideas.
I have an idea. How about he gives back all the money he's ever collected, all of it,
almost crying during this Corona shit 1 year ago, asking almost people for food.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, but some of the Globers like Red's Rhetoric did that. They all got caught. They got exposed by their own side.
I wrote
saying
him
they
a
had to pay
message
the
like,
rent.
"Rent, if you need food, I will send it to you. Don't worry, man."
Oh, I'll send them some cans, man. We'll do a can drive.
Like, if that happened, everyone will be in that situation, and we will, share the food.
Yeah,
Gotta
food is
pay someone in
ridiculously
food.
cheap. You could pay me in rice. Yeah, I'll put it straight in my Honda.
Yeah. Can I just make a side note real quick? If that's fine.
You already did, but go ahead.
Oh, oops. Well, India, I just want to say that the new cultist feature is the best gift you've ever given us. So thank you.
it's funny.
Thank you so much.
In case nobody's aware, there's a new I guess you'd call it a punishment roll. It's more like a quarantine, you could call it. So now there's a special channel, Helio Cult Convention, for the people that come in that don't actually like respond to questions and kind of don't even interact. They just sit there and preach, literally preaching. Okay, they'll be like, yeah, well, the core of the earth and the magnetic field and blah, blah, blah. And then someone's like, oh, you got proof of the core. He just ignores them. Or he'll focus on one person and not talk to anybody else, just talk to that one person. And not even really, but he talks to the person the same way. He just like monologuing. They're just monologuing. Because they want people that are in the lobby or whatever to just like get that mental reinforcement. This is the story. Don't forget it. You feel safe here. So we have a special channel where they can just go talk to each other. And, we probably get some good arguments amongst themselves about who's the most, who's the best, most dedicated, devoted globe believer.
All right, so check this out. Last night, a guy was accusing me of being dishonest, and I was talking about refraction and what the definition was, and about how you need two media, right? And I explained it like that, and then I said, unless you're talking about like heat waves, right? And I said that when a helicopter takes off and the sun is in the background, it slightly distorts the image. It doesn't make the sun set and then rise again. It definitely wouldn't make it to where you could shoot a deer on the other side of the hill with a rifle or a camera. This is what he writes. Two mediums are not necessary. Only change in density caused by temperature in the atmosphere. Stop bullshitting. It's not like you don't know this. So I wrote, I guess you didn't hear the part about the heat waves. Roll back the recording before you assume I'm bullshitting someone. So it's like these people, they have to like project their bullshit onto you, right? And that's what they do. It's like they always point at you and accuse you of this, accuse you of that. And it's just like hitting someone in the nose and going, he hit me.
How you explain gravity?
Yeah.
If gravity doesn't exist, how you explain that?
What do you mean by gravity?
Yeah, like how you explain something what doesn't exist? How we can explain that now? How we can change that? Yeah. How? What to do?
This is like when Peter Griffin like skins his knee and he's like, ugh.
And by the way, my wife is biochemist. She said that biology is not to me. She's not into flat earth, for example, but she said to me that biology is not a science because it's observation only, and that's not science.
They think classification of freaking species is a science. That's how twisted they are. Oh yeah, I'm gonna name things and call it science.
Okay, so what about?
You know what she told me? She told me that that during the human history that humans using word science wrong, and that's the point.
Isn't okay, so I forget exactly what it was. What was I taught back in like middle school about? Was it the Aji part of any science like biology or uh wasn't that meant the study of such a thing, right? So and then they said that also made it a science. Like if you were just the constant study of a certain thing, and that's all observation, right? But employing the scientific method, I suppose, is how you would really study it, right? If you want to truly understand it, you have to find that cause and effect relationship. But all of those Ajis, right? I remember being taught that those were sciences, you know, because it's the prolonged study of such a thing.
Yeah, because if you make a word, it just automatically makes it that thing, right? So they said Earth's a planet, therefore it's a globe. In the fact, this is like the other planets. They go, oh, what about are the other planets flat? Like, well, what do you mean by other planets? Earth's not a planet. Well, that's what it's defined as. Oh yeah, so that proves it. It's a planet because someone defined Earth as a planet. That's the proof.
No,
Linguistics.
India, you take the telescope, you point to the Venus, and you look and say, look, this is the sphere. And then you look more, better, and you say, look, it looks the same size like Earth. It must be the same size like Earth. Look, the sun, okay, and you make a math, it's 93 million miles. It's done. And that is observational science.
No, let's make shit up.
Or good prediction. We watch in the sky, we know that it's planet, we know that is galaxy, we know that it's sphere, and we know that it's the same size like Earth.
Did you hear that one guy? What did he say? He said, if gravity's not real, explain black holes. That was a good one.
I wish they would
I don't
say that to
understand
me.
why that made me laugh,
I wish
but
they would.
Instead of asking me to explain them, try to prove the existence of one.
But photo?
Yeah, it was funny. I remember he did say, well, we have pictures of them. And then that just was a train wreck right there.
And it was in every
You got picture.
it was in news in every country, man.
we
Everybody.
have pictures of Mars and Saturn and Jupiter. Uh-oh. Sorry.
Snoop Dogg's cherry. Proof of a black hole. Mic check.
You're coming a little staticky.
And it's always Hank. It's always Hank coming in staticky.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that was clear.
Yep.
So yeah, I really feel bad for these dudes. Like completely lost touch of reality. And the anti-flat earthers are like the smallest minority in cosmology, I think. There's
Hank.
quite a few people who even, yeah.
I'm gonna teach you. Okay, so PSA. Indio gave us Christmas early, and I'm gonna teach you about it because it's the best thing he's ever given us. I just taught Luluka about it. So anytime there's like one of those people who piss you off in lobby, and they're just ignoring you. They're like, I'm not gonna talk to you or whatever. There's a so before it was detention, then cogdis, then server ban, then hard ban, right? Well, now there's a fifth chamber called heliocultism, the heliocult convention, and it's just for the people who obfuscated, refused to talk to us. It's the best thing ever. Christmas came early. Thank you, Indio.
Can I get access to this room?
Yeah.
Drinking, see?
What do you say?
I'm just kidding. Have you been drinking? I said.
No, I'm only 20. I'm just really happy.
Not yet. I'm not drinking yet. You're 20. See.
Yeah.
Aw. You're such a baby. Uh-oh.
The two of you would be quite the interesting pair of friends, I just gotta say.
Hi.
I think me and C would be great friends. Yow. I mean, in person. Uh-oh, sorry.
I mean, I'm just that weirdo who rocks back and forth, twirling with their hair, so I'm even weirder in person.
Yeah, no, I'm the weirdo that's
You
shaking
twirl
the
around
legs.
and play with your hair.
No, rock back and forth and then twirl my hair. Like I use my index
Role
finger and
play,
I
got
wrap
it.
my
Rock
hair
role
around
play.
it. I do rock back and forth though. I try not.
A lot of people self-stem. I self-stem all the time.
I shake
And then I
my
contract with my wife. I contract with
Oh.
my wife. If she rubs my feet or something, like I'll rub her back or something like that. Everybody likes.
I guess for me it's I'm like I'll spend time while I'm on here with you guys just sharpening knives, or what I just did is I reconditioned my tool pouch and it looks gorgeous right now. This thing is, oh my god, so broken in, so beautiful. It's got so much life. That's what I'm doing. I just like to tinker with stuff like that.
Seriously though, one of the best server updates you guys have ever come up with. I'm really happy that people can't just obfuscate in lobby anymore. Like, it's so great. It's literally like cog dis, but the turns have tabled.
You mean the tables have turned?
Yep, that's the joke.
No, I know. I saw.
What do you mean by that? They can't just stay in lobby.
Oh, so if they're a heliocultist who's just like, oh, well, you see it's a globe. Well, why? Because it's a globe and it's not flat. Okay. So can you give us evidence? I'm not talking to you. Those types of people get sent to the new chamber, from my understanding. It's great. I'm so happy. We
You're
finally
saying
have a solution.
They get modded. They get modded.
Huh?
They get moderation.
Yes.
So
It's
we
moderated.
We have a new tool for mod abuse.
And gold plus abuse. I'm sorry. Oh, gotta post the meme. Shit, I gotta stop saying that.
I've been in debate with people in here and actually got them to admit, it's a religion, right? And I called them sun worshippers, and they didn't really rebut. Because that's what it boils down to. It's like if your eyes are on the Earth, which they are, right, roughly 6 feet from the Earth most days, then why would you make the sun the center of your world? Like, it doesn't make sense. How could the sun be the center if the Earth is your center?
I've had nobody even prove motion. People just state the positive claim, but they never back it up. I never understood that. Like, we do not feel motion. If we were moving, I mean, there's capillary action, there's fluid in our veins, there's all kinds of things. There's not even an experiment to demonstrate motion. And when it's ridiculous. That's one of the dumbest claims they can make, to be honest.
Look, if you accept 666, it all makes sense.
I never understood, like, if people are dizzy, they just blame it on the Earth moving. Like, no, that's just not having good balance. I never understood that. I don't understand how the Earth could be moving. We do not feel it. We would all be dead. And as for mass attracting mass, why do balloons float? It's not going down 9.8 meters per second. Sorry to monologue. No. Do I really gotta post the meme again? I guess I do. Lou, how have you been?
I'm good, man. I think you asked me this exact same question like 5 hours ago.
Oh. Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh,
Lou's the type of guy. Forgive me if I'm assuming, but if his whole world was falling apart, he would still tell you that he's good because he's stoic.
Oh
Am I
yeah,
right,
yeah,
Lou?
yeah. You got me nailed there, Hank. I mean, I'm sitting here with a fucking gash on the back of my head. I got an appointment with the plastic surgeon to try to see if I can get that, like, making it, grow hair again. And the world's falling apart around me. But no matter what, if you ask me that question, I'm all good. Like like shit's falling apart around me, but I'm fine.
I'm impressed because it's really hard to be an optimist sometimes. My semester started. My school's trying to mandate a certain thing, but luckily I'm exempt because I graduate in the fall and they're starting it in 2022.
Let me guess. Longer skirts for their cheerleaders, right?
No.
Damn.
Although I'd be against
thought I
that
was doing
too.
good. I thought I was doing good with my intuition. I thought I was really getting on point.
It's a very long and pointy thing that starts with C. Okay, maybe that wasn't the best description.
Corona cans? Does Corona come in cans? I always see Corona beer in the bottles, right?
Yeah.
You guys know about that Mexican beer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, so luckily I'm exempt, but I don't know what I'm gonna do for my master's because I was trying to speed run my master's, but even if you take online classes, they require it, which I think is ridiculous. Now you can get a
fuck? They require what for online classes?
A certain type of beer.
Who the fuck is requiring that for online classes?
Ohio. Every school in Ohio, pretty much every post-secondary school in Ohio, like local government,
All right,
is
fine. So transfer
right.
to a
Well,
state that's not doing
pretty
it.
much private schools, public schools, they're all doing it because of the like. I've looked at a
No,
lot of.
you'll find somewhere where you can take online classes without getting it.
I've looked at like 4 of them. I'm serious. And now, luckily, there are 2 options, right? There are 2 options. You can do a medical exemption or a religious exemption, but they make you jump through so many hoops. Like you need
No,
the
you do
signature of
both.
like a.
You do both, and then you also cite Nuremberg.
Well, if you do one, you can't do the other because if you go to like the religious one, then you can't have been to a doctor. Like it's really weird. Yeah, California nightmare. I'm serious.
No,
Like
you can't have been to a doctor. Like, how about you can't have taken like what if you just recently realized the evils of having
they
you
don't
know
care.
like stem cells injected into you and stuff like that.
I
Like,
mean, that's what I would personally vouch for, right? Like that's what I would want written on there, but you need the signature of like the leader of like an organized religion or like a building, which is like ridiculous. Like they make it complicated on purpose. They're trying to force people into submission. Now, I've told my parents, no matter what, I will not get it. I will not receive it. And my mom and I are actually on the same page. Like my mom and I are like on the exact same page. Like she's even considering like getting concealed carry and stuff, and she knows about
my
the
mom
green
actually did
zones.
just get a concealed and carry, which scares the shit out of me.
Yeah, my mom's about to get one too. Like, I mean, older ladies don't play around. Yeah, crazy times we're living in though, honestly. But yeah, even for online classes, they require it. I checked a lot of big name colleges, even some smaller ones. Even the smaller ones are requiring it in Ohio. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. There's a school that only has like 3,000 people, and that includes grad school students. They're still requiring it.
Well,
And
that's
I'm
what I'm
like,
saying. So you're saying in Ohio. I'm saying, what about registering for online classes in, I don't know, Arizona or Nevada or fucking Wisconsin or somewhere that's not doing that? I don't know
oh,
if any of those places are doing
that's
that
a
or if they're
good
not.
idea. I may have to do that. Thank you. That's a good idea. I never even thought about that. That's a really good idea. Because listen, I do want my master's. Having a master's degree in business management at like 21 or 22 years old, I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, dude. If you can get your degree and because you've done some amazing things like pushing through classes fast and stuff like that at a young age. Like you can get those degrees before shit really has clamped down completely. Because right now, obviously, they're clamping down, but you might be able to rock that out quick if you just find the loophole in the right place. Like,
That's what I'm hoping for. I mean, dual enrollment was the best decision of my life because if I hadn't done it, I would have like been through like my university studies and then suddenly, oh, you can't finish your degree unless you get it type of thing. Like that could have happened to me, but because of dual enrollment, I'm going to be able to get my bachelor's 1 semester before they enforce it, which is honestly really lucky. But I mean, even then, I still wouldn't get it. But they can't.
yeah, I mean, well, how about Florida? Like right now, supposedly, like they can't require it. It's a law. Fucking transfer to Florida.
I'm thinking about it. Florida's a pretty cool place. My parents were thinking about
Try to
buying
go
a home
somewhere
there.
that's protected at least for the time being, so that you can get your shit done.
Yeah, I know Miami is a pretty good place for that. The cases are so low there, well, allegedly, that um they don't really require as much stuff as other places.
Alleged cases, you mean? Not cases are low allegedly. Alleged cases.
I don't know what to say. Syntax. I mean, I think I meant the second one. I don't know. I don't really believe it's as bad as everyone says, but I think everyone here is on the same page with that.
Dude, look, here's the thing. Most everybody, all your blue pillars, almost all of them will tell you that it's a real thing. It's a real thing, but there's a lot of bullshit attached to it. Well, I'm going to tell you that illness and sickness has always been a real fucking thing. And everything that you're being presented with is bullshit.
Yeah, especially the numbers. Like, I don't think there's 7 billion people here. That's a lie.
Nothing novel whatsoever. There's no like, there's a lot of people like this is what just got my mom the other day. Like she was finally coming around and she knows somebody who spent like a couple of weeks in the hospital or she was in the hospital and I don't know if it was for a couple of weeks and it took a long recovery and all of a sudden she had to text me like she texted me like I about this. Like I know somebody who was hospitalized. It's a real thing. There's just a lot of bullshit attached to it. Those were her words. Like, no, we've been going over this. It's not a real fucking thing. You just happen to know somebody who got ill and they attached that to it. Like there's nothing that she can say. Just it doesn't matter how much like I don't even know how to actually say what I want to say.
I took my kid, my youngest, to the hospital. He was having like stomach issues, and of course they said, "Do you want to take the test?" And I was like, "No, that's not the same symptoms." And she said, "Well, I've seen people come in here and pass the test or fail the test, however you want to look at it, and they had all kinds of different symptoms." So I'm like, "Wait a minute, there's no like set symptoms for this thing?" Because I thought there was like set symptoms. And she was like, "No, I've seen people with no symptoms at all fail the test." And I'm like, "What? Like that doesn't really make sense at all." So that's the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. So what you do is you unload the gun against the side of the barn, and then you go paint the target where most of the holes are.
Look, as far as this whole thing goes, it's so clear. Like everything was planned ahead of time. Everything was in place ahead of time. The responses was planned ahead of time and broadcasted for us to stream now. Event 201, so on and so forth. Like, none of this is new. All of this was planned before there ever was a novel virus, so on and so forth. So if there's a real thing going around at all, the only possibility is if it's a biological weapon that was put into the population on purpose. But why would you do that so mildly? Okay, like all they did is hijack all already known illnesses. That flu disappeared. Fucking nobody dies of pneumonia without it being fucking coronavirus. It's just like so either it doesn't exist or our own governments got together in every single country around the world and released a fucking virus with the plan of how to fucking deal with it.
You know what else is clear? And thank God it is so that they are clearly, no, obviously it's the second option, what you said, but they are clearly botching the execution of it. Too many are not taking the vaccine. Too many people in over media are just talking against it and they are trying to shut it up, but it's too many, too fast, and they can't do much about it. Like Justin Trudeau goes down the street and gets yelled at by people, and then it's a mass PR failure that they now have to contend with. They're obviously botching it. It's clear that they are botching the execution of whatever it is that they plan to do with it.
I mean, we're living in a major historic event. This is the biggest government seizure of power we've seen since the Patriot Act. Maybe even bigger.
This is way bigger. The Patriot Act the Patriot Act it instilled the things that they needed in order to do this today, but this is the big grab. Like that one grabbed a little bit and under the guise of terrorism, you know, and that was enough to make the people, you know, say, "Yeah, take my rights in the name of security." And then 20 years later, now they can say, "Oh yeah, this stuff's been on the books for 20 years. This isn't anything new."
Well, I wasn't even a year old when that happened, so.
Yeah, we used to have rights before you were born. Like back before you
Yeah.
can remember, we used to have them. They took them, but they didn't do anything with that. They didn't attack Americans with those new laws and stuff like that. They didn't come after us. But those of us who were red pilled already, we're warning people then that this is what would come of the Patriot Act. This is what they would do with it. They would turn free, not Americans that have done nothing wrong into criminals and into terrorists using that act. And sure enough, 20 years later, we have this going on, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, what they've done is they've actually armed the actual terrorists, like Al Qaeda, by leaving all that military equipment behind, just like they did in Iraq with ISIS, right? And they've dubbed, the person who's got too much food in their pantry the terrorist, right? So anyone who, does these sort of things, has like religious beliefs, like in the Bible and stuff, like those are the new terrorists. White cisgender male especially, those are the bad guys. Those are the dangerous ones, according to some of the people in the talking head community and within the government and the CIA and stuff like that. So you got to really ask the question: how does having too much food make you a terrorist? I think that leaving behind too much military equipment to the terrorists makes you a terrorist. What do you think?
Another thing I realized is that basically, like, people have been talking about this, like, real ID, passport checkpoints since like 2016. I remember seeing a under the skin sensor patent by the Obama administration as early as 2012, but I just dismissed it because I was only 11 back then.
Well, I've been talking about the National Defense Authorization Act of 2012. I've been talking about it for a long time. And I bet all the people that I used to debate with, right, who heard me talking about it going, "Oh, they would never do martial law. There would never be a medical martial law." How you feeling about me now, huh? Just because there wasn't no like guns in the streets doesn't mean that a lockdown isn't martial law.
Definitely a type of
Look, they keep on using the word when it comes to taking that jab, like doing the right thing. And we just talked about this during Ladies' Night in the side text. Me and Shines did. Like, a free people, if you are truly free, and I'll tell you, America, as bad as it is, the United States is the most free place on this slave planet, that Earth, whatever plane that we live on. And you're not free unless you are allowed. Like, if you're not free to do the wrong thing, then you're not free. So nobody's free. Period. Nobody's ever been free. Even when America was, in its beginning times, nobody was really free. That's always just been an illusion. You're always a slave in some way or form. Like, you're always going to be having to, if it's just society's rules, no matter what type of government is in place, Like, you still have to fit in with society and be judged by society somehow, some way. It's going to happen. You're never really free. It's liberty, though. What liberties do you have? And what is society, like, decided on? Like, what liberties that you have without punishment?
I'm about to start testing that. Because I see people winning lawsuits, right? One guy won like 40,000 just for getting detained at the back of a police station. Cop came up and said, "What you doing?" He didn't say anything, kind of walked off. Got detained.
As usual, we lost you like mid-sentence, Hank.
Yeah. I bet that was the easiest 40 grand he made in his life, though. Lawyer probably got some of it.
I don't know if that came through or not.
Oh, you got cut off mid-sentence like a minute ago.
Yeah, sorry. I said that I'm about to start testing the theory, right? Whether we got rights or not, because I see that people win lawsuits when cops violate their rights. If they get it on camera, they tend to win sometimes. So I'm going to start testing that theory. I'm seriously fixing to start doing First Amendment audits to see if people respect our right for recording in public.
You're gonna be doing that, Hank?
Yeah, I think so, because, you know,
That is amazing.
I'm pretty chill and I could probably take just about anything they could throw at me. Except for bullets. Those are my only weakness.
Dude, if you can handle internet trolls with the greatest of ease, which I've seen you do, you can handle any police officer. That's just my opinion.
I mean, they're just internet trolls with batons and handcuffs, really.
Well, I think what the First Amendment audit community calls them is tyrants. Yep, calls them tyrants among other colorful little nicknames.
So I think my YouTube channel, I'm going to call it Karen's Tractor Beam.
Wait, what's it? I don't think there's an official Karen name for a male. I've heard a couple of different things. Darren? Yeah, that's the best.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna feel bad if anyone here has this name, but every Trevor I've met is an asshole.
Are you just talking about the actual name Trevor, or is there
Yeah.
like a definition to Trevor's I don't know?
No, just every Trevor I met is a douchebag. Like, sup, dude? I just
You know what? I think I've only known Trevors in TV shows. I don't know if I've ever known a Trevor.
I met two. They're assholes.
Well, if I ever meet one, I'll be unaware.
Honestly, I can't think of a single Trevor that I've known in real life.
Like, they're just douchebags. Like, they're tall, scrawny people with like plaid shirts and jean overalls. Like the most country people you can imagine, like buck teeth and like black hair.
Trevor has buck teeth.
Wow.
Yeah, they have like a banjo on their back, probably. No, but a lot of them like to go out to the shooting range, but they're not like the responsible ones with guns. They're like the people like twirl it around their finger and then shoot somebody.
People do that on shooting ranges?
Probably, I don't know.
Oh man.
So was the kid from Deliverance in my GIF, was his name Trevor or no?
Toby.
I mean, every Trevor I've met. I'm sorry, but they're assholes.
But do you want? I just want to know. Would you say that he looks like a Trevor or not?
No, I would say the one Miguel posted is definitely a Trevor. Miguel. Oh, I'm so bad with names.
Especially when they have two first names, like Trevor Steven, Steve Dave.
Yeah.
Hey, no, see, I want you to say Miguel the way that you just said it, and then also say the last name.
Souza.
Susie.
Fuck.
You never took a Spanish class ever.
I took 4 years. I got a 2 on the AP exam.
Dude, I never took Spanish.
Bro, I heard you speak Spanish earlier.
You did?
You took 4 years? Yeah, you spoke Spanish
4
earlier.
years,
Remember,
and
it sounded like
Miguel Sousa?
sounded like English.
I forgot what I said. Oh, I think I said las palabras que usamos son muy importantes. Yeah, I'm not good at Spanish.
It's kind of like, trying to speak Italian and going, arrivo derce.
Oh, God.
Like with a thick southern accent. Arrivo derce.
Oh, welcome back, Rob. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are y'all?
Tired.
Good.
Non si dice arrivederci, si dice arrivederci, devi dire così proprio veloce, capito?
Yeah, I can't repeat that.
If you're speaking Italian, I want you to know that I'm driving a Ferrari.
Say arrivederci. You need to say arrivederci.
Arrivederci.
Sì, così.
No, that's a spicy meatball.
La terra è piatta, non ti preoccupare.
Ma che cosa?
Ti dico che la terra è piatta. Puoi andare fuori e si vede.
Spaghetti.
Fettuccini.
I'm
Wow, it's not that funny. Relax. Jesus.
That was funny.
Does
anyone try to talk to him already?
That's my bad. I shouldn't have mic privileges, to be honest.
Ravioli. Okay, let's see what's.
Look at a beefy ravioli. I apologize, Sasha.
No, that is my second language.
Oh, okay. So it's good as long as you're not primary. Awesome.
It is funny though. Every time anybody, any English speaking person, when they try to do an Italian accent, all they do is just name a whole bunch of noodles or noodle dishes.
Spaghetti pepperoni. Ravioli panini.
Chicken parmesan.
I'm acting like a child.
Chef Boyardee.
Chef Boyardee.
Gee, can you say io sono pianoterista?
Have you talked to the new guy?
The earth is flat.
No, I'm flat earther.
La tierra es plana. I can't do Spanish.
There's a few people with the PC Verify.
Oh, cool.
I don't know if I've spoken to them.
Oh, yeah.
What about Fred? Or Ford? I don't know. I could go either way with that.
It's fraud. That's what it is.
Call him Ford.
I ain't heard you speak much lately. How you doing? Elbow?
Pretty good, man. I've been kind of sick.
You been who?
Kind of sick.
Sorry to hear that, man. Hope you feel better soon.
I'll get you a jab. No, I'm just kidding.
I recommend pre and probiotics. Of course, I'm not a doctor or a nutritionist, but I've heard every time you eat like Tylenol or something like that, like aspirin, it kills the gut bacteria, like wipes it out. So avoid painkillers and stuff like that.
Actually, ibuprofen, one of the side effects is edema, like swelling, and it also causes high blood pressure. It actually happened to me. I used to take that shit like candy, like, I don't know, 6-7 years ago. And then after I stopped taking it all the time, magically, those things stopped. So, I don't know. Coincidence, maybe?
Well, acetaminophen is really bad for your kidneys.
Yeah.
It's bad for a lot of stuff. I can show you guys if you're interested.
I'm good.
Sorry, man. Somebody had knocked on my door.
Doesn't Benadryl also affect the kidneys and liver or something like that?
I think all synthetic medicine do something.
Y'all think ancient civilizations knew that the Earth was flat?
Yeah.
Of course.
What Fraud just said, like I've sustained a few injuries in my life that are kind of chronic pain, and I'm so like yeah, like I do take like aspirin from time to time when it's acting up and stuff like that, but once you've taken stuff like painkillers and shit like that for a certain period of time, at least me, it became pretty clear like I just didn't like it. So like I'm willing to put up with the pain as much as possible. It's like a last resort when I take that stuff. And I think that should always be the case with any medication, period. Like you don't really want to be introducing like man-made chemicals into your body, especially ones that you don't know what the fuck they are or what they do. And, you know, like unless it's a last resort. Like it's so fucked up, especially in the United States, how medicated we are, and like and we're one of like two places. It's the United States and New Zealand, I think, that they're the only two places in the world where it's legal for these pharmaceutical companies to advertise directly to us with commercials and billboards and shit.
And some of the commercials, like if you listen to the part where they're reading really quickly, like some of the side effects may cause anal leakage or death. Like, whoa, your pill's so good that I might get anal leakage or death. I think I'll just deal with the, with the heartburn. I'll just take my chances.
Having a little too much at anal leakage, you and C can both go and giggle together somewhere else. Just kidding.
I don't remember which movie it was. Oh, I think it was Horrible Bosses, where no, it wasn't that. But anyway, the guy was eating a bag of potato chips, and he says they were special kind. They weren't regular ones. And he says, those cause anal leakage, and he like spit them out. Sorry, probably nobody got that humor because you got to be there.
It was a pretty shitty joke, but I liked it. What can I say?
Thanks.
That was a good pun.
See what you did there. I saw that.
What the crap are you talking about?
Looks like Jill. G wants to actually speak now. We're probably gonna meet him. Hey, G. You there, bud?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Has anybody spoken to him? I got something serving me that he doesn't have a role.
This is day one for me.
Ah, what brings you to the server, bud?
I saw it on YouTube.
Oh, okay. So, what do you think of the shape of the Earth?
I don't really know.
Okay, you have no opinion whether it is a ball or flat.
I
Nothing
mean,
like
I've
that.
got no way of knowing.
You kind of do.
Yeah, sure you do. Can you pull out your Google real fast and Google the radius of Earth? Would you mind doing that for me?
All right.
Hank Hill, could
Show
you
me what
please,
you get.
could you please say Bobby for me one time?
3958.8 miles.
No, he has to stay with the
All right, cool.
Okay.
So now, can I get you to pull up a Earth curve calculator? Can you do that for me, please? Just anyone would be fine. So if you put in 1 foot observer's height, you'll see the horizon should be 1.225 miles away. Is that right?
Okay.
All right, so if I could get someone to post a black swan still shot. So if you know where the horizon is supposed to be, if you're 1 foot above the ground, then you would be able to tell. If the horizon's closer, well, maybe it's just a foggy day or weather conditions weren't, up to par. But what happens if you see the horizon a lot further than it's supposed to be?
Holy schnicks, this is going to leave a mark.
Well, that would falsify the model, wouldn't it? So this is Most-Tolan's argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. This is the geometric horizon. So not Q, we'll get to that in a minute, therefore not P. So can you see the horizon in the picture where it says bye-bye ball?
Aren't most people like 6 feet tall though?
Right, but this camera was laid down almost in the water, literally 1 foot above the water. So can you follow me along? And we'll give you the whole video. You can watch it, and it's going to dispel all those variable questions that you have, like the one that you just asked. So can you see the horizon in the photograph? The still shot, excuse me?
Which chat?
The live stream voice text. It's the room right above the one that you're in.
Oh, it needs to be VC verified. Give me a second.
Can you see the image that says bye bye ball?
He didn't have VC verified. You should see it now.
Oh.
Right above it, should be a hashtag with live stream voice text over.
Yep. Okay, I see it.
There's a lot of people in the VC check-in.
So you see the image? Can you tell where the horizon is? Is it before, in between, or behind the platforms?
Looks like it's behind.
Right, so if you look at the platform habitat at 9.41 miles, now the only reason that's there is a demarcation of distance. So the horizon is at least 10 miles away. Is that fair to say?
Sure. I mean, I have no way of knowing with my eyeballs.
Right, that's why the
platform in
video.
the back is 9.4 miles.
Right, that's why the video is so important that goes along with the still shot, because like I said, it's going to dispel all those variables that are in your head, right? Because when we're trying to figure out things, we want to nail down all the variables, right? And we want to, wiggle the thing that we're looking at, right? Isn't that right?
I'm listening. Okay.
All right, so if you were to watch the video, I'm sure somebody's posted it by now. You watch the video and the guy shows you landmarks with his camera where he's at. Then he pulls up Google Earth, shows you the landmarks. Then he shows you the platforms and where he took the picture from. So when you watch the video about 2 minutes in, or you can watch the whole video, I don't care. It's going to show you that this was taken at 1 foot observer's height. Now, when you watch the video, pay close attention. Before he actually zooms in all the way on the platforms, you can see that the horizon is actually behind the land on both sides because you can see the land. Therefore, the land's not behind the horizon, which means that the horizon is actually 30 miles away. And you can do all this stuff yourself. I'm not like NASA asking you to have blind faith, right? You can actually go to any large body of water that's at rest, right? And you can do these observations yourself. So you don't have to take my word on anything, because I might be like some sort of dark wizard magician trying to trick you and hypnotize you. That's why we want you to think for yourself, authority, and actually go out to a place like this, large body of water at rest, and think about it. Just think about it real fast. Do you think there's a mile of curvature between Hawaii and California? The water is like standing up a mile high. Like, that doesn't make sense. The physics of water would tell you that a large body of water at rest is going to be flat and level, just like it appears when you see the sunset. Is there not a reflection of the sun from the sun all the way to your feet, indicating a flat and level surface? Because if it were bent, you wouldn't get that specular reflection.
I seem to have joined at a solid time.
Hank, question.
Go ahead.
I saw a video kind of like the one you're describing, where these guys in a rowboat like had a laser, and they went out in the water and they were pointing the laser at shore, and eventually it wouldn't hit the shore anymore. But once they raised the laser up onto a tall podium on the boat, they could see and hit shore again with the laser. Have you seen that?
Nope. You're talking about a boat with tall podiums? What, like a mast?
Yeah, so what they did is they raised the height, so the farther away from shore they went, they got higher on the boat and they could keep hitting shore. But if they went down to the bottom of the boat on the surface, they couldn't see shore anymore because of the curve. Like, have you seen any of that, or like, how does that correlate with this video?
So how did you determine that it was because of the curve?
Because the
Is that
laser
the only thing that
couldn't
can block out light?
The laser couldn't hit shore at the bottom of the boat, but when it was 50 feet up on the boat, it could hit shore.
Right. Right. Is the curve the only thing that can block out light?
Yeah, the water was blocking
Is it possible that something else could block out the light?
No, they had a clear
Right,
shot
so-
from both ends.
Were there waves?
Let me explain to you how it works. This is really simple, okay?
Yeah.
So we see Chicago from Michigan, right? You're not actually seeing the buildings. What you're actually
That's
seeing is the light
refraction on
reflecting
the
up.
atmosphere. Yeah,
Sorry, can you define refraction?
that's the reflection. Sorry, off the atmosphere. Yeah.
It's a reflection off the atmosphere. No, you're seeing the reflection off of the buildings, right?
But how can a laser hit a reflection?
Mic check.
Oh.
Yep, sorry about that. So what you're actually seeing is the light reflecting off the buildings, right? So when the light is traveling the 40, 50, 60 miles that we've seen Chicago from Michigan, right? The light is going through the atmosphere and it's actually interacting with the particles of atmosphere, right? And it's diverging in all directions. So the light is spreading out, right? You wouldn't be able to see buildings from 60 miles away. They'd be too small, right?
No.
Yeah, but
No,
didn't
no,
you say
what?
that they hit
You
it
can-
with a laser? It's
You can hike a mountain near where I live and see Atlanta from 70 miles away on top of the mountain.
Right, because you're not in a vacuum. The atmosphere acts like a lens, according to the experts.
Yeah.
So when you see trees like a mile, 2 miles away, they're like a light colored green, right? But when you drive by those same trees you were looking at, they're actually the same dark color green that they've always been. But the reason that it looks light color green is because the image is being stretched out and diverging, right, as it travels through the atmosphere. So if the image is diverging in all directions,
No,
being
that's
stretched out,
just haze because the air's dirty. It's full of dust and particles and stuff.
it's full of dust over a large body of water.
Everywhere. The whole Earth is polluted full of air. You know, global warming.
Okay, well, anyway, try not to interrupt. So as the light travels through the atmosphere, it diverges in all directions and it scatters, right? Like think about looking at a light bulb under the pool, underwater, right?
Yeah.
You're across on the other side of the pool and it looks like a big old light. But when you actually change the bulb, the filament is really, really small, right? And it's because of the medium, the water, that makes the light look so big, right? Well, the same thing's going on in the fluid medium of the atmosphere, right? It's expanding in all directions, and one of those directions is down. So if the laser was expanding in all directions and one of those directions is down, wouldn't it bounce off the water and never hit the observer's eye, even on a flat surface?
No.
No?
It was done in a good video. It's a documentary called Behind the Curve. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it. So you got this on Netflix, huh?
Yeah, it's a really good documentary talking about how this community focuses on making money.
Right? Because I've been making a lot of money off of flat Earth, right?
No, you guys
Actually,
haven't.
I haven't made any money. I haven't made any money. It's usually the globalists who get, most of the money off of this, right? Because they get what, $60 million a day, just from NASA alone. Wait a minute, sorry. Can you address that, sir? Does NASA get $60 million a day?
They pay me $50 a day to
Sorry.
pretend the Earth is round.
Sorry, can you address the question? Does NASA get $60 million a day from the American taxpayers?
Oh yeah, they do.
So who's making money here at gunpoint? Because what happens if you don't pay your taxes?
Oh my God.
Men with guns will come kidnap you and or your family members and put you in a cage like a dog if you don't pay your taxes to NASA, right?
Not quite, no.
Really? You've never heard of the IRS?
They garnish your wages. They don't put you in jail.
Oh, so no one's ever been to jail for not paying their taxes.
I really
don't
just came
think he
back to
said
address
that.
the people in the chat that think I'm not a pilot. Like, I've sent you guys videos of me flying a plane, and you still
Sorry, I
don't think
don't
I'm a
care
pilot.
if you're a pilot or if you're a shoemaker.
Hank, this
Is
is
this
the
the
guy that
pilot?
said he's seen. Yes, this is the pilot that said he's seen the curve
Hold
from
on,
the
hold on,
plane.
hold on. Let me get India. India wanted to speak to him.
Yeah, somebody wanted me to come back and talk. I'm not trying to stir the pot, but somebody asked me to come back, so.
Oh, glad you're back. You do have to acknowledge, though, that you guys are the ones making the money.
They pay me every day. They also pay me to put chemtrails out.
Do they now?
Yeah, I'm putting chlorine
You got
in
any
the air.
evidence?
It dumbs
You got any
everybody
evidence to
down.
back
I
up
got a
that claim?
picture of a switch in my cockpit that says chemtrails on and off. I leave that baby on all
Wow.
day.
Clown's
You got any
trying to
evidence to
kill
back
you,
that up? You got any evidence for that?
Evidence of a chemtrail switch?
Yeah.
I mean, when I see it, when I get in the cockpit and I turn it on.
You got any
Hey.
evidence for us
I
that we can look
I
at?
can't show you that because the government would get
So
me in
let me
trouble.
ask you, why would you lie
About chemtrails?
about everything you're saying right now? Because
I have no
you're
reason to
obviously
lie.
Money,
a
money,
known
money,
liar.
money.
They are paying me each day to lie that the Earth is actually
I mean,
round.
you could tell when your tone of voice that you're a blatant liar.
Elbow, why don't you become a pilot? They'll pay you too to lie to people about it
For
being
what?
round.
I think I make about the same amount of money being a software engineer.
Okay, well, they're not paying you to be a flat earther, so join the other side. They'll pay you
Why
to
would I?
talk
Why
about it
would
being
I?
round. Well,
My
you guys
question
talk
is,
about
why
money.
would you lie?
You don't want money?
You're the one talking about money. You're the one saying that we made more.
No, I didn't bring up money. Hank brought up money.
No, you didn't. Wait, didn't you did?
Come from monkeys.
Bro, you're the one that brought up flat earthers making money, and then I brought up $60 million a day for
Oh
NASA.
yeah, I did with the behind the curve. Yeah.
And then you want
retard
to avoid.
I think we lost him.
Am I losing connection?
I think it's him.
I think
Darth C has a religion that he comes from monkeys that come from magical balls, and you guys are not going to take it away from him.
That's right.
Not only can you not take it away from him, he can't even make a claim about it. Thanks.
No, I can't. You guys are really good at debating. You guys should be lawyers, honestly. I can't argue with
That
you.
was easy.
Last time he
That
was
was
in here,
easy.
he was throwing a fit because his directional gyros. He couldn't
Well,
admit
I
with the manual.
explained how
Hold
a
on,
directional
hold on,
gyro
hold
works.
on.
Go ahead.
No, I linked you literally from the manuals of 3 different directional gyros that say they have to work with the compass, and you have to set it to north
Conjunction.
before you even use it.
If you
No,
have a
it says you
nuclear,
have to. I linked it yesterday. It says you have to directly line up the compass with north before you can even use it at all.
when you start it, yes.
Yeah,
So if you have a
and you
nuclear power
denied that
plant,
for 2 hours.
no, if you have a nuclear power plant and you use it to charge your iPhone, is your iPhone radiated? Is it nuclear powered? No. Same thing with the compass and a directional gyro. You align them at first, but the compass does not affect the directional gyro, and the directional gyro is not affected by magnetism. And you guys all argued about that for like an hour, and that's like aviation 101. Directional gyro is not affected by the Earth's magnetic sphere, which is why you have a wet compass to go with it.
So why is it the Bermuda Triangle, when they're going through all these magnetic fields and these fluctuations, the pilots die?
The
because
Bermuda
their
Triangle
instruments
is
aren't working?
not real. There's just more traffic in that area.
So why does the government report losing pilots there then?
There's pilots lost everywhere. West Virginia is the deadliest place, I think.
They don't take kindly to you coming in and telling them they can't make their shine.
I think he's lagging out. I couldn't hear him. Can you guys?
I couldn't hear him either. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, the biggest point I made was on a 2D surface, 3 left turns, you end up in a different spot. On a spherical surface, 3 left turns, you end up where you started. If you go walk or get in a boat,
you're in kindergarten. Yeah.
Here he goes. Here he goes.
Fucking moron.
2015
dude.
called, don't want your argument
check this
back.
out. All right.
I'm not.
So
I
has
haven't
this-
called you
no,
guys morons.
Darth. What you just claimed, Brain
Yep.
the whole 3-turn triangle, not adding up to what is it, 180 degrees?
Yeah.
So walk 5,000 miles, make a
Has
90
anybody-
degree.
Cap,
What the fuck?
Darth, show me one time anybody has actually done this in the real world, or have they only done it on plotting it on spheres? Like
I
in
could show
models on
you, but
computers?
you really wouldn't
Imagination
believe
glows.
it.
He'll never show you. He'll never show you.
The
happening
cool
in
thing
real life.
is you can do it for yourself.
No, show me
See, you
somebody
can do
who's
it.
done it
No.
themselves.
No, you can do it. Yeah, he's a psychopath. You can do it. He's never done it, but you can. Yep.
Here's the thing. No matter what I say to you guys are so crazy that you'll never believe anything. That's the thing.
Crackhead. You're a
You guys
crackhead.
have
You're a
fully
crackhead.
convinced
One
yourselves of
real-world
this huge lie.
instance. Find one real world instance where what you just claimed could happen on a globe. Because you're right.
It
If
happens
we lived
every
on
day.
a globe, if we lived on a globe, you're right. That would be true. So show
Hold on. Time
one
out. Time out. Real quick.
It's never
Darth,
happened.
Darth, I want to say, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't think I'm crazy, but this whole flat Earth thing, I mean, think about it, man. It just kind of makes sense, bro.
No.
He's not interested in sense. He's lying. He's making up stories about things that have never
They're
happened.
paying me to
so
lie
he's
to you
supposed to
guys.
lie
I'm
through his
sorry,
teeth.
but
No,
they're paying
it's
me to
just
lie,
for free.
so I have to
No,
come
no,
in
no,
here
no.
and
You
lie.
do it for free. No, you do it for free. You do it to protect your evolution religion. So
I'm a Southern Baptist. I don't believe in evolution.
You're an atheist. Don't. Oh, stop. You're an atheist.
Ask me any Bible verse. I bet I know more than you.
He's the first. Okay, Exodus 24.
Oh, I don't know Exodus 24. I know.
That's what I thought. That was easy.
Romans
Next.
3:23. For all have
Next,
sinned.
yeah. So here you got a Christian on your hands, guys, claiming to be a Bible believer who wants to defend the satanic ball religion. I can't wait to hear more of them.
Oh God. Wait, since when did Christianity have anything to do with the flat Earth?
It doesn't. It doesn't. That's the point. You
So
believe
then
in a
why am I an
satanic
atheist?
religion. Nothing to do with
Yeah,
Christianity.
that's
You're
why
promoting
I
a
was wondering
satanic
the same
religion.
thing.
That's all. Yeah,
So why-
I know. That's why nobody made the claim. So your guys'
You
minds
just
are
called me an
wandering.
atheist, though.
Yes. What does atheism have to do with Christianity, you retard?
What?
Fucking idiots. You
What?
guys are just brain dead. Yeah. It has nothing to do with you. Asked
Does
me
your
what it has
family
to do
still
with
invite you to
Christianity.
Christmas dinners,
Here
or
we
have
go.
they like
Here we
stopped
go.
talking to
Here
you?
we go. You're scared to death. You're scared to death of your own claim. You
Did you
don't
hear
believe
that?
the Bible. Stop pretending. If you would like to discuss the Bible, we can go to a different room, or I dare you to speak about it here. I can't wait for your verses about a ball earth. Can't wait.
Have you gotten the coronavirus vaccine?
Here we go. Now we got the
Oh
people
my
just here we go.
Something
Ad
tells me
hominem.
you have.
Yep.
That's a
And you-
We
nice
need
red herring,
aborted
bro.
fetal cells. Yes, you need aborted fetal cells in your arm to stay alive. Congratulations, Numpty.
Can you focus?
I'll come
I
back
would
when
like to
Indy's
say
here
that I
so
think
you
it'd
want
be
you
to see.
pretty
focus?
cool if God decided to make a flat Earth.
No,
It's a
God's not
feeling.
allowed to do what he says. No, he can only do what Satan wants on TV.
Oh, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Wait,
No, that's what the New Age
He's being
so-called Christians
facetious.
believe. Yeah, I think I'm being a little sarcastic, but yeah, the New Age Christians think the Bible's just allegorical and God was just joking. Yep.
I just believe in God.
So in Job 38:14, Mr. Pilot, what do you think they meant when the earth is like wax pressed under a seal?
Let me look it up
Or
for
clay.
you.
Don't forget it's measured with a line a little bit earlier, 38.5, I think. But if lines can curve like the New Ager believes, it doesn't matter. It's nothing to do with what the Bible says. They want it to say what they want it to say.
Well,
No,
actually, he's onto something there. I remember a verse where he talked about Satan brought, I think it was Jesus to the top of a mountain, and he could see the whole
Can
earth
you
from up
address
there.
38:14, Job 38:14?
Well, I was agreeing with you on a point
Please.
there. Do you remember
Please.
when Jesus and Satan went to the top of the
Try
mountain?
to
He could
stay
see the whole earth.
focused.
He can't
Yeah,
do it.
try to
Can't do it.
stay focused.
Okay. The earth takes shape like clay under a seal. Its features stand out like those of a garment.
So what does clay pressed under a seal look like?
Flat.
Really? Is the earth like a footstool in the Bible?
No, you got me. I'm gonna go turn in my pilot's license to the government, refund all my checks.
No. You're going to stay believing in your magical satanic ball. I guarantee it.
Why does Satan have anything to do with balls?
Oh, exactly? Who invented the religion? Where do you get your ball religion from? Who came up with it first?
Dinosaurs gave it to me.
See, you're hiding from your
This
own
guy
religion.
isn't
as usual.
worth
Yep.
talking
It was
to.
that easy.
He's
Alright,
got
I'll
a
come back
reprobate
when Indy's
mind.
here.
You're scared to death of your own religion, Buster.
Bye.
Sorry, buddy. Yep.
Is there really a satanic ball religion?
He accused me of
Yeah.
bringing up money
He's
It
insane,
is.
bro.
when he was the one that brought up money.
I'm going to answer that question. Somebody asked me a question. Yes, they claim that you are spinning around the great attractor. That's Satan. Thanks.
Yeah,
That was easy.
look, and as much as I hate how passionate XO is about it, because he's just like such a dickhead about it, he's right. Like everything boils down to basically a spiritual battle of good and evil, and you're either on the good side or you're on the evil side. But I would say that goes down to instance per instance. You don't necessarily know if you're doing right or wrong, unless you're like trying to be aware of it. You might be able to have a better chance there, but even somebody who means well might accidentally be doing Satan's bidding, which is fucked up.
Nailed it there.
Wait, are we
That's correct.
spelling this BAAL? Because that's what I find.
I do have a question though.
All right, what's your question?
So I was listening to this conversation, right? Just paying my, just by in the background. But anyways, so you mentioned that like the evolution theory, is false, and that's why you called me atheist earlier. I didn't really catch that. Could you emphasize
That's
on what you
that's a
meant?
jumble. So he's claiming he doesn't believe in evolution, so that wouldn't be relevant to him. He only believes in the outer space evolution, not the biological part of it. So that's not relevant to his belief. He's not claiming to be an atheist, but he clearly doesn't believe the Bible. He's just one of these new age fake Christians. Anything else?
No, I mean, he was basically saying that he also believe in evolution as we guys do, right? But I didn't really catch how.
Job 26:7 says the earth is suspended over nothing and empty space.
But I didn't really
correct
catch
key-
like
hold on.
how.
All right, hold on. The Hebrew translation says the earth isn't hanging on anything. So mistranslation, that doesn't change the shape of the earth. So that doesn't say a ball's hanging in nothing. It says the earth isn't hanging on anything in the correct
It
Hebrew
says it
translation.
hovers
But yeah,
over empty
Daffy.
space in Hebrew.
Yep. I know. No, in
Wait a
Hebrew
minute,
it says what is. The word means what is, which is anything. So the earth isn't hanging on anything. It doesn't change the shape of the earth. So you're still hiding from the fact that we've measured it flat and God measures it with a line. So if you want to believe in a flat earth pancake in space, that would be your own religion. Thanks.
Yeah, so if I set a cup down on a good foundation of concrete, it's not hanging on anything, right? But it's sitting on concrete, a solid foundation.
Right.
So
You'd
you
have
kind
to
of see how
ignore.
that's a stretch.
Right, Hank. You'd have to ignore 150 other verses where it talks about the earth being on foundations and the foundations will never be moved. That's why the only possible reality is that the original Hebrew is correct when it says the earth isn't hanging on anything. And yes, there's many English
You know,
issues
like
in
your
the Bible.
house, like your house is not hanging on anything. Your house is on foundations.
Exactly.
It's
I
not
thought
that
this was
complicated.
going to be scientific.
Yeah,
Well,
hanging means there's a down. So hold on. If something is hanging, that means there's a down, which is only possible on a level surface. So everything only points to the earth being a level plane surface. Thanks.
All right, so back to my question though. I'm sorry if my accent is
No problem. We can hear you
hard
just
to
fine.
listen to. Okay, fine. My question is that could you emphasize on the reason why you said that I think you specifically said, EXO, that you didn't
Yes, it was
believe
me.
in evolution, and that's why
Right.
you call him an atheist because you believe in evolution, human evolution. So
Yes, most people, yes, that would be a generalistic, a broad spectrum, right? I'm just classifying a bunch of people, right? Which might not be correct all the time. But in
Okay.
this case, when it comes to this particular topic, most people that need to defend it that come on here also believe in evolution. They're just using the ball earth religion to protect them and be the shield of their true heart, which is the biological evolution religion. Because, of course, if you believe you come from animals, then that's how you get rid of morality. That's what most people have done. Then there's the other group, which you're talking about, which are so-called faithful God believers that are also evolutionist believers. They're just really confused idiots. So
okay,
how do you want to take this?
So human evolution can't apply to the Earth being flat.
There's no such thing. So you'd have to
No
define
such
it
thing.
first, but you can't. No such thing.
What's evolution?
How did the world come to be?
Well, that's
what I'm
not the.
wondering.
That's not. Well, wait a minute. We didn't make a claim. If you believe in evolution, you can't understand anything.
No.
the
That's why I'm
point.
asking. That's why I'm curious.
I
Right?
don't have to have a replacing theory. We see already symbiotic relationships within nature that already have functioning ability. There's no such thing as a creature or organism needing to gain function to survive. It already has to have the ability. So understanding that evolution and false gives you a chance to understand reality. If you believe in evolution, you can't understand anything. Thanks.
I didn't say that if I believe in evolution or not.
I'm not talking about what you're saying. I'm telling you what my claim is. I'm not
Okay.
telling you I have a replacement theory. If I were crazy, I could tell you how God does things. I'm not a psychopathic sycophant. I'm not going to tell you
Okay.
how God made everything. Okay. I don't know how God makes things. I know that if you believe in evolution, you can't understand anything. That's my
Okay,
claim.
so you kind of missed the point though. If you believe in evolution, is what
There's
you're
no
saying.
point. No, you keep bringing. No, there's no point here. I'm telling you, and that's my claim. That's why you're not talking about my claim. If you believe in evolution, you literally cannot understand anything.
That's what I'm agreeing with you.
Right.
I was
Okay.
saying that people who believe in evolution kind of misses the point because there is impossible to tell if that is true or not, right?
Because evolution is not even a thing. Nobody can define it. I mean, it's just like an imagination
Right.
thing. It's like talking. It's
Okay.
like talking. How the Jedi mind works in Star Wars, and I'm trying to
Jedi?
explain how the Jedi Force works in reality, and how the Sith and the Jedi go to war because of a balance of the universe or whatever. That's what you're trying to talk about when you say evolution. It's like a fantasy that is not related to reality.
Yeah, call me
See,
uncultured
evolution.
because
Hold on.
I don't. Yeah, okay.
Hold on, bro. Give me just a second. Evolution is an archaic theory, right? We didn't understand like how complex each individual cell was. Each individual cell is like a self-replicating factory with a whole bunch of designed functions that the cell is going through inside of it, right? And think about it. there's only two ways this whole thing got started. Either God created, or it happened by some kind of natural way. So either God created the heavens and the earth, or there was a godless Big Bang. And the Big Bang cosmology leads to the gravity creating spaceballs. And the gravity creating spaceballs leads to it rained on the rocks for millions of years and washed in the primordial soup. And everything you see here sprang up out of the rocks. Right? Now that requires a great deal of faith that I do not possess. Right? Because I know anytime that there's a specified complexity, functional sequence, specified complexity, that there has to be a designer, right? For example, if you saw SOS on the beach, now that's only 3 letters. But if you saw it on the beach, you would call the Coast Guard and say, somebody here needs help, right? Well, each individual genetic sequence is like the size of the Library of Congress, every letter, every sentence, every paragraph put into one file. And it's that complex. And if you start changing things around and mutations happen, that's called cancer. And it's usually fatal to the organism. You understand that, right? So if you look up, just simple, this is a simple term to look up, genetic expression, or if you don't like that one, you can look up epigenetics. And you'll see that all the genetic code is in every single organism, and due to different circumstances, certain triggers turn the switches on and off. So you have 2 types of genetics. One is written in pen and is permanent. And the other one can be turned on or off, selected or unselected. And once you understand epigenetics, it completely blows evolution, the fact that we would gain functions as time goes on. That's just impossible. Like, you don't eat a cow and then gain the ability to grow horns. That way, the next time an alpha male comes up, you can headbutt them and win. No, we don't gain functions. That's ludicrous.
Daffy, just for the record, the point also is that this magical spaceball religion is evolution 100%. And Hank kind of touched on that, on the origins of that belief. So it all ties together. Some people only believe in half of evolution, and some people believe in all of it. So that's just how it is.
I get it. I just had to. I was just curious because, curiosity kills the cat. You need to ask questions to understand something.
Right. So did you look up epigenetics or genetic expression?
I didn't really catch that. What did you call it again?
Genetic expression or epigenetics.
Okay.
Can we point it out that never was scientifically proven evolution?
Evolution? What's that?
What's that?
Yeah, I'm
Also,
saying.
If maybe India wanted to have a time with the clown here, who of course said dinosaurs gave him globe Earth information, maybe he wants to speak up again.
I got to wait on that. You hear me?
Yep, Roger that. Continue. Yep.
Yeah. I have to wait on that. I'm on the train. I'm not in a position to.
Oh, hold your. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, he's around a lot of evolution believers, so he doesn't want to get jumped in the train.
A bunch of monkeys around him. Be careful.
Well, really, they're just complicated rocks.
Well, I only believe in magical ball evolution, so I don't believe in it. Thanks.
I think that guy that said, it's kind of obvious. He was definitely trolling. That guy saying evolution gave him the ball or something. What did he say?
He couldn't stick to one topic for 10 seconds. He's like a goldfish.
Yeah, yep.
Well, he insisted that dinosaurs, once asked, where does your globe information, originate from, the panic attack set in. And of course, he said dinosaurs, which was impressive.
In which country, in which museum we have the entire bones of entire dinosaur?
None.
Oh, thank you.
Now, be careful.
In China,
go ahead.
They have some made in China dinosaurs in China.
No, don't be double deceived here.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You go ahead. I'm sorry. The beginning
how
of
we
yours
realize
interrupted mine.
Sorry, so only one question. How we
Go
realize
ahead.
what years was the diners died? How we realize that?
We don't, because whoever made a claim lied. You can get a biblical reference, or Chinese history and Hebrew history can give you an approximation of when the flood happened. That's how we have fossils, because it requires a very special event to create fossils. They don't just happen all the time, right? So that's why we have all these fossils. But yes, they manipulated and perverted them. They were actually more accurate 100 years ago than they are now. When Sir Richard Owens found the iguanodon tooth and said, wow, this is a giant iguana tooth. And he calls the animal an iguanodon. He wasn't very creative. He clearly never smoked cannabis. So the guy was stupid. He just called the animal iguanodon. Well, it's just a giant iguana, guys. This doesn't take Dick Tracy to figure this out. It's a giant lizard, not the way that they show us, just the way that, we see lizards. Imagine them much bigger. It's really not that difficult, right? Most of you guys believe in giants. That's all they were. And most were killed off by men. Thanks.
How is that possible? We know that,
Can you hear
and
me
we
okay?
don't know, who built it, buildings and architecture in 18th century in America.
That iguanodon it ate a lot of monkeys that didn't evolve, and then the iguana did evolve into a giant iguana or something.
Yep, they ate all the monkeys that were going to be internet heroes. Yep.
I heard, yeah.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you.
Sounds like the 5G is on.
So, yeah. So lizards, they don't ever stop growing, right?
And if
all reptiles.
if
Never
dinosaurs existed, let's say, okay, they existed, whatever.
It's just a giant lizard. Yep.
That means the Earth is a globe.
No, when anybody thinks that is brain dead. No, dragons, which is what they were called throughout all of antiquity, are now called dinosaurs because men like to pervert history. Bro, they're mentioned throughout all of history, Bible. I mean, Russian stories, English stories, South American stories, all these nations that never interacted are talking about these
Germanic.
Right, there you go. The Linvam is another term. Yeah, Leviathan, Behemoth, Cockatrice. Where do you think they got the idea for Godzilla? This is it's based off Leviathan. Every single story is based off of a truth, right? And when it comes down to these giant reptiles, and we killed them all off. That's all there is to it. Some of them did run on two legs, but yeah, they present them wrong. They don't have most of the bones. The way they add arms and shit.
Actually, the idea from Godzilla was from a fishing boat that was under radiation fallout of a World War II bomb test, and one of the fish on the boat mutated and looked really weird.
Gojira!
That's not the original idea. I'm sorry. No.
that the director of
There's
the
been
movie
legends
said
for 100.
that's-
Yeah, he's wrong. Legends for hundreds of years in Japanese folklore about sea monsters. Sorry, that's incorrect. Thousands of years for Chinese and Japanese folklore. Please, Cupcake, relax.
Big iguanas, big lizards.
You didn't say thanks after finishing that sentence, so I didn't hear it all.
Yeah, just relax. It's okay. It's okay. I know you read the internet, so you're smart. I know you got a piece of paper. I know.
I'm sorry, I need to interject. I'm actually a huge Godzilla fan. I've seen every single film since the 1940s or 50s black and white movies, and he's right about the fish thing. It's just coincidence that there are also sea monster stories from ancient Japan.
Just because Hollywood.
But the whole fish thing was what sparked the idea for Godzilla. It was just they had the ancient history tales of giant leviathans in ancient Japan. They used that as a good basis of an idea for that kind of story. But it's kind of 50-50 for the fish and the ancient stories. But yeah, it's not that either of y'all are wrong or right about that specific thing. It's y'all are both kind of right. I love you.
Big lizards.
Yeah, when they give different species names like Protoceratops and Triceratops, they're just showing how stupid they are because one is just a baby. A baby cow is not a different species than an adult cow. The whole thing is pseudoscience. So yes, they lie about everything.
Yes, but a mini cow is a different species from a full size beef bull. We have minis, I'm not trying to argue.
You mean they're not interbreedable with the larger cows anymore?
No, it would kill the little ones. Yeah.
Right.
If it was a
Right.
large male with a small female, not vice versa.
Right. So because of the size issues, they are named a different species.
They're called zebus. I don't know. I haven't looked that far into it. I just know that it is problematic for the little ones versus the big
Because
ones.
the problem with that is that there's no such thing as a species. It's a false term. It's just another man-made
Oh,
word. So I'm just trying to figure
heck
out what you mean. Like you don't mean it's a different kind though, but you mean it's just considered a different. It's considered not compatible, but it's because
a
of the size. You
different
actually could,
breed
but technically,
of a cow.
technically you could artificially inseminate it though. I'm guessing.
If you artificially
And it would kill it,
inseminated like a Brahmin, an Angus or something into a mini zebu female, then she would guaranteed die.
But she would become pregnant. Then she would become pregnant first, then die. Right.
Okay, you win. You've proven your point.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. So I just want to point out there's no such thing as adaptation in nature, let alone evolution. This is just something that a lot of people get confused. There is no adaptation. And this has nothing to do with you were saying, bro, that's not even a nature anyway. I just want to, before we get done with this topic, if all you got to do is ask an evolutionist, give me one example of adaptation in nature, the conversation's over.
Tasmanian devils.
Oh, Tasmanian devils died and then became Tasmanian devils? But please tell me about it.
No, they're about to die, and they adapted.
They almost died. Okay.
Yeah, due to I think it was some sexually transmitted disease.
Wait, they almost died, but they didn't, so they're still alive. Wow.
That is amazing, Gemsy. My goodness. Call the White House. President Biden's going to want to know about the first adaptation in history recorded.
Very astute observation, my good sir.
So I guess every time somebody gets sick and doesn't die, that's adaptation. Okay, Gemsy, now you know.
Oh.
Are we doing karaoke tonight?
No.
Yeah, we're doing karaoke right now, if you didn't notice.
I just know it's supposed to happen, and I've been asking for a couple hours what time. Actually, I've been asking all day what time, and I haven't gotten a firm answer. I was just curious.
How we got information?
It's kind of spontaneous, when people feel like singing their ass off, and Mike is here, and other people. We just kind of, sing a little bit. Sometimes it's sing song time.
It's not mandatory.
It's not.
Not every day people get drunk and high. It's not every day.
It's every day.
That would be evolution.
Maybe for you.
That's another form of evolution, Gemsy.
My life.
Mental evolution.
So if I get drunk and high and don't die, I'm evolved?
Hey, if I don't drink weed as I used to do, does that means I'm evolving into a better person?
Look, we just need the scientific hypothesis of evolution so that we can test it. Oh, it doesn't even pass the first thing. We can't even observe it. So if we can't even observe it, it doesn't even enter into the scientific method. So it's a cool story, bro. Gotcha.
Where we got information?
From the informer?
That's right.
Where we got all these ideas? Where we got information? People.
Information can be man-made, and it can also be supernatural. Information cannot be natural.
Actually, some people believe it's so supernatural, nothing can create all the information.
Nothing can create, huh?
That's what 99% of the Globers that come in here believe, man. I mean, just Jim Panda's channel. Go look at the.
They just sprang up out of the rocks, created by nothing.
Yeah,
that's crazy. That's crazy talk.
Information came from nothing. That's their talk.
Like, what if I assembled my own computer, right? And I just left it there for millions of years. Do you think it would create its own operating system, or would I have to do business with Bill Gates and Ubuntu or something?
No, you will create that computer, then After 1,000 years, I will come and I will say that came from the water.
Yeah, we just need that hypothesis for evolution, or at least define it so we know what we're talking about, right? Because if dogs were extinct today and they were never seen for hundreds of years, and the evolutionists dug up a Chihuahua and a Great Dane and a wolf, they would go, aha! It started out as a little tiny Chihuahua with bug eyes, right? And then it evolved. And it got so big that it evolved backwards and devolved, right? When really, I think it's all devolution at this point. I think in actuality, everything is devolving.
Yeah, it stopped. We cannot fly. I don't know. Everything is stopped. Evolution stopped. We I don't know. We cannot see any more change.
Too late. Pilot dude's gone. Did anybody ask him about it?
Why is not happening now if it's happened all this time?
I saw him unmute, then go mute again, so he left on his own fruition.
Let's ask him this one question. What is the name of the button that he pushes to compensate for the curvature of the Earth? Is it like the curvature button? Like, what's the name of the button? Says he has to hit a button every time.
Right.
And how pissed are you going to be when he says yes? It says adjust for curvature button. Press now.
Well, how would listen? How would you even do that? Like, how would that even work? So let's assume it's true. How would it even work? You'd have to know how far you flew in 10 minutes. You'd have to know your altitude, right? Because the drop is proportional to altitude and distance. So, like, and then it would calculate the angle. What does that? What in the airplane does that? Lying sack of shit, dude.
Don't worry,
dinosaurs.
Don't worry, I exposed him as a liar for you.
Oh, good. Did you hear what he said in Ladies' Night? Were you here, Hank?
Nah, bro.
So what he said was, they were asked. So one of the ladies asked him for a demonstration of, you know how people say you got to tip the nose down, right? First of all, I'm not hip with that. I don't think that tip the nose down, and even if you did, I don't think it's enough. But anyway, I'm not going to get an argument about that. Point is, she asked for a demonstration. He was like, well, in the airplane, there's a button I have to push for the gyro to compensate for the curvature of the Earth. I have to push every 10 minutes. Now, Hank, have you ever heard that before? You've been doing this. You're probably the most ancient flat earther in here. And like they've been saying this for 7 years, right?
Yeah, I've never heard that.
Yeah, me neither. And I already know it's bullshit, but just I can't even believe he said that. And the way he was talking to the lady was like talking down to her. And it's a lie. Like, dude, I'm like totally triggered by that shit.
Yeah, I butted in a few times on Ladies' Night last night, and I usually am pretty good about that. That was what got me started, pretty much. Was I had to get
I can't listen to Ladies' Night because of that.
What is the explanation of the Coriolis effect?
What Coriolis effect? The measured one
effect
that doesn't exist, or the theoretical one that exists only on paper?
Or all the Globers telling us that we won't experience it. Which one?
You can show it on the merry-go-round, the real one.
Paper one.
Yeah, but you can show that one.
I've asked Globers for this 100 times. Okay, give us a paper, bunch of data that shows they sat here and measured the Coriolis effect by chucking projectiles somewhere.
He thinks that thing what I didn't account in 90s when I was in military.
Well, why don't the next question should be why are elephants' feathers gold? That's, yeah. Thanks.
Well, how do you explain that, dude?
Yo, Indio, he's back. He's right here, dude.
I'm explaining Indio. I did in military.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go on mute.
Somebody go on mute, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on
Everybody
mute
go on
because I
mute.
won't be able to handle the
I'm
stupidity.
about to
I
eat
can't.
my food too. Oh well. Darth Pilot.
Yo, what's up? I heard you
Wait,
wanted to talk to
What's
me.
up? You said
it
so. You
is
said
it
you
is something
were.
you
You
can.
said you were.
Yeah, I
Who's
got several
interrupting?
people talking at once. What?
Yeah, someone's
Whoever
interrupting.
interrupts
All right,
him,
everybody
is
stop.
is gonna get muted. So
The guy's
go
trying
ahead.
to run interference. So yeah, we're not gonna have that. Anyway, you said last night, in ladies' night, that there's a button you have to push every 10 minutes to compensate for the curvature of the Earth. What's the name of that button?
It's a knob on the directional gyro heading indicator instrument. And you don't push it, you twist it every 10 to 15, 20 minutes, depending on how fast you're going.
And what is that for? Compensate for curvature?
Mostly gyroscopic precession, but yeah, curvature as well.
So do you know how the gyro in the airplane works? You know that the gyro part of the attitude indicator has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth? And
We're
it
not
only
talking
is...
about an attitude indicator.
Well, okay, so how does the heading indicator, what's that have to do with the curvature of the Earth?
What's
Like,
your qualifications on this matter? Are you a pilot?
What does it
as well?
matter? What does it matter? I can read.
Because if you fly on a straight heading with the directional gyro constantly, eventually your directional gyro won't match your compass anymore. Because as you know.
And why is that?
Well, because of variation and deviation.
Yeah, but be specific.
That's the answer.
Because of variation and deviation, that is the general answer. That means nothing.
Yeah, but they were in here arguing about how a directional gyro
don't try
doesn't
to
use a
try to
vacuum.
get off of it, dude. You're busted. You're
But you
busted
caught
'cause
me,
you're
man.
full of shit. Yeah,
You
because
caught
you're
me.
full of shit. You're full of shit, dude. You
Can I
don't
ask you a
compensate for
question?
curvature of Earth on an airplane. Yeah, go for it.
So you seem to be familiar with aeronautics, right?
I'm familiar enough with all the
Yo,
gold
let's
claims about
try and keep it
airplanes.
civil, guys. Come on.
No.
So if you were to fly on the same heading, right?
Yep.
For several thousand miles, and you stop.
Yep.
And you turn left exactly 90 degrees, and you do the same thing
Back
again
to
for
this,
several thousand
unbelievable.
miles.
Yeah, who did that?
You can. Lots of people have.
So,
I
but
can't-
who
I
did?
cannot believe this guy.
Really? Give me
I cannot
one
believe-
a single person.
I'm
A
sorry,
single
people keep
person.
talking over me, and I don't talk over
Well,
you guys.
I want a single person because I've heard this argument not thousands, hundreds of times.
It's done almost every day on airlines.
So they
When-
take
when
three
I- when
90-degree turns almost every day. That's
when
what
I
you're
fl-
saying.
When I fly to Japan, we don't go straight to Japan. You have to accommodate for the curvature there.
Oh my goodness, dude. No, you don't.
So you're
No, you
saying
don't.
every
You're just saying
airline?
shit.
Are you
You're
saying
just
every
saying
airline
shit.
pilot out there is lying about it?
No, I'm saying you're lying.
Okay.
So, listen, I want one person that did the 390-degree turns, a single person. You said people do it every day. You should be able to name lots of people. So we know mathematically that this happens, but we don't care about mathematically in the abstract.
You don't care about
we care
mathematics.
about the real. No.
You just said you don't care about mathematics.
Yeah, that's right. I don't
All
care
right,
because
I'm leaving. If you don't care about
there we go.
mathematics, then
He's
I'm
running.
leaving.
No,
is that the ultimate call? That's the ultimate heresy.
Mathematics is heresy?
No, dude.
Apparently, saying anything
we
about
understand
mathematics that not worshiping it is heresy.
We understand that mathematically, if you lived on a sphere, that what you're claiming would work.
Okay.
But what we're asking for is anybody who has ever done it
in the real world.
Nobody's wasted the money to my knowledge. Like, why
So
would
when
they?
you just said a bunch of people did it, and now you're saying no one's done it,
Well,
you're
people
not
do
lying.
something
Which
similar
time
to
were
it.
you
Let
lying?
me see here.
So which was the lie, the first one or the second one? Which was the lie when you said a bunch of people did it, or pilots do it every day, or the second time we said no one's?
Because airlines, when they fly, they don't fly that exact flight path. Why would I need to go to that specific point?
He's still
when
just
I go
making stuff
somewhere
up.
near it, though, it's basically the same thing.
Insanity. Never has it happened
when it's
in
near
history.
it. It's the
No,
same
you know
thing.
what? You guys are
So
right.
the-
All airline pilots are just absolutely insane, and we have no idea what we're
Not
talking
one.
about.
You can't name one. Now you're just
so
lying.
you
You
have
can't
to
name one.
straw man us, right? Because you are caught lying. Caught. Now, why would you lie?
You
People
caught me
come in here
lying.
every day and say, why would they lie?
I don't come in here every
Ems?
day. I've been here one day.
Well, no, people come in here. You have a comprehension issue.
Yeah, you have a microphone
People come
issue.
in
It's
here
hard to hear you.
People come in here every single day, and they ask us, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? Why would they tell us lies? Why are you doing it?
What's the answer to that?
I don't know. You tell me, because you just came in here lying, so you must know the answer because you're a liar.
I don't have to prove to you that unicorns
I don't care what you
exist.
prove. You're busted lying. There's a recording of it, right? It's obvious.
You got me. You caught me lying, man.
He just did it twice. He doesn't even care.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
I know, because you're a degenerate. Okay.
When I got voice chat prims, they told me to be nice and not call people names.
This is
and
what the ball
you guys
religion
are the
does to
ones
people.
saying
It turns them
morons
into
and
sycophants.
So
degenerates.
you think
That
lying
lie
is
habitually.
being nice? You think lying is being civil?
I think that you should follow the own rules that you set on your Discord and not
I do
call me a
think lying.
degenerate.
Yeah, I am
These are
following
my
the rules. You are a liar. I just illustrated how you're lying, right? You said people do it every day, and then 5 seconds later you said nobody wastes their money to do it. That's a lie.
People do basically the same thing every day. When you fly from California to Japan, you don't go out over the ocean. You go up over the North Pole. If you were to go to Japan to Europe, you wouldn't go back the way you came. You would go up and around the other side.
Every one of those flight
So
paths.
they don't have flight corridors, right? They fly directly to Japan. That's what you're saying.
Every one of those flight paths, which make no sense, because like a plane would obviously fly the most direct route, right?
Yeah, that's what we do.
The
when
most
planes
direct route is not a fucking parabola, okay?
It is.
What's the name of the flight
No.
corridor? What's the name of the
Lunatic.
flight corridor that you take?
You're assuming
busing
it's on a 2D surface, but on a 3D surface, the parabola is the quickest way to get to the destination.
I understand.
The reason why your guys'
you can finish my
flight
point.
patterns are
Look,
the way they are is
have you ever plotted your intercontinental flight paths on an AE map? And I'm not saying that that is what the world is, but it becomes a much straighter line.
What was Master Chief
What
saying
you would
here?
expect if you're going from point to point or place to place in the most direct path.
What was Master Chief saying when you interrupted him?
No, what I was saying was that your guys' flight path it is never short.
It's never
you guys,
short?
No. None of that flight paths are not. Why? What about the flight path from California to Hawaii?
So I don't know what you mean by short. You think I add distance to it on purpose?
Oh yeah, you guys change direction and you guys change the flight paths purposely.
Well, that's for like traffic reasons around a city, but intercontinentally, it's always a straight line.
Traffic reasons, right?
So
traffic
they don't.
reasons.
Listen, they have flight corridors, right? They don't fly direct flights from one place to another. You fly like, okay, so you go from. So I want to go New York City to France, right? They fly up to Nova Scotia and fly into a flight corridor and fly across the Atlantic. They
India,
don't fly directly to France.
when you leave your house to buy groceries, do you take the quickest route to the grocery store? Of course, but you have turns.
who
You have
cares?
turns on that route. You turn left out
cares?
of your driveway. You
I'm
turn
not the
right
one-
out of the neighborhood. It's still the most direct route.
Dude, I'm not the one. Not the most direct route if you're flying out of your way, right? You're trying to say that somehow the Earth's a globe because this is the way they fly. They fly to the North Pole. They choose an arbitrary flight corridor. I don't know if it's the United
We choose the
Nations. I don't
most
know how
direct
they
routes.
choose it. That's your belief. Okay?
It's what I do every day. It's not a belief.
I seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt you're even a pilot. We've had dozens.
I
dozens
literally,
and dozens of pilots.
sent videos to people in here of me flying a plane, and you guys still doubt it. That's actual lunacy when you see it on video and you don't believe it.
How do we know that who you're showing is you? Fuck off.
Lunatic. I'll show you a video right now. Send me a PM. I got my phone out. I'll send you a video.
It can't help you. You're still a habitual
What
liar.
you're saying is lunacy. It doesn't matter.
All right,
When you
I'm done
start
losing
saying
brain
stuff that
cells.
makes sense or that fucking fits,
Go back to your cartoon.
like what other people say, then maybe I'll care who you are. But everything that you're saying right now is completely nuts.
Y'all's parents are disappointed in you.
No,
Goodbye.
Yeah, I got footage from
parents,
7
dude,
miles high.
I'm older
got
than
footage
you.
from 2
You're a
miles high.
kid.
You got nothing. He's done. What a
Well, I mean, like, do you think? Does he really think we care what he thinks when he's just got proven to be a liar?
He
Like,
told you that it
really?
happens all the time. That everybody goes up into airplanes and wastes millions of dollars worth of fuel every day. He's a complete psychopath.
Fucking lying through his teeth, bro.
He went right back to that's his question for you. How do you explain in my imagination
So
planes
as
doing 90
as the
degree turns?
newest guy
Really?
here, I
Lying,
kind of want
liars,
to
lie
I
about
want
lying.
to kind of add in my two pieces, considering I'm on the flat Earth side.
That don't
Okay,
matter.
just don't critique the moderators.
Okay.
We listen. First of all, we're not homers here. We like it doesn't matter if you're flat Earth, the curved Earth, concave Earth. Talk shit, you lie.
I'd
You're gonna
I'd like to
call out.
speak, please.
Well, I'm just telling you what the deal is. Okay, doesn't matter if you're flat Earth, dude. We don't
I'd
name drop.
I'd
It doesn't
I'd like
matter.
to talk, please.
Okay, you can talk, please.
Thank you. I may disagree with the pilots, whatever, philosophy on flight and whatever. But I gotta say, I think you brought up a really good point about just the way y'all kind of spoke to him, even though y'all disagree on it. And yeah, he said
Dude,
some
you were
pretty.
just warned
No,
not to
let
do
me finish,
this. You were
please. Please
just
allow
warned
me to
not to do
finish.
this.
Please allow me to finish. Please allow me to
Dude,
finish.
if it's that
Please
important
allow
to
me to
you,
finish.
Well,
Please
you
allow
said
me
it.
to finish.
All
I am
right,
not
go.
finished talking. Please allow me to
Bro,
finish.
stop trying to critique the moderators, dude.
I have
No,
not.
we're not gonna allow you to finish, fucktard. We're not. You retard.
Mute it.
Please let me finish defending the liar.
Here's the thing. If people come in here and they have an honest conversation and they're not using tactics like red herrings, diverging tactics like this guy was doing, we can have an adult conversation, right? But if people come in here and they want to act like that and show their ass and go from subject to subject, they're not going to be treated so kindly. And here's the thing, man. I'm not a moderator. So when these moderators are like letting you stick around in their Discord, it's not your Discord. So when you come over and they ask you to take off your shoes before you sit down and eat dinner, you better fucking take off your shoes or you can get the fuck out.
No, he wants to bring the shoes in and put the shoes on the table near all the food.
But certainly, there's no point in doing it in public. If even if a moderator does something wrong, bring it up in private. Even if they, so don't ever. There's no point in concern trolling. We have to deal with trolls all day. Let's not critique each other. Thanks.
Well, I'm going to say it. We have zero tolerance for liars. There's no point in having a conversation with a liar, right? And it's ultimately disrespectful to us. It's disrespectful to the listeners. Trying to claim, you're not treating me nicely while I lie to you. That's bullshit, dude. That's utter bullshit. You must think we're the stupidest people in the fucking world to even think about that we would fall for something like that. Going to lie to our faces and then complain that somehow we are calling out your lies rudely. Cry me a fucking river.
Lying is a crime. It's much worse than just being uncivil. Lying is a crime. It's hate. It's how criminals get protected. It's why people are here, because they're tired of being lied to. So it's probably the worst place you could tell a lie right off the bat. And again, the point was proven when people come in here and ask us, well, why would they lie? Why do all these globe proponents lie to us? That's the greatest evidence you could ever ask for. They go into this panic mode, this panic attack, and they have to do this 90-degree angle things about pilots doing that. It's never happened. They just start making stuff up. And here's what would have happened with the switch, Indio. He would have then confirmed that there is a reset switch, and he would have on that technical point, he would have said, well, I do have a research switch. Here it is, a reset. But that obviously has nothing to do with curvature or spin of the Earth. If I reset my compass or whatever he was talking about, obviously he doesn't have a claim, and that's why it's much worse of a lie to start claiming that pilots all over the place are constantly going in 90-degree turns to prove the Earth is a ball. That's a lie of epic proportion.
Well, I mean, what the hell does the heading of the airplane have to do with the curvature of the Earth? If I go west, is it curved more to the west than the east? Like, why would you have to adjust the heading? That doesn't even make any sense. So I asked him to be specific variations, and what do you say? Variations and something else? Just a general word salad nonsense. And then he went to the 90-degree thing, to bail from his nonsense about the heading, and then he proceeded to lie. And you expect whoever was in here concerned trolling, you expect us to treat someone like that civilly. You're out of your goddamn mind, dude.
You guys were pushing in on those points, and then he said, "I'm done losing brain cells." Bye.
Oh, never
Yeah,
heard
he
that
completed
before.
his panic. Yeah, he completed his panic attack. He knew he was stuck again.
Caught lying. He lied yesterday. Just lying. Why should we talk to liars? And the thing is, why is he lying? He is lying for a reason. He's trying to convince people that listen in here, right? And plus, he could be one of these gulbers that are just trying to, I want to convert one flat earther. That's like their goal in life or something. He wants to deceive people that are listening on the live stream or listening in this voice chat by lying. That's wrong. Like, if you don't know lying is wrong morally, there's something wrong with you, and you can leave the server too. It's like I'm talking to 6-year-olds. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
And
Rob
Rob,
knows lying is wrong.
I don't know if Rob heard him saying he was losing brain cells by talking to us and whatever. He said something about parents of someone. Rob,
Right.
you've been unmuted, but I mean, no white knighting in here. You can bring new points or talk about flat earth, but defending a liar is not gonna get you anywhere.
But I
I did
want to
not
add
defend
to
a liar.
Well, I
A
want to
shameless
add
liar at that.
I'm sorry, Indio. I'm sorry, Kiwi.
No,
What I want to add
it's a
to
shameless
Indio.
liar. That's all. I mean, but I'm gonna say one thing, then you can talk. It's objectively true that he's lying. It's not my opinion that he was lying. Okay, I demonstrated to him that he's lying. He said two things that directly contradict each other that can't both be true. That's why I asked him which one was the lie, the first one or the second one. He didn't have an answer. All he could say was, "I'm gonna leave." Like, we care if a liar leaves. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem, Indio. What I wanted to add to what you were saying when he was claiming to be a pilot, like, I think that's his strong man. Like, he's trying to push the fact that all because he's a pilot and everybody that's listening in, the Globers, quote quote, and because he's a pilot, we need to look to what he's saying because he knows exactly what they're talking about. He knows what they're saying, and he's seen the Earth.
Look, it's a straight propaganda tactic. What's the first thing he asked me? What are my qualifications? Then
Right.
then what was the other thing he did? Oh, so all pilots are lying. That's not what we said. That's a straw man. We're saying he's lying. And when all pilots wouldn't have to lie because he said no pilot wasted his money to actually do this. But he also said every pilot does it every single day. So
right, which they don't.
And India, why in the last 4 or 5 years, and I think that I saw 2 or 3 pilots in live shows, Nathan or something. Nobody spoke about that indicator.
Guy in the old server, his name was ReadyCam. He was a 777 pilot. He definitely was a pilot. Took pictures from the cockpit. This dude was no doubt definitely a pilot. Showed pictures of himself in uniform, no doubt. Never said anything. He never made any argument that this clown made. RC Micey claims to be a pilot. Never heard any of those arguments. Wolfie 6020, who's a AFD flat earther, he's never made any of the arguments this guy's made. I bet you if I look it up right now, he said, what did he say? LA to Japan, they fly over the poles? I bet you if I look it up, they don't. I guarantee you, if I look up the flight path for that, they don't fly over the poles.
And to go back to the foundation of the curvature
Actually, I'm going to look it up right now.
You know what I mean? He can't even prove the first point. There's no way he can prove the first point.
So there was this one pilot who came in here one night, and I'll be quick because I know India's about to speak. He said that he tried to level it out, right? And when they asked about it, right, he was trying to play it cool, like he wasn't a flat earther. He said, "Oh, I was trying to get there faster." When he leveled it out to fly level, the plane wouldn't allow him to do it. It kicked over controls to the plane and kicked him off of the being the pilot. And when he asked them about it, like, hey, I was just trying to get there faster, they said, look, if you do that, you'll crash. So if you try to compensate for the curve by pointing not the nose down, but just pointing it level, you'll fucking crash into the ground. So the plane like takes control and kicks you out.
You don't think so that YouTube will be full of videos about that?
So a pilot cannot perform the curve. I mean, they probably cannot adjust for the curvature of the Earth. What you're saying?
Right. The plane won't let you adjust for the curvature. So once you get up there, like you have to fly level, right? According to where the ground is, which we know the ground's not curving because we measured it.
2 degrees tilted up.
Yeah, it has to be pointed up because that's how you get like optimal flying because of the aerodynamics. But I think India wanted to bring something up.
Motionless flat Earth, and no pilot ever takes into account any curvature or any movement of the ground. So therefore, it's a globe.
And people who are shooting that aeroplane are also not accounting.
Good one. I like that one too.
Because I was doing that in military.
Yeah, they forgot to tell you to take into account the rotation of the Earth and the curvature. Yeah,
Yeah.
they forgot that
Yeah.
important in your training.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I was good. I don't know how that's possible, but okay.
That's why your country is not didn't take over the world, right? Because you guys didn't take into account curvature.
Because of that, your aeroplane, that invisible, it was down. F-16, what it is now?
The problem is that guy was talking about a directional gyro, which is basically how you can adjust back to like a declination from north. So he's talking about what would be the equivalent of like a left-right argument as opposed to an up-down argument. The curvature has nothing to do with your declination or derivation from north, which is what the directional gyro would be indicating. We're talking about curvature. Different gyro would operate kind of like your false horizon instrument on like a mechanical gyro. It's a totally different argument. Unless he's trying to say that the flight path is the compensation for curvature, but I don't think that's the conversation that was trying to be had. So I think it was just way off base.
The flight path is the direction, not the angular down or up.
Right, and that's what the gyro that he's talking about, like a directional gyro, which basically is keeping like kind of like a compass heading. So that's kind of like think of it as a left to right argument as opposed to an up down argument, which the curvature would be an up down argument, not a left right argument.
Look, here's the
Yes,
deal. If the
the
Earth was a
reason it
sphere,
has-
sorry, just real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
If the Earth was a sphere, right, they wouldn't be pointing to the shadows of sticks and to the stars and to the moon and the shape of the planets. They would be telling people to go out there and measure the curvature of themselves. But instead, they're obfuscating on every single thing. Whatever you do, don't go measure the curvature. You ever heard a globe earther say, go measure the curvature yourself? Get out there and go do it, bro.
The reason he has to keep resetting it is because he can't stay on the path like a good pilot, and because he keeps going off course, you have to then reset your waypoint because you're not in the position you were supposed to be. So it's his lack of pilot abilities is the reason he has to reset every 15 minutes. A good pilot probably wouldn't have to reset. They're just waypoints. Yeah, I typed, since India was talking about it, I typed in LA to Japan or LAX to Japan. It's amazing. Look at all these flight paths. They only work on a flat map, and if it's a different map, it goes 1,000 or 5,000 miles off course. So it's interesting when you just look at the lines. Just obvious it doesn't work on a ball.
That speed flies to Mach 2,000 kilometer per hour. What about that?
Oh, must be a SR-71 Blackbird you're flying.
Yeah, how they are accounting for curvature?
They don't.
They need to count in every, I think every 10 seconds, need to drop whatever.
Yeah, it'd be going down at about 5,000 feet per minute. Or no, I'm sorry, it'd be 20,000 feet per minute. No, that doesn't.
2,000, I know in kilometer per hour, I think it's even more. 2,000 kilometer per hour, 2 Mach, it's something like that.
Yeah, I forget. Yeah, it's well, yeah, 2,000 miles per hour would be over almost Mach 3, right? Like 2,100 miles, 714, 21.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is in kilometers. 1,000?
Let's say at 1,000 miles per hour. Let's say.
That's Mach 1.5.
Yeah, but let's say Mach 2. Yeah, Mach 2. How much you need to account for that speed?
1,700 miles an hour, right?
Mach 2 would be about 1,400 miles an hour, 14 to 1,500.
Yeah.
So that's what the speed the Concorde traveled at. We know the Concorde could go about Mach 2.
But you know that military how to say airplanes, they're not
The reconnaissance one, the SR-71 Blackbird, the YF-12, the U-2.
Yeah, that one what are flying on the how to say low elevation. They're not going so because they need to attack also on the ground.
Yeah, so you're talking about a fighter plane. You're not talking about a
Yeah,
civilian.
fighter. Yeah, fighter. How they are counting on curvature?
They don't. They use terrain masking dependent on a level surface.
Yeah.
It's in all the helicopter training, the low level attack plane, like the A-10. There's absolutely no accounting for it, and they do maneuvers real close to the ground. Yeah, you'd eventually
Well,
have a problem.
let's say it's so simple. Nobody in military accounting for nothing.
There isn't even a claim. Account for what?
Yeah. That is, yeah. That's, yeah.
That's the sound of inevitability.
Magic.
Who is that, Sasha?
Mm-hmm.
The bottoms of clouds are flat.
Yeah. So I just looked it up. Hold on a second. I'll post a screenshot. Guy's a liar, dude.
He'll come back on a different name in a couple days.
It's not like we don't have record of many pilots saying that they don't take into account any curvature and they say it's flat. But this internet pilot says, it's a globe because he says so.
Well, I mean, let's not
He said
forget
he
the
flies
Portland.
this. Well, he said I just posted a screenshot, flight aware. So this is an actual flight that took place, not a theoretical flight. This is what they actually flew. Does not fly over the poles. He said he flies this. I don't know how many times every week or something. This flight does not go over the poles. It's nowhere near any pole. Guy's just the liar. Asshole that was trying to defend him. I hope you feel stupid.
You can't defend this space globe religion without being a liar. It's impossible. After the first few minutes of regret that you came in the room, I mean.
Am I interrupting anybody right now?
Nope.
Exo, I got a question for you. I've been told that lizards don't ever stop growing. So if they got an environment where they could just continue to keep eating and growing, they'll get to be really large, like those legendary African alligators and crocodiles that become human eaters, and they just get like massively big. Is that true? Certain reptiles growing.
I think they all never stop growing, but only certain breeds can get so big.
Okay, gotcha. So let's say that there are some breeds that can get like really big under certain circumstances. Like we've all seen that you can grow crops in a hyperbaric chamber full of CO2, right? And you can get some amazing crops and amazing plants and fruits, right? So if the military were to create like super soldiers, they could do this in like an avatar type tank where they grew the avatar and just have it like a hyperbaric chamber full of oxygen. They could make super soldiers, but they would have to have large amounts of oxygen carried with them on their back. So technically, there could be like dinosaurs that are just terrible lizards, and there could be like super soldiers that are like, you know, like 3 times the size of a human. What do you think?
Man, yeah, robot dinosaur wars. That's cool. Yeah, right out of the Bell and the Dragon. I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be some amazing end times abominations, but I think that the most impressive ones are God's creation. I'm sure there's some things that are not part of God's creation, like whatever these chimeras are. Yeah, but it was. That's the thing when you ever go to an oxygen bar, from what I've heard, you stay pretty good for an hour. It's not like you just instantaneously go back to the way you were. Like if you're enriched in oxygen, you can go do something for an hour at a different level. So I don't necessarily think they have to have some sort of system on them all the time. I think they can just go back to some sort of incubation state to regenerate, whatever sort of science fiction a speculation story we're talking about right now.
Yeah, we're speculating in the high heavens, right? But yeah, so what you're saying is they could go in like a gladiator, fight for an hour, and then the chariot come pick them up and replace them with a new gladiator who's just recently dosed up with oxygen, and then they come back and trade out.
Yep. And but we killed all the big ones off, but the Africans talk about them still being alive, but they're a lot smaller than what is proposed that they were. So instead of 120 whatever foot long, they're 30 and 40 feet long, which is still a dragon. And that's where my interest comes in as God's creature. So I think that if some of God's dragons are still alive, just imagine these hidden land masses. I'm sure Skull Island is a lot more realistic than the space cartoons that they show you.
Yeah, I've wanted to get like a hyperbaric chamber and like help people who couldn't afford diabetics. They often like lose their feet, and I thought about just providing a service. Like if I could just get a hyperbaric chamber and run it for free for anybody, just like in my community. Like how helpful that would be.
Hank, you know
Do
Cyrus
you remember
killed
what they
himself with
did when
diabetes,
people were
right?
doing ozone treatments in the 80s and the 90s?
No, I couldn't understand both at the same time.
Oh.
Well, I said, you know Cyrus healed himself of diabetes, right? He'll tell you how he did it.
I'll have to ask him.
Who's talking?
Other than fasting?
Yes, he took some minerals.
Oh, okay. Speculation hour as we wait for a brave Glober to make a claim.
Wait, did someone said diabetes something healing? I couldn't hear that.
Yeah, he was talking about Cyrus cured his diabetes with I forgot what he said it was. He ingested.
I think it was Hank that said that. The Cyrus or something. I'll
No,
ask
the other
Cyrus.
guy.
I'll talk to Cyrus later.
You can cure almost anything by fasting. It'll almost suck anything bad out of your body. Almost. Oh, we don't give medical advice here, though. It's subject to change. Yeah, for the
Yeah, I guess
for the
I get very scared
evolution.
because I've been in a couple comas and I tried fasting a few times. I probably didn't do it correctly, but how to do it is probably the question. And a type 1 diabetic, I've been like an insulin since I'm like 8 years old, and I mean it's a tough spot. You know,
Oh,
I
it's
do
way
believe
harder for you. It's way harder for you to do it. It's I don't know, man.
yeah.
What do you do? I mean, like, are you you're too low on blood sugar or too high? Because I forget the different types.
Too high and too dependent on the freaking needles. And if I
Too
don't
high.
take them, I just fall asleep and wake up in a hospital. If someone takes me, if nobody takes me, I guess I won't wake up.
Oof.
You know, at least I have people that take care of me. I guess I don't know. One day people told me, "Oh, if you fall in the coma, that's probably your body healing, whatever." I'm like, "Yeah, but if I fall in the coma and I have family members taking care of me, they gonna see me bluish, cold temperature. They're gonna say, "Hey, this guy, 911." It's been more than once, more than twice that's happened. So,
Jim, see,
what?
I was on a job site one time, and I noticed this old man had a diabetic bracelet and necklace. He passed out. I mean, I saw a bunch of people like in a circle, and he was on the ground. I went over there, started patting him down, and all these grown men, because I was young, I was like 19, 20. All these grown men tried to stop me, and I just kept patting him down, and I couldn't find his not his EpiPen, but his glucose thing,
Yeah.
And I was like, if he's got necklaces and bracelets on, he's got a glucose pin somewhere. So I asked his apprentice, I was like, where's his lunchbox? And he went and showed me where his lunchbox was. The other guys was like, don't go in his stuff. I'm like, y'all shut up. Y'all are ignorant. And I found it in his lunchbox. I went over there. has pulled his cheek back, and all the grown men are still telling me to stop, not mess with them, that they called an ambulance. I'm like, no, this is what you do, and you shouldn't have called an ambulance. I'm like, he's a diabetic. I mean, y'all just, it's amazing how many people don't know,
Yeah, and he had the bracelet for a reason. So you recognized it. So that was the reason he had the bracelet, because someone is gonna know what to do once they see the bracelet.
I just put it in each cheek, and then walked away. I was like, he'll be up and walking in 15 minutes. And they're like, well, what if his glucose is too high already? I'm like, it doesn't matter. Diabetic
Yeah.
passes out. You give him sugar.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, if it's too high, yeah, they're just gonna take him in and just bring it, give him fluids and insulin and bring him back down. But if it's too low, into a coma and the sugar doesn't kick in, can be deadly. Too much insulin can. I was in the hospital here where I'm at, and yeah, and a nurse put next to me to my IV a bag of insulin, and it was like a shift change, and then the next nurse came in, and she's like minutes after that, and she saw that bag of insulin, and she was like, "What is this?" And she said, "This is a bag of insulin, and if you know if someone connects this to you'll die." And she threw it to the trash, a bag of insulin.
A bag. Oh my god. You know how many people could use that bag of insulin? Man,
Yeah, it was
they
like
just throw it
like
away.
I'm saying a bag, but you know these things that go into the IV, they connect.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Hey, all I gotta say is fuck y'all, you bunch of fucking lunatics.
There we go. There we go.
Where's the crackhead?
Oh my God.
God
Come
bless the
on in
crackhead.
here.
Where is he?
Come on in here and make an argument like a man, bro. Why you running like a little bitch?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
Wasn't it Rob?
Yeah, that was Rob.
I knew it. Damn it. I knew I should have banned his ass 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, probably. You tried, dude. I tried. He's had more than opportunity to chill the fuck out. I even told everybody in the damn voice text to stop responding to him, and they did that. Nothing we did helped. Everybody tried.
No, I seen it coming, Indio. I was just hoping he would quit.
Captain Obvious saw that coming.
Yeah.
He was like, dude, that's why he was like, well, I'm a flat earther. He thought like just saying that was somehow gonna like give him a free pass. I knew right then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've grown impatient with the fake flat earthers who want to appeal the emotion day long. They come in here and they say, no, you can believe in evolution, flat earth.
We got the duo. Now they're coming in. The fake flat earther and the lying Glober.
Yeah. It's their new tactic. They want to do the Sean G and the Jose Gonzalez.
Well, the practical demonstration tactic ain't working for them, so they got to try something.
Sean G.
Yeah,
What's
now that
up,
we ask
party
them-
people?
Now that we ask them to define refraction, they're like, "Oh, game over, man. We can't just say refraction anymore." Now they're like holding us to it and asking, "What's the other medium?"
So yeah, I guess some people just don't know how the first day works.
Yeah, the first day you're supposed to watch, listen, and learn.
Yeah,
Training day, motherfucker.
right. It's called keep your trap shut and listen and take fucking notes.
We were doing that for our first year of starting this shit. We got so many porn bombs and death threats.
Like I said, they come in here and they think like this is what I think flat earthers believe, so I'll just act like that, right? Imagine me like trying to infiltrate the KGB by putting on like a furry Russian hat and like this is what Russians wear. I'll trick them. Like this is how these guys are. They're that dumb.
Wearing a Daniel Boone hat instead of a Russian cap.
I wore a sombrero, so I'm going to infiltrate the Mexican government because I got a sombrero on, and all Mexicans wear sombreros. Fucking morons.
Did he even talk about any topic of flat Earth, or did he just try to concern troll and then went into victim mode?
He tried to run interference, like right when I started talking to Fake Pilot. He tried to run interference.
Yep,
And then
this
when
ain't our
Fake-
first. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it ain't our first rodeo. Is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah.
It sure as hell isn't.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We're running the rodeo at this point.
I think I don't know. I haven't been in voice text or VC check-in in quite a while, but I remember pretty much everybody. I would warn them. Look, the people in this server have been together for over 4 years. I think coming up on 5, but so basically what I would say way better than what I am now is that flat earthers here are not stupid, and you're not going to pull anyone over on us, anything over on us. I mean, can smell a troll a mile away. I mean, it's when you have a conversation with somebody, you can get a sense of how they say things and what they say, and I don't know how people can just come into a topic and act like they're gonna be slick, I guess. Like, this is our first day too. I mean, come on.
Well, because they think there's nothing to flat Earth, so they think that they can have like this very shallow position and talk,
Right.
and like somehow it's gonna trick us because obviously we're shallow, right? We're just a bunch of dumbasses. We're just some cult that's trying to get members. Like, it just shows you. It says more about them than it does about us. It says that their opinion is based upon pure stupidity. It's hard to fake being a flat earther, man. Like, because they would actually have to know things, right? And then if they knew the things we knew, it wouldn't be a fake anymore. Right? They'd be like, damn, the earth is flat. Holy shit.
Well, pretty much any flat earther I've ever talked to from here or that comes in here, they usually have a story to tell how they came about flat earth.
Yeah, exactly.
And it seems like a lot of people just have this really, really bland kind of explanation, like, somebody sent me a link to this Discord server. I mean, come on.
I look at the horizon. Oh, I realized the moon landing was fake. Oh, I realized the government lies. I was looking. So the one they like to pull. Well, I was looking in. I've always been into conspiracy theories. So then, like, someone sent me a link to Flat Earth, and I was like, yeah, this is all right. Yeah. Like, dude, no flat earther reached the conclusion. No flat earther reaches the conclusions the way they think we have reached conclusions. So then when they come in here and they say that stuff, it's obvious they're fakes. Like,
Is the last pilot guy that was in here, is he still on the server?
I don't know, but he ain't no pilot. He certainly wasn't flying LA to Japan.
I mean, I wanted to press the ban button the moment that he said that he saw curvature from his plane. I wanted to ban him.
Oh, he said that?
Yeah, yeah. On ladies' night.
I'm at the point where, like, I'm trying to figure out, like, when did he actually tell the truth? Because it seems like everything, when I think about everything I heard him say, like, every single thing was a lie.
No, on ladies' night, right away in the beginning, he basically he said that he was a pilot. Like, he introduced himself as like, I just wanted to talk, and because I'm a pilot, and usually people have questions they want to ask me, so he like drew attention to himself, and then he started answering things the way a flat earther would answer them. And right away I was like, okay, this dude's suspicious. He's just like trying to get fucked by one of the flat earth ladies, or he's LARPing or some whatever, you know. But then he just proved the LARP more and more and more.
But yeah, I don't know. You could maybe listen to the part where he was on Ladies' Night. He definitely said that he saw curvature from his plane.
You know, he came in here today and started asking like right away about lasers, right? And then he went straight on to flat earthers are just trying to make money. Like, yeah, we're gonna get so many fucking grants from the government pushing our flat earth stuff. So I asked him about NASA and $60 million a day. He was fucking dancing like Yosemite Sam was shooting at his feet trying to avoid that shit.
It's like, try again.
Yeah, we broadcast from Tahiti because we're making so much money on Flat Earth.
Oh my God.
We're all in like little bungalows, right? We're just like faking that we're at home. We're just like really just getting rich off of Flat Earth.
So ridiculous.
Yeah, it's hysterical that he would say that flat earthers do it to make money. There might be a couple flat earthers who have somehow found a way to make a little bit of money off of doing it.
In the beginning, maybe 5 years ago.
Yeah. But otherwise, really, it's with all the censorship and demonetization and stuff like that. Yeah, it's nothing but the Globe side who monetized Flat Earth.
I mean, Dave Weiss is monetized, but he's also providing a service. I mean, he's actually providing an app and providing information on that app that you can't find easily. So it is a service that he's providing.
Pretty sure Dave Weiss was already loaded anyway.
Well, I'm sure whatever revenue he gets out of anything to do with Flat Earth probably isn't even close to make a house payment. I'm just guessing, but I'd be willing to bet on it.
I think he probably makes an average salary and gets by on his app, but he also does a lot of stuff. I know he helps Austin out and things like that. So, you know, just like he also contributes back to the community. It's not like he's just here making money, like somebody like Fight the Flat Earth, who is, you know, what is he contributing to the world? What service is he providing? He's not providing anything.
Is buying meth a service?
Yeah, or really tight shirts.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Dave Weiss was rich already. I'm pretty sure that dude's already loaded from other stuff.
Yeah, and that's why he had the money to create the app. You know, he used his capital to create a service, and people pay him for the service and aren't disappointed. So I think he's doing a great thing, but he's few and far between. It's like saying, oh, you just go out and play golf every day because you want to make money. No, I pay money to play golf, but there are people that make money playing golf, and they also put in a lot of time and effort and practice and contribute a lot to getting young people into the sport. You know, it's like, come on.
Well, this shit costs me money, so I'll just put that out there.
Yeah, exactly. 99.99% of everybody who is a flat earther does not make any money.
Is he roboting for everybody else or just me?
Hard.
At all. It actually probably costs them money
Oh,
to
now
be
he
a
sounds
flat earther.
I can kind of hear what he was saying.
Is that what I sound like?
No, not that bad.
Oh, that's what me and Kelly sound like. You just break up.
So everybody's been bitching. I don't even sound that bad.
No, dude, Hank, you don't. The thing is when you go away, you just go away. We don't get to hear you halfway like that. You'll do that for a couple seconds, and then all of a sudden you're gone.
Oh, that's usually because as soon as you guys tell me I'm breaking up, I exit the call so you don't have to endure it. I try to take it easy on you guys. It's not your fault my phone bill's so cheap. 100 bucks a month for 4 lines. It's a good deal. When was the last time Glover went and tried to measure some curvature? He said something about a movie on Netflix. Is that like the first time Glovers have tried to measure curvature?
Yeah, it's really funny every time they bring up the Netflix thing. Like they try to say that the Earth's curvature and rotation was proven by flat earthers in a single Netflix documentary. Let that sink in.
Because Glovers aren't they're not capable of doing it themselves? Come on. Really? That's what they're saying? That flat earthers prove the globe where Globers have failed. Flat earthers came through.
Correct.
Prove the globe.
Like Bob, right? They don't have any Globers at all with a claim. They have to go to flat earthers and say thanks, Bob, and things like that. Yeah.
Wow. These people are sleazy, man. Reprobate minds. They all think alike and have the same tactics. So I read that little thing. NDO made the new role, the Helio worshiper, the sun worshiper role, or whatever, the sun cult. So their new tactic is to hang out in the lobbies, in flat earth lobbies, and just obfuscate and preach and ignore all questions about their model. So that's basically like a street preacher.
Well, that's why I wanted to talk to the crazy psychopathic Gumby pilot because he claimed that he doesn't believe in evolution, and I wanted to ask him why would they lie about that. You see, it leads down to all kinds of other interesting possibilities when you meet somebody that admits they're lying half the time about everything. So right away it gives me an end. But I guess I can't find any Globers with a claim, Hank. That's the main issue. You see, a Glober requires to actually make a claim about their globe, and now they refuse to because they can't trust their eyes anyway. So honestly, it's like there's no more Globers at all. Supposedly there were 7 billion before we started this about half a decade ago, and now we're down to about 3.
When they come in here, they're not Globers, right? They're just normies. They've been fed lies and brainwashed and, kind of chemically castrated when it comes to, thought, because in school, sit down, shut up. Don't ask questions.
Teach you about the Constitution, but if you try to use it here,
I'll be back.
I'm sure there's an expert pilot in the chat right now talking to what question mark and Grace Gardner. I'm sure there's an expert pilot right in the chat with you. Could you just ask them to come on here? Because I know all Globers online are expert pilots and astronauts. Thank you. Gosh, the old flying a straight line, then make a 90-degree turn and fly in a straight line some more, and then make another 90-degree turn, also a left turn. How is that possible unless we're on a ball? My gosh, I mean, right back to preschool arguments that no one's ever done. And then it's someone just like Indio did. As soon as the guy made the claim, asked him to back a claim, it's over. He couldn't. He just spiraled worse. It's unbelievable how stupid these people are.
Yeah, because it's impossible to draw a square or a circle on a piece of paper.
Yeah, you can't do anything unless it's a ball action. Yeah.
It's funny how he used that argument multiple times. Like it's his strongest argument. And that is so trivial. It's one that we debunked years ago in like the old server. It was laughable then. He came in and he's like, "Oh, I got a good one for them." Okay, so you watched you know, what who's the one who really popularized that argument? Was it Professor Dave or something like that? Like, so you finally watched like a 3-year-old Professor Dave video? Fuck off.
It's a scary non-claim. And again, it doesn't classify as a claim because as soon as he said it, Indio asked him, "Well, give me the name of one person that's ever done it." And then his next answer is, well, nobody would waste their money to do that. So how do you even describe that type of psychosis when he literally just annihilates himself that way? Like, is that even lying, or is that some sort of Stockholm syndrome, like a suicide bomber kind of thing? Like, I don't even understand what that was. What is that? Is there even a name for that? There isn't. Who does that? Everybody does it 2 minutes later. Well, nobody would want to waste their money and do that. What? Did you used to play with Ouija boards as a kid? Gosh, you guys got a 2-for-1. Then you had Rob over here, the concerned, very passionate and concerned, loving new flat earther. And ironically, Battlemod said something about him pretending to be a flat earther. 5 minutes later, he comes on, "You guys are a bunch of effing psychos." Like, okay, there you go. That was great.
What about Rob? Did he freak out?
He did.
Did he freak out?
He did. He freaked out.
Uh-oh. He seemed so happy earlier. What happened?
Oh, he didn't like the conversation that went off on with the pilot. He got all triggered because he thought we were being mean to him.
Oh, yeah. The Corey guy? Did he come back here?
Sure.
I don't know.
Sure, Katie, Corey, yeah. But the problem is that as soon as he spoke up, I knew what he was going to do. So I said, just whatever you do, don't start critiquing the moderators. And he just couldn't help himself. I just don't understand why. Why are we on here?
I sent him an elaborate DM to try and help the dude out, and he just gave some stupid ass answer. I'm like, well, I tried. Good luck.
Right. I mean, that's the thing is that you actually, I mean, I've seen moderators aren't going to want to see you start concerned trolling anybody that's on the side of truth. I mean, not just moderators, but that's just, it doesn't make any sense why someone wants to do that when we're dealing with somebody that's lying to us through his teeth. It's very obvious, right? So I don't know why you want to concern troll like that.
Let him lie. He's getting good at it. He'll get better, right? Just don't be an asshole and let him lie. And let him practice on you. That way, when he gets around other people, he'll be better at lying. Gosh, you guys are fucking whatever he said. Psychopaths. Is that what he said?
Yeah, I think so.
Projecting much? Oh, lunatics. Well, he may have been directing that at Lou.
Yeah, he was a little bit. That was definitely a little elbow he threw in there.
Well, he sure taught you, Lou. You got to let the liar lie till they get good at it. Because, I mean, what kind of truther are you if you don't let a liar lie right in front of everybody in your audience and shit? Like, you know, just let them, like, take a poop on your face and wipe their butt with your hair. You know, just let them poo all over the table, like, you know, like
Yeah, I
monkeys.
wouldn't want to have him over for dinner guests, that's for sure.
No, no. You know, I feel very fortunate to be here because in the beginning I was like, I can't talk about the V word. Like, I can't talk about the Bible. And I was like extremely rebellious. And I was like, fuck that. I'll talk about whatever I want. And then after a while, I was kind of like, okay, now I get it. Like, when shit starts spiraling, it's not good for the live stream. Go downstairs and hash it out.
Yep.
And then come back up when you're ready to talk about flat Earth.
That's what I told the
But in the
dude.
beginning, yep. In the beginning, I didn't get it, and you guys were patient. So thanks for not kicking me out. But that, you know, I've always been like that. Like, oh, your rules, like, they don't fucking apply to me. I've been like that since school. It's like, oh, you got like a policy, do you? I don't work for you. That's your policy for your employees. Like, that shit don't apply to me. So I get it now. Like, now I have a fuller understanding. I think I remember taking over like the voice chat for like 3 days. like when I first came around. And you guys just like didn't kick me. Even though I was on the fence, I wasn't a flat earther. I was really into the Bible at the time.
Man, I wish I could remember you in Discord when you were, I thought you were always a flat earther.
I was on the fence for a while.
What about Lay Pew? You have Lay
No.
Pew here also, who's also, you got two people in here that are VC verified. Just
Woohoo!
Hey Pew, you got your microphone on? Want to have a conversation?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, what do you make out of the shape of the Earth?
God.
What do you think it is?
Yeah, just here.
Don't put him on the spot or anything. Just turn the fire hose on when he wants to get a drink of water.
Look, I'm not going to attack you. You can believe whatever you want to believe. But if you make a claim, we'll just ask for evidence. That's not too much to ask. But if you say I believe,
no, hey.
Go ahead, bro.
So I was not in the chat last night. but I was in the lobby chat.
Yeah, welcome to the jungle, huh? Gets
All
pretty
right.
crazy in there.
No, I
So
was in
welcome.
the lobby chat last night with a couple, a few of you. I don't know if it was you or somebody else or not, but
No, it wasn't me, Bub. I don't hang out in the lobby. So we're just curious. What do you believe the shape of the Earth is?
well, I can't, make any claims because I don't have any,
No.
proof or
There's a
anything
difference
like
between a
that.
claim
But
and a belief, right? If you say I believe, you can believe whatever you want. You can believe that redheaded women are ugly. If that's what you believe, that's what you believe. I don't know, you're crazy, but whatever, right?
no, so I actually, I talked to a couple of your guys's last night actually in the lobby chat text. And
Yeah, no,
my
bro, but
big
I'm trying to get to know you. I'm trying to ask a few questions and start the get to know you process. So if you don't want to talk about the shape of the Earth, that's fine. But that's kind of what we're
No, I
doing.
did talk to him about it, and I don't remember the last time I've been in here besides last night and tonight. To be completely honest with you, and I was just asking him about how do you describe seasons on a flat Earth as opposed to what's taught as the seasons are affected on a globe Earth. That's what I was my big thing.
So,
Well,
oh, sorry, Hank.
no, you go ahead.
I was just going to ask him. So, pardon me for not phrasing this more considerately, but do you know a lot about the seasons, how they work on a globe?
So yes, I was taught in science class when I was a young, fucking it was like 12 years ago. But yeah.
So, I'm not the best at describing how seasons work. I mean, like from an elementary kind of point of view, can you help me and tell me about it? I'm not trying to be like weird on you or anything. I'm really being sincere.
So the way that I was taught, the way the seasons work on the earth, because we can all experience these things, right? In winter it's cold and in summer it's hot, right?
Right.
So the it has to do with the tilt of the earth and direct sun rays of the sun and the way that it impacts. So basically in winter you're going through the sun rays are going through a thicker, more concentrated due to the tilt kind of uh the sun rays going through there, right? It's more concentrated, so you're going to have lesser temperature. But at the same time, on the opposite side, you're going to have more concentrated ones.
Wait,
More
see, this is the part I don't
concentrated ones.
understand is that because the sun's so far away, all the light rays are parallel. So how
I'm
is
not
it that
saying
the
that they're
tilt?
parallel, but there's more direct energy.
Well, the question, real quick, is: do you believe the sun is closer or farther away during winter time, or vice versa?
There's
Could you
their
elaborate on that?
periapsis and the apoapsis.
Right. So they claim it's farther away when it's actually warmer.
But if you take take into consideration the values that the
Story.
sun.
But wait a minute. That's really simple what he just said. The sun is farther away from us when it's wintertime. That I don't
So
care
you
what
live in the
anybody, I don't care
northern
what
hemisphere.
anybody has to say. There's nothing that you can tell me that's going to explain that. How can you have
Right.
something
So you live in
colder?
the
They claim
northern
the opposite.
hemisphere, right?
So doesn't that sound a little bit when it's wintertime, the sun is closer, and when it's summertime, it's farther away. So
Yeah,
how
it's
can it
a
be?
But there's a
violation
reason
of the
why that
laws of thermodynamics, right? Like you get further away from the surface of the sun and it gets hotter. That doesn't make sense. That's like saying you get
it
further away from the
does if
campfire and it gets
you
hotter.
just hear me out.
Wait, what?
I understand that. So when the Earth's orbit in correlation to the sun is it in its apoapsis, meaning that it's the furthest away, right? That's wintertime. But when it's closer, it's summertime.
No.
No, that's not what they claim. That's the point. That's why I put it out there.
Right. So unfortunately, I have to apologize to you. It doesn't sound like you understand how seasons work on a globe. So I'm not really sure why you're asking us how it works on a flat Earth. So if you
So
can't
let me
That's
help you
the
understand
biggest thing. That's the biggest thing for me is how do seasons work then?
on a
If
globe,
Okay. Well, first
whether
of
it
all,
be on a
right,
flat
but
earth
hold on.
or on a
Okay,
globe.
hold on though. But that's outside of the realm of actual human knowledge. We can predict weather patterns based on moisture and pressure, but that doesn't change the fact that we're on a flat plane of existence. If I prove that the Earth is measured flat, do you think I have to prove anything else if I'm only claiming that the Earth is a plane of existence? Too complicated of a question.
rephrase it.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm claiming,
yeah.
right? Okay, so here I'm claiming that I can prove the Earth is a level plane of existence, and I'm just saying, if I can prove that, do I have to prove anything else?
Okay, so before you go on to that, my question, and I'm sorry
Oh.
that I complicated it, is how
Mm.
do seasons happen? That's my question.
But you don't even understand how it happens on a globe, though.
Oh well, I've been shown a model. I've been taught that. I was like in 11th grade in high school. It's been a long time.
I don't remember learning about seasons in school. I mean, I don't
I
know.
took a class called meteorology. It was like a half semester.
Right. So I'm just trying to figure out this one simple issue, though. If I can prove the Earth is a plane of existence, can I prove that because I can prove that, or do I have to prove something else besides that?
Well, I'm not quite sure actually.
Right. Well, that's my point. Is that that's all I can do is I can show anybody that the Earth is a level plane of existence, and that's what I teach. That's it.
See, EXO is the type of guy who takes his, you know, credibility seriously. So he only talks about things that he knows about, things that he can prove. You noticed earlier, if you were listening, we got into a hint of speculation, and immediately he called it out and called that it was speculation. It's because he doesn't like to speculate. He likes to talk about what he knows, things that he can verify and prove and demonstrate, right? Because he's a natural teacher, a real teacher, right? So he doesn't want to talk about the things that are kind of speculative and we don't really have a model. There's no flat earth model, right? Because the model keeps us bending the facts to fit the model when really we should just be consolidating facts and ignoring everything else, including models.
Yep.
Oh
Well
yeah,
said.
that's
Well said.
fine because I was talking to a couple of guys last night, and I was talking about the globe model and the way that the summer and the winter happens at the same time.
All right, look, here's the deal. The proximity of the sun causes it to get warm in the northern parts of the world. And then the sun gets further away. It's no longer close by. And then the southern parts of the world get warmer. So as the northern parts get warmer, it gets green. The part of the world takes a breath in and then a breath out, season after season after season. Earth is breathing in and out, north and south, year after year. So here's the
Okay,
deal.
so
We don't really know exactly how that happens, except for there seems to be a correlation to the degrees off the horizon that the sun is during the summer. right? So
So
as the
that's the
sun
thing.
appears to get closer, the northern hemisphere heats up and we have spring, summer, and then it cycles back down to the other side of the earth where we have fall and winter. And on their side of the earth, they're having spring and summer. That's all we can tell you for sure.
Okay, I
Has to do with
understand
the
that.
proximity of the sun.
I
And what
understand
they
that.
tell you is that it has to do with the angle of the sun. That's their claim. And it has nothing to
Oh
do
yeah,
with the
no, that's what
proximity.
I learned.
Right. So I just want to point out that we're telling you that we can show you how to verify that the earth is flat. Would you want to know that if it was true?
Yeah, I talked to a couple guys last night about it.
So you would want to know, right?
Right, but you'd also, let me just say this one more thing. You'd also have to admit, though, if I just prove the Earth is flat, you'd have to admit that that automatically destroys any theory of how the world works in any other way, right? So sun, moon, and stars on a supposed outer space ball religion. Obviously, right away we know none of that's true just by simply proving the Earth is not a ball. Would you agree with that at least?
You're throwing too much information, dude.
I'm trying to make this as simple as possible. Okay, here, watch this. If I prove Earth not ball, all other ball Earth ideas wrong. Would you agree with that?
No.
The logical implications is
right.
what he's.
So then, right.
Yeah.
So that's the point. Is that's the problem? Is that you want to hold on to a ball religion even if I disprove the ball? Thank you for answering.
Okay, I did not answer your question.
It's okay. A lot of people have trouble understanding EXO because EXO has a. Oh, you got it now? Go ahead, EXO.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say this too many more times. I'm sure everybody else is getting sick of me. I'm just trying to point out that if I prove that the Earth is not a ball, then all the other things they talk about as far as seasons and cosmology are by default incorrect. I'm just trying to get the concession.
I don't think he's going to give it to you.
It might be one to add to the list, Hank. Yeah, I mean, because that's the real crux here, is that's the obvious pink elephant in the room, and that's why Globers don't want to talk about the shape, because if I disprove their shape, none of their other claims matter. It's over, and that's the point that I'm making. Thank you.
I don't have a claim to the shape. Okay. Just
there is no claim.
Hear me
Yeah,
out.
that's the point.
Hear me out.
Yeah, that's the
Go
point.
ahead,
There is
guy.
no claim.
You got the floor. We're hearing you out.
Yeah, I was collecting my thought. So, for what I've been taught, for seasons to happen on an Earth that we all experience, right? There has to be a differentiation between light and dark, and there also has to be a differentiation between the fact that there is a hot spot and it's a cyclic hot spot, right?
Right. Yes, the cyclic hot spot that we can see on the ocean of the sun, showing that the sun is very tiny. That hot spot?
No, because if you look at it on a globe spectrum,
I said real life. Well, I'm talking about real life, though. See, right now, you said you didn't have a claim to a shape, and now you want to look at a globe spectrum. I'm talking about reality. But I'm trying to talk about reality here. Okay. So let's focus on reality, which I'm just saying, I'm just trying to agree with you. In reality, we see a small, tiny local sunspot over the ocean. So I don't have to explain anything because that's how reality is. It certainly doesn't show that there's curvature of a ball. It doesn't help the seasons of a ball Earth cosmology ideology. That's the point. We're just trying to show you reality, man. But you said you didn't have a claim for a shape.
You also didn't say that you have an explanation of the seasons, and the seasons is a big thing for me.
No, that's the point, is that if you're looking for an explanation, you're missing the point. You don't get an explanation of seasons. No man can tell you how seasons work. They only work on a flat plane, they can barely make predictions 48 hours out of
No, they
seasons.
work on a globe too.
No, they don't. Nothing works on a globe.
Yes, they do.
That's a non-claim. Nothing works on a globe. That would be imagination. They are dependent on the radar they use to track the different cloud formations and the density points via line of sight for 30 and 50 miles. So they actually depend on a flat Earth, or else we wouldn't be able to register the information of the weather systems moving. So no, nothing works on a ball. That's the point. You don't have.
If they work on a globe, how come you can't explain it?
Okay, so my point is, you guys are doing small observations, but to explain the larger picture, there has to be something that the technology that you're not capable of achieving.
No, but no, that's the problem is that I'm trying to give you an explanation and you don't want it. You want to move out to something that's not explainable. We can explain the shape of the Earth. That's why it says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. It doesn't say 24/7 let's help you understand the seasons channel. So when we make these claims, we would hope that people would be interested in the fact that we can prove our claims. Going outside of my claim and going on to a pressure system explanation of Earth's weather systems, which is not explainable by man other than a flat surface, is irrelevant anyway. We're still hiding from the fact that I can prove the floor beneath us is not a ball, which automatically destroys all of their claims, whether I have a replacement or not. So we're just going to keep going in circles.
Let me try to explain this to you, right? So what's going on here? I'm just trying to put it in basic English so that you can understand. So this guy says, I want to hire a basketball player, but you have to be 6'3", right, in order to be on my basketball team. And a guy comes up and he's 6'2", right, and he says, but I wear a size 13 shoe. He's like, no, you got to be 6'3". I don't care about your shoe, but I got a size 13 foot, man. It's 13 inches. Like, that's you. You're constantly talking about, the thing that's interesting to you, but it's irrelevant, right? We don't care about the seasons. We care about the shape of the Earth. But I got a 13-inch foot, but you're not 6'3".
Right. That's correct, Hank. Let me elaborate one more time, though. That's the point.
I wanted to say something, Exo.
Hold on. I'm going to say this one last thing, and I'll shut up. I promise. Is that's the point? You would have to explain why it only works on a flat plane. We have no example of it working on a ball. Go ahead, Jim.
Hey, so he's saying that seasons, like when he's claiming that when the Earth gets closer to the sun on what month are you talking about, Summer? Can you say which month are you talking about, sir? Summertime?
Yeah, dude.
Can you be specific about this summertime, the months of summer?
It depends on whether or not you're in the northern or the southern hemisphere.
Oh, there you go. So if it's summer in the, let's say, east coast north of the US, right? It's June, July, August. Let's say May, June, July, May to August, summer, whatever, right? If you go to Uruguay, it's winter.
That's right. But the thing is that the sun is in the tropic of, what is it, Capricorn? Right? And then on the equinox, the sun is over the equator. And then during the winter of the northern parts, then it's over the Tropic of Cancer. So the sun goes from tropic to tropic every 6 months, right? And every 6 months, it passes over the equator. That's why the equator is the hottest place on Earth, because it gets a summer on the way from one tropic to the other, and then it gets another summer on the way back. Does that make sense? Because it has to do with the proximity of the sun and its degrees above the horizon. So if you're at the equator, right, and it's the equinox, the sun is right over your head on noon, unless you got daylight saving time or some stupid shit, right? And that's what's causing the seasons to change, the proximity of the sun. Now, other than that, we can't tell you anything else. And I get that this is the thing that's caught your interest, but there are far more interesting things to think about other than, the tropics and how the seasons work due to the proximity of the sun. Far more interesting things.
Yeah, and I get it, man. I totally get it. But the problem that I have with it, with what you're saying, is you cannot tell me that the Earth just is there, and then that the sun just does its thing, but there's global proof.
That would be honesty. If we just tell you, yeah, we look at the sun and it does its thing, that's honesty. When a man tells you, no, the sun isn't really doing that, which is what the globe religion demands, that you actually don't believe the sun is really there anyway. It's 8 minutes to the right, and the stars are 250 million light years to the left, or whatever they believe. That's the point, is that I can accept what we see in reality. The globe religion doesn't allow you to accept anything. That's why there's no claim for any evidence for the globe religion.
You said global proof. Can we see some of that global proof? Can you cite your proof that you got?
I was just going to make a statement. You're generalizing too much. You need to be more specific about what you're talking about.
Okay, so I am talking specifically about seasons, and you always tell me that you don't know how seasons work without
No, bro.
telling
We didn't
me
say we
that
don't
the
know how
Earth
they
just
work.
goes around the
Bro,
central plate.
my shoe is, but I got a 13 foot. It's 13.
Yep,
No, bro,
it's 13. Yeah.
Come on, try to follow along with me, brother. Like, we're trying to help you out. We want to have a productive conversation, but it's like you're stuck, right? You're stuck on this one topic, and you're not capable of thinking outside of this one topic. Are you capable of thinking outside of this topic, the season?
Yes, I am.
The seasons follow the sun as it corkscrews over the flat land. As it
But
gets
you're
closer
still
to
not
the
answering my
pole,
question.
it
That's all
brings
I'm
summer
saying.
with it
going
toward
back
the
to it.
northern section, and as it corkscrews out toward the outer southern perimeter, it brings summer with it toward the south. The seasons follow the sun
Okay.
as it circles over the flat plain.
Right. The point is that I'm not going to give you a fictitious story. There's no such thing as a man telling you how seasons work. The concept you already have is a failure. There's no such thing as a man telling you how things work on Earth. They've already lied to you. I'm not going to give you a new lie. You're still looking for men to be your God and give you answers that only God can give you, like what's the sun and how does it work? That's a question that only God can answer. The same way the seasons work. Yeah, I'm not God. And for some reason, people have been convinced that men are gods, and that's where we're still at here with the globe religion. You believe men can give you all these religious excuses for why we don't see what we should expect on a ball, and you'll believe it. That's the point, is that we don't have to have an explanation. We accept reality. You're still in this cognitive dissonance state where you're still believing in this cartoon, which is where you think of this globe ideology. It's not something you experience in real life. It's something you're shown on TV. Thanks.
All right, so imagine this, new guy. Imagine I could give you a lobotomy, right? And you wake up tomorrow like an infant, like Kennedy's little sister, right? So you wake up tomorrow and you don't know anything. You don't know how to wipe your butt. You don't know how to pronounce milk. You don't know anything. Your senses are going to tell you that you live on a flat, stationary plane. This is primary knowledge. Your senses are directly going to convey to you that the Earth is flat and it's stationary, meaning that there's topography. Yeah, there's valleys, right, and there's hills, but for the most part, it's flat, right? It's flattish, right? Let's say that it's flattish, and it's not moving. What secondary knowledge has convinced you to disregard your primary knowledge that your senses are telling you? What secondary knowledge has convinced you that the Earth is somehow moving and curved? What knowledge is that?
I could demonstrate it to you if you just let me talk for a minute.
I'll give you 2 minutes.
So what I was taught in high school, okay, and it's been a long time since I've been there, is that it's the fact that the sun's rays have a direct influence due to the atmosphere and how it impacts the Earth. So on one side, because of the tilt, right? Because it's tilted. So on the northern hemisphere, it's in winter, and on the southern hemisphere, it's summer. And that is due to the direct energy that the sun is giving the Earth.
Are you finished? You only needed 1 minute.
Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he's a one-trick pony.
We're going to go back into a circle. Just like the sun and moon orbit the earth, we're going to continue to orbit this topic. Yeah, they lied to you. So long story short, again, I'll say this to the audience. Maybe some flat earthers can speak in and help me out here. If I disprove that the earth is a globe, don't I already disprove all that other thing? All the other things of the model, all the other claims of outer space? If you don't know that, yes, just disproving the globe disproves all of it, then you're missing the point.
You could make it even simpler than that. Like you ever seen the Thomas the Train toy where it's got all the train tracks and it's got all these things, and you can build it, you could put a train station on it, you can put a little milk cargo on it. If I explained to you all these things and then I said, hey, this is working on a curved table, and then we figured out, oh, the table's not actually curving. Well, all those things are still already happening and working on that Thomas the Train table. But you don't you don't need anything else to go with it. You don't need to go to this grand explanation of how things work, because you already know it's already working. Does that make sense?
Yep. I just, he just keeps going back to he just keeps going back to it, right? And he's just stuck on the seasons. Like, he's just stuck.
Yeah.
I can't think of another word. He's just stuck.
Oddly, I mean, I'd like to put a meme in chat, but I don't know if he's sober enough to look at it. But I put a
Well,
meme
I
in
got a
chat.
meme.
For the seasons. Go ahead.
I mean, that's how I explain it to like a fifth grader, that all the things that are already working are already working. You just determined the size or shape of a table on the Thomas the Train table set. Like that was it. And all the other stuff, they still work, they still happen. It's super easy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. Maybe it was a little rude, but yeah, you just keep talking about the seasons, and the seasons are kind of like,
all right,
not the
Hank,
thing we're talking about. So we're going to move on from the seasons.
We are, but Hank, we're going to go use this meme real quick because I want him to have a visual representation. I hope he likes to look at things. This is how a physical model works. When you're using a physical demonstration of how seasons work, it has to be done like a clock, oddly enough, with a flat surface and arms going around in circles, just like the sun and moon do. So
You're
there it is.
You're talking my language right now. So am I still here or what?
Yeah, we haven't booted you, bro.
So why does the sun do this perfect circle?
It doesn't. It circles in and out from tropic to tropic. It's not a perfect circle.
Yeah, correct. Why are you asking why the sun does what it does? Like,
Yeah, I didn't program the sun, bro. I have no idea. All we know is it makes a rough circuit roughly, well, exactly over 24 hours.
Oh yeah, man, I could set an alarm.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing, brother. Do me a favor. Google, ask your favorite search provider, what is the mass of the sun? And then ask, what's the mass of Jupiter? And then ask, what's the mass of the Earth? And then ask one of us, right? And what they're going to tell you is exact numbers, right? Like they measured it, like with a scale, right? And what we're going to tell you is, I have no fucking idea. Which one is the truth?
So this is one of the things that I'm talking about is you guys seem to be really good at small scale experiments, but when it comes to large scale experiments, Where
Show me a
you
large scale
have-
experiment.
Yeah.
What do you mean by large scale experiment? You mean like solar system
like
size?
Where's
international,
Creation Bear?
Like international? Like between
international, like
between us and China, we're going to do an
cooperation and
experiment that
everything.
big.
Le Pew, is it possible that you just made that up and you regret saying it?
Right. So, like, if you like measured it over 20 miles, how does that compare to something over 10,000 miles? You can
Okay, so if
only
we
measure
measure, okay,
20
good. Watch this, Hank. Watch this. Wait a second. Le Pew, sir. So if we measure 10,000 miles of flat Earth, then what's the next excuse?
But you can't do that. That's my
Oh,
point.
you already hid from the answer. That's incorrect, sir. Actually, with radar systems, we can go back and forth a total of 10,000 miles via the Russia Duga radar system, sir. So you just owned yourself because it's not about evidence. You're just making up excuses to hide from reality with every other excuse, just like every other Glober.
No,
Bro,
no,
come
no,
back to
no.
yourself.
That's not what I'm doing. You're putting words in my mouth. I'm only
No, you
challenging.
immediately ran for your life.
The direct radio communications from England to Australia, over 10,000 miles.
Yep.
I'd love
In
to see
like
it.
1923, Marconi did it, bro. You're way on the late train here.
He's gonna
Apparently.
handwave dismiss it.
Richard E. Bird, listen, Richard E. Bird used to communicate like once a week from Antarctica, supposedly, to
He
his
had his own radio show.
family.
Is really convoluted, actually.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe it is. We need the measurement of curvature. That would
Let me ask Pew,
finish the argument.
Did you just create this account? Did you created this account to join this server, the Flat Earth Discord?
No, I didn't.
Because you created the account, then you joined the server a minute after you created this account.
Got him.
No, it's not. Well,
Really? Oh.
Smells like
Why
Kosho
would
after he
he?
eats 100 Xanax.
Why would he lie?
No, because I was watching a YouTube video and it was a flat Earth fucking video.
Yeah, I've heard this guy before. I don't know from where.
Yeah, so just to catch up, so a quick recap. Did this gentleman provide any proof with the globe?
No.
And he's
Oh,
denying
okay.
every single reality-based
Yes, I did.
system.
Okay,
He's
what
just
was
going
your
to-
evidence? Last chance
going
before
to-
you get
he's
banned.
going to-
He just
Got
claimed
it.
that he provided evidence for the globe. What was that claim? What
Okay,
was the
where?
evidence?
Yep. Where is it?
The fact
I don't
that
see anything here.
seasons happen because
The
of
fact that. Oh my God.
Seasons happen
not a-
because you don't fucking know, bro.
No, I actually
Yeah,
thought
exactly.
it's pretty
You
interesting.
don't know. Earth is flat. Get over it. I don't know why you people seem so butthurt that there's no
saying-
proof of your globe.
Seasons happen, therefore Earth is a spinning globe. Is that what you're saying, Pew?
Can you give us an example of
know
how
what to
that
say
proves the
anymore.
shape of anything? Like when I see
He's
it rain, how can I determine the shape of my backyard?
Hey, Pew,
I'm not
Pew,
sure to say anymore.
you know that the rooster, when the rooster wakes up every morning, that's the cause, it crows every morning and it causes the sun to come up because it happens every morning. And
Wait a minute.
birds
That's
do
the
that.
affirmative
That's right, and
consequent
that's science.
formological fallacy. Wait, that's kind of
That's
like what he
true.
was doing. There's seasons, therefore the Earth is glob. That's a logical fallacy.
No, I'm saying that I
When the
learned
bird sing-
that
listen,
the
when the birds
seasons
sing every
happen.
single morning, when the birds sing every single morning, the sun comes up. So therefore, there is flat because the sun comes up.
It only comes up.
Come on, bro.
Never
What are you,
goes
like
below.
50? You just learned about seasons? Dude, you're stuck on seasons like bubblegum at the bottom of a desk at school, bro.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I already
Read
gave
the
a physical
CIA
demonstration. My goodness.
Wait a minute.
I already gave a
Read the
physical
CIA.
demonstration of seasons. My goodness.
Read the CIA document. I put it in the voice text. Where is it? CIA released in 2002 about Admiral Byrd. He talks about what the sun is doing. Go to your experts.
Wasn't there another person that was voice verified?
Admiral Byrd is his new god. Then he can worship Admiral Byrd. He's looking for a man to worship. There you go. Thank you.
That's what he needs to do. Yeah. So
my goodness.
Did you hear him say, "I'm not talking about that," but he used different words? Because he knew that if he said, "I'm not talking about that,"
Hey, bro,
he
no,
knew that
earlier
I'd
he said,
call
I'm
him
not,
out.
he goes, no, listen, he goes, I'm not claiming a shape. Then he goes on a globe. So, yeah.
Hey, when the rooster goes, meow, the sun
it's
comes
making the
up.
sun come up. Yep, happens every day.
No,
Every
that's a
single
false
day.
cause. That's a logical fallacy. You can't just say because this happens and this correlates at the same time. Correlation isn't causation. Must I explain
I
to the
know.
class? I know,
Yeah,
guys.
but
I'm
if the
just
Glovers
rolling
can
for the
do it,
listeners.
the Glovers can do it. Why
Can I
can't
ask
Jemsy and
one
I
last
do it
question before I leave?
for a couple minutes?
Please. Can I ask one last question before I leave?
No.
If it's not about the seasons, yes.
Please. Yes. Anything but the seasons. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, I get it. All right, that's fine. But okay, so
What's your
one
favorite
of
color?
you, not much of you, just tell me why it's flat. Then just give me a solid explanation.
Because it scares you to death. And the way it scares people to death is the greatest thing about it being flat. I got to love it.
But it
I'm not
measures flat.
scared, dude.
It measures flat all the time, every time. So
It's
no
practically
curvature.
All right, so
used as
give me a
flat.
specific example to represent that.
Yeah, I wrote God a letter and I'm asking him, why did you make it flat and amazingly unmeasurable
Yo, I'm a
instead of
fucking
not a
Christian,
cartoon
dude. I'm
ball?
gonna go to
I
church tomorrow.
understand.
You're
Yeah.
not gonna
Oh,
scare
I'm
me.
sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. We're gonna have to talk
Why
about that
is
in a
it
minute.
flat?
So give me a specific
Yes, yes.
explanation. That,
Why God made it flat is because
All
he's not an
man.
idiot. Yes, because God's not
Hey,
an idiot. Here's
Measures
your answer. No,
flat.
excuse me. Excuse me. Here's the answer.
an
Yes, God
XO.
is not an. I'm trying to answer.
CA8.
God is not an idiot. That's why he doesn't make ball earths. That's why it's not a ball, because God is smart and beautiful and amazing, and he made a giant plane of existence that is beyond your comprehension, not a cartoon ball. That's why, because God isn't stupid. Thanks.
All right, this server usually tries to avoid the whole God thing. I do respect Exo's right to speak about God, but in this server we try to stick to the verifiable. And if you want to know the answer
Correct.
to your question,
Thanks.
it's simple, right? It's absolutely simple. It measures as flat. It's practically used as flat, and we've never seen any curvature. It looks flat. It's used as flat,
And
and
everything
it
you do
measures
in,
flat. So if it quacks like a duck and it
and
walks like a
everything
duck, it sounds like a duck, it's a duck.
Jemsy, tell him.
everything you do in your day to day is dependent on a flat, motionless Earth. It wouldn't work on a globe.
Yeah,
Every
have you
single
ever
thing.
built like a 1/52nd
And actually,
scale model or something?
you mentioned cartoons. Cartoons are dependent on a flat Earth. Globe cartoons, the ones that you believe you live on, those only work on a flat Earth and flat pieces of paper. Yeah. The globe is dependent on a flat Earth.
So if you were honest, when I said it measures flat, you should have said show me, right? Kind of like when you're in the hospital and your wife has to go to the mechanic and you tell her, if that mechanic says you need anything else, you tell that mechanic to show you, right? But apparently you never sent your wife to the mechanic. Not many men do, right? But if a mechanic says, hey, would you like cheese on that? You say, show me. What do you mean I need bearings replaced? I didn't hear no bearing out. Show me the bearings out. And then you watch the mechanic and he shows you. And if he doesn't show you, then no, I don't want you to replace my bearings. Tie rods? No, I don't need no tie rods. It's still rolling, ain't it? You didn't ask us to show you. Why is that?
Yeah, I'd be pretty pissed off, man.
Why didn't you ask us to show you? Because we said that it measures flat, which means that somebody's measured it. Wouldn't you
Yeah,
want to
you're
see
too
that?
grown. Yeah, Lepew, you're too grown to act this way. You know better.
Nah, dude, I'm not acting anyway. You got me
Don't you
wrong.
want to see it? Don't you? We said that someone's measured it to be
Yeah,
flat.
okay. You guys
You
are
didn't
just
like
talking
that though,
over me, and I've
Lepew.
never ever.
Lepew, I know, but notice we're trying to get to the evidence here. Remember when I even tried to match your claim that it's not possible? I said, what if it what you immediately hid from the evidence? So you don't want evidence though. And I guess Hank Hill missed that part, that you don't want evidence, right? You can just admit that, please.
No, so you like it just circles, right?
See, you can't even. That's my point. Is that I'm just gonna say that you don't want evidence, right? Just admit it.
Well, what's the definition of it? You said it just circles?
The sun, dude.
It, yeah. There you go. Right. Do you want evidence of the plane of existence not being a cartoon ball?
Hey, how does the sun determine the shape of the ground you're standing on?
Yeah, it shows up every morning. My alarm matches it every morning before
Wow,
I
There's
go
a
to
halo
bed.
hanging
That's
on the
amazing.
corner.
Yeah.
Your alarm's making the sun come up then. No, listen, the ceiling light has nothing to do with the floor you're standing on when you wake up every morning. That's like what you're saying. It's like kindergarten stuff. Oh, I'm going to measure the floor by looking at the dimensions of the ceiling light. Think about it, bro.
Again, but here's the problem is though, Le Pew, you don't believe the sun is there. You believe the sun is somewhere 8 minutes in advance, as the light takes 8 minutes to get here. We believe the sun is there. You don't. Thanks.
Oh, it's there every morning, man. I don't know what to think.
No, you don't believe it. You don't believe it.
No, I
You're
just told you
intoxicated.
that. I don't
You're
know what to
intoxicated,
think,
and you
man.
don't understand your own belief system. You're acting like a 19-year-old atheist right now. Gotta be honest.
It is there.
The sun rises, the sun moves across the sky, and the sun moves beyond your ability to see it at sunset. But you don't feel any, you don't sense any motion of these motions they're telling you. You don't feel any of them.
Yeah, but recognize the new thing, Sonny and Gemsy, is that they're just going to start claiming our claim. No. You don't get to make our claim. We get to believe our eyes. You don't believe your eyes. Thanks. Don't be trying to switch us up.
Hey, Durf, if you use your senses and you don't feel any movement of the ground because your senses are telling you the ground is motionless, and then you use your vision, another of your senses, and you look up and observe the sun moving, will it make sense that that's actually happening?
You can find
If
truth
he's not
by
going to answer,
confirming. Yeah, go ahead,
Le
Echo.
Pew, how about this? Le Pew, how about this? You've been here for a few minutes. Are you one of these refractionists? Have you met the refractionist people yet? Because if you haven't, then yeah, you haven't been here.
No, dude, I've never.
Oh, good.
I
Well,
don't
you
know what
start
that
looking
means,
for
man. I
friends
think it
that are
means
going to
like
help
5
you.
or something.
You're going to find some friends real soon that are going to help you fight against these people that don't believe in cartoons, and you're going to become a refractionist. So the next time I see you, Le Pew,
Actually,
I'm going to
I
be
was
making sure
talking
you're
to a
telling me about
couple of
refraction.
guys. I
Thanks.
sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
It's all right. LePew, look, the LePew show has just ended. We're going to ask you some questions. Do you know of anyone that has directly measured curvature in ancient times up until now, directly measured the Earth's curvature? And if so, what was the method that it was done? It's okay if you don't know, but if you know, we're going to need you to back up that and cite your source.
I think it's that
So,
someone has definitely done it, but I don't know the method at which they did it.
okay, so you believe that someone has done it, but you don't know for sure.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay, so the next question is the spin of the Earth. Anyone in ancient history up until now that you know of that has directly measured the Earth spinning? And if so, what was the method? It's okay if you don't know, but if you do know, we'll need you to cite your source.
I don't know, man.
Okay, so you don't know, but you believe that it's been done. And the third question, have you ever
I never
witnessed
said that. You put those words in my mouth.
okay, so you do know?
No, I said I don't know, but you put those words in my mouth.
We're just
Okay,
trying to
so
make sure you're honest.
you don't
Honest.
know and
Come
you
on.
don't believe that it has been done?
I do not believe that's ever been done, but I think that someone could do it. But I do not know how they did it.
Sheesh.
So it hasn't been done, but they could do it. You just don't know how they did it. All right,
Makes
we'll go with that.
Makes
Yeah,
sense
that's
to
a
me,
lot
man.
better than what I said. It's a lot better than what I said. You're right. All right, so the third thing, you ever seen gas pressure without a container?
Oh, they hate this.
Can you buy propane without the propane accessories? You have to get a propane tank first, right?
Yeah, oh, dude, you can't say that.
We live in
Oh,
outer
I
space,
can.
right?
So
So we live
you
in
can
outer
come
space.
buy propane and put it in your hands, or what are you going to store it in your anus? Right, the planet. Right, where are you going to put the
You're
propane?
propane accessories, man.
Yeah, you need the
No,
propane accessories. You need the container,
I
right?
don't know how to do that, but I think that's someone can
Okay,
figure
so I don't
out.
know. Good. We'll get to the
I
final
think
question.
that
He's going to
someone
drag this
who
out.
is
It's going to be
smart
a
enough
show
to
all night.
figure out how
Hank,
to
please
do
get
All
to
it.
the
right,
final question. He's
so
going to drag this out. Thanks.
here it goes. So you believe, because you've never measured it yourself, you believe that someone else has done it. So it's a belief that you have that you live on a spinning water ball adjacent next to a vacuum with a near perfect vacuum and a near infinite volume. Because anytime you have a propane tank full of propane, 250 psi, and you open it, it's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium. And then when there's 14.7 inside and out, it'll stop spewing. Right?
Yeah,
So how are you breathing right now?
the air.
The oxygen that didn't fuck off, like we just said, because space is a near perfect vacuum, and we have gas pressure down here, and the Earth is not a propane tank. It's an open system. That's a scientific term. You might need to look that up. Open system. So how are you breathing right now if the model that they've gave you since you were 5 years old, you didn't even know how to wipe your butt correctly? You believed in Santa Claus, but they told you that you lived on the ball on the teacher's desk. Look, you live here, LePew. And they pointed to your state. And you thought, oh, I live on that thing. But you don't live on that thing. You live on the dirt outside, the thing that they call Earth, right? So how are you breathing right now? Because the Earth is, in your model, an open system with an atmosphere adjacent to a vacuum without a container, which violates natural law. You cannot have gas pressure without a container. The very definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas particles exert as they bump into the wall of the container. So how are you breathing right now if you live on that spinning water ball that your teacher showed you when you were gullible as hell and you still believed in Santa Claus? The very definition of brainwashing is to repeat something over and over again until it becomes the truth. I think Hitler said, you tell a lie big enough and often enough, it becomes the truth.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So how are you breathing right now?
Because of fucking air, dude.
Right. How
How the
come it
fuck
didn't
do we
fuck
all not
off like
breathe?
how come it didn't fuck off like the propane tank when you open the nozzle?
Yeah, we thought you believed in outer space. We didn't know that you were a flat earther.
You believe in
So
outer
the
space, right? Space
reason
is space a vacuum?
you're not letting me answer.
Go ahead, bro.
The
Gosh,
reason
maybe that's a bad
why
idea.
it didn't leave because it was still local.
It was still what?
It was still local. I mean, I could do that with my
Local.
propane burner
There you go.
in my
Local.
kitchen.
So my propane tank is local. I unleash the nozzle and the propane gas is just gonna stay in there? No, bro.
No, it
Every
spreads
time you
out.
fill up
And
your
if you let it
propane
spread
tank,
out too long, it's
it doesn't
gonna
matter
create
how
like,
local it is, you open that nozzle on a full propane tank and it's going to spew out. How come the Earth's atmosphere doesn't do the same thing that we witness every day here on Earth? If you get a flat tire,
called
you can't just
equilibrium.
hold on, bro. Yeah, I know it's called equilibrium because that's the natural state. If you have a flat tire, you can't just take it to the tire shop and you'd be like, you know what? I don't have a lot of money this week. Just put the gas pressure back on the rim and I'll get a new tire next week. They're gonna
Well,
laugh at
because
you
no one's
and
going to
slap
do that
their knee.
realistically.
Exactly. So how
if
are
you
you
could
doing it
give
on the
me a
Earth?
realistic, what
Exactly.
you
It's
just
not
told
realistic.
me is
Now you're getting
unrealistic.
it. Now you're getting it. It's not realistic to have gas pressure on Earth floating in a vacuum without a container.
Outer
Dude,
space,
nothing's
you.
free.
You
Air
believe in
pressure
outer
is not
space,
coming.
so you're
Some
admitting that
places.
outer space. Okay, so you're admitting that you're agreeing with us that outer space is impossible, right?
No, I was talking what he was tracking on.
Okay, okay, great. So is there an example you can give of that he's asking for or not? No. Can we move on to the last question?
I'd rather him ask it, man.
I
I'm
hope
done.
so. Yes.
If you
He
can't get
already
the
asked
analogy,
That was the
I
third
mean,
one. Oh my goodness gracious, this guy.
yeah.
He already asked all 3 questions. They're all beliefs. So we ascertained that. Now we're just talking about gas pressure, right?
Yeah, now he's got a religion. How he understands that it's a belief that he has because he hasn't verified any of it. So your religion is heliocentric religion. Just like your ancestors worshiped the sun in the past, you're no different because you have no proof. You believe.
Yeah, man, not
Okay, so
graven images,
hold
not
on.
balls on
Hank
TV,
Hill.
bro.
Hank
Come
Hill.
on.
I want to talk to Hank Hill. He's the one who's making the most sense out of every one of these. Is okay. So what's the next step from here? What do you want?
I want you to trust your senses. And I want you to forget about all the stupid shit you learned in school. Columbus didn't
fly. Sorry, Hank.
Columbus didn't discover anything. You can trust your senses. Science is a method, has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. You've been lied to about almost everything. Almost everything you believe is a lie. Now, what you've experienced and is knowledge, obviously that's not a lie because you've experienced it. But if you don't have primary first-hand knowledge, like how many toes do you got? You're the only one in this room that knows knowledge of how many toes. Everyone else has to believe, right? Do you understand the difference between knowledge and belief? You have knowledge, we have belief. Because you can verify it with your senses how many toes you have. We cannot verify it because you live far away. And I'm not going to your house to count your stinky
You have
feet.
to trust me on how
Do
many
you?
toes I have. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to have to trust you and have a little faith and believe because we can't verify it. So, what is truth, sir? Truth is that which is verifiable. What is belief? Belief is that which requires faith and
All right.
trust.
So what can you verify then?
I just told you the truth. You can verify the truth.
Okay. So what's the truth then?
Black Swan.
Which you can verify. Come on, bro. Are you tracking with me?
No, I'm tracking, dude. I'm tracking, dude. But like, what's your ultimate truth right now?
Ultimate
The
truth
Earth
is that you're
flat, man?
probably trolling me and you're actually a lot smarter than you're
No,
pretending to be.
is that what it is? The Earth is flat. Is that what it is?
What does your senses tell you? What you know you have
I
a
don't
thing
know.
in your ear.
I've never
You
divulged
know you
into it
have
as much
a
as
thing
you
in your
have,
ear
apparently.
that tells you you have a thing in your ear that tells you when you're emotion, right? If you're in an
Yeah, I'm a
elevator,
little bit emotional.
yeah. I didn't say you're emotional. I said you have a thing in your ear, in your inner ear, that tells you when you are in motion. What is your brain telling you right
Oh,
now? Are you in motion? Yes. Are you moving?
nah, man. No.
So what has convinced you that you are?
I don't know, man. I don't fucking know.
All right, bro. I'm gonna assume that you've had a few drinks tonight.
Ding, ding, ding. Good answer.
No,
Good
I
answer.
don't know,
That's
man.
a good answer. You don't know. You don't know that you're moving. You know why you don't know? Because you're not. You're not
Because
moving.
it's unverifiable. That's what you're saying. I get it.
That's
I
right.
get it.
That's right. It's a belief. See, you get it now. All right, bro. I'm gonna say you take a break for the rest of the night and listen to what other people have to say. Maybe go down below in the other rooms and do some research next time you come on here, we're probably not going to be as lenient on you. So
Or
do a lot of listening and a little bit of talking. If you have questions,
Nice to meet you, man.
hey, nice to meet
I
you too,
like
brother.
talking to you. Actually, you're a pretty cool guy.
I appreciate your kind words. I tried to be patient with you tonight. You're probably not going to get that in the future. So if you have questions, ask it in the text chat. Because they're probably going to think that you're a troll, and they're probably going to want to kick you out because you're very stubborn. But that's okay. I forgive you.
Or come
Oh,
back
man,
during
it's good
karaoke
talking
and
to you,
get
man.
flat
I think
smacked with a
that
bunch of
Hank Hill
music.
guy is pretty cool. But anyway, I'm gonna go tonight. I'm gonna go to bed.
All right, man. Get some rest.
Okay.
Thanks for stopping by, dude.
Yeah. Remember, when you're
All right.
laying down flat, you're horizontal, and you know it, and you're not spinning.
I'll try, man.
Don't have
Yeah,
any
try
more
to
beers
sleep
though,
on-
and the world.
try
Otherwise,
to
the world's
sleep-
gonna be spinning.
Yeah,
I'm
try to sleep on
sorry,
that.
dude.
If your room, wait, Lepew, if your room starts spinning, you what you do is you move over and you put your feet on the earth that's not spinning to stop you from the room spinning.
If your room
when you're
starts
drunk.
spinning, call the
Oh, I've been there. Usually I follow.
If you're on the ground, it stops your spinning because the earth is not spinning. There you go.
There you go.
Try to,
Yeah, it could be
try to get some
correlated
sleep.
to the earth, man. You might be right, man. I'm sorry, man.
Oh, you're
No,
good.
it's okay.
Don't apologize, bro. Just, you're in a new place. You need to do a lot of listening so you can do a lot of learning. I'm not saying you can't never talk on the mic again. I'm just saying that if you sit here long enough, your questions will get answered. But if you have questions, type it out in the chat. And if nobody answers you, then mic up. But you need to do a lot of listening so you can learn. That's the only way that you can learn. That and ask questions.
You guys are actually really influential and accommodating at the same time, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Hank's
You
one of
guys
our
are kinda
best.
cool. I kind of like you guys.
You should come back, man.
Mm-hmm.
Totally.
I'm gonna go to bed.
All right. Have a good one.
Peace.
Seeds of truth.
The Glober's gotta stop dreaming all the time, dreaming all the time, dreaming all the time. I don't know. There.
I believe I can fly.
I believe it's not a green screen.
I believe in curvature.
Nice going, Hank. That was nice, man. Seems like a cool guy. I think he kind of got it there at the end a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. You never know. Good effort, man. Good effort, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Well, even if he was a troll, maybe he wasn't, but if he was, hopefully someone in the audience thought that maybe that made sense. That what is truth? What is truth? That's one of those things that's kind of rare in this world.
I need
Truth
some
is that which
propane
is
accessories,
verifiable.
though.
Yeah,
Where
you're
do I
gonna
get
need some
those?
propane accessories.
I need some containers and valves, gauges, things like that.
Well, definitely don't get them off of Amazon. Bezos has enough gold hoarded. Fucking dragon.
Yeah, I boycotted Amazon ever since they destined to build another Tower of Babel. I think it was about half a year ago.
Yeah, I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do, but you should vote with your dollar.
Mm-hmm.
I'm voting for beers and tacos. What do you think?
I dig it.
Those always taste really good.
You sound like a Mexican
Yeah.
Rodney Carrington. Tacos and beers.
That's right, man. It's good stuff. Good stuff, man.
I saw Dave go into the YouTube chat, into the trenches for a little bit. And same story there. Same story. A bunch of people that know the Earth is flat, and a bunch of anti-flat Earthers coming in to just poke the bear.
Yeah.
Don't
it is
take
a
the
bear.
bait. Don't take the bait.
Nah, I'm just reading it. It's fun to look at sometimes. It's
Before
it's a consistent car
before
wreck.
Downright
before the
embarrassing.
Glovers thought they thought they were poking a poodle, and they found out it was a freaking 10-foot grizzly.
Yeah. Poor kids.
Did they find
Well, I
it in
said in the
Barrington,
chat recently,
Kentucky?
I was just like, hey man, at least we're giving them something to do. I wouldn't want them out in the world.
Poking the poodle. I'm
that
sorry.
bear?
I
was
didn't
good.
realize that. My bad.
Did they poke that bear in Barrington, Kentucky while he was visiting the Berensteins?
It's Berenstain, isn't it?
Berenstein.
No, yeah, I grew up with Berenstein Bears, okay? That's Berenstein Bears. I don't even want to hear it. We're not going down that rabbit hole, but it's Berenstein.
It's barren. It's unbearable. That's all.
That's what it is, yeah.
Could you imagine arguing about the names of cereal boxes and fictional characters?
That's the Mandela effect,
no.
arguers.
Well, now they're starting to really push the
There's a
Mandela
problem.
effect in the mainstream media.
Really?
Yep. There was the Tom
Ooh.
Cruise one I saw just recently.
That's pretty bizarre. Like,
It's
really?
No, it's because they want us distracted and focused on anything else than the truth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Here, kids, have some drain cleaner. You'll see camels.
Sonny, that's amazing.
Here's a Tide Pod.
Oh, I accidentally set it as my desktop background.
What?
Hey, I was going to tell Glad, on your, you inspired me to like clean up my computer. So I freaking put a bunch of my files, I put them elsewhere, like Dropbox and Google Drive, and got everything off of there, and reloaded my entire OS again with a brand new version, Linux 20.14. Wow. And got it all done within a couple of hours. Within a couple hours. Completely freaking brand new, all upgraded.
Dude, that's
like,
awesome.
Nice. Man.
Good job. Yeah, see, and isn't it running smoother? And you have everything backed up too, right?
Yeah, well, I need to get another. What I'm going to do is use the one I installed and use that as my backup. That's what I'll do.
Okay. Cool.
I need to get another one, though, that I can use for a larger backup so I can put everything. So I'm so happy. I got all my music, all my movies, everything.
Good for you, man. Yeah, isn't that nice when you finally get around to doing that?
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Everything works better now.
I gotta see about my keyboard over here. I gotta see about the.
Hey, what happened with karaoke?
Oh yeah, what about it?
We were having it. You didn't hear it?
I didn't hear it. No, did I miss it?
Yeah,
Were you
Gemsy
having
was
it?
singing. I was singing, and I never sing. Yeah.
Oh
Dang,
shit!
I missed it. Well,
Damn.
I'll be here all night.
Unbelievable.
Well, not
Just
all
a
night.
fairy
I'll be
tale.
here
I'm
for
just
a
gonna
little
tell that fairy tale and pass it on to someone. Hopefully they believe it. So who checked in this duty guy here? This kind is a weird guy here. Check this guy in.
He's actually been here for a while, like months. He's been VC verified the whole time, and he has one of the most awkward pictures I think I've seen.
Pretty creepy to say safely, yeah.
And never spoken. Yeah, I never heard him either.
Same. Never heard him speak.
Have to go to the store for a minute here.
See what they have in store. So Mike, gonna sing for us?
Ooh, witchy woman, she got love in her eye. It was horrible.
It was nostalgic for me.
Yeah, it's a good song.
But if you have the guitar behind it, so when I come back, I'll maybe I'll play a little bit. That'll be fun.
Perhaps I will sing.
Oh shit! Not even
Can't get
gonna
it.
string it.
We all should sing to that one. Just make it get loose. You know.
You guys are failing. These Globers are failing hard. We got the flat earthers are losing their minds now. I'm hallucinating. I'm starting to see. I thought that was the Quake symbol in your title there, that your avatar. So I'm hallucinating. I've lost too many brain cells.
It's close. It is a first-person shooter game.
I thought your new symbol when it's green like this totally reminded me of the Green Lantern.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I like
Right?
Ryan Reynolds.
See what I mean,
I'm just
he's
kidding. That was a
alright.
horrible movie.
I don't know. I never saw it. But the symbol
don't worry about
itself, I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. I just,
Yeah.
I like, my favorite part is how you'll have different colors behind it when you pop up on the screen. And so it ends up being changing like as you go. It's kind of,
that's awesome.
because
I
you
didn't
have
even
the
plan
center
that.
part- right, the center part's clear, translucent, and so you can just see whatever's behind it. So you end up getting a cooler symbol.
Oh, it's because it's a PNG. That's why.
I don't know. I'm just ordering some food to go here, having a beer. Anyway, people running around with their masks on, man, thinking it's gonna save them. Save me.
We were talking about the masks either yesterday or the day before, and I learned something that those medical masks, they stop a specific size of molecule, and the COVID. I mean, I'm so sorry.
The cocoa coffee,
yeah.
the cocoa bean.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my.
Cocoa
is too
Pebbles.
small.
Sound me alone.
Cocoa
And-
Pebbles. Yeah. It's so teeny, man.
There's one that's too big. Well, the thing is, there's one that's too big for the masks to stop, but what it does stop is oxygen molecules. So it's like,
right. How fucking stupid is that, huh? It stops the oxygen molecule. I can't breathe. That's hilarious, man. No, you guys are great. It's been a good day, man. I caught most of it. I was on the road listening, and I missed karaoke, obviously. But
did they do karaoke?
maybe they did. I don't know, man. I took a nap.
No, I made up a fictitious story about it. No.
Oh, they didn't do it. They were talking about doing it. I was listening
I've
to
been asking.
Precious Metals this morning. It was kind of funny. A lot of game talk and shit that I'm not hip with, but I'm learning. But yeah, it's fascinating, man. You think we'd get more people in here wanting to just check out their reality? And you're not shooting around the sun at 12 million miles a day, dude. Check it out. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Just, I think you can verify that for yourself, man. Pretty easy. Do you feel like you're shooting around the sun 12 million miles a fucking day? 12 million miles. Fuck off, all right? Come on. Just, slap yourself in the face because you need a wake-up call. Please.
How long would it take someone to travel 12 million miles in reality? Right.
Couple hours. Like,
I knew what you were gonna say, bro. I'm sorry.
It's so laughable, Hank. It's so laughable, bro. A day we're going 12 million miles. Come on.
So I've driven halfway from Texas to Maine.
Right.
So from Dallas to Maine, right? It took several days. I drove halfway there, and there is a shit ton of land in between there and there. And to think that these people are saying that you could go 12 million miles a day, like 2,000 miles.
A second, isn't it? 2,000 miles a second or something like
No,
that.
I was going to say like 2,000 miles from Texas to Maine. I'm guessing. I don't know exactly how far it is, but yeah, from Dallas to Maine. Yeah, I know that's about roughly 2,000 miles. And to think that they're saying 12 million a day, and we don't feel none of it, we can't observe none of it. All we
Yeah,
see is the clock overhead repeating once every 24
exactly.
hours.
Exactly. I was out last night standing in my driveway talking to New Perspective, and I'm like, man, they sold us a pile of shit. They really think we're shooting through this at 12 million miles a day. Come on, really? They want us to buy that? It's like, it's so ridiculous at this point, man. For me, I don't know. I mean, hopefully it is for you too as well. I hope. I'm sure it is for Hank. I know that. And Sonny and most of you guys. 12 million miles a day. It's just, you talk about a trick fuck or yeah, you believe that? You'll believe anything. I got a bridge in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean I want to sell you. Okay. It's ridiculous.
I'm gonna sell these Globers. I'm gonna sell these Globers breathable oxygen, canned breathable oxygen. That's not too much. Remember when they were trying to sell that? I was living in Austin.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was living in Austin, playing a bunch of shows and going around downtown all the time. And
6th Street. On 6th Street, baby.
Yep, 6th Street, baby. That's the way. So I was up and down 6th Street, and there was this company, oxygen company, going around trying to sell oxygen in a can, saying it'll help you get drunker quicker, all that stuff. And then they actually set up something in a bar where the bar was only like this one tequila and the oxygen shots, and that's it. It was so weird.
I love
that's
Austin,
what you get for
man.
that's what you get for hanging out at South by till 5 in the morning.
Keep Austin weird, right? Keep it weird, man.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the thing, man. Oh shit, that's awesome. Yeah, I dug 6th Street, man. I had 4 days down there, man. That was crazy.
Yeah, 6th Street is. I mean, before all this nonsense, man, 6th Street was. You could go there anytime and do anything you wanted. You know.
Yep. Tuesday
to
night.
an extent.
You could party.
Yeah,
like
Tuesday
it was a
nights.
Tuesday night, you know. Like, oh shit, Tuesday, let's party, yeah, woo. Yeah,
and the cops riding around on horses, right? That's cool.
I went out there and I was walking on stilts.
There you go, walking on stilts.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was like people go down and do all kinds of stuff. Yeah, walking on stilts and costumes and stuff.
I'd say Austin's probably like second to Hollywood. You know, as far as like weirdo shit. Yeah. I mean, Austin is pretty out there, man. And then there's New Orleans.
No.
Yeah, New Orleans.
I was gonna say
pretty
Oregon,
weird,
man. Freaking Oregon.
Portland?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are going nuts.
Well, now it's going nuts, but you know, 10 years ago, I don't know about Portland. I guess it was cool, hippie kind of flannel thing going on.
The like, you know, the whole keep Austin weird. Didn't Austin get that from like Portland or something? Like, weren't they
It
trying
was
to
keep
like
something,
stylize
something,
themselves
yeah.
after like the free-minded state or
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And then you have Denton, which is a mini Austin. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, I know some good bands from Denton for sure.
Well, I'm at a restaurant at the bar. I might have some background noise. You know, I don't want to get kind of drown you guys out or anything.
Oh, you passed the bar, huh?
Well, I'm just ordering some food to go. I decided to have a couple beers real quick.
Laying down some law. All right.
And hanging out with you guys, listening to Hank, man. Taking it to the stoner dude. That was cool.
Oh yeah. Did Hank ever say Bobby?
There are
Waiting
inside
for months,
jokes.
man.
There's inside jokes around here, man. That only a few people will laugh at you. But
Damn it, Bobby.
Closed captioning sponsored.
So
I think really voice acting. Like I'm no,
That's
that is the real voice acting. Just doesn't want to admit it.
Yeah.
You're hiding in plain sight.
He's not doing a very good job, if that's the case.
Wow.
His name's Hank Hill in the list, so.
That's what I'm saying. How do you make someone think that you're not that person? You be that person that you wouldn't expect them to be. You know what I mean?
The greatest trick
Psychology.
Hank ever pulled. No, you can't go outside. You just came back inside. Sorry, bud.
You're talking to one of us. I was like,
Sorry,
what?
no, I was talking to my cat. I forgot my mic was on.
you can have some propane accessories if you'd like.
Yeah.
I can't get over that, man. Hopefully I'll laugh the rest of my life on that one, man. Propane accessories. Woo, that's good, man. I love you, Hank. I'm laughing.
He's probably taking a break, man. He's been working this server all day.
Dude, he's been here all day since this morning. I got up at 7.
Hardcore.
And he was already on when I jumped on, and I listened to him for like 6 hours or something.
Markov, Sirius, what's up, y'all?
Hi.
Hey, what up? I'm on. I don't have my headset right now.
Hey, serious.
What up? What's good?
How are things in your world?
Not bad.
Still flat?
Chill Sunday. Saturday. I thought it was Sunday for a
It's
second.
almost Sunday.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Damn, you got a free day, man. You got a free
I know,
day,
dude.
man. Crack a beer, would
That's
you?
awesome.
Please crack a beer or something.
Well, I'm rolling up, man. It's been 10 years since I had a drink.
All right, well,
for you.
crack a coffee.
Congratulations,
Crack a coffee,
bro.
man.
Light a blunt.
Oh, dude. Yep, I'll roll up a blunt right now. Coffee or something. Yep. You know the deal.
A coffee and a doob, man. You'll be good, man. You'll be good. I'll be
It's
good.
basically like a natural speedball.
I'm doing
That is what they call the
Right?
That's hilarious.
These kids might not know what that is, Kenny.
Yeah, these kids, they don't know what a speedball is, man.
No.
They're a little
I know what it is. It's the 27 Club.
That's right.
Maker of the 27 Club.
There's Hank.
Chris Farley.
You know, John Candy was not part
John
of that.
Belushi.
Yeah, Belushi.
River Phoenix.
River Phoenix. Whoa.
Janis Joplin.
that's heavy.
Jimi Hendrix. Although he might have been killed. Jimmy might have been killed.
The Jim Morrison.
Oh.
Jim Morrison. Oh, boy.
Yeah, stay away from the uppers and the downers, kids. You drink beer before liquor, you never been sicker. Right?
That's what they say.
You're in the clear.
That's right.
You know, I knew I was a bad alcoholic when I could drink a lot of beer before a lot of liquor and be just fine.
I'll try to remember that.
That's when I knew it was serious.
When I woke, I knew I was an alcoholic when I woke up in the driveway, not knowing how the hell I got home.
Oh, that's not an alcoholic. That's
bad,
when you. That's when you know if you keep drinking, you'll become an alcoholic. That's like a warning shot.
There you go. That's a shot over the bow, man. Right there. Like, wake up, or you're fucked up, man. No, I think there's a place for alcohol, man. I think there's a place for wine and beer or mixed drinks. You know, I think there's a limit. You know, kind of get happy.
I knew I was
you can,
an alcoholic the moment
but-
that I had to drink to function.
Yeah, if you have to drink to function, you're toast, man. You're fucking kiss your.
It's time to slow down.
Time for check.
Well, at that
I
point,
need
you
to
just need to
check you
stop.
at the stop sign.
No, you
there,
can't stop. You'll die if you stop. You got to slow
No,
down
that's
and then
not
stop.
true. Listen to me closely. I was up to 2
Oh,
bottles of
muchas
vodka a
gracias.
day.
Oh my goodness.
I was up to 2 bottles of vodka a day just to get by a day.
You guys treat me too good, man. Mucho bueno.
And I quit cold turkey. I just stopped, and it took about 2 to 3 days for the shakes and sweats to stop, but I did not die. Now, I was throwing up and I couldn't eat, sure, but I didn't die. Now, you have a point, though. Some people who are so far down, like just all they do is drink every day. They don't eat food. They don't do nothing as long as they have their drink. Yeah, they could easily die from the withdrawal. So, correct on that one.
Yeah, because the functionation from what they use it's like it's like your body automatically functions out of the nutrition of the beer. Like
Exactly.
the beer doesn't give you nutrition.
It gets the
but the effects of it, of what it does, affects you to be nutritionist. So it keeps you going. And that's the hard part of letting go and withdrawing. It will kill you.
It can, yeah, especially when the only source of calories you're getting is alcohol. That's the problem. Your body expects only alcohol. So at a certain point, you can't even eat food and keep it down. You got to be drinking. It's terrible.
Yeah.
So anyway, curvature. Looking for curvature today.
3,958.8 degrees.
Oh.
Karaoke.
So numbers are measurements now? Awesome.
I mean miles.
That saves me a lot of work.
Miles.
Yeah. No, it'd be easier to be a glober or a flat earth denier or guy.
I just walked out the restaurant, man. I'm looking west. What's that big giant light in the sky to the west?
Sirius?
Tonight at sunset, just at sunset, just after sunset. What is that? Is that Venus?
I asked the same thing last night to Sirius down here, and he told me it was Sirius B, I think.
No, that's too fucking bright. It's got to be Venus.
That's what I thought too, but it was the only one. Apparently it's like the brightest star in the sky.
So bright. It's like super bright.
Download the app, man. Download the app and check it out.
I gotta go pull up the fucking app and go check it out when I get home. I will check it out for sure. All right.
I'll check. It's west right now. Talking about a star, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll check it out too.
It's beautiful, man. Whatever it is. Still got that low glowing on the horizon, but the stars still pumping. Planet, whatever it is. Planet is just a portion of the small portion of the larger plane. Anyway.
Kind of like a cigar and a cigarette.
Something like that, hey?
It's been a long time since I had tobacco.
I smoked a Philly blunt the other day, just like with the tobacco in it. It's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, they're tasty.
Yeah, somebody handed me a spliff. I don't know. Tuesday, Wednesday. It's a spliff. There's tobacco in it. I was like,
right.
Cool.
Shit'll get you so fucked up if you haven't done it in a while, especially.
Yeah, I can give you the spins.
Yeah.
The key is that they say there was a college study and it said that marijuana protects your brain for brain damage when you're doing like the heavy college days drinking. And it's because marijuana like amplifies whatever else you're doing. So Robin Williams, he kind of made this joke like, weed makes everything better. Like you see a pothead eating kitty litter and they're like, crunchy.
Crunchy.
So when you smoke weed and then you drink, if you normally need like a 12-pack, just drink a 6-pack, and then the smoke like amplifies it. So that's how the smoke protects your brain, because you can't drink as much before you get the spins.
It's not the smoke; it's the cannabinols. But yeah,
Well, you know what I meant. When I said smoke, I
I
meant.
do. Yeah. I don't think the real Hank Hill's ever even seen a joint.
Probably
Damn it,
not.
Bobby! What's that smell?
So Hank,
Smells
do
like
you want to hear?
propane. It smells like propane to me.
Your
What's up,
idea
Cuddles?
earlier about the hyperbolic chamber. Did you want to hear about the ozone thing that happened in the 70s and 80s?
Yeah, you mentioned it, but I think there was just so much going on. What's going on?
Yeah, that's a good subject.
So there, when the ozone machines like hit the market, I want to say in the 70s ish. I mean, you know how the 70s were. I mean, shit. So it was out there, but then like I want to say late 70s, early 80s, people started picking up like the health benefits of ozone. So more people were getting into it. Well, they actually passed a bill against people using ozone machines to help other people, like ozone treatment. They did intravenous ozone. They did breathing treatments by putting ozone in the room, shit like that. They actually outlawed it. And made it like a felony. Even though there's absolutely nothing wrong with healing people. People were getting healed from cancers and other problems in their body because of what the ozone does.
I'm listening.
So that's what I'm saying. Like having a traveling hyperbolic chamber is a great idea. Is freaking fantastic. However, once you start healing a bunch of people and the testimony starts spreading, just watch. They'll come in and try and clip the wings off that bird.
Can I turn my car into a hyperbolic chamber?
I don't know, man, but you can hot box the shit out of it.
Dude, I remember sitting in a Volkswagen Bug
Near.
where we smoked the Cheech and Chong joint. It was so smoky in the fucking car. Oh man, yeah, we hotboxed the fuck out of that. Oh, that was great.
I love that.
Is
I love
the
those days,
miracle
man.
of
Love those days.
recycle your smoke. Get in a single cab Toyota pickup truck and just turn the AC on and just circulate that bitch.
Recirculate.
Let your eyes start
Yeah.
to burn.
Oh shit! Yeah, your eyes burn. You can't breathe. Oh, it's bad. It's bad.
You know what they use the ozone for today? They use it to get the smoke smell out of cars because for some reason the ozone takes that smoke residue and unbonds it from your car. I don't know how that works.
O3 is a purifier. Anything that it touches, like bad rancid bacteria, bad water, poisoned water, it'll clean it.
I like it.
Unstable. It wants to go down to O2, so it has that excess oxygen wants to attack whatever, so oxidizes whatever it meets in its way. You know.
Hey man, that's science, bro. Check it out.
Dude. Chemistry, man. Chemistry is dope science, man.
See, that was a fun conversation we got into almost a month ago. Like helium-3, ozone-3, like how far down oxygen, like you got O1, O2, O3, O4, like how far you got to go before it turns into liquid, like 07, 08?
Good question.
But then from there to go from a gas to a liquid, from a liquid to a solid, like how far is that?
100.
I'm curious. Well, see, like helium-3. Helium-3 is already liquid. But O3 is still a gas.
Oh, helium-3 is a superfluid helium.
Yeah, superfluid, but it's a superfluid liquid. least that's what
Yeah,
I think it's
it's
gonna
cool.
get.
It's crazy stuff, man. Crazy cool shit, by the way.
Hey guys, I'm working on a new riff. Tell me what you think about this.
Riff out, man. Sounds Middle Eastern straight away.
Right on. Sounds like almost harpsichord-ish.
Yeah.
Zelda.
Yeah, for sure. I love the video game sounds, man. Oh, I love them.
Yeah, that's that 8-bit synthesizer.
Yeah,
It sounds
I put
like
a lot
it's
of
Middle
reverb on it.
Eastern. It sounds like it's from Zelda.
You could
Middle
turn
Eastern,
it up.
that's funny.
You could turn it up. You could turn it up a little bit.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a little loud. That's okay. I just wanted to. Okay, thank you for letting me know that. Now I know. Next time I actually show you guys something.
Yeah.
It was good. I think it just needs a little bit of bass. Maybe like a slower one note at a time.
No, that was me playing live. I was just showing you guys a little riff there.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Oh, wow.
That wasn't recorded.
Okay.
No, that was just me playing live.
Riffing is playing.
You're playing on like a Yamaha keyboard or something? What do you got?
It's a Kai Professional MPK 261 kind
Nice.
of deal.
Nice.
I used to have my old Axiom Pro, my M Audio Axiom Pro finally went out on me, so I had to buy a new one. So I splurged.
I got the Axiom.
Yeah.
Yeah, great machine, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We used it live in the band too many times, and so you know how that goes.
Wore out, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happens.
Too many beers spilled on it,
I have an old Korg from the 70s that needs love.
Like a D50 or
Robot
D10? Oh, fucking A, man.
Yeah, D50 or D10.
All right.
I'd have to look at it again. But it's black and yellow.
Get behind a fellow.
It's the black and yellow Korg.
That's
from the
Jerry
70s.
Seinfeld did the Bee movie.
Keep all that instrumentation up and good keeping because for the giant Flat Earth Musical Festival.
Well, it was my best.
Art and fruit. No, sorry.
It was my best friend's, and he wasn't using it, so his parents got a hold of it and was like, "Here you go." So I've got something to work on, but I got a free Korg, and I've already had like 2 offers on it. One guy wanted to pay me $600 for it, with it needing repairs. Ah, shit. I'll go find it. Hold on.
Well, I'm testing out that white privilege thing. I just pulled out behind a cop with the headlight out. We'll see how it goes. Oh, he just kept on.
I ain't got time for that shit. Got more important things to do.
I hardly ever get pulled over. I've been doing this for so long, and when you got a topper on your car, they usually don't fuck with you. You know, it's funny. They're supposed to be policing the people that actually are doing commerce, but instead, you know, they're going after the people that are just moving from point A to point B and treating them like they're drivers, like they're actually doing commerce. It's crazy, old world, ain't it?
All right, so it's the Korg
Really is.
LP10.
That's cool.
I gotta look it up.
I used to have a 6-string Ibanez bass. It was the sweetest thing I ever owned. And if you've ever played Ibanez, the action on them strings are just perfect. You barely touch the string, and it's just flawless.
You get a nice Ibanez bass with some EMG pickups in there, rocking it.
Yeah, those active pickups are awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, biblical. I'll be back in a bit.
Sounds good.
Hook it up. Hook it up, man. Hook
Yeah,
it
they're
up.
awesome until one day your battery dies and you're like, what's wrong with my bass? What the fuck is wrong with my bass?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you gotta
Then you
keep
just
nine.
gotta-
You gotta keep like a fucking bag of 9 volts around.
Yeah. And then you
get so
open it
used
up
to
and
that
you're like,
boost.
whoa, there's a battery in here. Why the fuck is... Oh, it's an active pickup. Okay, I get it now.
I have a guitar from the 80s like that. It's freaking, it's badass, man. But it's so freaking loud with that thing on.
Right.
You know, I think I fucked up and lost interest. I should have got an effects pedal because I was getting halfway decent at trying to play lead bass, and I just never got the effects pedal. I plateaued and kind of lost interest. I should have did some mushrooms and got an.
That's right.
I should have, you know, got an effects pedal and did some mushrooms.
Yep, you should have.
There you go.
It's too late now.
Go
I
look
got
at
a
out
family
in the
now.
desert.
I'm way happier
Out
with
in-
my family than I am the guitar.
That's cool. Yeah.
Sonny's like, that's cool for you, but
Yeah, I get it, Sonny. Your guitar will never fucking turn its back on you unless you lay it down that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So really,
put it down. I put it down for a week or two here and there, every now and then, but that's okay.
I can barely play anymore. Especially when I pick up the 6-string, I'm like a rusty dagger. Nobody wants to play with me.
nobody wants to play with a rusty dagger.
That's right.
You know, I'd play with a rusty dagger for a little bit, as long as it wasn't that sharp, you know?
Don't try to juggle with it.
That's a good lyric for a song.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
You know, one of them storytelling old, you know, like songs where they tell the story in the song.
I learned somewhere along the way that I shouldn't juggle with a rusty dagger. Bow, 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 bow. There you go.
And there you have it.
I shouldn't have done that at her. I learned not to juggle a rusty dagger.
Cops are like a box of chocolates. They'll kill your fucking dog.
No.
They'll kill your dog a box of chocolates. Oh no.
Yeah, because
don't feed
chocolate kills
chocolates to your
dogs.
dogs.
Or your
Yeah.
cat, for that matter. But there's a different coca plant that you can share with your... I'm just messing around.
Why isn't that shit available everywhere? It should be like, come and buy your seeds over here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, my friend, I don't think growing a coca plant is illegal in a lot of parts of the world, but doing other stuff is. That's just what I've heard.
You know why cops don't shoot cats?
Why?
They don't like to kill their own kind.
Oh.
No, seriously, I've seen cops shoot loads of dogs. Dog in its own
Really?
backyard. Yeah, in its own
Serious?
backyard, fenced in. And it's like the
What
cop
the
thinks,
hell?
can I shoot? Right? And a responsible man thinks, must I shoot? Because, you know, they're sovereign citizens. They got qualified immunity, which means a lot of laws don't apply to them. Or that's what they think. So I think, must I shoot? Must I shoot? They think, can I shoot? I was afraid for my life. The kitten had claws, Your Honor. It had claws. So they don't shoot
Yeah.
cats. Because Your Honor would be like, the kitten had what? So
That's bizarre.
they shoot
Isn't that
dogs,
wild?
you know, because
What a
that's
strange
more
world.
believable. I know, right? Why would they shoot a dog? Man's best friend, bruh. Are you not a man?
Well, when you're out there dealing with the scum of society, you become the scum of society.
I
Bro,
think
delivered
they
pizza
may
for 20
have.
years.
I think they may have dire. I think they may have dire consequences from behaving that way.
I've had drunk people try to provoke me into a fight, call me a pussy. And I'm just like, hey, you have a great day, sir. You take care of yourself. Be safe out there.
Oh yeah, I love those. Yep.
He's like, fight me, pussy. It's like, all right, sir. Have a good night.
Yep. That's the only way to go. Just kill them with kindness.
Yep. This one dude was a Taekwondo, like, black belt. He was an instructor. I delivered to his house one day, and he's like, you know, I asked for the money first because I'm not stupid, right? So I asked for the money, and he was like, do you know who I am? It's like, no. Don't ever ask for the money first. I don't live on the wrong side of town. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll take that into consideration. And his eyes went, you know, crazy eyes. He was like ready to kick my ass because I said I'd take it into consideration. You know, because I'm not the type of person to be told what to do.
No kidding.
And it's not that, you know, I'm a big bad motherfucker. It's just like, fuck you. I'm not doing what you told me. You know, it's like, I'm not going to do what you told me. Sorry. Because you told me to do it. It's because, you know, like, what do you attract bees with? Honey or vinegar? You know, kind words and a smile goes a long way. But he was pissed because I asked for the money first, and, you know, he wasn't on the wrong side of town.
Yeah, he had to tell you that. He had to make sure that he told you that part.
I wonder if he
He's
tries
about
that
to be
shit
on
at
the
Walmart.
wrong side of your fucking elbow.
Yeah, he was about to be on my fucking kicking my face. He wanted me to attack him. I could tell, bro. He was trying to provoke me.
Yeah, but he would have gone to jail.
Yeah, because I always tell people in martial arts, get you some pepper spray. You need less than lethal. Because anytime you're a black belt and you attack somebody, you might as well shoot them.
That's true.
Cops are going to treat it the same way. So I tell
I mean,
everybody.
I'm not a black belt, but I know where to hit somebody.
I tell all the black belt, because, you know, my son's a black belt. It's like, get you some pepper spray, bro. You need it. Taser or something. Don't you hit nobody with your hand, bro. Plus, it's funner to poke them in the eye from 30 feet away anyway. That's what sauce
I got
does.
that shit. I got that
Yeah,
shit with me. Yep.
Yep. Bless them with the hot sauce. Bless the deserving. Yeah, I'm all about that pepper spray. I've never had to use it, though.
Yeah, I got one in my
Me
car, one in my bedroom.
Yeah, and September the 1st, on Wednesday, Texas gets, you know, guns without a permit, so we can carry our pistol, like, pretty much everywhere except for government buildings and voting booths and, you know, places like that. So I'm thinking everybody's going to start carrying their gun like shit. You better start carrying some pepper spray. That gun is your last fucking resort.
Yeah. You should never have to use a gun.
Yeah, if you use a gun, it's like you've already extinguished every other option. And sometimes you don't get to go through the option. People just start shooting at you, which is rare, but it does happen. And then you got to use your gun, or they start running at you, and you got to use your gun. But it's like if you know a little bit of jujitsu, you might be able to take them out without hurting them. Because rear naked choke, it's easy. My dad taught me that shit in the 90s. And you just get their back, which is easy to do if you know anything about wrestling or football. You get their back, and then you just wrap them up with your legs, get the double hooks, and then one arm around the neck, and then your palm goes into the bend of your elbow, and then you bend your elbow and put it behind their head. And with your trapezoids, you lift up and push down, squeeze, and they go to sleep. And you whisper, sleep, go to sleep. And then when they wake up, they're not mad anymore. They're in Wonderland. They're like, how did I get here? I thought I went to bed last night in my bed. Where's my pillows? And you're like, just calm down, sir. I didn't hurt you. You'll be fine. You can put people to sleep easy. You don't have to hurt them.
Shoot, we were doing it in middle school at parties to each other.
Yeah, I taught like everybody on my football team how to choke people out without hurting them. Because the coaches, they lay down on the mats and be like, okay, we're going in the coach's office. We're going to be there like the whole period. You guys just, keep it cool, which was pretty much saying practice your tackling skills. Right? So I was like, all right, guys, this is how you choke somebody out without hurting them. It's like when they start to fall, you just let them down real easy. Don't let their head hit the ground.
Let their head hit the ground, because then you've done something way different.
Yeah, you just let them down real easy. You drop them like a few inches off the ground. It's fine. Because we're on mats.
Yeah, and then you get a Sharpie and you draw a dick on their forehead, and it's the best. No, just me? Okay.
No, that sounded like that. That's funny. That sounded like a flashback.
Oh, yeah.
Some strange parties. Oh, my God.
That was a flashback. I've had dicks drawn on me before.
That's true.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, someone just shared the Mark Metalark shared that Mark video in the voice text, and I went to the channel, and that girl is drop dead gorgeous. Woo-wee. Anyway, sorry.
Redhead?
No, I have to go look.
No, she's brunette. She is wearing a lot of makeup, I will say.
Oh, she got you under that glamour magic spell, bro.
She does, I know. It works.
Yeah.
Well, she looks like she might be pretty without all that, though. So, I don't know.
That's why they keep doing it, because it still works.
Right. Those Egyptians. Clever little fuckers.
Actually, the Watchers, the ones the Watchers that came down, they taught man how to like make swords and shields, and women how to like decorate their face and wear perfume and all these different kinds of things.
Yep.
Eye makeup, all of that.
Ever since my wife got arrested for a roach and lost her job, she's turned into a housewife. And I gotta say, I love it so much that I'm out here where it's dangerous. She's at home, and she's the type to make a motherfucker a sandwich, and she's cool as fuck like that. When she was working, we split the bills and split the housework. Right, but now every once in a while I'll cook. Every once in a while, I'll grill outside and do a little bit of housework, but I'm not doing like half of it anymore. So right now, like the house is like balanced. It's so nice doing it like the original way.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
Hey,
Yeah, we've always.
speaking.
Go ahead, bro.
No, speaking of subduing someone, I've been listening to. You know who Dean Koontz is?
Yeah.
Yeah, the author, scary
Yeah,
guy,
the author Dean
scary
Koontz.
author.
Well, he wrote a series of books, 5 books, about this FBI agent that, and I talked about it a couple of weeks ago. But I listened to the whole series, an audiobook, and she created her own chloroform in a spray bottle, and so she would subdue them. Just like she, used her, she was pretty or whatever, and she used that to just like pull out her spray bottle and spray them on the face with the chloroform.
What?
And freaking dude, bro, they'd be knocked out in seconds. This is in the book, So it's
Sounds
just
kind of
like,
creepy. Wait a minute. What's the
yeah.
name of it, Helio? What's the name of it?
Well,
The series.
the first one is called shit. Let me pull it up. That's Dean Koontz series. Is Jane Hawk is the name of the agent or whatever. And her
okay.
and in the beginning, and you find this out. I'm not going to give a whole lot of spoilers about it, but in the beginning of the series, her husband commits suicide, and he was I think he was a general or a colonel in the Marines, and she had no idea. She found him in the bathroom, where he cut his own throat, and so then she was like, "There's no way he did that, by himself." So she started looking at suicide statistics and all this kind of stuff, and then it goes on a rabbit trail or anything. Everything and so anyway, so she tries to dive deep into why her husband committed suicide, and but as far as subduing someone, if you could, it actually goes into detail of how to make chloroform in the book. So anyway. That was like her standard thing. When she found the people that she was wanting to question, she would chloroform them and then just tie them up and ask them questions so that she could find out the truth.
A friendly little tip from Dean Koontz.
Yeah.
Or was it?
I don't know. Well, like I said, I don't want to give spoilers. I mean, it really has a lot to do with the jab, and that's why, because it's about the mind control programming and shit, nanobots and stuff. I mean, it's a really cool story.
What about that other book, the Eyes of Evil or something? What about that one? Is that the one? Somebody did a book review. I think it was. I don't know which one that.
Let me find
was,
that. I'll just give you a link to the Jane Hawk series. It's really cool. I just finished it the other day. They're like, when you listen to it, it's 11 hours long. So just an audio book. Really cool story. But anyway, since you were talking about subduing someone, but if you want a good defense, if you have some chloroform on you, fuck pepper spray. Holy shit! If you spray this shit in their face, they're out like a light in a second. Within a few seconds.
This is not medical advice.
Yeah, well, I'm not a doctor either, but I'm now whether or not it works, because it's a book of fiction, it's a story that Dean Koontz wrote, but I do know that chloroform works. I mean, you put it on a rag and you put it over someone's mouth, and they breathe it in, and they're pretty much out within a few seconds.
So what you're trying to say is chloroform is more of a force than gravity.
It might as well be, I guess. I've never done it, so I don't know for sure, but I've heard. I mean, we know what. I mean, we've seen all the serial killer movies. When they abduct somebody, they just put a rag of, soaked with chloroform over their mouth, and then they just pass out. But it's really weird that they, that Dean put it in his book how to actually make it, which is. But anyway, Jane Hawk series. And this whole thing is about government corruption, jabs, and people. It's a really good series. It's comparable to some of the shit we talk about. About governments and corporations being involved together. Just colluding to manipulate the population and everything like that. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good series.
Yeah, it seems like they really ramped all that kind of stuff up very quickly, didn't they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, the first one is called The Silent Corner. And The Silent Corner is a portion of the internet that most people can't access because that's where the hackers are, right? So, yeah.
So something like the cicada mystery.
Yeah, I'll send it right now. This is from his website, but I listened to it on Scribd, whatever. I had a 30-day free trial on there, but I found out after you listen to so many audiobooks that you don't get to listen to the good ones anymore, or the new ones. You can listen to some good ones, all the time, but they're like shit you can find on other platforms. I've listened to a lot of audiobooks on YouTube that are free by Dean Koontz. I love Dean Koontz, man. He's a freaking good author. Yeah, The Night Window. That's the last book. You want to check out the first one before you listen to the last one.
I used to read a lot of those kind of books when they were books.
Well, I don't read much anymore. I do like to read books. I've. It's like I don't have enough time to read anymore. But I listen to audiobooks while I'm at work.
Yeah, I've listened to long, many hours of them. Check it out. I listened to a 12-hour series on the first explorations of the Californias, right? Because I was trying to get to the bottom of, was there a place through Nicaragua where they got through all the way from one coast to another, because there's evidence of people getting many ships to this one place on the Caribbean side to get over to California. Like they were coming in onto the east coast of the Caribbean and they were getting all the way across. And so there's some evidence that some were using ships and boats to get through, because a big part of it is a huge lake. And so then I was trying to get to the bottom of, was California actually an island? So I listened to that whole series trying to find out if it was an island, because I wanted to hear about the explorers that went along the coast, where they landed or where they supposedly landed, and then where the inland explorers went also and what they talked about. So it was pretty interesting.
It's fiction, but it's also very interesting. It's like I listen to a lot of Stephen King audiobooks, and sometimes it's even read by Stephen King. He's really good at just reading his own book.
Yeah, methamphetamine's a hell of a drug.
Do you think Stephen King is on meth?
Oh shit! Well, he did like an autobiography once. He didn't talk about meth, but he did talk about all the coke he used to do. He was a big coke addict, and he admits it in a book.
Well, that's fine. Well, I'm gonna plead the fifth on that shit.
No,
but
act like I didn't say anything. Sorry.
All right, cool. So, but yeah, Stephen King is really good at reading his own books. I've listened to several by Stephen King that he's read on his own, and I love him, man. I love his stories. As a matter of fact, there's a new show that just came out. Has 3 episodes. I was about to watch it before I came in here, and the only reason I jumped in was because Hank was talking about how to seduce someone, and if you had that spray bottle of chloroform, boom! I mean, it's like you don't have to choke them out. You don't have to freaking make it best. Like you just spray it in their.
But I don't know, would something like that be effective if you just sprayed it at their face? Really?
I don't know if that would work or not. I mean, that may be Dean Kuntz's idea, but maybe it might work. I mean, if it works on a rag,
Somebody might have to go check that then. But I'm not saying that anybody should. I'm not,
Yeah, that would be better than pepper spray, I think, because pepper spray are just like, and they start screaming and shit, but they can still attack you if they know.
And there's the thing. You have to be
have
careful with pepper spray because if you spray it at someone too close, you're going to get it on you too.
That's why you get on you and other people around you. Yeah, I mean,
so there's the gel, and then there's the one that's like hairspray, and then there's the one that shoots out like a stream. You want to get the gel if you don't want it on you. Like if you're doing Uber, get the gel.
Super
duper gel. Yeah,
the super duper gel. You want to just flood their face, so they're just like, and they can't do anything after that. So it just attaches to them.
I've already been gassed before.
It's not an aerosol, so it doesn't like spread to the other people. Is that what you're talking about?
I've already been gassed before in the military. They sent us through the freaking gas chamber, literally. So I think I have a heads up. It's not fun, but I've already experienced it once. So there's that. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, just from reading what he was talking about, this chloroform liquid that she could just spritz in somebody's face and all of a sudden they pass out. I've never seen that happen. I've heard about chloroform, they pour it on a rag and then cover someone's face. I've heard about that.
You can make chloroform with the stuff you got in your bathroom right now.
I know.
I'm going to tell you the recipe.
I know. Well, Dean Coots in the book tells you the recipe. So that's
like if you make one like the base, it's like they don't go to sleep for very long. But if you make the other one the base and you add the other one to it, they go to sleep for much longer. So it depends on how you make it, how long they sleep.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to go any spoilers on. If you want to watch it or listen to the Jane Hawk series or read it, it's really good. And it actually is it's pertinent to a lot of what's going on now with the jab thing.
Great. So I get more shit scared out of me then.
Yeah, I know it's fucking weird, but anyway. I won't spoil the entire thing. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know about the formula for chloroform until TikTok.
I know there's acetylene involved.
More numpty clips coming on board.
Dude, that last numpty clip, like, Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty?
Are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty?
No, we played it in here several times already.
The scientific method is a myth. Is it now? It's a myth. Yeah, you flat earthers just made that shit up.
My son put a post on Facebook today, and it kind of makes me proud. He was talking about the education system, and he's like, he posted a shitload of I don't know if it was Twitter. Let me pull it back. I'm not gonna post it here. Not necessarily who my son is, but
read it.
Listen, he posted some shit. Hold on, let me find it.
Andy's a drummer, dude. I like this guy.
Oh, that reminds me.
Here's
I was
what he
bummed
posted
out.
today. I mean, it might have taken him a while to get it, but here's what he posted. Let me see. His original comment was like, let's see. He said, well, he didn't even say anything. He just posted it. I'll let you in on a secret. I have a doctorate in education, but the field's basically just 100 years old. We don't really know what we're doing. Our scholarly understanding. He's posting. I think it's tweets. From Twitter. He's just posting images from this guy David Bowles on Twitter. This is the guy that's at David Bowles, so you can go look him up on Twitter. So
That is not a real last name.
Well, it's Bowles, so it might be. I don't know.
Maybe Bowles.
Bowles. So I mean, I don't know. But he'd probably prefer say
Val sounds
Bowles.
pretty funny, bro.
But anyway, so he posted several tweets from this guy David Bowles. So we'll call him David. Well, it's at
My name
David
is Dr. Shit.
At David O. Bowles. Anyway, here's what he said. I'll let you in on a secret. I have a doctorate in education, but the field's basically just 100 years old. Field is, I mean, he had a apostrophe, but I would have just said it is. But anyway, we don't really know what we're doing. Our scholarly understanding of how learning happens is like astronomy 2,000 years ago. Most classroom practice is astrology. Anyway, so here's the next one. Before the late 19th century, no human society had ever attempted to formally educate the entire populace. It was either aristocracy, meritocracy, or a blend, and always male. We're still smack dab in the middle of the largest experiment on children ever done. Most teachers perpetuate the banking model, prairie, I guess that's a French word, used on them by their teachers, who likewise inherited it from theirs, etc. Thus, the elite lyceum style of instruction continues, even though it's ineffectual with most kids. Kids are vulnerable. What's worse, the key strategies we've discovered driven by cognitive science and child psychology are quite regularly dismissed by pencil-pushing, test-driven administrators. Much like Trump ignored... this is a Trump thing. But anyway, this guy's obviously liberal, but he's recognizing, what's happening. Much like Trump ignores science, the majority of principals and superintendents I've known flout research. Some definitions. Banking model. Kids are like piggy banks. Empty till you fill them with knowledge that you're the expert in. Lyceum, here's a definition. Originally Aristotle's school, where the sons of landowning citizens learned through lectures and research. Things we, scholars, that's in parentheses, do know. Homework doesn't really help, especially younger kids. Students don't learn a thing from most testing. Most teachers don't either, and this is in parentheses too, it's supposed to help them tweak instruction, but that rarely happens. Spending too much time on weak subjects hurts. Do you want kids to learn? Here's something we've discovered. Kids learn things kids learn things that matter to them, either because the knowledge and skills are cool or because they give the kids tools to liberate themselves and their communities. Maintaining the status quo. That's a question. Nope. kids are actually acutely aware of injustice and by nature rebellious against the systems of authority that keep them that keep autonomy away from them. If you're perpetuating those systems, teachers, you've already freaking lost. They won't be learning much from you except what not to become. I guess, yeah, you won't be learning much from you. We won't be learning much from you except what not to become. I don't know. The phrasing is kind of weird. Sure, you can. Yeah, sure, you can wear them down. Which, anyway, that's what happened to most of you, isn't it? You saw the hideous flaw in the world and wanted to heal it. But year after year, after numbing year, they made you learn their dogma by rote. And now many of you are breaking the souls of children too. This is crazy. I didn't even read the whole thing. I know I didn't read the whole thing.
You're right. This was like
this is what my son posted. This is what my son posted today. I'm like, and he says, "For what? It's all smoke and mirrors. All the carefully crafted objectives, units, and exams. We don't know how people learn. We barely understand the physical mechanisms behind memory. But we do know kids aren't empty piggy banks. They're brimming with thought," which I totally believe that shit too. The last and most disgusting reality, the thing I hear in classroom after freaking classroom, education is all about capitalism. Here's where it's going to turn to communist. You need to learn these skills to get a good job, to be a good laborer, to help the wealthy generate more wealth while you get scraps. Hold on, let me see. There's not much longer. That is why modern education is a failure. Its basic premise is monstrous. Why should I learn to read Dr. Bowles? Because reading is magical. It makes life worth living. And being able to read, you can decode the strategies of your oppressors and stop them with their own words. I'll let you in on a secret. I have a doctorate in education. This David Bowles speaking. In education, but the field's basically... Oh, no, that's the beginning. That's the beginning. So I'm back to the beginning. That's just 100 years old. This modern education is just 100 years old. And I sent him some Charlotte Iserby videos in response. The deliberate dumbing down of America. I sent it. Yeah.
Good on him for running that,
bro. Can I get in?
Go for it, Hank, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Hank. Sorry, brother.
I'm sorry, brother. Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm always talking about the 7 liberal arts, and I'm always talking about the educational system, how it's meant to deliberately dumb us down. But the most important thing that I want to point out there is he said, we don't know how children learn. Well, that must have been 100 years ago, because we do know how children learn. They learn by stories and demonstration. So for thousands of years, I'm assuming, men went out to hunt.
Yes.
And they would come back around the campfire and tell the stories of their hunt. So by the time a young man was approaching, adulthood, he would already kind of know what he's doing out there in the hunt before he ever stepped foot out there with the men, because he'd heard all the stories. So once they demonstrated to the kid how to hunt after telling him, right? It's not just telling them, it's demonstrating it. You demonstrate someone how to fish when you teach them to fish. You don't just hand them a fishing pole and say, go figure it out.
Well,
right?
That's like, I've been a cabinet builder for freaking 30 years. If I give you a book on how to make cabinets, do you think you could actually just read it and do it?
Good on you.
Exactly,
you went through shit. Yeah.
You're gonna just get right on the table saw and just do it perfect by reading a book. Are you fucking serious?
Nah. You messed it up and break your fingers while you're hammering them down to the
Then you're gonna cut your fucking fingers off. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, because does the book tell you to grab that little scrap piece of wood and that's what you push the wood through the saw with?
Or I mean, it's really more physical. I mean, it's more of an experience, right? You don't, when you're cutting
That's what life
large
is, bro.
pieces of plywood and just
You just said it.
ripping wood and shit. I mean, you have to actually experience it before you can actually know a goddamn thing about it. You can't just read.
You know what? Bullshit, Helio. I could out cabinet you any day.
All right, well, we may do a special cabinet challenge.
Hey, you know what though? Seriously,
busted out a new word. Out cabinet you.
Yeah, right. Seriously though, Helio, I would be honored if like I were a dude who could apprentice under a guy like you. That'd be cool.
I'm not a good teacher. I get frustrated.
Even though you're a goof, bro, you probably know what you're doing.
If you're smart and you learn fast, I'm a good teacher. But if you just like, it's frustrating for me for dumb. I'm not trying to teach dumb people. I just get frustrated. I'm just like, go ahead and cut your fucking fingers off, you dumbass.
Okay, well, so then we won't be working together.
Okay, so you're not a dumbass, though. I'm not saying you're a dumbass. I mean, if I tell you how to use a table saw and you're just like, I don't know. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I've had experience teaching, green. We call them green.
Greenhorns.
And, yeah, a greenhorn. And everything, right? Everybody's green when they first. It's like, hey, you try to be patient, but you can tell right away whether they're listening to your advice or not. So it's kind of like, it's like I don't want to fire you or tell the boss to fire you because, but when you're using a table saw, man, you can cut your fucking hand off, So, but if you're just not good at it, then you should pick another trade, man.
Yeah, that could be the end of your guitar playing.
That was funny. You could fucking cut your hand off.
If you're just like if you're a junior and you've never really touched a table saw, it's fucking scary to you. It's just like, oh shit, that shit's really hard. And hey, and that's the way
I like the one I hold it. Wait, I like the one I hold in with 2 hands. The spinning blade, hold it in 2 hands, wield it like a battle axe.
Yeah,
dude. If you're scared of it, you should be.
You're more fucked.
Yeah, bro, if you're scared of it, you should be because
I'm an expert at that shit.
Yeah.
Just make them watch the movies so get them.
All right, so I mean, a lot of times, I mean, if I'm training someone green, hey, you got to start them on light stuff, right? And like teach them how to use the fence on the table saw and there's all kinds of. Nah,
have not to bash your fingers with the hammer.
Shit, I can push I can cut 1 inch next to the table saw blade with my thumb and finger.
Dude, you were just about to say sable taw. Admit
it. Your mama's a sable taw.
Your mama?
No, but I can actually cut 1 inch. I'm always aware of where my thumb and my finger at. They're not 1 inch off, and obviously, my thumb is not 1 inch wide, but I can cut 1 inch on the table saw.
Fucking 1 inch and a bit, bro. I can slim it down, but it's all right.
Doesn't matter, but really, Like the
Yeah,
small.
but what do you know about microsaw, Helio?
Oh no, that's not right. Microsawing.
Microsaw? What do you mean? What is Microsaw?
Oh, it's a joke, bro.
I
Fuck
just
it
made
off.
that shit up. It's a play on words. It sounded like Microsoft.
No, but see here, the material the thicker the material on a table saw, you're less
likely to injure yourself.
Because if you're cutting thinner material, it's more likely to catch the blade and kick back on you. So you're more likely to get hurt from the table saw from
So
thinner
kickbacks in
material.
your business is not a good thing, right?
Yeah.
No. Using a table saw kickbox will fuck you up.
That's called
And
table saw.
if you're a
Table
tall guy and your legs are long, that's just going to hit you right in the balls.
Right.
That's what you call. That's what you call
Next.
sable pod. Sable pod. Sable pod.
Am I right, Lou?
Lou's injured right now. He doesn't comment.
There's a guy that's working with me. There's a guy that's working with me now. There's a guy that's working with me right now. About a month ago,
Sable touring.
He's not tall. He's not tall, but he had a kickback. He had a kickback on the table saw. Freaking hit him in the stomach, and he had a bruise for 2 weeks.
A bruise in the stomach? That ain't good, bro.
Fucking pussy.
Yeah, I was worried about it. I was like, the doctor, man, or something. But
that dude ain't tall.
I'll tell you what, though. I mean, since when you work in a small shop, I mean, most people smoke weed. If you can't use fucking workman's comp if you smoke weed, right? So anyway. I don't smoke weed. I could use workman's comp, but this dude, he wasn't clean, so he didn't go to the doctor. But he's still there. He made it through. But he had this huge. I mean, his whole left side, where this fucking bullet hit him, it's not missing. It was just like he had this huge bruise on his side, and but he worked through it anyway. I thought he might have had some internal damage. But anyway, that's the way it is, man. Yeah, the table saw is fucking powerful, bro. It can fucking hurt you bad.
What's going on? Yeah, Helio, I built a skateboard ramp in the backyard with my stepbrothers when I was younger, and we used all kinds of saws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you a pussy or what? Or did you build it good?
Say what?
Were you a pussy or did you build it good?
I'm not sure I can answer that. Let me tell you though, it was a quality ramp.
Oh, that's all right.
Nice.
Quality.
Yeah, we had people. So there were like professional skateboarders in my city, sponsored and all that stuff. This was a while ago, 20 plus years ago. But they'd come hang out and skate the ramp, and they'd film their skate videos and stuff. It was a lot of fun. Those were the days.
Are you from Reseda, man? That sounds just
no.
From Reseda.
Seriously.
I don't even know where that is, but yeah. Anyway,
San Dimas High School football rules.
Anyway, so
you guys remember Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure? San Dimas High School football rules. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Helio. I'm retarded.
No, I was just asking. I mean, so what type of for the ramp? What type of material were you using? Plywood scored on the back?
Yeah. So what we had to do was we had to get the plywood wet and bend it and hold it in certain positions so that we could create the transitions on the ramp.
Nice.
That was hard to do, man, because at first we didn't know what we were doing. There wasn't internet back when we were doing it, to just pull it up and research and get it done. So we had to figure out how people were doing it, like in architecture and stuff. So we tried those avenues, and we wasted a lot of. Let me tell you, a lot of plywood was wasted, but we finally got it, and it was cool. It was a cool process, man. So, you got your regular 2x4s and whatever, that kind of wood. And then, you plywood. We tried
you
to
build
put
the
metal
frame and then you build the slope. That's why I was wondering if you for the plank, right? Where you go up and come back down. I mean, it has to be a solid structure, So.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, it has to be bent, so you can get that nice curve in there. There was actual curvature in that instance. But no, we tried to put metal on top of that at first, and the metal just wouldn't bend the way we wanted it to. It wouldn't stay bent. It would just keep going straight because of weather and stuff. So we just made it so that we put an extra layer of plywood on top of it, and that seemed to work just fine. Anyway.
So after you built it with the metal, then you put plywood.
We took the metal off. No, we took the metal off. Yeah, because it was like basically ruining the ramp. Like it was getting rusty and it was bad.
Was it corrugated steel?
We bought the wrong kind of metal. No, it wasn't. I don't even think it was stainless steel, dude. I think like I said, it was the first time any of us had tried to do anything like that. So it took us all summer at least to get the frame going. It took us like a year to build the thing. But I mean, it was worth it because later in life I would go to help people build houses and stuff, and I had a little bit of knowledge.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to get your hands dirty to know anything. You know what I'm saying?
That's right, man.
That's like I was saying. I mean, originally, the original thing. I mean, you can read a book about building cabinets, but you don't know shit about it until you get your ass in the field.
That's exactly right.
That's everything, bro. As you said before, you said a good thing. Life is experience. To be honest, that's just how it is. If you don't experience something, you can sit there talk about it, but you haven't actually done it. And once you've done things,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say once you've done things, whatever you've done, and you've experienced it, you have a different outlook on that and other things around it. So okay.
Yeah, dude, and I suggest that the Globers do that. And anybody listening, anybody curious, go out there and experience the lack of curvature. Measure anywhere and everywhere you can. Just do it. Just go out and make big, observations from big buildings, from mountains, from planes, from all kinds of stuff. Show yourself the truth of your reality. Don't just take someone's word for it. Go out and really check. And we did, and we found out something a little different than the official narrative. Thank you.
Yep.
But why would they lie?
Why wouldn't they?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Skateboard ramps rely on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, or at least a stationary Earth. Okay, I don't think Tony Hawk could be up there just missing the ramp because of the spin.
They didn't calculate the whole shit.
I'll tell you another thing. If you're contracted to build cabinets for a house, you don't build those cabinets before the house is done.
Oh, come on, bro.
You want to go to the house after the frame is built up and measure from wall to wall. If you build the you're gonna fuck up. You're not. You have to go out there and measure the distance. Just because you have a blueprint,
can't you calculate
doesn't mean that it actually ended up the way that the designer made it.
Can you make a skateboard ramp cabinet, bro? I want mine.
Skateboard ramp.
Let's
Can
get
you just calculate it though, bro? Just throw some random numbers at it and make a few guesstimates.
Well, you can. You're gonna have to give yourself at least a couple inches on each side. You can, but you'll have to. Just like like where your kitchen sink is, right where the faucet is, it's 18 inches on each side. That's 36, right? That's your kitchen sink. If you're gonna have a 36 sink, and then you'll design the cabinets on each side, and whether you have a line. I mean, there's all kinds of different things to consider. But where you're going to put these cabinets doesn't just because you can. I mean, you can give yourself a little bump. For an inch.
Man, I'm sober. I'm finished giving myself bumps.
Me too.
No, I'm talking,
yeah,
I'm,
me
I'm talking
too.
about. Yeah, I guess you could build the cabinets ahead of time, but
Ambiguity fallacy.
you better
Well,
know that you're gonna need. You don't want to try to build it to the blueprints. You want to give yourself a little room. That's all I'm saying.
the skateboard ramp and the aircraft.
I used to build them for aircraft too, and actually they're supposed
Skateboard
to be
ramps?
more
Wait,
precise.
no, you did.
No, I used to build cabinets that were straight in the
You
front
did.
and curved
They
around the
weren't
back, and it was just like that shit was freaking crazy. I did that for 9 years. I
They
built
weren't
cabinets for
skateboard.
custom aircraft. That was insane.
Sonny's trying
Build
to
them
fuck
off
with you,
computer models. I know he's fucking with me.
When-
Dude, I had a 3D model of these cabinets that engineers designed that didn't actually work the way that they wanted it to. I used to go to meetings with these engineers and we'd pull it up on a big screen and then I'd be like, hey, the way that you put that's not going to work. It was, dude,
Yeah.
it was the most fucking frustrating job I ever had. None of these engineers ever had their hands on a cabinet.
Yeah.
So.
Jesus, dude, calm down.
And I'll tell you when I was
Okay.
doing engineering, because I did both the got the diploma and I did the physical bit. The actual engineers had some fucking wonky ideas, bro. And it's like any person in the right mind would not try to design this because it doesn't fucking work in real life.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
Yeah, you're like, bro, this can't be made and it's not going to work when you put it like this. And he's like, but why not? Because in the natural world, you cannot fucking bend this and fucking cut this hole and make everything fucking stable. And but when I was an engineer, when we did massive like building structures, we did most of the was it by the sea in like Port Melbourne, and most of the buildings were around 50 stories, and when lining up all the beams and shit, you can only be out like 2 millimeters when you lined up everything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to take the piss out of the engineers. What I'm saying, I mean, they made a decent design, but when you go into, especially in aircraft
to do it practically,
construction, right? When you're trying to make it function, I mean, it's there are certain details that engineers can't foresee. What is that noise?
I'm sorry.
Sound like it's the Bon Jovi thing. Whoop, 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 whoop,
It's just it's a synth that I found. Fucking here.
Okay. Is that a Wooly kind of thing or whatever?
I
Anyway, I mean, it's like I don't mind working with the engineers. I think I think the engineers were doing a decent job. I just think the company didn't let the engineers and the builders work together and make it really happen, because most of the time I was going out to the airplane when I knew that I was doing something that wouldn't work, they'd say, well, fucking do it anyway. And then I'd have to go back to the airplane and fucking fix it. You know, most of my job was fixing the shit that I knew the engineers fucked up. So anyway.
Yeah. No. Well, that's the same problem in the metal industry, right? Like some of the engineers, as you say, they keep them boxed off. You know what I mean? Everything's compartmentalized and shit. But yeah, some of the engineers.
What even the engineers' problems? I think the engineers would gladly work with us so we could help them be a better engineer, but they wouldn't let us. You know, we didn't actually. There was a layer of like, you have to write this up, and here's the problem that
That's
you
because
see
they got
in the
them big
model.
swinging dicks.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like it was just impossible for us to actually work with the engineers. Like I said, every once in a while, I'd go into a meeting for a design thing. And I would point out a few things, but really almost nothing came of that, you know. So it was just kind of frustrating.
I just used to bust in because I got sick of it. is you'd pull them up, and then you'd cop the flak if you were working in the in the what's it called, in the shed trying to make the stuff. This shit didn't work out. It'd come back to you.
It's all good.
Because
Hey man,
you're
I don't
making
work
it.
there anymore, but I did actually. I mean, I learned a lot while I was working there, especially about the industry. Hey, I'll tell you what. I mean, I'm not, bro. I mean, some of those airplanes. More than likely, all the freaking jerry rigging I did on this shit because of the poor engineering. People that spent $50 million on these fucking airplanes are probably disappointed now because we just jerry rigged them to get through the freaking inspection, and because they wouldn't listen to us, as the builders. But anyway, so they're selling them off for half price or whatever. It's just it's fucked up.
Yeah,
but anyway,
I
I'm
get it.
done with that.
I used to hate them for a while, bro. It used to do my head.
It's a lot easier to build cabinets for houses.
Yeah, of course. No, but these guys, bro.
Makes it still.
Yeah, even when we were building steel stuff, in like for metalwork, right? Some of the shit that you'd see on paper, you look at it, it's like, this guy's fucking mental. He wants like bends that fucking go around in a fucking swirl with shit in between. He wants to like jam it into something. Like, bro, look, this is cool for wall art, but that's about it. You can't. This is not practical. You can't fucking do it. You can't fucking do it because like, no, you can if you really try. I go, yeah, I can. If I really try, I can ram my foot up your ass too. But it's not the point. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah, buddy, say that shit.
Well, that's like, a lot of times I would be there on the weekends, just doing nothing. It's like, it's for coverage, in case they have an issue, on a plane. So I'm just sitting up there, just like doing nothing.
Hey,
but
guys,
that's all
real
right.
quick,
I mean,
sorry
hey,
to
you pay me time and a half. Go ahead, Lou. Yeah.
So I just wanted to say something real quick. The song that I posted in the voice text is really cool. It's just a nice like chill club song. When breaking out of the asylum, like what we're doing here, we're gonna hopefully break out of this this globe paradigm here. But yeah, right now the crazies are running the asylum, so we gotta take it back.
You gotta take the power back.
But I was
Damn,
looking at.
here's the plan, motherfucker, Uncle Sam. Step back, I know who I am. Rage.
I was looking at the shit what engineers do now, bro, and it's fucking like you could be literally a monkey or brain dead and try to build something because they've got these programs where you just fucking type in fucking numbers and it does the whole thing for you. You do absolutely no fucking work. So I don't even understand why they even need people. You can have one person just fucking typing in a bunch of shit and fucking making fucking, buildings and whatnot. Because they've taken the, what's it called? The actual engineering part out of it. It's just one program that you just type in fucking numbers and equations into. It's fucking ridiculous when I saw it. I stepped away from the field for other reasons, for disagreements. But yeah, they've taken all the goodness out of it, I reckon. Have one program for fucking, to do stuff, to make something, and make something. It's meant to last for a while and whatnot. You've got fucking dipsticks fucking just punching in fucking, numbers into the keyboard.
Who's Fisticuffs? Has anyone talked to Fisticuffs? No rolls?
Put him up! Put him up!
Well, hold on.
Give him a chicken roll, bro.
Fisticuffs is deafened, though. I mean, Fisticuffs are going to have to undeafen themselves if they want to talk.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if they're brand new here, Fisticuffs.
They are no rolls, not even VC verified.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
You don't pay no tolls, we don't get no roll.
And they're deafened, so they can't hear us talking right now. So it's
Well, maybe they're listening to the YouTube.
Maybe. If fisticuffs, if you're listening to the YouTube channel, go ahead and undeafen yourself, and we can unmute you, and we can have a talk with you. I like that name. That's a pretty cool name, fisticuffs. I like that.
Yeah, it reminds me of like one of the dogs in the old cartoons. You know, put his dukes up, put him up, put him up.
Yeah, exactly.
Put 'em up.
Fisticuffs jumped out. Hey, 50 cups.
50 cups.
50 cups.
50 cups.
Get your ass back in here, and we'll get you on the microphone. If you're curious about the flat Earth, that's what we're here to talk about.
Come on.
50 cups. It's 50 cents as a wrapper.
50 cups would be 25 sets of boobies.
50 cups. Oh, I haven't heard that one in a while.
All right. Is he playing or is he just cutting out?
Is it cutting out?
Yeah, it's cutting out a little bit, Sonny. Were you? I thought you were trying to play down, 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 down.
Witchy woman.
Yeah,
Witchy
Witchy
woman.
Witchy woman.
Let me go check my settings. Hold on.
Witchy woman, see how high she flies.
How do you hit those notes, bro? Do that again.
Damn, Black Flobe. Holy shit.
That was falsetto, guys.
I can't even hit that no more. I used to be able to hit that shit when I was young. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
He's got a hammer next to his testicles. He's going up.
No, so it goes right.
Yeah. Damn, Black Flobe, your freaking voice ain't so bad, bro. Not bad.
Yeah, I've been doing music my whole life. You gotta get. Yeah, there you go.
You got the moon in her eyes.
Somebody got
What
the
key
words?
is that in, Sonny?
And D minor and G minor. G minor, D minor.
Hold on. If you're a vocalist, you don't need to know the key. You just sing in that key.
Well, I'm trying to find it on my keyboard here.
Oh, you're gonna play? You're gonna play? Oh shit! I'll tell you what though. I mean, there is some lag. So if you play the tempo a little slower, it might work out. I don't know if you're gonna play it on keyboard.
It's hard to do karaoke over the internet. I'll say that.
But if you do it slow, it can kind of work out. That's what I'm saying. If you're gonna play keyboard with Sonny, just like slow the tempo down a little bit.
There's no way, dude. There's no way.
What? When you're all playing, bring it.
She had a spellbound in the other room. Someone was supposed to be singing that, y'all.
You were singing that, bro.
We're playing
She got the moon in her eye.
No, those are power chords, right?
Oh, he changed keys. Is that the bridge?
No, it's same key.
Oh.
Is that G minor?
G minor, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Aliens
would be
are coming.
cool. We could do some mood music.
Yeah.
Little
Oh, yeah,
Mars.
I don't know.
I got a little trick. Hold on. Here we go. Check it out.
There you go. He's using the whammy.
It's not too loud, is it?
No, it's all right.
No, man, that's perfect.
Just imagine Sonny jumping up and down all around the room while he's doing this.
Oh yeah, he's getting loose, kids. He's getting loose.
He's doing the moonwalk. He's doing the moonwalk, guys. Doing the moonwalk.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah, here, let me pull up a drum set.
No, it's really lame because my system keeps blanking out if I'm not using it, so I need to go into settings because it's making me log back in. That's really weird. I better fix that.
I don't want to hear any more excuses.
He just sits on his drum set. That's like his place where he's his dinner table, his work table. Just so everybody knows.
No excuses, just result.
People need to stop ordering pizza. I'm tired. I want to go home.
Give the man a break. Fucking hell.
Jeez. Yeah. I just want to go home.
I'm going to play you guys the first little bit of a song I'm working on, if that's okay.
Go for it.
We'll see if it's too loud. Go. Here we go.
Dude, that is so Depeche Mode.
Yeah.
That's fucking
Dude,
really
I
good.
love Depeche Mode, and that shit sounded just like it.
Cool. Right on.
All you needed was that.
Yeah, enjoy the silence synth.
That's pretty cool, bro. On one of the bits, if you have like an explosion of just like a bit of bass, the build up that you have.
Yeah, there's a
Fuck,
lot
that's
of
cool.
there's a lot of bass happening too, but you can't. I mean, this mic is $20 mic,
Yeah,
so.
no, I guess not. Yep, gotcha, bro. Gotcha, bro. I always
That like literally made me want to. Sorry, bro. That made me want to put in some Depeche Mode, man. Makes me want to like wake the fuck up and listen to that shit. I used to listen to that shit all the time, bro.
Yeah.
I love digital music, bro. Digital music, so cool.
Hey, we got a request. Sorry. The Spiral Effect says, have Helio tell a story about making a set of cabinets.
Once upon a time, a long, long time ago.
He might be out smoking a cigarette.
I'm gonna do my best Helio impression. So I'm at work, right, and I work for a married couple, and you know they're kind of cool, but they're kind of fucked up, but they're kind of cool. And I was at work, and then one came in and told me to do something, so I started doing it. And then the other one came in and told me to do something else, so I was like, okay, but she just told me to do this. Which one do you want me to do? And they were like telling me to do two different things at once, and I was just like, man, fuck this shit. I quit. I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Helio, I hope you enjoyed that.
Yeah, he's typing.
Hope you enjoyed that shit, man.
I couldn't find my boots, no I couldn't.
Boom, 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 boom,
It's your
boom,
drunken
boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Get on the road, kitty. Get on the road, kitty.
Yeah.
That's funny shit.
Get 'em.
Yeah. Thought we had a little blues song going there, man.
We sure did.
Does it need some more dirt on this thing? Let's see.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Let's get some Purple Haze going.
Yep. Purple hair.
I'm messing it up. Voodoo? Oh, okay. So what were you saying? What song were you saying? Never mind.
Oh man, that was great, dude. I love that song. So good.
Just sunny.
Excuse me while I kiss the sky.
Excuse me while I kiss this guy.
Yeah. Hey, Sonny, I got one. There's a flat earth over yonder. That's what baby stay. You know Red House, right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
There's a floor yonder. That's where baby stay. There's a red flat earth over yonder. That's where baby stay. And I ain't been soon to see my baby 365 days. Something's wrong here. I can't let this down. It's almost like the horizon. There's no culture of the earth. Oh, no, no,
I said I quit the cabinet shop, baby. I'll be back tomorrow, 6 a.m.
Freaking whatever, cabbity shabbity. No, no. Every time. Oh.
The cabinet shop blues can't do two things at the same damn time.
Oh, that shit is broke. I just turned into those. I got this shop, oh baby. And shit just don't blow my mind.
Well, you tell me to do two things at the same time, won't you make up your goddamn mind? Cabinet shop blues. If you don't want to see the helio rage, Gotta get on the same page.
Well, I like the There you go. Hank, you got it. You got the feel, bro. You got the feel.
When you feel Helio go off on your head.
That's what I'm talking about.
Then you have the sunny. And he's going home. And he's going home.
Uh-oh, do we got two guitars going on now? Shit.
Yeah, I think Enoch was playing guitar too, but
Yeah,
it was pretty cool.
I was joining in on
away
it
there.
Yeah, it's hard to sync up, with this platform, but it sounded pretty cool.
Yeah, my bad. I was trying to sync up with Sunny.
You know,
It was word, bro.
that song is like Red House and what's that fucking band that has I'm a lumberjack, oh baby. What's that?
Sounds like a jazzy style when you did
Who
that.
is that? Who is that?
Oh, that was me.
The lumberjack song. It's the cheesy freaking 80s sounding band that came out in the 90s. Who is that? Does the lumberjack song? Come on, guys, help me out.
I don't know the lumberjack song, but I was talking about the singing style.
The jackal baby, and they go wah, 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 with a fucking chainsaw. What the fuck are you talking about? You never heard that? Hold on, I'm gonna post it. I I don't like this band but I've seen them live a couple times, and they're
and then you could be like. Right, get a little drums in there.
So Helio, I hope you really appreciate.
Helio was singing, man. He was getting down, bro. Helio, you were getting down.
He was getting loose.
Jackal. You know who Jackal is, right?
That was
Jackal.
Nice.
Jackal. Jackal, baby.
I'm sorry, ignore my mother in the background.
Wait, what are you guys?
Helio woke up this morning.
I'm sorry, Mama.
I woke up this morning.
He tripped over his boots.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning and I woke up my mom.
All you guys singing are in key. This is really weird for non-singers, I guess. For me, it's just like
I'm not a singer.
Helio, me, and Enoch. Guys, we need to collab on a track.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, bro, I got you.
I'm not really in key, bro. You don't have to be nice. You ain't got a lot of kick it.
No, Helio, stop it,
You
bro.
singing, bro? You're
Helio
lying.
and Hank, you guys get it,
I'm
man.
an expert on this shit. I know when you're in key. Hey, this is we can't play it here, but damn it, what the hell is going on? I tried to copy something. This happened to me on my phone earlier. Damn, post the wrong damn link. Something I had copied.
Helio hits the wrong link.
You posted that again.
Hold on. I'm going to post the right one this time.
You know, Dean Koontz was ex-CIA.
You know Helio's got the banana hands.
Bro, if you want to get back into some of these major authors that influence the public, I mean, we can get back into that.
Bro got me rolling when he said Helio got banana hands.
What does that mean?
That's fucked up.
It means you got big fingers.
You got stubby fingers, man. I don't know.
That means you have out of control fingers that can't do anything.
I'm soloing like Sonny right now. I know how to solo, man. I I can
What?
sing on the guitar just like I can sing in real life, with my voice.
No, I bet you can. I know you can.
No, I ain't trying to take the Sonny, you're better than me. I probably you just rock and roll. You're like solid rock and roll, bro. I'm fucking digging it. I just don't play much anymore, and it's just and I should hook my shit back up, but it's just kind of
I'm trying to post the right link. You know I got the man of hands.
See, Hank? It's like he can't sing, but this motherfucker can sing. I like your little swoops, man. That's freaking cool. I like that, man. Wait, but are you playing a strat, Sonny?
Yeah.
Nah, he's using electric and he's using a wah-wah.
Well, I know he's using I was just wondering if he's playing a strat and using the tremolo.
It sounds like straight orchestra.
It sounds like a strat. Yeah.
Da, it's a Stratocaster.
Sounds like Stratocaster.
That was me. Sound like Fender Stratocaster.
Glad.
Never stays in tune, but keep playing anyway. The people love it.
The only way I can start sounding like a Russian is if I said something like, "You can't drink vodka, but vodka can drink you." That's the only time I can sound it.
You know what, guys? Here's something interesting. Speaking of Russian, I actually had a Russian guy contact me, and he was somehow he came across some of my old content from the 90s. My music, Lolly Gadget, one of my first bands, and he was like, "You're not the singer for Lolly Gadget or whatever." So we actually had a call on Instagram. And he was from. He lived in. Well, at the time he was living in Serbia, but he was from Moscow. And he was like, man, he was just like a huge fan of my vocals, but I'm just like, bro, that shit is like over 20 years ago, So it was really cool. So somebody contacted me, "You're not the singer for Long." I was like, "Yeah, it's me, man." So I was like, "I'll call you, man." And then we had a talk one night, and I was like, "Yeah, that's me." So he's like, "Man, you're one of my good inspirations for whatever." So you never know. You never know how you're going to inspire somebody, with music and shit. This fucking guy from Russia.
Got friends in Serbia that was made in Moscow.
In Russia, bro. They love it.
Didn't know the Russians love me. Find out how. Russians love to hear the Helio sing on the microphone.
He said they love me. I said they love heavy metal. Here's evidence for that. Here's evidence for that. This is Plan B in Moscow.
Oh, you Glovers, yeah. I'm gonna bring that curvature.
Glovers from Jim Pandas, come over here talking that shit. You know we're gonna ban you.
I don't know if that makes any sense to you. That makes... I'm sorry, Sonny.
Yeah.
I'll tell you guys how to do it. If one of you plays the rhythm and the other plays the lead, you won't be able to tell that you're off key.
I know, that's
And
true.
I
It
give
was working
credit-
before. It was working
Give
before.
credit to Lisa
I've been
Mahowski
fucking
and
up.
Snack
My
for the
bad.
Future.
I doubt the drums were working though, were they?
I couldn't even hear them, but that's probably because I'm too loud on my
Oh, really?
side here.
Here.
Yeah.
Did you not
Yeah,
hear this? Hold on.
I mean, I've been trying to keep up with them, but I don't want to fuck it up, so I've been trying to play low.
Ooh, that's spooky sounding. Hold on, we'll get in key.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
I don't want to throw Enoch off.
No, you guys should play together. It's hard when the drums, dude. It's over the internet. There's the lag. There's no way. So you guys play.
No, it's pretty difficult. Sounds better without the wah-wah pedal. Actually, it muffles it. It muffles it.
Yeah,
it muffles it.
You got a badass guitar, dude. I ain't heard you tune once, and I know you've been hitting that what do they call whammy bar?
I just tune it with that. I tune it with the whammy bar. It goes all the way down to like check it out. It goes like I'll make sounds with. Wait a minute, I don't know if you can hear it.
Yeah, but how do you tune with a whammy bar? I don't know. I tune with tuning pegs. But if you're tuning with a whammy bar, that goes against everything I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's like you're either really talented or you're just behind.
I know how to untune a guitar with a whammy bar. Just whammy the fuck out of that motherfucker. I never heard of tuning one with a whammy bar. That shit's new to me.
You know, you can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish.
You got to make some how-to videos.
Yeah. Here, step 1 on how to debunk the globe. Step 1, measure it.
Need a measurement of the globe.
That's about it. Love it, dude. Love it.
I like it. My plans got I've inherited like this big band sound, and it's tripping me out, man.
Yeah. That's, when I was training to be a drummer in high school, we did a lot of big band, Buddy Rich stuff, and that's how I became a proficient drummer pretty quick. We just did a bunch of big band and jazz stuff. It was awesome.
Right.
I tried to join the band in high school, jazz band, and he said I couldn't join because I don't know how to read music. But I can look at what other people are playing and make up my own bass line. It's not that fucking hard. You just watch the left hand of the guitar playist or the pianist.
Yeah. Yep. Love it, dude.
I don't want to take over the whole airway, but we could like sing something if you guys want to do a song. We could try to do it that way. And any karaoke songs, like I could try to do them.
I'm not gonna sing. I'm gonna be doing homework and stuff. But yeah, you guys do it.
So I got abandoned. That's right. We looked that word up earlier. Or was it today or day before? Jilted. I got jilted at the karaoke. Nobody showed up. Oh, shoot. It's funny.
No. Come on, I got it pulled up for a reason, guys. Someone tell a joke.
I'm not the joke guy, man. I'm not the joke guy.
Sonny, you're funny.
I'm just naturally funny.
Funny, Sonny.
My idiocy is God-given.
Likewise, my friend. Ditto.
Sonny is funny is idiosyncratic. That means we don't know why.
Oh, my baby left me for a squirrel, and I don't know what happened.
Waiting for the global.
Yeah, man, Globers, if you don't like to hear a guitarist riff around for hours, come on in here and talk to us.
That's right. And I'll stop it.
I'd like to know what color gravity is. How many equations does it take to make up a cloud?
Equations, man. The guy today didn't. If you know the difference between a calculation and a measurement, please come in. Tell us about that. Come in and sing a song with us. We don't care. Shit, anything at this point.
Right, right.
I don't know what my neighbors think about that Led Zeppelin.
Do you have a hardwood floor?
Concrete.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Little tiny bit
Doesn't
of
sound
reverb. Piss off the copyright people, you know, play all kinds of stuff like that. Chance to piss off the Stones. See how many people I could piss off. Oh, damn.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt anyone's listening. That's going to get you in trouble.
Probably not. Yeah, exactly. What's the song?
Although YouTube will use any excuse. YouTube will be like, you were thinking about a copyrighted song, so that's it. You're done.
Turn it it down just a hair here.
When I went to Rock City, I know that I got to get ready. Close my eyes and I let myself go. Listen to and let the music flow. Turn on your light, stay with me a while, and you're like a babe, stay with me oh yeah, she's a mine, and I got to get ready. Oh yeah, oh yeah,
There's my bad company. For the
Welcome
night.
to sunny Saturday nights.
Sunny Saturday nights. That's good. That's good stuff.
I used to do a sunny Sunday program
Sunny Sunday?
during the day, but
Sunny Saturday night.
Easy like Sunday morning. I'm happy that you turned off your distortion pedal to tune. Thank you.
you wouldn't think that sound would go with that, but it does. It's fine.
Bringing me down, Sonny, man. Bringing me down, baby. The Cocoa Puffs are bringing me down.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Talking about the Globers?
Oh, for Cuckoo
Scientific method is a myth. Like Zeus, right?
No, my cat's name is Zeus, so don't say stuff like that, man.
Zeus.
I'm
With
just
a Z or an S? Zeus?
Like Jesus?
Yeah, with a Z. Well, it's
Jesus?
funny because it's like whenever he messes up, and I'm constantly like, "Hey, Zeus, no, You know what I mean? Like get down from their Zeus and everything. But I feel like the real Zeus is listening, and I'm gonna pay for this later.
Yep.
What you gonna do? Boink your mom?
You're gonna burn. Sorry.
What do you think he's going to do? Make you live a physical life here and then die or something?
And then you're gonna turn into a dog.
You know, they say that like Loki was the mischievous one, but I really think it was Zeus out there, like just shagging and tagging. You know?
Making babies.
Yeah, bro. If you think about it, Zeus was the mischievous one. Like he didn't pay child support on none of those little motherfuckers.
What do
I
you think
he
that
had
was
5
all about?
kids, didn't he? He had 5,
All
right?
all of those stories. What do you guys think those were all about? Like honestly, all those Greek myths and the
It was
giants, the
about
Leviathan.
The
Like, what?
Phoenicians, bro.
It was
The
about the
Phoenicians.
angels. No.
Yeah, they came down. They came
Yeah,
down in Phoenicia.
one by one. Each angel, when they
Phoenicians, yeah.
came down,
Yeah, exactly.
they came teaching the humans about knives and swords and how to use them, and they also came down and taught us how to use all these weapons on how to kill and how to do these things. And people don't even remember these. People don't remember this at all. It's like, how do you not remember when it tells you who, like the people, like it's pointed down generation after generation on which person has been taught to. You know what I mean? And like every one of us lies to each other. Like, I mean, they try to lie to us on how the teachings go. Like, look at every swordsman expert. Look at every knifeman expert, weapons expert. What are they? They're assassins.
Ninjas, man. They're ninjas.
Yeah.
Hey man, play "Wheels in the Sky" by Journey softly in the background while he tells us about the Book of Enoch, bro.
No, you don't want to get me started. I will tell you. Big music of how the sun rises from one side to another, from teleportation to another.
And they taught us how to use knives and swords and metallurgy. And they taught the women how to use makeup and seduce the men. And then they taught them how to abort the babies.
Right. Teach them about abortion.
So Michael and Gabriel were talking to the Most High, and they were like, the blood calls out, we know that you hear it. What are we going to do about these giants taking over the world?
You fucking Nephilims. Fucking Nephilims.
We have to pray. We have to pray.
What's that song that does that? Wait a minute, what's another one that does that?
Flat Monkey. Hey, Flat Monkey, can you hear me?
That funky monkey, flat monkey.
I actually wrote that song. Man. I just haven't recorded it yet.
Hey, Flat Monkey.
What's up?
You said, see what I mean? When I'm here, it's not just karaoke, it's open mic, but there's no structure. It's open mic around here all the time. How do you suppose we fix that?
Come on and
I have
organize
no
us.
solutions. I just was noticing the issue. I mean, I've been asking. I don't know. I don't want to be.
Listen, dude, it's
I'm
not an
not.
issue.
Truth,
Here's
I'm
the issue.
I'm
Let
not
me
the
tell
guy
you.
who takes control. You know,
I know,
I'm
but
not
listen, here's the
the big
issue.
boss.
We're
I was
here
telling truth.
to help people learn and to learn ourselves, right? But if there's nobody here trying to do either of those things, either teach or learn, then we, just have a little fun, right? And wait for someone to come in and challenge the truth.
Challenge the lies.
Or pick a song. Pick a song. We'll put it play it on the Groovy Bot while we still have one. I think they're gonna get
for sure.
removed.
Yep.
Pretty soon the Groovy will
I
be
mean, we
gone.
can't do flat Earth 24/7, even though that's the goal, right? Because all
Yeah.
roads lead to Rome, and sometimes we're going to talk about the Jesuits and the Pope, and then the Federal Reserve and their connection to like the CIA and the FBI and assassins and South America and
How the
rabbit
peasants would
holes.
die.
Do a song. Yeah, and between the songs we can still talk just like we're doing now, and some interesting conversations come up, actually, believe it or not, with music. Like
Yeah,
you think
exactly.
of different
Through
things.
sound. Sound of music. Oh no, it was
Taking care of business.
taking
Remember
care
it.
of
Holy shit.
business all the time. Taking care of business and working overtime. Yeah. Taking care of business. I'm drunk as
I need
fuck,
to
man.
just
Fuck.
a little bit. Oh shit, that's bad.
I'm trying to get the rhythm down, bro. I'm like, oh fuck.
Oh, I remember now. Hold on. I got it right. It's some lame 70s too. I used to listen to all that stuff though all the time, man. It's so weird. Think about what I used to listen.
Yeah, man. I wish I knew the words. I would sing that song. That's a good song.
Go to get
Being
the
self-employed.
8 o'clock in the,
I love to work
8
and
o'clock in
nothing
the
all
morning. I
day.
get the alarm clock warning. They took the A15 into the city. People pushing people shoving. Make that work on time. Tell them that you love it this way.
Yeah.
Look at me, I'm self-employed. I love to work at nothing all day.
Yes, sonny.
Taking care of business.
All the time.
Taking care of business. Every day. Taking care of business. Every day. Taking care of business. Every day. Every way.
Come on now, you wanna come in big, yeah. Come and get it in the same old day. We working overtime and doing it, telling everyone to go ahead and drinking some wine. I'm making up some lyrics, so please don't mind me.
So Glovers, why you lying about the horizon? Right. What Glovers, why you lying about the horizon? Trying to some kind of refraction. What? Cause we ain't, that ain't flying. It's just a distraction. And
Oh man, we gotta get that
If
song
you leave on
down,
time, you
Sonny.
see
We
the
gotta get it.
city across a lake, Michigan. Can't figure out if he just.
Hey, hey, welcome. I see too far. Sonny, hang on, bud. Hey,
Sorry.
I see too far. How's it going, bud?
You don't really want to know.
What's the matter?
What do you mean, what's the matter?
You said I don't really want to know how you are.
Yeah, no, I was joking, man. No,
Oh.
But I was asking, do you really want to know? I mean, I'll tell you. I'll tell you the
Sure.
whole thing, but
I don't ask that question because I want someone to go, oh, I'm doing fine.
right. So go down to the chill text, and there's a photo in there of my mug.
Why do we want to see your coffee cup, bro?
Yeah. Oh,
Right?
wow. What happened to you, dude?
a mean mug?
All right. So if I get emotional, please forgive me because it was quite a traumatic.
That's okay, man.
All
Take your
right.
time.
So on the 20th, this exterminator lady come over to my house fucking spraying. I live in apartments anyways. Sprayed poison all over my wife's wheelchair, all over my 1-year-old stroller. And I went off on her and called her a few names, called her evil mostly. I got video of it all. There was nothing really harmful done. Anyways, the cops came in force, and I freaking have PTSD, and they came in force to my house, 6 of them, to ask me to sign a complaint for disturbing the peace. And I was like, I ain't coming out of the house. Hell no, come back with a warrant or something. There's, way too many of you. And then 2 days later, they came with 15 of them, surrounded my whole complex, still no warrant, and took me into custody and said that I was talking suicide. So they stuck me into a little cell right off the get-go, naked, buck naked, no facilities, no toilet, no sink. And
what the fuck?
I was I was in there, I don't know how long, and I'm 56, man. I got arthritis all over my body from working construction my whole life, working hard. Man, it was torture, man. And so I don't know how long into it, man. I snapped and I fucking just stood up and just fucking bashed my head
Joe,
into the
right?
wall
Joe,
to get
right?
the
Joe.
fucking doctor's attention.
Joe,
Yeah, bro.
how are you, man?
I'm all right.
You told me the story the other night, man. I'm still like, yeah, you're tripping. Oh, you poor guy. Hang in there, man. Shit. Yeah, just hang in there.
Sounds like you need a lawyer, bro.
Yep.
They know I don't have no money or nothing.
Can't afford a
No,
lawyer.
they
Can't afford a
just
lawyer, man.
because they said that I was suicidal, they had the right to lock me up without no contact, no phone call, nothing, man. They just fucking locked me up in that little room.
Did they offer
Wait,
you a
why
mask?
did they say that?
Joe, did they offer you a mask?
Because I fucking told them all to piss off and went and signed their fucking little piece of paper. I don't
Well,
fucking
just
know.
because you don't
Man.
sign a piece
All
of
I know
paper
is the
doesn't make
fact
you
that they,
suicidal.
I'm gonna put everything together. It was to punish me because I wouldn't sign their paper. Because I'm not afraid of them. I stood up to them, so they punished me. It was straight up punishment. Like spanking a child and sending them to their room without dinner.
Right.
They straight up punished me, man.
Yeah, there's all kinds of
And it was one
constitutional
of them
lawyers
bitches.
that if you got it all recorded, because you should always record your interactions with the government, whether
Well,
it's local or
I
federal.
don't. How could I record when they strip me naked, man? I don't.
No, I'm talking about before they stripped you naked.
Oh, I got that. I got all the video.
Yeah,
I got
you
the
need
video
to
of me
start
cussing
sending
the
that
lady
to
out. I'm gonna post
Yeah,
it
man.
all. I'm gonna post it all to you guys. I'm gonna try to put it together. I just had my son because it was an 8K and I couldn't format it. It couldn't be,
Post it, but don't give it to us. Give it to a bunch of constitutional lawyers and see if they want to
Dude,
take
yeah.
the case.
Listen, somebody will pro
They're
bono the
all on
shit
the
out of that.
same fucking
Somebody will
side,
take your
man.
case.
They're all on the same fucking side. It's a joke, man. There is no justice.
That's
in
not
this
true,
world.
bro. There are constitutional lawyers that love lawsuits like this.
It
Totally.
fucking tortures me, man. It was fucking
sorry,
horrible, man.
Hey Joe. Hey Joe,
You
man.
need some legal advice, bro.
Joe, you with me, bro?
What? I'm sorry. I don't mean to lose
Joe,
it.
Joe. Hey, come back here, man. How many beers we got tonight? Talk to me.
None.
None.
None. I got a concussion, man. I don't want to be drinking.
Oh, you were drinking the other night. That was why I asked.
Hey man,
like-
much respect to
the next
you.
day. It was the next morning. They came with 15 of them to arrest me. After that night, I was drunk.
Wow.
And I didn't run. I didn't resist. I didn't at all. You know, everybody witnessed it. All my neighbors watched. They were like, "What the fuck?" Because they couldn't believe there's so many cops.
Wow.
Well, dude, post it on the internet, and if you'll get lucky, the right person will see it and send it to the right person.
Yeah, man. You never know.
Yeah, you get some kind of connection.
You know what? This is the story of my life, man. I've been freaking beaten down by them my whole fucking life. You can't fight them. You can't win.
Hey, I see
No,
too
that's
far,
not
man.
true.
I know
There's
exactly.
lots of people that win lawsuits and get settlements all the time, bro. If you want me to, I'll send you a bunch of cops violating people's rights and the outcomes.
What could they possibly give me, man? What could they possibly give me? I don't want their fucking money. What could they possibly give me?
Need money. You need to be. Stuff like this needs to be in public, man. You can do something like that if you want.
Yeah.
There's lawyers out there. My parents are lawyers, man. I know a few lawyers, and I know that there are people out there with enough money they don't care. They'll take a pro bono case to help protect somebody's civil liberties, man, for sure. You just gotta you gotta put it out there. But I understand if you don't. That's this is. I'm really sorry it happened to you, brother. It's fucking ridiculous.
I just don't.
Yeah, I'm sorry I was making a joke out of it. I didn't know if you were serious in the beginning. Right, so I was talking about your coffee cup, so I apologize. I didn't know that this was something serious. But yeah, that's what I do. I try to make light out of things and make jokes and make people laugh. But this is something serious, man. It sounds like you need some real professional help, the kind of help that we can't give you on this server. But if I was you, I would take the videos you got, man. I would.
You really
I'd
want
post
to
them.
know? Because I'll tell you, I've been through a lot in my fucking life, and I ain't afraid to talk about it. But there is no justice, man. I've never
believe
gotten
you,
that
bro.
in my life.
We believe you, bro.
That's what this flat world's come to. But on a good note, I did flat smack a couple of the officers while I was there.
Nice.
And they were really curious.
should get him connected with
What do they
Cuddles,
say? Don't let a tragedy go to waste.
I gave them Mark Sargent's information and they wrote it down. Both of them did. I watched them, Mark Sargent and David Weiss. I gave them both of their websites because I didn't know of anybody else who has so much compiled information on one place.
And we need to get this guy connected with Cuddles, bro, because Cuddles could definitely help you out.
So, anyways,
yeah, you gotta come in with Cuddles, man. Hang on.
flat smacking piglets.
Yeah, for sure. I'm serious though.
Where'd you post that picture at?
I see too far. Hey man,
Down
for
in,
real.
chill chat, chill text.
I honestly feel like we need to get you connected with Cuddles, bro, because this is something that he's passionate about. He's passionate about
I
like
feel
stuff
helpless,
like this.
man. I feel helpless.
I honestly feel that Cuddles can help you, bro. I really do.
I'm sorry, I keep fucking going emotional, man.
You're good, man. You're good, dude.
Hey,
It's
man, we
okay.
all.
Sorry about that. You had to, experience that.
Yeah, fucking 3 days. I was in there for 3 days. 72 hours, man.
72-hour hold, bro. I know what you mean. I know, man. I was there. I've been there.
You know, I refused to eat and drink, and at the end of it, they were kissing my ass. And I'll guarantee you, when my kids pulled the money together to bail me out, they were like thanking God because I hadn't drinking or eaten anything in 4 days. I was pissing freaking orange, man, straight up freaking dark orange, burnt amber orange. And it was like honey almost. It was just glooping out, not fucking pissing out like a stream. I guarantee you, they were glad to get rid of me. And they were coming in. I should have realized, man, because it took me for 4 hours after my kids bailed me out. And they start coming in and they're like, you know, I was decent to you, Rod. I treated you fair, da-da-da-da-da. I tried to help you out. No, when? Before or after the fucking torture, you dickhead? You know? Before or after you started fucking torturing me? Anyways. Oh. They you know, the two of them on duty came in kissing my ass and sucking up, trying to make themselves look better. You know,
Try to brainwash you, bro. They try to
They try to
hypnotize
make
your
themselves
ass.
feel better, bro. They try to make themselves feel better.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it was like they were trying to get me to admit that they didn't do nothing wrong to me, that it was all me. And it's like, you know what? I never resisted, not once. And I asked him, I said, did I ever resist? Did I ever refuse? Once I was in custody, did I ever resist or refuse anything? And he says, no. And I said, so what the fuck happened? He's, well, the guy that brought you in, that brought me from the annex to the fucking jail, said you were suicidal. But did I ever fucking exhibit suicidal tendencies, motherfucker? You fucking dumbass. And I seen the light bulb flash in his fucking head, and that's, you know, that's when he walked away, and he came back a little while later and started, well, I treated you fair. I tried to do good by you, right? Da 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 da. Fuck you. No, you did. You were criminal. You were fucking evil.
You can subpoena the body cam footage. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
You can press charges on that shit, bro.
Oh, so the camera, the footage of me supposedly saying, because I asked him, the little bastard was standing there when the doctor was there after I bashed my skull against the wall. I freaking did it twice, and I hit it hard, man. I mean, I was black, both my eyes, fucking gave me a concussion. But I snapped, man. I freaking, after being on that concrete floor with my fucking body being all full of arthritis and fucking cold concrete floor, nothing, no blanket, no clothes, just naked.
All right, you got through it. Hey, you got through it, man. Hold on, man. Just chill out.
Yeah.
You got through it.
Crimes against humanity.
Yeah, I got through it that time without crying about it, so I'm making progress.
You got it, Joe.
So I'm starting to get it out of my system, and I really appreciate you guys listening to my rants about it, man. I thank you guys a lot for that.
Dude, it's all love, man. We're here for you. Absolutely.
A lot to be thankful for, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a beautiful family, man. They all pulled together to get me the hell out of here. As soon as,
Like
you know,
22 grandkids or some shit,
my
right?
neighbor, 20. And my neighbor, she knows the bell bonds, and she got straight on the phone with the bell bonds and jumped their ass because they were giving my wife a runaround. She jumped their ass and said, you know, they're nothing but good people. They've done nothing but help me. You know, why are you fucking with them?
Well,
and all my neighbors are going to court with me, according to them, on freaking Monday or Tuesday, Wednesday.
What do they charge you with, bro? What do they actually? What's the charges?
Disorderly conduct.
Disorderly conduct.
Insane vulgar language.
That's freedom of speech. You can't arrest somebody for vulgar language.
For real, bro.
They just did.
What the hell?
That is
What state are you in, bro?
Arizona.
What state are you in?
Arizona. I'm in Sholo, Arizona. in Navajo County. It was Navajo County that tortured me on the word
I know where
of a
I know where
fellow
that
police
is.
officer.
I know where that is.
So do I.
Well, I won't be moving there anytime soon.
Stay away from northern Nevada to Lyon County. Lyon County
Yeah,
will
in
eat you up and
Nevada.
spit you out too.
Really? Shit, man.
They told me they were sending me a bill for $4 a day, and I laughed at them. I said, "You can lick my balls before you give me to pay that. Lock me back up. Are you fucking serious? $4 a day."
Hey,
Then they had me sign it, and I said, "If I don't sign it," and she said, "We'll just put you back, so you'll torture me more." So I signed it and put OD on it under
Yeah,
duress.
because they're sadistic.
They're
They're sadistic assholes. That's why they do that.
I told them
man,
that they were
there's
sadistic.
more of 'em- There's more of them every day. It seems like.
Oh man, you know it. I've watched the
There's
force
some,
here grow like
some
wildfire.
weird shit going on in the world, man. I'll say that. Keep it light. But yeah, man, Australia, man, they're kind of weird, fucking
Another
going.
thing I'm gonna bring in court.
I think they're
is
upside down over there, man.
See, they terrorized my daughter and my wife. My daughter and my wife weren't even involved. My daughter's sitting here next to me.
All right, Hank is dropping links, Joe.
At a gas station,
The live
just
stream.
smiling and laughing at me.
You hear that?
Hey,
They've
Joe.
been taunting my daughter at her work.
Yeah, they like that disorderly conduct charge because it's really loosely worded, right?
Yeah.
It's so loosely worded that it needs to be done away with. That whole disorderly conduct pretty much gives them the right to put anybody.
Like, who decided what the conduct was disorderly? First of all,
Right, exactly. She sprayed poison all over my stuff. Don't I have a right to be angry, upset?
I guess you got the right, man, but is it the
I'm gonna
right
show the
move?
video
I don't know,
now.
man. I find in life, man, getting upset about shit doesn't never fucking helps ever.
You're
But
right, it doesn't. But I'll show
ever.
you the video of me going
It
off on it.
never fucking works out.
Cheer
good.
up with music. That's a good idea. Truth prevails. Actually, I know I've been seeing you in there
That's
chirping.
right, because you know what? Maybe you guys will pick up on something that I did that I shouldn't have done. Where I actually,
Yeah.
I got too close to her, and then she said she felt right. I'll post the video right now.
Okay. What's your name, Joe? Joe, you pick the song. What song? Do you want to sing a song with us, or have someone sing a song? Have Helio sing a song. Helio.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
No.
Hey guys, we got a new guy.
Yeah, never mind. It's too late for Helio.
We got a new guy.
I just have to give Helio some shit about his singing. But yeah, if I
I
sing,
got
if you could
PTSD
give
from
me
being
shit
beat
about
half to death by the cops before, and
Okay.
so when I seen all those cops at my door, I was having flashbacks of being beaten down by so many cops, and you know they freaking show up in force over a freaking ticket to sign a complaint. You know what I'm saying? Why would they do that?
You can't get upset over stupid shit, man. It's not worth
That
it.
was like straight up terrorism.
Just trying to help you here, man.
Yeah, it is. It totally is. Yep.
You gotta keep it cool, man. You gotta keep it cool. Keep
Step
it cool. Is that a song? Keep it cool.
I'm
man?
looking for. Oh, there it
Wish
is.
you could step back from that ledge, my friend. You could cut ties from all the lies that you've been living in. And if you do not want to see me again, I would understand. I would understand. Angry boy of insane, fighting over the secret pain. You know you don't belong. The bullets fly, you're way too loud. The flash of light from a barrel shroud. I know something is wrong. Well, everyone I know has got a reason to say. Could put the past away. Wish you could step back from that ledge, my friend. The ties from all the lies that you've been living see me again, I would understand.
It shows my power. My power is powerful.
I would
I need nitro.
understand. Well, he's on the table and he's gone to code. And I don't think anyone else knows what they're doing here. And your friends are left you, you've been dismissed. I never thought it would come to this. I want you to know everyone's gotta face down the demons. Maybe today you put the past away. Wish you could step back on that ledge, my friend. You could cut ties from all the lies that you've been living. If you don't ever want to see me again, I would understand. I would understand.
All right, y'all, gotta let me talk to Joe. Let me say something to Joe real fast. Cut it. All right, Joe, you listening, bro? Joe.
Yes, I am listening.
Brother, listen to me real good, man. I want you to think about what I'm saying. How do they make diamonds, bro? It's got to be intense heat and pressure.
Yeah.
How do they purify gold?
Heat.
Man, you got to go through the flames sometimes. But you know what? Yep. You walk out a stronger person. And you can do this, man. You can do this, man. This is just a test. And all you got to do is be a good man and pass the test by not hurting other people. It don't matter what other people do. They're going to do what they are going to do.
I don't hold judgment against them. I'm not blaming them for what they did. They can lie all they want, man. I'm just a witness to the end. Is all I am. So I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I don't wish them any harm. I don't wish anything bad upon any of them that have lied and caused me such pain and suffering. I wish them
bro,
all
you got a
well.
good heart, bro. You got a good soul, bro, and we know that. We know you do.
But anyways, but God will get them. I'm not worried. They'll get theirs in the end. I know that to be true.
Oh yeah. Oh.
It's all his.
You know, I wouldn't want to be them or their families.
They can't. I thought that a couple of times in the process of this whole thing. Anyways, did you watch that video? I didn't do anything too offensive, did I? I don't understand what the...
I didn't see the video. Where'd you post it?
Oh, that's right. It said the video is powerful. How to reduce it. You know, right at first I did put my hand and I was in there in that fall, and then when I finally found forgiveness is when, you know, I said, you know what, I take all back. God, when I first them, I don't wish them any harm. I just want them to see the error of their ways. And that's when I, you know, all of a sudden I was released from jail. Not shortly after that. Anyway, and I'm not going after them. I'm not suing them. I don't care about none of that. What can they give me? Money? And I don't want nothing to do with their evil money. So, you know.
I'm tracking.
And the wheels in the sky keep on turning. Remember that song?
Do not know where I'll be tomorrow. An idea.
guys, I think we got a new guy here. Just became VC verified. Does anybody want to talk to him? Akeem, I think it is. Auqim. Akeem, are you there?
I'll talk.
Okay. Akeem, what's up, dude? Are you there? Mr. Akeem, Auqim. I hope I'm saying that right. Akeem, it sounds like the guy in Coming to America, main character, Eddie Murphy's character. Akeem?
He's been here before, I'm pretty sure.
Has he? Or Akim? I don't know how to say it. I'm going to stop. I'll stop butchering it.
No, he's not going to talk. Not going to talk to you. Damn it.
Oh, well, I tried.
Yeah.
He just came in like 10 minutes ago.
All right. Maybe
Akeem, if you're there, buddy, we are here for you.
I checked him in yesterday with Truth, I think, and Sirius.
Okay, cool.
Cool. All right.
Why so serious?
Why so serious?
Oh, he's gone.
I forgot to put the vowel at the end like the Italians. Serious.
Serious.
Why? Yes, so serious. Alright, I'm not gonna sing, but I shared my newest song. Some of you guys have heard it already. But y'all can download it if you want to hear me sing tonight. I'm too tired.
Tired, man. Get tired.
Bendy water.
That's it. That's it.
The only time water bends is when it bends to shape to its container.
Water bends from side to side, or maybe on the bottom, but never on the top. Unless you're dealing with a tiny little drop.
Sometimes when I just I make all kinds of
Oh, it took me that long to remember that.
songs all out.
Well, Journey wasn't cool there for about a decade, and then it kind of came back in style because of people like, what's his name?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Someone's got to sing it though. Who's gonna sing it? Shit, I have to like pull the lyrics out and do it myself. Holy mackerel!
Technically, it'll be more on time. It'll be in time if you do it, Sonny.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. I might already have it. But I can't believe I downloaded all that stuff successfully. Mostly got all my stuff. Amazing.
Now, what's that funny Jewish guy that played Larry Daly and Ben Stiller and Happy Gilmore? What's that funny guy's name?
Oh, I heard a bell. What the heck is going on?
Yeah, I ring bells around here. You play guitar, I play bells. You judging me? Come on, bro.
No, I just didn't know where it came from. No, it was like this like really weird like bell sound from somewhere out there.
Oh yeah,
from
well
the
I like
ether
to
or
toot
something.
my own horn, so take that.
Did I roll another one? I think I did a little while ago. Wow. Okay.
What's that funny Jewish guy's name that played in Billy Madison? Stop staring at me, Swan!
I don't know. I think I lost that
Adam
part
Sandler.
of
Yeah, Adam Sandler is the one that brought Journey back. Because when the lead singer of Journey quit, they weren't cool for like 10 years, and Adam Sandler brought them back. Totally resurrected them.
Swan.
Yeah, that's it.
Let me see if I have that.
Bro, that was a great impression. Whoever did that shit.
That's me.
Oh, there's a bunch
Put
of
your
them.
show
Wait a
is better.
second. What
It makes the hair
hell?
silky and smooth.
Silky and smooth.
How much-
Yeah.
Yeah, so the song is Wheel in the Sky by Journey, right? I don't think I have that one.
think so.
on my list.
Wheels
Wow, I
in
have
the
like hundreds
sky
of lyrics.
keeps on
bro.
turning.
I got
Oh,
hundreds
I
of
don't
lyrics.
know. I don't know if I can. Yeah, this guy is
My daughter says she knows the words to the song.
I've even got a parody that no one's ever heard. It's by Aramastan,
Okay.
who wrote it
we'll
for
hear
me to sing, but I've never done it. It takes a
May
lot of
his soul
practice.
rest
I
in peace.
wouldn't try to do it right now. One of these days, I'll do a good version of it, though.
Yeah, Ramastan, he sounded a lot like my dad before he passed away from congestive heart failure.
Somebody running the store while they're on here.
What?
I know it's like a doorbell for business.
Look, man,
Yeah,
I'm
I
at
got
work. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm a good little slave. When the bell rings, I'm highly trained to answer to all these little bells and whistles and do whatever I'm supposed to do
Awesome.
because I'm a good little
That's pretty-
slave.
Sorry about your misfortune, brother. I hope life gets better.
That doesn't have to do with the gas pressure appliances or anything like that, does it?
I'm pretty sure the pizza oven runs on gas. I'm not gonna
Oh,
say
that's
what
right.
kind.
The pizza. That's right. You were talking about pizza. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Out of
And now
left
everybody's
field.
hungry, right? I know.
Sonny comes out of left field. I want some pizza. Could you deliver it here? Shoot. Never mind. It's too far. Get it. It's probably not legal to travel anymore with
Yeah,
pizza.
Hank, you want to come over to East Texas, deliver some pizza?
Anybody smoking right now? I hate smoking alone.
I would love
I'm
some pizza.
Dude, I'm in East Texas. Come get it. You have to pick it up because I'm trying to go home. I got to work in the morning.
Okay, this
I'm in.
joint's for you.
I'm in. I'm smoking with you.
Right on.
There we go.
Me too.
Much better. Much better.
I'm not going to tell you what I'm smoking, though.
Full.
Right.
I got a song from that little old band from Texas, "Fool for Your Stockings." One of my favorite ZZ Top songs.
I got 2 daughters that are Texans. One
Yeah,
born
believe it or not, my brother-in-law helped Dusty Rhodes' family move to Dallas once. So
they were roadies.
No, helped them move. It was a moving. Worked for a moving company.
I was teasing.
Oh, really?
Yep.
My brother met them on a aviation company that we both used to work for at Los Angeles Airport back in the 80s. He met them. I met several actors and stuff.
I met Andre the Giant in Texas before he died at a 7-Eleven.
Who?
I used to
Andre
fuel
the
their
Giant.
DC.
And
Andre
I'm
the
only
Giant.
5'7".
Oh yeah.
I'm 5'7", so he was like freaking 2 foot taller than me, literally.
Anybody want a peanut?
3 foot. What? 2 foot taller than me. Anyhow. What was that? Anybody who did what to who?
Hello, is that you again outside? Just hanging out my front door. You say you had enough, but you're coming back for more. But that's alright. Well, I said that's alright. I may not want to be. I'm just a fool for the stuff I believe. I like that kind of stuff. That's cool stuff, man. Like that. Now I don't mind when you send money and bring your girlfriends with you. How could I be so thoughtless as to try to handle this in two? But that's alright. Well, I said that's alright. Well, I may not want to admit it. I'm just a fool for yourselves, I believe. That's the unplugged version.
Sorry, I fucked. I probably
Maybe
fucked.
I should sue them and use the money to promote flat Earth. I've been praying for a way to be able to do more and to support flat Earth. And what better way than to use their evil money against them?
Use
I
their
don't
music
know,
again.
man.
So it's
You
flat
know what I'm saying?
Earth.
So if anybody does know anybody
about flat
or anything, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on here that love talking about the law. Number one is Michael J. Smith. He's the number one guy that loves talking about the law. Number two is What World D. What World D also loves talking about the law. Ethan Mahowski at a very close number two, but we'll just say they're tied at number three. And then you got Cuddles the Cowboy.
Oh, there you go.
Right? And then last but certainly not least, Eggs from Australia. Well, these are all very, very good men to talk to about the law. Very well
I
studied.
have to go to court on Wednesday over this. And I don't know how to respond to it. I need somebody to speak for me because I can't. I'm too emotional. There was one more thing that I did that caused me to spend time in jail, but I wasn't suicidal, and that was I asked the judge why she was being a bitch. And that was the end of that, and that's when she said that I had a $2,200 bond. Or
Well, you probably
$22,000
shouldn't have done that.
No, I know that.
If there's one thing I know about women with power is they don't like to be called out for what they are.
I know, and I got that problem too, man.
Oh, man. Like one.
That's anybody, though.
I had the problem already. I'm not gonna talk about myself. Never mind.
No, we want to hear about yourself. Come on, Hank.
My life is on my sleeve, man.
I didn't say that.
Oh, my bad. I think that was Sunny. Was that Sunny?
Yeah. That was me.
I see too far. Hey, man, you're a great soul, bro. You're a great soul. And don't let anybody else tell you any different, man.
I don't. Because I'll shine so bright in their face it'll blind them.
Sonny, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about I see too far.
What?
But you know, if you want to take his glory too, man, I mean, you're a great guy too.
I was pretty self-loathing.
Hey, but for real though, I see too far. Hey man, I want you to know, bro, you're a great soul, dude. And we all see that. And we all see that in you, man. And we appreciate you sharing your story with us, bro. Like, you're real. You know what I mean? And that's all we want here is just people that are real people, not people that are fake and coming up in here with lies and telling us that they believe that the earth is a fucking globe. You fucking liar. Sorry.
So, anyways, these two officers, I'm like, they told me when they finally Mirandaized me, which was like halfway through the whole thing, when they transferred me from the annex to the jail, And I told him, I was like, hey, you guys know the earth is flat, right? I was like, what? And I told
Hang on, Sonny. Hang on, bud.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
You're good. Go ahead. I see too far.
So I started talking to him about being able to see ships over the curve, and he was like, "Bro, I was in the Navy, and I know I could see too far." And I was like, "Hey, call it what it is." Yeah. But anyway, um, but anyways, when I started talking about it all and told them about the water, and then it was like, you know, do you even know what the curvature of the Earth is? And they're like, no, what is it? And I told them, and he's like on the computer, and he pulled it up because I could see across the I could see the screen, you know. And anyways, he like pulled up the curvature calculator, and he was like, wow, what the?
That's awesome.
And then the other one's like, you know,
Uh-oh, we lose you?
and he looked over there. And then anyways, so they're like, well, where
can
can we
hear 'em.
find out more information? And I didn't know where else, and I should have told them you guys, but that might have been a hostile environment for them. Anyhow, because they just come across like tricks off the get-go anyways, no matter what you do to them. So anyhow, I told them about Mark Sargent. I told them go to Mark Sargent's 200 Flat Earth Clues, and then there's also the Clock Moon, whatever, the
I think you mean Eric Jabay.
Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac app, or they also have a YouTube channel. And that's what I told them to go to, was the YouTube channel for David Weiss, the Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues, because I couldn't think of anybody else that had so much information compiled, you know, where they could go through it all and look at it all. But I'm pretty sure they're flat smacked, you know, just by the way, you know, the one was like, I was in the Navy, and the other one didn't say anything. He just paid attention and was writing the stuff down as I was saying it. I watched him. So anyhow, so that's the end of my Intel abuse flat smack story.
Hey, I got to tell you, I'm not giving you legal advice in any kind of way. But if they give you any shit for talking about the Earth being a globe, and they try to say that, you know, you need a mental evaluation or anything like that, only thing I would say if I was you, which I'm not you, but this is what I would say, if they try to give you any shit, is that you believe in the biblical Earth or the Islamic Earth or whatever your religion
Oh, I
is.
already told them that, because I told them I don't eat pork, I don't eat processed food. And they said, is that religious? I said, yes, it is religious.
But what I'm trying to tell
In
you is
Genesis
that you
1, that is what I told him. And in Genesis 1, it says that was actually what the beginning of the whole. But anyways, yeah, go ahead.
But
Bro.
what I'm
Sorry, I don't mean
trying to
talk
tell
over
you
you.
is if they try to say that you're crazy for the flat Earth stuff,
Yeah.
they can't convert your freedom of religion into a crime. So I would stick with the whole, because you said you're right reading the Bible, right? So it's not a lie.
Right.
But I would definitely stick to the whole you have the freedom of religion. And I wouldn't maybe say it in those words. I would just say that, you know, this is like part of your religion. It's right there in the Bible.
I told them my beliefs. When as soon as they took me into custody, and they started asking their survey, you know, or whatever. I told them that I don't eat pork. I don't accept foreign objects into my body of any kind. I don't take pharmaceuticals. Oh, and that's another thing. They told me after they gave me a mattress and everything, they told me if I didn't take a Valium, a pharmaceutical pill, they forced me to take a prescription pill. And I signed the paper and I put UD on the paper and circled it under duress because I can't spell the words. I'm not sure how it's spelled. I'm sure it's simple to spell, but who gives a fuck? I don't really care about spelling. Anyways.
Yeah, but any lawyer that I've ever heard, they say that you never ever ever talk to a cop, other than maybe dispel some of the cops' fears. For example, if they ask, "Are you armed? Do you have any bazookas or hand grenades?" Like they always ask those stupid questions. Then you say,
Mhm.
no, I'm unarmed. But other than that, other than dispelling the officers' fears, because they are scaredy cats, they are scaredy cats. You don't really talk anytime to an officer other than yes sir, no sir, and I have the right to remain silent. I'm invoking
So,
all of my
Am
rights,
I being
and I would like
detained?
to speak
Ask,
to a lawyer. Yeah,
yeah.
and that's another good one. Am I free to go or am I being detained? And then if you're
'Cause
being
if you're not being
detained,
detained, you can walk off without any other words.
right. But yeah, that's what the lawyers say. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Always get your legal advice from the lawyers.
and you know who knows, when we look at all the video when we were in jail, maybe I was fucking acting like an idiot in the moron and caused all this myself, but I don't think I did. I don't think I did anything that justifies their behavior toward me
They
from the
make you
get go.
believe that, bro.
And
As far they make you
so
believe that, dude.
I'd like to see all the videos. I'd like to see it all, every footage of every fucking bit of it. Whether it makes me look good or makes me look bad, I don't really care. I just want the truth. I just want to know because I'm a truth seeker. So I just want the truth.
But yeah,
And there
like
was no
if they
just
ever
cause.
ask you, sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, there was no just cause for what they did. Go ahead with what your question is.
If they ever ask you to get out of the car, you have to get out of the car. If they tell you to get in the car, you have to get in the car. Supreme Court done
Yeah.
ruled on that. If they want to pat you down and do a
When she
little,
told me to, she said, "Don't could you stay right there so I could talk to you?" And I says, "Is that a lawful order?" And she said, "Yes, it is." And I said, "Okay." And then frickin' he come up behind me, the little asshole come up behind me, like tried to jump me, kind of like just grabs a hold of my arm, and I'm still stout. I might be arthritic and half crippled, whatnot, but um, man, I got the strength of 10 men when it comes to, because I got God at my back. So he grabbed a hold of me and he tried to move my arm, tried to twist my arm. And I I turned and I looked at him and I said, "I am not resisting. Don't try to hurt me or we're going to have a problem." And he frickin' I seen the fear in his eyes and he flinched. And when he flinched, I threw my arm behind my back to the other officer and let her cuff me. And then he grabbed the one cuff on his side that he grabbed the arm of and just clanked it tighter, like 3 more clicks. Fucking tighten it down on my wrist really tight before it got locked. Just to be a fucking dick. And that was when he was the one that caused me to get fucking put in the cell for suicide. And I don't know none. I couldn't read none of their names or nothing because I don't really see that well. So, anyways, I didn't get no names. I didn't even ask. I didn't even think to ask. Well, except for the one that was being nice. His name was Deputy Farnsworth, and he was a decent guy. He was really good to me the whole time, and he tried to he, anyways. He was just more decent than the rest of them. Talked to me civil and whatnot. Anyways, that shouldn't happen to anybody. If anything, I should be outraged. If it happened to my brother, if it happened to my cousin, if it happened to my neighbor, I would be upset and I would be outraged and I would want to do something about it. So, I
yeah, you're
think
still
on
on, bro.
those.
Bro, I got pulled over riding a bike, and I was on the wrong side of the road, and I looked like a hippie, and I guess I technically resisted because he's like, "Can I search your bags?" I said, "No." And I said, "Do you have a warrant?" He says, "No, I don't need one." I says, "Well, you can't search your bag. Don't search your bag. Don't touch me." I never once resisted other than verbally, and I got thrown around. They grabbed me by the hair, literally like forced me to the ground. When I got into the station, they shaved my head because he said he was gonna. And oh man, it was one of the most traumatic experiences of my life.
They shaved your head? What's the reasoning of shaving your head?
They're what he said. He thought he saw lice or something, and so he shaved my head, which like technically that's like not just theft of property in a sense, because like when you have long hair, I had long hair like halfway down my back. It was probably like 2 feet long or something. It was pretty wild. Like, and when you grow it out like that, especially for someone who's